Release that which Chapter 1 to Chapter 79. Qingyan felt someone calling him. Your Highness, wake up. He turned his head, but the voice did not disappear. Instead, it grew louder. He felt someone reach out and gently tug at his sleeve. Your Highness, Your Highness. Qingyan opened his eyes abruptly. The familiar screen was gone, the office desk was gone, and the walls that were plastered with paper slips were also gone. In their place was a strange scene, a low brick building, a circular square that was crowded with people, and a gallows that was erected in the middle of the square. He sat on the high platform opposite the square. Instead of a soft swivel chair, he sat on a cold, hard iron chair. There was a circle of people sitting around him, staring at him. Among them, a few women dressed like medieval ladies were covering their mouths and laughing. What the hell is this place? Shouldn't I be working on the blueprint? Qingyan's mind was blank. 3 consecutive days of overtime had pushed his body and mind to the limit. He could only remember that he could not take it anymore. His heart was racing, and he wanted to rest on the desk for a while. Your Highness, please announce the verdict. The person who spoke was the guy who was tugging at his sleeve. He looked old, about 50 or 60 years old, and he wore a white robe. At first glance, he looked like Gandalf in The Lord of the Rings. Am I dreaming? Qingyan licked his dry lips. Verdict? What verdict? But he soon found out. The people in the square were all looking in the direction of the gallows, waving their fists and shouting. Occasionally, 1 or 2 stones would be thrown towards the gallows. Qingyan had only seen such an ancient torture device in the movies. The 2 sides of the gallows were about 4 meters tall, and the top of the pillars was supported by a wooden beam. In the middle of the beam was a rusty iron ring, and a yellowish hemp rope was threaded through the iron ring. One end was fixed under the gallows, and the other end was looped around the prisoner's neck. In this strange dream, he found that his eyesight had become surprisingly good. Usually, without glasses, he would not be able to see the words on the screen, but now, he could see every detail on the scaffold that was 50 meters away. The prisoner was wearing a hood, and her hands were tied behind her back. Her coarse gray shirt was as dirty as a rag. She was thin, and her ankles looked like they could be broken with a pinch. Her chest was slightly bulging, and it seemed that she was a woman. She shivered in the wind, but still managed to stand straight. All right, what crime did this fellow commit that caused so many people to wait for her to be hanged with righteous indignation? Just as he thought of this, Qingyan's memory seemed to have been connected, and the answer appeared before his eyes almost at the same time. She was a witch. She was tempted by the devil and fell into depravity, the embodiment of impurity. Your Highness? Gandalf urged cautiously. He glanced at the other party. Well, it turns out that his name is not Gandalf. Barav is his real name. He is the assistant of the Minister of Finance. He was sent to deal with government affairs for me. As for himself, he was the 4th Prince of Greycastle Kingdom, Roland. He was here to guard this place. When the residents of Border Town caught a witch, they would immediately send her to the police station, no, to the court of justice. The warrant for the execution of a witch was generally issued by the local lord or the bishop. Since he was in power here, issuing the warrant was also part of his duty. His memory presented the questions that he most needed answers to. He did not need to filter them or read them. It was as if he had experienced it himself. Qingyan was confused for a moment. No dream could be so detailed. So, was this not a dream? Did he travel to the dark ages of the Middle Ages in Europe and become Roland? From a drawing dog who worked overnight to become the 4th prince, although this territory of the kingdom seemed so barren and backward, he had never seen the name Greycastle Kingdom in history books. So, what should he do next? How such an unscientific thing like time travel actually happened could be researched later, but the farce in front of him had to stop. It was normal for an uncivilized civilization to blame disasters and misfortunes on some poor souls, but to hang them to satisfy the dark psychology of the onlookers, this kind of stupidity was unacceptable to Luo Yan. He grabbed the warrant that Barav was holding and threw it to the ground. He stretched and said, I'm sleepy. I'll pass the sentence another day. Today, everyone is dismissed. Qingyan was not acting recklessly. He was carefully recalling the way the prince behaved in his memory and reproducing the style of a spoiled brat. Yes, Prince Roland was such a jerk. He had a bad character and did whatever he wanted. Then again, how could an unruly prince in his early 20s be so well-mannered? The other nobles sitting on the platform did not seem surprised. Instead, a tall man in armor stood up and said, "Your Highness, this is not a joke. Once a witch's identity is confirmed, she should be executed immediately. What if other witches come to kidnap her? The church will not sit back and do nothing if they find out." Carter Lannis, this decent-looking man, was actually his chief knight. Qingyan frowned and said, "Why, are you afraid?" The naked mockery in his words was not entirely an act. A strong man whose arms were thicker than the other party's body was actually worried about being rescued by the other party. Did he really think that the witch was the devil's advocate? Wouldn't it be better to have a few more of them? Seeing that he did not say anything, Qingyan waved his hand and asked the guards to take him away. Carter hesitated for a moment, but he still followed the group and walked beside Prince Roland. The other nobles stood up and bowed to show their respect, but Qingyan could see the undisguised contempt in their eyes from the corner of his eyes. When he returned to the palace, which was located in the castle south of Border Town, he ordered the guards to stop the anxious assistant minister outside the hall. Only then did he feel a little relieved. As a person who spent 90% of his time dealing with computers, it was already an extraordinary performance to be able to put on such a show in front of so many people. Qingyan found his bedroom according to his memory, sat on the bed and rested for a while before he suppressed his violent heartbeat. The most important thing now was to figure out the situation. As a prince, why did he come to this desolate land instead of staying in King's City? It would have been better if he did not think about it, but as soon as the idea came to him, he was shocked by the answer. Roland Wimbledon actually came to fight for the throne. The origin of everything came from the strange decree of the King of Greycastle, Wimbledon III. If one wanted to inherit the kingdom, it was not the prince who was born first who had the highest right, but the one who was most capable of governing the country. He sent his 5 adult children to various territories under his rule, and after 5 years, he would decide who would be the crown prince based on the level of governance. The one who was capable would be the one to rule, and the equality of men and women sounded very advanced, but the problem was that the actual implementation was completely different. Who could guarantee that all 5 people would have the same starting conditions? This was not a real-time strategy game. As far as he knew, the second prince's territory was much better than Border Town's. Well, in that case, among the 5 people, there seemed to be no place worse than Border Town, which was simply a bad start. In addition, how to evaluate the level of governance? Population? Military? Economy? Wimbledon III did not mention any standards, nor did he put the slightest restrictions on the competition. What if someone secretly tried to assassinate him? What would happen then? Was the queen going to watch her sons kill each other? Wait. He carefully thought about it. Well, another bad news, the queen had passed away 5 years ago. Qingyan sighed. Obviously, this was a barbaric and dark feudal era, which could be seen from the wanton hunting of witches. Dressing up as a prince was already a very high starting point. Besides, even if he did not get the throne, he still had the blood of the King of Greycastle. As long as he could survive, he would be granted a title and be considered a lord. And, what could he do if he became the king? Without the internet, without the nourishment of modern civilization, he would also be like these natives, burning witches for fun, living in a city where feces were casually dumped, and finally dying from the ravaging Black Death. Qingyan suppressed his chaotic thoughts and walked to the full-length mirror in the bedroom. The person in the mirror had light gray curly hair, which was the most distinctive feature of the royal family of Greycastle. His facial features were good, but his face was not proper, and he looked like he had no temperament. His face was slightly pale, indicating that he lacked exercise. As for whether he was addicted to wine and women, he recalled that he seemed to be fine. He had a few lovers in King's City, all of whom were voluntary, and he had never forced anyone. As for the reason for his time travel, Qingyan could roughly guess, it should be that the client inhumanely urged the progress, and the boss arranged for him to work overnight, which led to a sudden death. The protagonists of this kind of case were most likely code farmers, mechanical dogs, or engineering lions. No matter what, at least this was equivalent to an extra life, and he really should not complain too much. In the future, he might be able to slowly change this life, but at present, the most important task was to play the role of Prince Roland, and not let others find out that he was possessed by the devil and directly tied to the stake. For the rest of the time, he locked himself in his room and recalled this world. His dinner was sent directly by the servants. With a strong desire to survive, Roland forcibly suppressed the fear and discomfort he felt towards the unfamiliar environment after he transmigrated to this world. He knew very well that the sooner he got more information, the lower the risk of being exposed. It had to be said that there was nothing else in Prince Roland's mind except for fooling around with a group of noblemen. Roland tossed and turned, but he could not recall any valuable information, such as the nobility's experience, the political situation, the diplomacy of neighboring countries, and so on. As for some basic knowledge, such as the name of the city and the year of the big event, he also could not connect it with his knowledge of European history. It seemed that this prince had absolutely no chance of becoming the king. Perhaps the king of Grey Castle also knew this, so he threw him to such a terrible place. Even if he did whatever he wanted, it would not cause too much damage. As for those brothers and sisters, Roland thought for a moment, and did not know whether to laugh or cry. The eldest brother was strong, the second brother was very insidious, the third sister was fierce, and the fifth sister was too smart. This was the impression that Prince Roland had left. What should he say? After more than 10 years of getting along, his final impression could be summed up in a few words. Which forces they had cultivated, who were their capable men, and what they were good at, he did not know. It had only been 3 months since he came to Border Town, but the nobles here no longer concealed their contempt, which showed that Prince Roland was really not a leader. Fortunately, when he left King's City, Wimbledon III sent 2 people to help him, 1 civil and 1 military. Otherwise, he would really be in the dark. Early the next morning, the maid Tyre repeatedly reminded Roland that the assistant minister wanted to see him. It seemed that he could not delay any longer. He touched the maid's buttocks according to his memory, and told her to inform Berev to wait in the living room. Seeing Tyre walk out of the door with a red face, Roland suddenly thought, since it was farming, would it come with a system or something? He yawned and silently called the system dozens of times in his mind, but nothing happened. Sure enough, novels are all lies. Berev, who was waiting in the living room, was already restless. As soon as he saw Roland, he came forward and asked, "Your Highness, why didn't you order the execution yesterday? It doesn't matter if it's 1 day earlier or 1 day later." Roland clapped his hands and ordered the servants to serve breakfast. "Sit down and talk slowly." It seemed to match the impression in his memory, he thought. The chief knight always liked to question him face to face when there was a problem, and the assistant minister would explain it to him in private. In any case, the loyalty of the 2 was reliable, although it was very likely for the sake of the king. A day late might attract other witches, Your Highness. This is different from the previous small matters. You can't act recklessly. Why are you saying this too? Roland asked with a frown. I thought you could tell the difference between rumors and facts. Berev looked confused. What rumor? Evil witches, the devil's emissaries, Roland said carelessly. Isn't that just the church's propaganda? I want them to stay out of this, but I think it's better to do the opposite. They say that witches are evil, but we don't hunt witches. We also want to tell the people of our territory that this is a shameless rumor spread by the church. Berev was stunned. But witches are they really evil? Roland asked, for example? The assistant minister was silent for a moment. He seemed to think that the prince was deliberately making fun of him. Your Highness, this issue can be discussed later. I know you don't like the church, but this kind of conflict will only backfire. It seems that changing the stereotype can't be done overnight. Roland curled his lips, but he didn't continue to care about this point. At this time, breakfast was placed on the table. There was a plate of fried bread, a plate of fried eggs, and a can of milk. He first poured a glass for the assistant minister and pushed it in front of him. You haven't eaten yet? Let's talk while we eat. According to the maid, Berev had arrived at the summer palace at dawn, so he shouldn't have eaten yet. Although he decided to imitate the 4th prince's way of doing things, he still had to change it little by little. The assistant minister was a good target, he thought. Let your subordinates feel that you value them, so they will be more motivated to work for you. Subjective initiative is always the most efficient, isn't it? Barav took the glass but didn't drink it. He said anxiously, Your Highness, we have trouble. 3 days ago, the guards reported that they found a suspected witch's camp in the western forest. They left in a hurry and didn't clean up the traces. The guards found this in the camp. He took out a coin from his pocket and put it in front of Roland. It was not a common currency, at least in Roland's memory. He had never seen such a currency. It didn't even look like a metal product. Holding it in his hand, he was surprised to find that this thing was heating up. It was definitely not the residual heat from the assistant minister's body. The temperature was at least 40 degrees. At this moment, it reminded him of a heat pack. What is this? I thought it was just an evil thing made by a witch, but the situation is more serious than I thought. Barav wiped his forehead. The pattern on it is the Holy Mountain and the Magic Eye, which is the emblem of the Witch Cooperation Association. Roland rubbed the uneven surface of the coin, guessing that it was probably made of ceramic. The center of the coin was indeed engraved with a mountain pattern, 3 triangles juxtaposed, with an eye in the center. The outline of the pattern was very rough. It should have been polished by hand. He recalled the words Holy Mountain and the Magic Eye and Witch Cooperation Association, but he couldn't find any relevant information. It seems that the 4th prince added 0 points to the occult. Barav didn't expect Roland to know, so he continued, Your Highness, you haven't seen a real witch, so you don't think much of them. Indeed, they can be injured, they can bleed, and they are not more difficult to kill than ordinary people, but they can't resist. The life of a witch who receives the devil's call will become very short, but they will also gain terrible power that ordinary people can't match. Once a witch reaches adulthood, even the army will have to pay a heavy price. Their desire is almost impossible to suppress, and they will eventually degenerate into the devil's minions. Therefore, the church established the army of judges, and if a woman is found to be a witch, she can be arrested and executed. The king also agrees with this, and in fact, these measures are very effective. The number of cases of witches wreaking havoc is much less than 100 years ago. The legend of the Holy Mountain, or the Gates of Hell, came from the ancient books of that era. Roland chewed the bread, his heart sneering again and again. Although the background of this world was very different from what he knew, the historical development trajectory was still surprisingly similar. The church, it's the church again. He knew that religion is the devil's minions, the real source of evil. Once there is a sign, they will be executed? In the name of God, the law, arrest, trial, and execution are all in one body. This in itself is a kind of depravity. According to the ancient books, witches can only obtain true peace by going to the Holy Mountain. There is no magic backlash, nor will they be trapped by the skyrocketing desire. There is no doubt that the so-called Holy Mountain in the book is the birthplace of evil, the entrance to hell on earth. I think only hell will not punish these fallen people. What about the Witch Cooperation Association? What does it have to do with the Holy Mountain? Roland swallowed the last piece of fried egg and wiped his mouth with a napkin. After saying so much, it turns out that you're worried that the Witch Cooperation Association will hear the news that she's not dead and come to save her? That's right, Your Highness, Barav said. They were in a hurry, so they should be on their way. If the witch was dead then it would be fine, but now she's still alive. Those lunatics even stole babies. I'm afraid they won't let go of a fallen companion. Roland was a little confused. He always felt that something was wrong. Why did the assistant minister and the chief knight feel as if they were facing a formidable enemy when they talked about witches? Was the woman who was going to be hanged a witch? She was so thin that it seemed like the wind would blow her away. If she had such terrible power, why would she stand there and let others trample her? No, she would never be caught. According to the church, she was the incarnation of the devil. In addition to the army of judges, the army of mortals would also pay a heavy price in front of witches. However, the devil was caught by the residents of Border Town and was tortured until she was sent to the gallows. That terrible power was nowhere to be seen. How was she caught? I heard that when the North Slope mine collapsed, she exposed her identity in order to escape and was caught by the angry villagers. Roland thought for a moment. Well, he had an impression of this incident. It happened the day before he crossed over. How was she exposed? This I'm not sure, the assistant minister shook his head. The situation was very chaotic, someone should have seen her use witchcraft. Roland frowned. You didn't investigate this matter clearly? Your Highness, the restoration of production in the mine is a priority, the assistant minister protested. Half of Border Town's revenue depends on iron ore, and the prosecutor also confirmed that someone was killed by witchcraft at the scene. What kind of witchcraft? Roland became interested. As if melted, the head and most of the body were lying flat on the ground, reminding people of a burned-out black candle. The other side said with a disgusted face, Your Highness, you don't want to see that kind of scene. Roland played with the silver fork in his hand, thinking. In history, most of the victims of witch hunts were innocent people. They were used as tools by the church and ignorant people to vent their anger, while a small number of them were the ones who courted death themselves. These people dressed themselves strangely and threw all kinds of strange ingredients into the pot all day long, claiming that they could predict the future and determine life and death. And they did figure out some tricks, such as using the flame reaction to claim that they had obtained the power of the gods. In the eyes of modern people, these were all chemical tricks, but back then, it was easily misinterpreted as an incredible phenomenon. As for melting people, the first thing that came to Roland's mind was chromic acid lotion, but it was troublesome to prepare. It required the human body to be completely soaked in water, and the effect of dissolving corpses was far worse than that of candles. As for other strong acids, it was even worse. So how did this witch do it? If she relied on alchemy, then she would be a rare chemist in the territory. If not, at this thought, Roland made up his mind. Take me to see her. Wait. Wait a minute, Your Highness, are you going to see a witch? Barav stood up in a panic, knocking over the glass of milk that he hadn't drunk. Yes, this is an order. Roland looked back at the assistant minister and smiled. He was now really grateful for the fourth prince's unreasonable style. When he walked to the door, he suddenly paused. Yes, I always wanted to ask, why was she hanged? What? Why was she hanged? Shouldn't all witches be burned at the stake? Barav's face was full of confusion. Is that so? But she wasn't afraid of fire. Border Town only had one dungeon, the barren land couldn't afford to support too many prisoners. Most of the prisoners lived here for only a few days before facing trial. They were either released or executed. In addition to Barav, the chief knight, the warden, the head of the prison, and 2 guards followed the prince into the dungeon. The dungeon had a total of 4 floors, and the walls were all made of hard granite. This was the first time that Roland had come to such a place. He noticed that the deeper he went, the narrower the passage became, and the number of cells was also decreasing. It was probably after digging a big hole in the shape of an inverted cone, and then piling up layers of stones, he thought. This kind of rough construction naturally didn't have good drainage measures, so the ground was very wet, and the muddy sewage flowed down the stairs. The witch was locked in the lowest floor of the dungeon, and with each floor, the stench in the air became stronger. Your Highness, what you are doing is too dangerous. Even if she is trapped by the god's locket of retribution, there is no guarantee of her safety. The one who spoke was Carter Lannis. The chief knight knew that the prince was going to visit the witch, and the first thing he did was to dissuade him. Moreover, the king's order was ineffective against him. He refused to accept any order that put the prince's life at risk, so he couldn't leave. Obviously, he has a cold and handsome face, but why is he so talkative? Roland really wanted to ask someone to sew his mouth up. If you don't dare to face evil, how can you have the courage to defeat evil? I thought you understood this. Even when fighting evil, you have to act according to your own strength. Recklessness doesn't equal bravery. In other words, if you meet an enemy weaker than yourself, you can uphold justice, but if you meet someone stronger than yourself, you should turn a blind eye? No, Your Highness, I mean, previously you were afraid of a witch breaking into the prison, and now you are afraid to meet a little girl. My chief knight is really unique. Although the knight was talkative, he was not good at arguing, so when he met Roland, who was a master of words, he naturally had no power to resist. Taking advantage of this time, the group arrived at the bottom of the dungeon. The area here was much smaller than the upper floors, and there were only 2 cells in total. The warden lit the torch on the wall, and as the darkness faded, Roland saw the witch curled up in the corner of the wall. It was now late autumn, and the temperature in the dungeon was so low that he could see his own breath. He was wearing a wool coat with a silk lining, so naturally he didn't feel cold. But the witch only had a single coat, which couldn't completely cover her body, and the exposed arms and soles of her feet had been frozen to the point where no blood could be seen. The sudden light of the torch made her turn her head sideways, and she closed her eyes. But soon, she opened her eyes and looked straight at him. It was a pair of light blue eyes, calm like a lake before a rainstorm. There was no fear on her face, nor anger or hatred. Roland had an illusion, as if he was not looking at a weak little girl, but a shadow that was swallowing the flame. For a moment, he felt that the light of the torch on the wall had dimmed a bit. She tried to stand up against the wall, but her movements were slow, as if she would fall at any time. But finally she stood up completely, and from the corner, she staggered to the place where the light could reach. It was such a simple action, but it made everyone gasp, and they all took 2 steps back. Only the knight moved in front of him. "What's your name?" Roland patted the knight's shoulder, indicating that he didn't need to be so nervous. "What happened when the mine collapsed? Tell me again in detail." Anna nodded and began to narrate the story. Roland was a little surprised. He had thought that the other party would remain silent, complain, or even curse, but she only cooperated with him and answered his questions, saying whatever he asked. The story was not complicated. Anna's father was a miner and was working in the mine when the mine collapsed. Anna immediately went into the mine with the other miners' family members to rescue him. The North Slope mine was said to be an underground monster's lair. There were many forks in the mine that led in all directions. Because the rescuers did not have a unified command, they scattered and searched on their own after entering the mine. When Anna found her father, only Aunt Susan and Uncle Anchor were there. She found her father's leg crushed by a cart full of ore. He could not move, and a miner was squatting beside him, searching for money. Seeing that his robbery was discovered, the miner rushed up with a hoe and knocked Uncle Anchor to the ground. Just as he was about to kill him, Anna killed him first. The neighbors swore not to tell anyone about her, and the 3 of them rescued Anna's father together. But before dawn the next day, Anna's father went out on crutches and reported that his daughter was a witch to the patrolling guards. "Why?" Roland could not help but ask. Bear sighed. "It's probably for the bounty. Anyone who finds and reports a witch will get 25 golden dragon. For a man with a broken leg, 25 golden dragon is equivalent to insurance for the rest of his life." Roland was silent for a moment. He was a strong adult man. "How did you kill him?" Just then, Anna smiled. Like a ripple on the surface of a lake, the tip of the torch swayed. "It's the power of the devil you mentioned." "Shut up. Demonis." The warden shouted, but everyone could hear the tremble in his voice. "Really? I want to see." Prince Roland was unmoved. "Your Highness, this isn't a joke." Chief Knight turned around and said with a frown. Roland walked out from behind the knight and walked towards the cage. "You can leave if you're afraid. I'm not asking you to stay here. Don't panic, she still has the God's locket of retribution on her neck." Barrow comforted everyone, but at the same time, it seemed like he was comforting himself. No matter how powerful the devil is, he can't break God's protection. Roland, who was standing in front of the prison bars, was only an arm's length away from Anna. He could clearly see her dusty and scarred face. Her tender facial features meant that she was not yet an adult, but there was not a trace of childishness in her expression. Not only that, even anger was hard to find. Roland had only seen this kind of incongruity on TV. It was the appearance of homeless orphans who suffered from poverty, hunger, cold, and other hardships when they were interviewed. But it wasn't exactly the same. Homeless orphans always hunched their bodies and lowered their heads when facing the camera, but Anna didn't. Even now, she was still trying to stand up straight, her eyes slightly raised, and calmly looked straight into the prince's eyes. She wasn't afraid of death, Roland realized, she was waiting for it. "Is this the first time you've seen a witch, Your Highness? Your curiosity might get you killed." "If it's really the power of the devil, I'll suffer misfortune just by looking at it," Roland replied. "Then the one who died shouldn't be me, but your father." The fire in the cage suddenly dimmed. This time, it was definitely not an illusion. The fire seemed to be suppressed by something, and soon there was only a small cluster left. He heard rapid breathing and prayers behind him, as well as the muffled sound of someone accidentally falling while retreating in a panic. Roland's heart gradually beat faster. He felt that he was at a wonderful dividing point. On one side was the world of common sense, operating meticulously according to the planned constants and laws. On the other side was an incredible world, full of mysteries and unknowns. He was now standing in front of the gate of this new world. Is the god's locket of retribution hanging on her neck? What a simple and crude chain, a piece of red iron chain with a crystal pendant hanging on it. If the witch's hands weren't firmly cuffed behind her back, this kind of thing could be broken with a pull, right? Roland turned around and glanced at the crowd. While they were still praying in panic, he quickly reached his hand into the cage, grabbed the pendant, and pulled it hard. The pendant broke from the buckle of the chain. Even Anna was stunned by his action. "Come on," he whispered. "Are you a liar, a chemist, or a real witch? If you take out bottles and jars and start to mix strong acids now, I'll be disappointed," he thought. Then Roland heard a crackling sound, which was the sound of water vapor being heated and expanding. White fog rose from the ground, and the surrounding temperature rose sharply. He saw flames rising from the witch's feet, gently licking the girl's bare calves, and then the ground where she stood was burning. The torches behind her exploded at the same time, as if they had received pure oxygen, bursting into a dazzling light. The whole prison became as bright as day, accompanied by the screams of horror. The witch stepped forward, the flames following her footsteps. When she came to the edge of the prison, dozens of iron bars turned into pillars of fire. Roland had to step back, the hot air biting his skin, making him unbearable pain. In just a few breaths, he felt like he had returned from late autumn to midsummer. No, it was different from the heat of summer. This kind of high temperature purely generated by the flames couldn't completely surround him. The side facing the flames was hot, while the side facing away was cold. He even felt himself breaking out in a cold sweat. She wasn't afraid of the flames. Roland remembered the words of the assistant minister. Only now did he deeply understand the meaning of these words. She herself was aflame, how could she be afraid of him? Soon, the iron bars turned from crimson to bright yellow, and began to melt and change shape. This meant that they had been heated to more than 1,500 degrees, without any thermal insulation, which was far beyond Roland's imagination. Like the others, he had already distanced himself from the cell, tightly clinging to the farthest stone wall. If he didn't do this, the high heat generated by the molten iron, even if he didn't come into direct contact, would still set his clothes on fire. For example, Anna, her prison clothes had already turned into ashes, her body surrounded by raging flames. After an unknown period of time, the flames all faded. Only a small section of the torch was left on the wall, quietly burning, as if nothing had happened. But the sweaty clothes, the hot air, and the prison bars that had been burned like the claws of the devil, all told everyone that this was not a dream. Except for Roland and the knight who were still standing, the others had collapsed to the ground, including the warden who was so scared that he wet his pants. The naked Anna was now standing outside the cell, the shackles that bound her arms had disappeared. She didn't cover her body, her hands naturally hanging by her side, her lake blue eyes restored to their previous tranquility. "I satisfied your curiosity, my lord," she said, "now can you kill me?" The second law of thermodynamics: it is impossible to transfer heat from a low-temperature object to a high-temperature object without causing other effects, or it is impossible to take heat from a single heat source and convert it into useful work without causing other effects, or the entropy increment in an irreversible thermodynamic process is always greater than zero. Roland wrote this law on a piece of paper, using the language of this world. At first glance, it looked like earthworm writing, and he really couldn't understand how the locals learned such a complicated language. If asked which of the many laws of physics was the most boring, Roland would definitely choose the second law of thermodynamics. It told everyone that the heat in this world would always flow from high to low, disorder would replace order, and entropy would constantly increase. In the end, everyone would return to nothingness, and the universe would become dead silent. But this world got rid of the problem of increasing entropy, and magic could be created out of nothing, which was even greater than the invention of a perpetual motion machine. The power of the devil? Roland sneered at this. They simply didn't understand the nature of this power. In the big picture, it could even change the whole universe. Of course, now, we can start by changing Border Town. Humming a tune, Roland tore off the paper and threw it into the fireplace. Seeing it turn into ashes in the fire, he felt a kind of pleasure of annihilation. The assistant minister looked at the prince's inexplicable actions and was confused, but fortunately, the prince was always like this, and he could see that the prince was in a good mood. It's done, the witch was hanged at noon, Berev reported. Well, no one should have seen anything, right? Roland lightly nodded his pen. Anyway, they were all wearing masks. In order to prevent the church and the Witch Cooperation Association from coming to the door, Roland ordered the prison warden to find a death row prisoner from the dungeon to replace Anna, and except for the chief knight and the assistant minister, everyone was rewarded with 20 golden dragons as hush money. This was a very rich income for them. Berev had also suggested that the witnesses should be silenced forever, but Roland had flatly rejected the idea. He knew that these secrets would not be kept for long, but it didn't matter. He actually hoped that someone would spread the news, as long as it was not now. It was only a matter of time before they fell out with the church. No one could tolerate those idiots wasting resources like this. What would the other witches think if they knew that there was a small town on the border of the kingdom that allowed them to live freely and even gave them generous treatment? No matter what era it was, talents were always the most important. So that's it, Roland ordered. Next, I want you to give me a summary of Border Town's trade, taxes, and necessary expenditures for the last year. Also, I want you to calculate the number and scale of the workshops in the city, ironware, textiles, pottery, and so on. It will take 3 days to sort out these records, but... Berev first nodded, but then he hesitated. Is there anything else? Roland knew that it was time to test his ability to talk. The other party would definitely be suspicious of what he had done yesterday. Although he was a hedonist, having a bad character did not mean that he had a hole in his brain. In the eyes of the assistant minister, hiding a witch was simply an enemy of the world. Your Highness, I don't understand. Berev carefully chose his words. In the past, although you have caused trouble, they were all harmless, but why do you want to take such a big risk to save a witch? Although hunting them is a law set by the church, but your father, His Majesty Wimbledon, also agrees with it. Roland thought for a moment, then asked, do you think Border Town is a good place? This. Although he didn't quite understand the connection between this sentence and his own question, Berev still answered truthfully, it's not good. It's very bad. Compared to Valencia and the port of Clearwater, what do you think is the possibility of me winning against my siblings? The assistant minister opened his mouth, but didn't answer. Almost zero. So I can only change the way. Roland expressionlessly watched the other step by step fall into his own trap, a way that will leave a deep impression on my father. He didn't start from the perspective of whether a witch was evil or not, because that would have little effect. Berev had been an assistant to the Minister of Finance for 20 years, and could already be regarded as a qualified politician. For a politician, benefits were more convincing than good and evil. In addition, taking the emotional route was also not suitable for him. Roland recalled the previous actions of the fourth prince, and found that he really couldn't be regarded as a good and lawful alignment. So he chose the eternal conflict between the secular monarchy and the religious theocracy as a starting point. The growing power of the church was already a thorn in the heart of Wimbledon III. The church claimed that the world operated according to the will of God, and the Pope was the spokesman of God. If the people found out that what he said was not true, and was full of loopholes, the dominance of the religion would be greatly shaken. Directly saying witches aren't evil, so I want to save them would be difficult to convince the other side, but instead saying witches aren't evil, so I can use them to attack the church would easily lead Berev to his own predetermined conclusion. No matter how prosperous my brothers and sisters are, they are just in the pocket of the church. They have already wantonly proclaimed that the monarchy is bestowed by God. If only the person who is crowned by the Pope can be regarded as the legitimate king, then the actual ruler of this land is still us? Roland paused, and father can see in me such a hope, a kingdom without the suppression of the church, where the royal family alone enjoys all the power. Then his choice is very clear. Changing the whole world to only the church was much easier to accept, not to mention that Berev himself was on the side of the royal family. Similarly, if he realizes that these people with strange abilities will be the basis of prying open the church, the hunting order is just a joke. One side is impossible, the other side is not zero. Do you think it's worth the risk? Roland stared at the assistant minister and said word by word, "Don't doubt my decision, Barav. You have been an assistant minister for 20 years, right? If I can become Wimbledon 4, you can get rid of the word assistant. Or go further, for example, the hand of the king?" Looking at Barav's back, Roland gently breathed a sigh of relief. It was obvious that he did not take his promise too seriously, which was normal. Even Roland himself did not believe that this arrogant plan that he had just made up could be realized. But that was not important at all. The key was to make Barav believe that he really thought so. A simple plan that a playboy could come up with not only matched Prince Roland's hatred for the church, but also paved the way for more witches in the future. As for his real thoughts? Even if they knew, they could not understand. Roland called a maid. "Call Miss Anna to see me." There was a shed in the castle's back garden, surrounded by wooden planks, leaving only 2 holes for windows. In the center of the shed was a square pool made of green bricks, about 3 meters long and wide, filled with loess. After adding an appropriate amount of water, the loess was not only resistant to fire, but also had a certain degree of plasticity, so a small shovel could be used to dig out the ideal shape. There were also a few iron ingots on top of the loess. These were brought here by Carter Lannis from the blacksmith's shop. Next to the pool was a well, which Roland had taken a fancy to, so he ordered people to build the shed here. However, as a laboratory, it was still too simple. He shook his head. The things that were pieced together in one night naturally couldn't be said to be ideal. As for the formal workshop, he had to wait for Barav to finish collecting information before he could start construction. "How was it? Did you sleep well last night?" He turned around and looked at Anna's blank face, asking with a smile. The witch's current appearance was completely different from her appearance in the prison. After careful cleaning, her flaxen hair was soft and glossy, and although her skin was not maintained, it was still young, and the light freckles on the bridge of her nose added to her youthful vitality. Her figure was still thin, and her slender body looked like it would fall with a push, but her cheeks were rosy, and the bruises and strangulation marks on her neck were much lighter than yesterday. Roland suspected that the magic not only gave witches magical powers, but also improved their physical qualities. At least in terms of recovery ability, Anna was much faster than ordinary people. "Originally, after experiencing so many terrible things, I should have let you rest for a few more days, but time is really tight, so I can only wait until later to compensate you." Roland circled around the girl. "Does this dress fit you?" The clothes that Anna was currently wearing were carefully selected from a variety of plans, in order to satisfy his bad taste. The full-body protective clothing of a smelter was too thick and not suitable for her. Although the mage robe in the game looked elegant, it was very difficult to move, and the fully wrapped robe could easily be touched by a spark and turn into ashes. As for the maid dress, hey, is there anything more suitable than this? Even if this world had yet to have real maid outfits, it was not a big problem. The maid outfits already had the embryonic form of maid outfits in the future. So Roland asked Tyr to make a set of clothes according to Anna's figure. He shortened the skirt, changed the long sleeves to short sleeves, changed the round collar to a folded collar, and tied a bow. Just like that, the new witch uniform came out of the oven. Paired with a pointy witch hat, custom-made, black boots, ready-made, and a knee-length cape, custom-made, a character that could only be seen in movies stood in front of Roland. "Your Highness, what do you need me to do?" Anna really couldn't keep up with the thoughts of this big shot in front of her. She felt that she was about to lose the ability to think. When she was put into a bag and dragged away in the dungeon, she thought that her cursed life would soon be free. But after taking off the hood, Anna found that what she saw was not a gallows or a guillotine, but a large, magnificent house. Then a group of people came in, undressing and bathing her. From her armpits to her toes, there was not a place that wasn't wiped clean. Then it was time to change clothes. She didn't expect that she would need someone to help her dress, and she didn't think that the clothes could be so comfortable. They were soft and attached to her body, without any friction. The last one to come in was an old man with a white beard. After he ordered everyone to leave, he put a contract in front of her. At this moment she understood that the one who said that she would be hired in the prison was the kingdom's 4th prince, and it was not a joke. The contract clearly stated that if she worked for the prince, she would be paid a golden dragon every month. Anna knew what a golden dragon meant. Her father worked in the mine all day long, and his salary was determined by the amount of ore produced. Even during the best times, his harvest was only 1 silver royal. And 100 silver royals could be exchanged for 1 golden dragon, and this also depended on whether the silver royals were good enough. So, what was her job? Accompanying the prince to sleep? When she was bathing, Anna did hear the maids whispering about it, but she didn't think she was worth the price. Her blood had been eroded by the devil, and she was a degenerate. Anyone who knew her true identity would only avoid her. Even if the prince was so curious that he wasn't even afraid of the devil, he didn't need to pay her anything. That night, no one came to find her, and she fell asleep. It was the softest bed Anna had ever slept in her life, so she fell asleep as soon as she lay on it. When she opened her eyes the next day, it was already noon, and lunch was sent to her room: bread, cheese, and a steak. She had already planned to die. For a person who had decided to give up her life, what kind of nostalgia would she have for this world? What was she thinking at first? But after putting the steak into her mouth, Anna couldn't help but burst into tears. The mixture of meat juice and pepper melted in her mouth, and the strong spicy flavor mixed with a hint of sweetness repeatedly hit her taste buds, and even after swallowing it, it still filled her mouth. She suddenly felt that there was still a little bit of beauty in this world. If she could eat this kind of food every day, even if the devil invaded her body, she would have more courage to resist, right? At this moment, standing in this wooden shed that didn't look like a bedroom, nor did it look like a cage, she secretly made up her mind. Since the other side needed it, then whether it was wearing such strange clothes, or summoning that incredible power, she was willing to give it a try. So she asked again, but this time she didn't hesitate. "Your Royal Highness, what do you need me to do?" For now, you have to control your power, and practice it over and over again until you can control it freely. You mean the devil's? No, Miss Anna, Roland interrupted, it's your power. The witch blinked her beautiful blue eyes. Most people in the world are prejudiced against you, thinking that the witch's power comes from the devil, and is extremely evil. In fact, they are wrong. Roland squatted down and looked at the other side, and you also don't think so, right? He remembered Anna's chuckle in the dungeon. How could a person who thought of herself as evil give out such a sarcastic laugh? "I have never used it to hurt anyone," she said softly, "except for that robber. Resisting against aggression is not a fault, you did the right thing. People fear you because they don't understand you. They know that constant training can make a strong warrior, but they don't know how to become a witch. The unknown power is always frightening." "You're not afraid at all," Anna said. "Because I know it belongs to you," Roland laughed. "If that robber also had such amazing power, I wouldn't dare to stand in front of him." The flame rose from her feet and quickly faded away. This was the 23rd practice. She failed again. Anna's forehead was already sweating. She wiped it with the back of her hand, and the hot air suddenly surged and made a sizzling sound. She did not stop and immediately began the next practice. The witch uniform was neatly folded and placed aside. If she had not insisted on doing this at the beginning, the uniform would have turned into ashes in the flame. Fortunately, as Prince Roland, it was not difficult to get a few spare ones. He asked Tyr to send a whole bucket of robes. They were temporarily collected from the maids. The 24th practice finally paid off. The flame no longer rose from her feet, but appeared out of thin air in her palm. She carefully raised her arm and wanted to move it to her fingertips, but the flame flickered twice and suddenly rushed up her arm, ignited her sleeve, and swallowed the robe along the sleeve. Anna put away the flame, tore off half of the burnt robe expressionlessly, and turned to look for a new one in the bucket. Every time this happened, Roland would look away and let his eyes stare somewhere else, even though she did not care about it at all. In fact, if it were not for Roland's strong request, she would probably practice naked. But then Roland could not look at her properly. He really could not calmly face a naked little girl, especially when the little girl turned into a flame. Her figure had a different kind of charm. Roland shook his head and put the distracting thoughts to the back of his mind. Judging from the current situation, it would not be easy to control this power. He set a goal for Anna: to release the flame from the palm or fingers, not to harm the clothes on the body, and to maintain a high enough temperature to melt the pig iron ingots in the pool. When the 30th practice failed, Roland stopped her. "Take a break." Anna looked at him blankly and did not respond. Roland had to walk over, take the girl's hand to the chair, and forced her to sit down. You are tired. You should rest when you are tired. Don't force yourself. We still have a lot of time. He helped her wipe her sweaty forehead. Let's have afternoon tea first. Roland knew that the nobles of Grey Castle Kingdom did not have the habit of enjoying afternoon tea. The productivity of this world was so poor that it was difficult for people to have the leisure to enjoy exquisite food. 3 meals were not even common, let alone 4 meals. As for the playboys who had nothing better to do, they were usually gathered in bars or casinos. If he did not have this habit, he would create one. There were ready-made pastries, and if there was no tea, he could use ale instead. After knowing that he was going to a remote border town, Prince Roland brought his maids, servants, and cooks with him. Thus, in a simple wooden shed in the castle's back garden, the first afternoon tea party was held. Anna couldn't believe her eyes as she stared at the plates of exquisite desserts. How could food be made to look so good? Although she didn't know the specific name of the pastry, the combination of the pure white appearance and the bright red fruit was enough to whet one's appetite, especially when the pastry was decorated with several delicate patterns, which once again left a heavy stroke on her worldview. Roland proudly looked at Anna's bewildered expression. Isn't it just a strawberry cream cake? Look at how this country bumpkin is scared. Moreover, this strawberry is pickled with sugar, so it doesn't taste fresh. What was more interesting than eating was to enjoy the witch's expression. Roland watched her carefully put the cake into her mouth, her blue eyes almost shining, and her hair swaying back and forth. In his heart, he suddenly had the illusion that he was watching a food cartoon. Dishes that don't shine are not good dishes. Well, the feeling of cultivating this kind of character is also very good. So watching Anna practice and accompanying her to enjoy afternoon tea became Roland's daily life. Even if he didn't ask about government affairs, Barav would still help him take care of them in an orderly manner. 3 days later, Barav sorted out all kinds of information about Border Town and sent it to Roland's office. This was absolutely inconceivable before, but Prince Roland unexpectedly had the patience to read such a large pile of cumbersome reports. In fact, he didn't have any now. Roland only read 2 lines and felt dizzy, so he directly said to Barav, "You read it to me." After spending an hour listening to the assistant minister's report, he found something wrong. Why is Border Town's annual winter taxes and trade zero? Winter temperatures are low, so the harvest is understandable, but what does it mean to directly return to zero? Do the local people have the habit of hibernating? Barav coughed twice. Your Highness, have you forgotten? Winter is the months of the demons. Border Town doesn't have the ability to defend itself, so all the residents have to move to Longsong Stronghold. But please rest assured, your Highness's safety is definitely the first priority. Months of the demons? Roland recalled that there seemed to be such a term. Before, he didn't take the ghost legends, the evil witches and so on seriously, thinking that it was nothing more than nonsense in the uncivilized world. But now it seemed that witches did exist, regardless of whether they were evil or not. So, what about the other widely circulated ghost legends? When he was teaching in the palace, the history teacher had talked about the months of the demons in detail. Every year after the first snow fell, the sun would be dim, and the gates of hell and Dragon's Pine Mountain would open at this time. The evil breath from hell would erode the living, turning them into the devil's servants. Some of the animals would mutate into powerful demonic beasts and attack humans. Most of the witches were born in this season, and their power was far greater than usual. Have you seen it? The gates of hell, Roland asked. Your Highness, how can ordinary people see it? Barav shook his head. Dragon's Pine Mountain is impossible to cross, even approaching the mountain will be affected by the evil breath. The lightest case is an unbearable headache, the most serious case is loss of mind. Unless what? Unless that person is a witch. Only witches can see the gates of hell, because they have fallen into the devil's minions, so naturally they are not affected by the evil breath. At this point, Barav also turned his head to look at the back garden. What about demonic beasts? Have you seen demonic beasts? Roland unhappily knocked on the table. Well, I haven't seen them. Like your Highness, this is the first time I've come to the border. In Grey Castle, in the center of the kingdom, almost no one can encounter real evil. If they move once a year, how can this place develop? Originally, he thought that Border Town was only barren, but still had the potential to develop, but now it seemed that it was simply a big pit. Longsong's stronghold can resist the demonic beasts, which means that they can also be killed, they are not invincible. Then why can't we defeat them in Border Town? Longsong's stronghold has a huge wall, and is also stationed with Duke Ryan's elite troops, which is not something a small place like Border Town can compare with, Barav explained. From the beginning, the purpose of establishing Border Town was to provide an early warning for the stronghold, so it was established between the North Slope Ridge and the Redwater River. If they wanted to develop well, they had to take root here. If the land was not good, they could cultivate wastelands. If the territory was too small, they could expand outwards. But if the people were gone, everything would be empty talk. If a territory could be abandoned at any time, then who would be willing to buy a house here, who would be willing to produce in peace? After the assistant minister left, Roland called Carter Lannis, his chief knight. Take your people and find me some local guards, hunters or farmers. They must have stayed here for more than 5 years and experienced the months of the demons. It would be best if someone had fought with the demonic beasts. The knight left. Roland rubbed his forehead and continued to look at the summary of the information. The main output of Border Town was minerals and animal fur. The main import was food. All the transportation was through the Redwater River to Longsong Stronghold or Willow Town. There were all kinds of minerals: iron, copper, sulfur, crystal, ruby, sapphire. This had completely exceeded the concept of associated minerals. He remembered Anna had said that the North Slope mine was rumored to be an underground lair of unknown monsters. Until now, it had not been fully explored how many forks there were at the bottom of the mine. Roland frowned when he turned to the item of food. Most of these ores were sold to Longsong Stronghold, but they didn't pay with the kingdom's gold royals. Instead, they paid with food. It was reasonable to say that gems and the like could be regarded as luxury goods. But after several years of trading, Border Town did not have much surplus food, and the financial income was not surplus. In other words, Border Town's annual mining output could only be exchanged for a year's rations for 2,000 residents. Considering that before the prince came here, the lord himself was a descendant of the Duke of Longsong, so it was understandable for them to produce and sell their own food. Anyway, in their view, no matter how much food was stored here, it would only benefit the monsters. And the fur trade was the income of the local people. They went west into the concealing forest, hunting some birds and beasts, and sold them to the purchasers of Longsong Stronghold, or to the residents of Willow Town. Border Town did not set a tax on this trade, because there was no way to regulate it. Roland thought, since he was here, then the ore production could no longer be traded with food. The branches of the Redwater River almost ran through the whole kingdom, so the traffic was not blocked. With this transportation artery, even if Longsong Stronghold no longer provided food, he could still purchase it from other places. The premise was that he could stay here, in Border Town, and block those damn monsters. Carter acted very quickly. The next day he found 2 guards and a local hunter. These 2 are the patrol captains of Border Town. They are responsible for lighting the beacon every year. This hunter said that he had fought with demonic beasts and even cut off the head of one with his own hands. The 3 of them bowed in unison. Roland nodded and asked them to step aside. He then stepped forward one by one. Your Royal Highness, the first guard who was called was so nervous that he couldn't even speak clearly. Brian and I are people from here. After the snow falls, we will go to the North Slope Mines phone Beacon Tower. From there, we can see the movement of the demon beasts. If they cross the misty forest, we will light the beacon, retreat from the small road, and take the prepared boat to leave. Since you are together, call your partner to answer. Roland covered his face and shook his head. What do the demonic beasts look like? Can they be killed? Although the other guard was also very nervous, at least he didn't stutter. Your Royal Highness, it should be possible. They are just ordinary animals in the forest, although they have been infected by the breath of hell and become manic and vicious, but they can still be killed. Every year after the end of the months of the demons, Longsong Stronghold will send a cavalry team to clear the remaining demonic beasts on the road from the stronghold to Border Town. How long will the months of the demons last? Generally, it is 2 to 3 months, It depends on the sun, Brian said. Depends on the sun? Roland was puzzled. Yes, the guard explained, Your Royal Highness has just arrived here, so you don't know. Once it snows in Border Town, it will not stop until the sun regains its glory, and the snow will melt. The months of the demons won't end until the snow melts? Roland thought back, at least the snow in Grey Castle wasn't like this, it basically melted the next day, and the sun didn't change. That's right. The longest months of the demons I've experienced was 2 years ago. It lasted for nearly 4 months, and many people didn't make it through. Why, Longsong Stronghold doesn't even have a month's worth of food reserves? Roland asked. Brian's face became a little bad. They do. But at that time, the municipal official responsible for supplies, Reynolds, said that the ore we produced in the autumn was only enough to buy 3 months' worth of food, and the 4th month's supply would have to wait for the new batch of ore to arrive. But the months of the demons haven't passed, so we can't leave the stronghold. So that's how it is. I know. They are simply idiots who cut themselves off from the people. If Longsong Stronghold treated these border residents like a warm spring breeze, it would not be easy to make them stay, but now it seems that the group of people hiding behind the wall are not good people. Roland expressionlessly called for the last person to come up and answer, but in his heart, he took note of this name. The third person looked very strong. When he stood up he was almost 6 feet tall, which made Roland feel very pressured. Fortunately, as soon as he came up, he knelt down on one knee. You said that you have killed a demonic beast? Yes, Your Highness, his voice was low and hoarse, a wild boar and a wolf. Breed? Roland repeated, What do you mean? This is what the hunters call demonic beasts, Your Highness. The more ferocious the animal before mutation, the more difficult it is to deal with after mutation. Moreover, they will multiply the advantages of their original body. Like the wild boar, the fur on its back is extremely hard, even a crossbow would find it difficult to penetrate 50 meters away. The wolf is more cunning, its running speed is amazing. If you want to kill it, you need to set a trap in advance. Strong ones are stronger, faster ones are faster, Roland nodded, but they are still animals. That's right, they are not the most terrible enemies, the hunter said, swallowing his saliva. The most terrible are the mixed species. They are the incarnation of the devil. Only hell can create such a terrible monster. I have seen a mixed species. It not only has the strong limbs of a beast, but also has a pair of huge wings on its back, allowing it to fly short distances. Moreover, it seems to know where I am. No matter how I hide, it can always chase me out. It is not hunting, Your Highness, it is just playing with its prey. The hunter lifted his clothes, only to see a huge scar extending from his abdomen to his chest. Before I lost consciousness, I jumped into the Redwater River, so I survived. Not many, Your Highness. During the months of the demons, there will only be 2 or 3 of these monsters, otherwise Longsong Stronghold would be in big trouble. Very good, you have observed very carefully. Roland ordered the hunter to stand up. What's your name? You don't look like you're from Grey Castle. I have half Majin blood in me. The people in the town call me Iron Axe. Majin, the people of the desert in the southwest of the kingdom, said to be the descendants of the sand giants. Roland searched his mind for relevant memories. He didn't use the clan name, but used the title. Obviously he didn't want to have anything to do with the people of the Sand Nation. As for why he came to this remote place from the southwest border, it was estimated that there was a series of bitter stories. But those were not important. Border Town didn't care about one's origin. Roland clapped his hands. Today's questions will end here. Carter, reward each of them with 10 silver royals. Take them away. Thank you, Your Highness, for the reward, the 3 said in unison. After taking them away, Carter Lannis returned. Your Highness, you asked these questions. Do you want to stay here? Roland didn't express his opinion. What do you think? This is absolutely not possible, Your Highness. The knight said loudly. According to the hunter, the wild boar type of demonic beast is very difficult to deal with. If the crossbow can't shoot from 50 steps away, then we have to wait until 40 or 30 steps away to shoot again. This can only be done by the elite soldiers of Longsong Stronghold. Coupled with their large numbers, without a strong city wall to rely on, if we only rely on the local guards to stop them, I'm afraid that the casualties will exceed 10%. Before we met the witch, you also said the same thing. Can't you think of everything in a positive way? Roland sighed. Although the witch is evil, but Miss Anna doesn't seem to be so. As your knight, I must be realistic. Really, what if I give you a city wall? What? For a moment, Carter thought he had heard wrong. I'll give you a city wall, between the foot of the northern slope mountain and the Redwater River, Roland said word by word. Although it won't be as majestic as the walls of Greycastle King's City, it should still be enough to block strange beasts. Your Highness, do you know what you are saying? The knight was so angry that he laughed. There's a limit to messing around. If you don't leave when the time comes, I'll have to forgive my rudeness. There's still 3 months, isn't there? According to the records, the first snow usually comes at the end of February after winter. 3 years isn't enough. Building a city wall required a large number of workers, starting from the foundation with compacted earth. It had to be tamped down every 1 to 2 feet. Otherwise, the pile would collapse if it was too high. This is only the simplest earthen wall. Carter shook his head. Brick and stone walls are even slower. It requires hundreds of stonemasons to cut the stones into squares, and then build them one by one. Your Highness, every city wall is built this way, there has never been an exception. Making a city rise from the ground between day and night, that's a story that only exists in myths and legends. Roland signaled him not to say any more. I understand. You don't have to jump to conclusions so quickly. If there's no reliable city wall, I'll evacuate with you to Longsong Stronghold. I don't intend to lose my life in this damned place. The knight knelt down on one knee. I'll protect you with my life. In the castle garden, Roland took a sip of bitter ale, looking at Anna who was concentrating on eating cream pastries. His mood recovered a lot. He had decided to stop the demonic beasts in Border Town. If they couldn't even defend their base camp, how could they talk about farming? If they wanted to build a wall connecting the North Slope and the Redwater River in 3 months, they would have to use a reasonable plan and a new era of technology. Roland didn't suddenly come up with this idea. He had already checked the surroundings of Border Town. Although he didn't go there personally, he still had a clear picture in his memory. The North Slope was only 600 meters away from the Redwater River. It was simply a natural pass. And because the North Slope mine had been mined all year round, it was surrounded by rocks and gravel mined from the cave. These gravel had a grayish-white surface. It was rich in calcium carbonate. After grinding, it could be used as limestone. And with limestone, it was equivalent to cement. That's right, this hydraulic material, which changed the history of human construction, had a wide range of raw materials and was easy to prepare. It was one of the best farming tools. Roland calculated in his mind. He didn't want to make concrete. It wasn't that he couldn't do it technically, but the amount of cement consumed was too large. He wasn't sure if he could calcine so much cement powder in 3 months. In addition to the poor toughness of concrete, it needed to be matched with steel bars to become a complete body, so it was obviously not realistic to make a concrete wall. To maximize the amount of cement, but also to use existing materials, then the self-weight rubble wall was the most appropriate choice. The so-called rubble was a stone that hadn't been polished. It had a natural appearance when it was just mined. Because of the irregular shape of the stone, it couldn't be built directly. It needed a stonemason to process it into the shape of a brick. The rubble wall, on the other hand, used cement as a binder. No matter how strange the shape of the stone, it could be piled up. The gap between the stone and the stone would be filled with cement, not only saving cement, but also not picking materials. The general direction was set, but the actual implementation, I'm afraid I still have to do it myself. Roland thought. Whether it was calcined cement or rubble wall, they were all new things. Except for himself, no one had seen these things, and no one knew how to do it. I'm afraid the next 3 months will be very busy. Look. Anna's crisp voice came from behind. Roland turned his head. He saw a small cluster of flame quietly appeared in her palm. There was no wind around, but the flame was moving up and down, as if it was nodding to her. She shook her finger. The flame was like a toddler, slowly moving to the tip of her finger. Finally, it stopped at the tip of her index finger and calmed down. You did it. An incredible scene, Roland exclaimed in his heart. This was not a magic trick, nor was it a chemical trick, but a real supernatural power. But this was not what attracted Roland the most. What was more dazzling than the flame was Anna's expression. She stared intently at her fingertip, her lake-like clear eyes reflected the dancing flame, like an elf sealed in a sapphire. The traces of torture left on her body by the prison had faded, although she still rarely smiled, her face was no longer lifeless. The tip of the girl's small nose was oozing a little sweat, her white and rosy cheeks were exuding vitality, even looking at it would make people feel happy. "What's wrong with you?" "Ah, nothing." Roland realized that he had been staring at her for too long. He looked away, coughed twice, then tried to use it to melt the iron. In the past few days, besides eating and sleeping, she would practice repeatedly in the shed. That hard work made Roland feel ashamed. Even when he was facing the college entrance examination, he didn't work so hard. The weather was not good this Sunday, and the sky was always gray. Car Van Bate's mood was as gloomy as the weather. Walking on the wet stone street, people greeted him from time to time. In this small town, Carr ran an academy. Unlike the academies in Grey Castle that only children of nobles could attend, he also taught for ordinary children. Therefore, he had a high reputation in Border Town. "Hey, Mr. Van Bate, good morning." "Sir, is my son doing well?" "When are you free, Carr? Let's go fishing together." Usually, Carr would respond to them with a smile, but today he just nodded without saying a word. Since witnessing Anna's hanging, the world in his eyes had cracked, or it had been there since he left Grey Castle, but he deliberately turned a blind eye to it. He used his busy work to numb himself, and the innocent smile of a student covered the crack to some extent. It was not until Anna died that he realized that the world had not changed at all. Not only did the crack not disappear, but it expanded. His memory of Anna stopped at half a year ago. She was not conspicuous among the more than 30 children in the academy. She looked ordinary and did not talk much, but there was one thing that impressed Carr. That was her passion for knowledge. No matter what he taught, whether it was literature or history, she was always the first to remember. Even the history of religious evolution, which even he found boring, could be read for a whole day. He had also seen the little girl helping to take care of the neighbor's sheep. In the sun, Anna carefully brushed the sheep's hair, her movements as gentle as taking care of a baby. He still remembered that scene very clearly. The girl's smile was sweet and cheerful, and it was impossible to associate it with evil in any way. Later, there was a fire in the neighborhood, and Anna's mother unfortunately passed away, so Anna did not come to the academy again. Until a week ago, she was proved to be a witch and hanged in the square in the center of the town. Tempted by the devil? Unclean person? Evil person? All bullshit. For the first time, he doubted the Holy See and the knowledge he had taught. He didn't know whether Anna was a witch or not, but the word evil didn't belong to her. If a young girl full of curiosity about the world could be called evil, then the administrators of Grey Castle should be devils from hell. For hundreds of golden dragon, they deliberately changed the stone, causing the collapse of the new theater, and more than 30 members of the Mason Guild to die. But did they go to the gallows? Not even one. The judge finally sentenced the leader of the Mason Guild to be exiled, and the Mason Guild was disbanded. Carl, who knew the inside story, had to flee the kingdom of Grey Castle with his family in order to avoid the limelight. He went all the way west and finally arrived at Border Town. He started a college, had many students, met new neighbors, and made new friends. But the crime in the kingdom of Grey Castle was always engraved in his mind. Now, he once again felt the mockery of the world. What exactly was evil? Could the gods in the sky really see it clearly? Nana was different from Anna, and could even be said to be the complete opposite. She was a very lively girl, and she was quite famous in the academy. She was a very lively girl, and she was also quite famous in the academy. As long as she was not in class, she rarely stopped. She was either riding on a tree and playing with birds, or rolling in the grass. When asked what she was doing, she giggled for a while, and then answered that she was listening to a quarrel between a grasshopper and an ant. Nana's face was always full of laughter, which seemed to be her nature. This miserable and difficult world had nothing to do with her. At least in the academy, she could always laugh carefreely. Carr was even a little curious, had she ever cried since she was born, until 2 days ago, Nana came to him with a sad face. "Teacher, will I be hanged like Anna?" Only then did he know that his student, Nana Pine, had also become a witch. "Ah, isn't that Mr. Van Bate?" Please come over here and help us see what's written on it. Carr felt someone pulling his sleeve. He looked up and found that he did not know when he had walked to the town square. Many middle-aged people were shouting around the bulletin board, and when they heard Van Bate's name, they consciously made way. You came at the right time, sir, please help us see. Yes, originally it was Meg who read it, but she said she had a stomachache and went to the toilet. She hasn't come back yet. Usually, he would smile and nod, and then explain the contents of the bulletin board in detail to the crowd. But now Carr found that he could not do it. These people's smiles and enthusiasm did not seem fake, but for him, it was more unbearable than wearing a fake smile. The notice to hang Anna was also posted in the same way, and everyone was discussing it in high spirits. In a sense, you are all murderers, he said in his heart. Your ignorance and stupidity killed her. Carr suppressed his emotions, took a deep breath, and walked in front of the bulletin board. The prince is recruiting people to build border town. There are a variety of jobs to choose from, he read. But I am also one of the murderers, so what right do I have to blame them? Wasn't it me who told them that witches were evil? Carl felt bitter at the corner of his mouth. Look at what I've been saying to the children. I've been repeating the church's teachings, and I still think I've taught them well. Gravel worker, male, 20 to 40 years old, strong body. Daily pay 25 copper royals. Clay worker, no gender limit, 18 years old or older, with experience in masonry, daily pay 45 copper royals. Handyman, male, 18 years old or older, daily pay 12 copper royals. No, he had to do something. If Anna's death was irreversible, then at least he couldn't let Nana repeat the same mistake. There was a voice in Carr's heart. He didn't stand up when the Stonemason Association was destroyed, he didn't stand up when Anna was hanged. Did he have to stay silent and watch these lovely children be sent to the gallows? But what could he do? Take Nana and escape from border town. He had his own family. He and his family had come here from Grey Castle. The situation had just improved, and now he had to leave. Not to mention that Nana herself was born in a rich family. How could she stand a life without a fixed place to live? Stonemason, no gender limit, no age limit, anyone who has participated in municipal construction, stronghold, or fortifications, long-term recruitment in City Hall, monthly pay 1 golden dragon. Additional terms, experienced and outstanding performance can be awarded an official position. After the announcement was read, the crowd was already noisy. 1 golden dragon monthly pay, this is comparable to the Longsong Stronghold's cavalry. But will you? You can't even build a dung pit, how can you build a stronghold? Don't just stare at this, the first few are also very good. If you pay every day, it won't be much less than hunting. Indeed, you can lose your life hunting. The concealing forest is not a place you can go casually. Carr Van Bate didn't pay attention to this, all his attention was focused on the seal and signature at the end of the announcement. That was the autograph of the 4th Prince, Roland Wimbledon. Doesn't the prince know that soon it will be the months of the demons? No matter what he wants to build, this is not a good time to start. It seems that His Highness Wimbledon knows nothing about construction. If I can attract his attention with the name of the Stonemason Association. Carr suddenly had an idea. Maybe through this recruitment, he could meet the prince himself, the supreme ruler of border town. This idea made Carr swallow his saliva. Convince the prince that witches are not evil? It is said that His Highness has a unique way of thinking, different character from ordinary people, and extremely hates the church. Maybe it will work. He thought, although in the end it was Prince Roland who ordered Anna to be hanged, it was obvious that he was unwilling. The prince himself is only in his early 20s, he should be able to understand. How can those budding girls suddenly become unforgivable evil people? Of course, there is another possibility, that is, he will be regarded as an accomplice of the witches and sent to the gallows together. The law of the church clearly states that anyone who harms or pleads for a witch should be regarded as a degenerate evil person. I can only hope that the prince, who hates the church, will also regard the law of the church as waste paper. Carr prayed in his heart. Although he didn't know which god to pray to, he still closed his eyes and prayed for a blessing. For the dead Anna, for the still alive Nana, so that the crack in his heart will not expand. The sea breeze has become cold. Looking at the endless ocean, Garcia Wimbledon smoothed her hair that had been messed up by the wind, and said with a slight regret. Because winter is coming, replied a handsome man behind her. Although this place belongs to the south, it is not the southernmost land. Only the Sand Nation doesn't understand what winter is. Our fleet can't leave the port during the winter, the ocean currents will make it difficult for them to move even an inch. Therefore, this should be the last time they set sail. The woman turned her head. Ryan, how long has the black sail been out? 2 months and 4 days, the man said without hesitation. If there is no accident, they will arrive at the port of Clearwater in 3 days. Garcia laughed. I hope they can bring me enough surprises. Ryan Coben looked at the flamboyant woman in front of him, his heart was filled with emotion. Her long gray hair refracted silvery light under the autumn sun, her eyes were light green, and the corners of her eyes were long and narrow. When she stared at people, there was an indescribable sense of oppression. After staying at the seaside for a long time, her skin was slightly rough, not as white as the other women of the royal family, but Ryan didn't care. In his eyes, Garcia's temperament was enough to overshadow any beauty. Unlike the group of inbred idiots in Grey Castle, Princess Wimbledon was a real genius. She had the wisdom and pride of an aristocrat, but she didn't scrupulously abide by the rules like an aristocrat. At this point, she was even a bit like a commoner, full of expectations to break the monotony, full of an adventurous spirit. Of course, no commoner would have the same height and vision as her, even the Duke and the Marquis would appear short-sighted in front of her. She was able to invest all the trade income of the port of Clearwater into the construction of the fleet, without leaving a single coin in her own treasury. Just this point alone was something that the group of misers couldn't compare to. There is no point in hiding these golden dragon in the cabinet. When you don't use it, it's just like a stone. Only when you spend it, can it reflect its own value. The point is, spending it doesn't mean losing it. As long as you use it properly, the return you get will be far more than its own value. Ryan could still clearly remember the words she said to him. It was almost like an epiphany that broke through the fixed ideas that had been formed in his mind for a long time. Compared to the nobles who spend all day counting how much their savings have increased, Ryan felt that this was the demeanor of a ruler. So he followed Garcia to the port of Clearwater without hesitation. But after arriving here, Ryan discovered that the third princess had done far more than that. She not only had ideas, but also actions. She formulated the black sail plan around this core and carried it out step by step in an orderly manner. As early as 5 years ago, Garcia's forces had already infiltrated the port of Clearwater, preparing to establish the black sail fleet. At that time, Wimbledon III had not yet proposed the battle for the throne. In other words, she was way ahead of all the other heirs. Come into the house, the wind is getting stronger, said Garcia, tilting her head. Her temporary residence was located at the southernmost point of the port of Clearwater, above Salmon Harbor. This tower-like building was like a watchman stationed on the coast. At the top of the tower was a circular terrace with a wide field of vision, from which one could have a bird's-eye view of the entire harbor and the merchant ships that came and went. Now, after 5 years of operation, the port of Clearwater's trade had begun to take shape. Every 6 months, a 3-masted sailboat would be launched in the dock, and he had also gained the initial trust of the other party. Taking advantage of the third princess's good mood, Ryan hesitantly asked the biggest doubt in his heart for the past few months. Your Highness, there is one thing I don't understand. He closed the door, isolating himself from the whistling sea wind. Go ahead, she nodded with a smile. How come you were able to foresee all of this in advance before the king issued the battle for the throne? He had also wondered if Wimbledon III had told her in advance, but after careful consideration, he knew that this was impossible. Everyone knew that the second prince was the king's most valued heir. The battle for the throne was set up for him. This could be seen from the second prince's fief, Valencia. But how could she have guessed all of this by herself, and even began to lay out the plan 5 years ago? God above, she was only 18 years old at that time. Foresee? She showed a funny look. Do you think I'm a witch? I don't have that kind of ability to play tricks. But I didn't know that my father would come up with such a rotten idea like the battle for the throne, to pave the way for his precious second son. In fact, what does the battle for the throne have to do with what I've done? No relation? Ryan suddenly seemed to realize something. He was so surprised that his mouth opened wide. Seeing Ryan Coben's incredulous expression, Garcia smiled. Do I have to wait for my father to say that I can fight for the throne? Only then will I have the qualifications to fight for it? In the same way, will the one who governs the city the best be able to sit on the throne of Grey Castle? I thought you would understand when you saw the black sail plan. So that's how it is, Ryan murmured. Her fleet was not simply formed for property. This fleet belonging to the third princess, after completing their trade, would change into the black sail at a place far away from the port, robbing the merchant ships of other cities or countries. In the same way, the third princess encouraged her people to sail out to sea, and participate in the black sail plan. She promised any looted property would belong to the owner of the ship, and the port of Clearwater would never collect taxes on this profit. This move brought her a huge amount of wealth, so this time she simply ordered the black sail fleet to go straight south, plundering any ship that passed through the Endless Cape, as well as the southern Sand Nation. But these moves were not just for the sake of money. Garcia did not use the plundered wealth to build the city or expand the land trade, she just put it into the shipyard, and continued to build more ships. In these years, she gained a large number of experienced sailors, fierce warriors, and the support of the people. If she couldn't continue to rule, the villains who participated in the plundering would all be sent to the gallows. Will the one who governs the city the best be able to sit on the throne of Grey Castle? No, Ryan now knew, the one who could sit on the throne was the one who had many ships and soldiers, the one who could go up the San Juan River, all the way to the city of Valencia, Garcia Wimbledon. Did you know that you would be assigned to the port of Clearwater? This was an accident, it was just a bonus to the deal. Garcia shrugged her shoulders. I originally thought that the church was fooling me. Related to the church? Seeing that the other side didn't continue, Ryan didn't dare to ask. But he knew, even if Garcia didn't come to the port of Clearwater, this place would still obey her will, and continue to move in the direction she wanted. Let's put this aside. She poured herself a cup of black tea. The previous little trick seems to have failed. Ah, yes, Ryan quickly recovered from his thoughts, and replied, only news came from Border Town. The report said that the pill had failed. There was no news from other places. There was no news, it should have been killed by my brothers, which was expected. Originally, it was just a pawn that was casually arranged, it had no effect on the overall situation, it was only used to kill time. But she changed the subject. Other pawns failing is normal, but I didn't expect that even my fourth brother would be safe and sound. To tell you the truth, I am a little disappointed. In the secret letter, Kingfisher said that the pill had indeed been taken, but a failure is a failure. I don't want to listen to your explanation, Garcia interrupted. Not long after the months of the demons, will our lovely prince take refuge in Longsong Stronghold? When the time comes for the invasion of the demonic beasts, I am afraid that the stronghold will be in chaos for a while. You write to her, tell her to take advantage of this opportunity. I want to see whether the goddess of luck will still stand on the side of my fourth brother. Yes, Your Highness. You can go. Garcia waved her hand, and when Ryan was ready to leave, the third princess called out to him, ah, yes. I remember that the pill was bought from Master Alchemist Imbies, right? Ryan nodded. Roland stood in the backyard of the firing room, waiting for the first batch of cement to come out. This brick house was specially designed for cement production. It was about 15 meters long and 4 meters wide. There was a door at the front and back. The difference was that the front door was as wide as possible for people to move materials. The back door was only wide enough for one person, which allowed Anna to sneak into the firing room. For this reason, he also built a wall halfway around the house, surrounding the back half of the firing room, and arranged for the knight to guard the entrance and exit. They were all Carter's subordinates, their loyalty was unquestionable. The production process of cement was very simple. After crushing the limestone into powder, it was mixed with clay and iron powder, then using the dry or wet calcination method to produce clinker, and then grinding it together with gypsum could be used. The raw materials were very common, and iron powder was difficult to produce in large quantities, so it could be left alone. The key was the temperature of the clinker. Roland did not remember the specific temperature needed to burn the cement. Even if he remembered, he had no way to measure and control the temperature, whether it was an infrared thermometer or a thermocouple thermometer. They were countless times more complicated than cement. He only knew that the temperature was almost close to the melting point of iron, and the calcination process was also a difficulty in producing cement. In the era of undeveloped smelting technology, maintaining the temperature of the blast furnace had always been a problem that troubled everyone. Ordinary open blast furnaces lost a lot of heat, and it was difficult to maintain the furnace temperature above 1,200 degrees. And the reverberatory furnace also needed a high-temperature resistant liner, so he couldn't think of how to make refractory bricks. The traditional blast furnace was even worse. The temperature could reach the standard, but relying on the long and narrow furnace cavity to calcine the cement, he was afraid that after the months of the demons, it would not be able to produce enough cement. Therefore, the firing room designed by Roland did not have any heating measures. He relied on Anna. The artificially crushed small particles of limestone and clay were mixed with water to form a slurry, which was evenly spread in the firing room. Then the knight locked the door, and sent away the handyman. Anna entered from the back door, and let the flame roast the slurry on the ground until the iron rods were melted. Roland was a little restless. This was his first step in guarding border town. If he could not produce cement, the plan to build a wall in 3 months would just be empty talk. Without the protection of the city walls, no one would be willing to stay in this ghastly place. Whether it was real history or fictional literature, a stable base was essential if one wanted to farm well. "Your Highness, can this thing you're talking about really stick the stones together?" Carter Lannis, who was guarding Prince Roland, asked. Although the prince told him that this was the latest research result of the Grey Castle Alchemy Workshop, he was still skeptical. After all, those people had never produced any truly reliable alchemy products. "Who knows? That's what they say," Roland said as he spread his hands. In this world, alchemy and astrology were known as the sage arts, and they were very popular in many countries on the continent. The royal family would usually train their own alchemists and astrologers for the purpose of refining secret medicines and predicting fate. For ordinary people, these studies were too advanced, so they would blindly believe them. With this in mind, Roland naturally blamed the source of the cement formula on the alchemy workshop. As for whether the chief knight believed it or not, it didn't matter. The flames coming out of the window gradually extinguished. It seemed that the firing was finished. Roland stood up and drove Carter out of the courtyard, waiting alone in front of the brick house's back door. The iron door creaked open, and Anna came out naked. Roland immediately covered her body with a robe and gave her a glass of water. "How is it?" The witch's face was covered with dust. Although the dust from the wet cement was low, when it was calcined, the hot air would still bring up dust. For her, who couldn't wear a mask, staying inside for dozens of minutes was obviously not too comfortable. She coughed twice and nodded. "The mud has turned into ashes." Roland couldn't wait for the temperature to drop low enough. He wrapped a wet towel around his head, grabbed a shovel and went through the back door. The hot air instantly surrounded him, making it difficult to breathe, and the skin on his hands was burning. Fortunately, it didn't take too much time to shovel the ashes, otherwise staying in this environment for a few minutes would cause high-temperature shock. "Is this what you want?" After Anna put on the witch suit, she stretched out her head and asked. "It looks like it." Roland spread out the powder and felt its residual temperature with his fingers. "I'll have to try it to know." "What's its use?" "Building houses, building bridges, repairing roads. There are too many places that can be used. If it succeeds, people's homes will not be afraid of the cold, nor will heavy rain and snow be able to destroy them." He patted the little girl's head with his other hand. "It's all thanks to you." Anna lowered her head. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the girl's breathing became faster. In theory, the fired clinker should be ground with gypsum to adjust its hardening time. But at this time there was no need to think so much. After a short rest, Roland shoveled out 2 more shovels, then called Carter, who was standing outside the courtyard, and asked him to prepare the cement mortar according to the ratio of 3 parts of ash powder and 1 part of river sand. The chief knight didn't mind doing some rough work. For him, doing this kind of work was much better than fighting for his highness in Grey Castle or hooking up with noble ladies. Because the raw materials didn't add iron powder, the resulting cement mortar was pale in color, showing a grayish white. Roland poured it on one of the stone bricks, and then buckled the other one on top. The cement solidification time was about 4 hours. Considering the instability of the trial product, he intended to simply wait until tomorrow to see the results. Early the next morning, Roland hurriedly took Carter and Anna to the backyard of the firing room. Opening the door, he noticed that the surface of the cement was in a solidified state, and the 2 stone bricks were tightly joined together. The solidified surface looked bumpy, and part of it was covered with hoarfrost. Roland squatted down, scraped off the hoarfrost produced by the alkalization reaction, and pressed the hardened cement with his fingers. The feeling made him happy. The surface of the cement was hard and hard, completely different from the feeling of the compacted soil. Even if he used his nails to dig hard, he couldn't leave a trace on it. After Carter got the signal from Prince Roland, he first tried to lift the stone bricks, but failed. He kicked them from the side several times, until the joint between the cement and the ground broke. The two stone bricks were still firmly stuck together. Finally, he swung the hilt of his sword and hit them hard, but he could only knock off a small piece of the corner. Is this the effect of cement? Carter immediately realized its effect. It's incredible. Yesterday it could flow like a melted candle, but after only one night it became as hard as a rock. With this thing, we can build a wall as fast as we want. As long as we have enough stones, we can even build a wall around the border within 5 years. What's the use of that? Roland said disapprovingly. No matter how tall the wall is, it can't stop the enemy from inside. I'd rather turn the shabby wooden houses in border town into solid cement houses, so that my people no longer have to worry about falling into a situation of homelessness after a natural disaster. The chief knight was stunned. He really didn't expect that Prince Roland, who had all kinds of bad habits of the aristocracy, would say such a thing. The cement production was soon on the right track. In order to give Anna enough rest, the firing room only started every 2 to 3 days. Before calcination, more raw materials were prepared as much as possible. For this reason, Roland once again issued a recruitment order, doubling the number of gravel workers. But he also knew that he could not always rely on Anna to do these things. Working in a dusty environment for a long time would cause people to get silicosis, coupled with the future expansion of the production scale. One Anna was far from enough to meet the demand. Witches should not be used as consumables, but as an engine to promote the development of civilization. Although Roland understood this in his heart, he could only put all his energy into the construction of the city wall. If he could not stop the demonic beasts, then everything would be useless. The foundation of the city wall connecting the North Slope Mountain and the Redwater River had already begun to be excavated. According to the practice before he crossed over, as the project leader, in front of a crowd of stunned onlookers, he personally dug out the first shovel of soil. He thought that after the cement problem was solved, building a city wall would be easy, but when he actually did it, he found that he did not know anything about engineering. How deep should the foundation be dug? How wide should it be? How to solve the uneven location? How to ensure that it was more than 600 meters long and built in a straight line? He had seen a group of young men using instruments and rulers when the municipal road was being built. It seemed to be called a theodolite and a level, right? But here, there was nothing. As a mechanical drawing dog, although Roland and his neighbor, the civil engineering dog, were known as the two engineering dogs, the content of their studies was far different. And the hired clay craftsmen had not participated in the construction of large-scale projects. It could be said that they were inferior to him. Therefore, after the construction of the city wall started, the progress was very slow, and only half a shallow trench was dug in a week. Once the project was out of control, it was difficult to say what the final product would look like. For example, this shallow trench was not so much the foundation of the city wall, but it was more appropriate to say that it was a drainage ditch. Although Roland had roughly measured the width of the trench during the excavation, the width was obviously out of shape, becoming narrower and narrower. Looking at it from afar, it looked like a small snake twisting and turning. Even so, Roland was not willing to stop. In the spirit of digging as much as he could, as long as the firing room was not working, he would stay at the foot of the North Slope Mountain all day, adjusting the extension direction of the foundation pit with his naked eye and slowly pushing forward. At the same time, he doubled the remuneration for the stonemasons on the recruitment order. Fortunately, this embarrassment did not last long. When Roland was in the firing room preparing to calcine the 6th batch of cement, Minister Barev reported that there was a stonemason who responded to the recruitment. He also said that he had been in the Grey Castle Mason Guild and had been brought to the courtyard to wait for an audience. He was overjoyed when he thought about it. The Grey Castle Mason Guild was a famous organization in his memory. Even Prince Roland had heard of him. Although it seemed that they were disbanded because of a construction accident, how could there be no accidents in this line of work? Bring him in, Roland nodded, pretending to be calm. At first, he wanted to tell Anna to stay away, but then he gave up. There were more than 2,000 people in Border Town, but not many of them had seen the true face of a witch. Moreover, Anna's current appearance was completely different from before, when she was hell-bent on seeking death. Coupled with her strange clothes, it was estimated that even if they had seen her, they would not be able to recognize her. When the knight brought Carve and Bait into the courtyard, he felt uneasy. He intended to tell His Highness that this season was not suitable for large-scale projects, and after gaining His Highness' trust, he would slowly change his opinion of the witches. But it was rumored that His Highness had always acted without scruples. What if his advice was counterproductive? He bowed in confusion, but when he raised his head, he was stunned. The girl beside His Highness looked so familiar, it made him feel like he was dreaming. Carr rubbed his eyes, looked again, and couldn't help but shout. Anna! Damn, Roland's heart screamed, this is too much of a coincidence. How can a random craftsman be able to recruit a witch's neighbor? It can be seen that the other side was absolutely familiar with Anna, otherwise it would be impossible for him to recognize her in such a short time. He turned to look at Carter Lannis. The chief knight understood tacitly, and immediately pulled the door bolt, blocking the only exit. Old teacher? Anna's reaction made Roland unable to recover for a moment. What, teacher? It's really you, Anna. I. Carr only felt his eyes warm, and then something flowed down. He knelt on the ground powerlessly, and kept repeating, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Great. After a while, Carve and Bait calmed down. He slowly stood up, and once again bowed to Roland. I'm very sorry, Your Highness, I forgot myself. What the hell is going on? Aren't you a stonemason? I used to be, Carr answered smoothly after putting down the burden in his heart. His Royal Highness didn't kill Anna. The one who was hanged on the execution ground was a substitute. After realizing this, he already knew what he had to do. Although he didn't know why the other side wanted to save a witch, but in any case, even if His Royal Highness wanted to bring her into the palace, it would still be much better than sending her to the gallows. This at least showed that His Royal Highness wasn't afraid of the rumors that witches were the incarnations of the devil. He described in detail his experience from Grey Castle to Border Town, including the opening of a school here and the discovery that his student Nana Pine had also become a witch. Finally, he begged His Royal Highness to also hide Nana in the palace, so as to avoid being exposed and persecuted. After listening to him, Anna, who was standing to the side, had a face full of desire to plead for Nana, but in the end, she didn't say a word. Another new witch. This was really great news, but he seemed to have heard the surname Pine before. Roland called the assistant minister and whispered to him. Only then did he know that it was the surname of a small noble family in Border Town. You can bring her to see me. If she really is a witch, I promise that she won't come to any harm, Roland promised, but I can't take her away from the Pine family, especially if she hasn't been threatened by her family. In addition, I didn't save Anna for what you think. He thought for a moment, then decided that it would be better to make it clear, I need her help. Compared to the nonsense of the devil, I believe that the power of a witch has nothing to do with good or evil, and can be controlled. So whether it's Anna, Nana, or any other witch, as long as they haven't done anything illegal, I won't consider them guilty. Next, let's talk about business. Did you participate in the construction of the walls of Grey Castle? The prince changed the topic back to the construction. Yes. Carr nodded, although His Royal Highness didn't accept Nana as he had thought, and the fact that he needed a witch's help was confusing, but in the end, he was willing to protect Nana's safety, which was enough. Your Royal Highness, how high and how wide do you plan to build this wall? At least 15 feet high and 6 feet wide, allowing 4 people to walk side by side. Roland secretly nodded. A professional is really different. First ask the technical parameters, and then determine the construction plan. So, it needs to be a deep trench to stabilize the upper part of the wall, and if the top is 6 feet wide and the wall is 15 feet high, the width of the lower part will at least double, Carr quickly replied. In this way, digging the trench will consume a lot of manpower. Your Royal Highness, if you can give me 150 people, I should be able to dig this trench before the arrival of the months of the demons. A ditch can't stop the demonic beasts, Roland said noncommittally. That's right, if the upper part of the wall is built with stone, it will take 3 years. If it is only to stop the demonic beasts, the wall doesn't need to be so high, about 12 feet is enough. The width can also be reduced by a third, reducing the base to 6 feet. Digging the trench and building the wall at the same time, the number of people will increase by 200. In this way, I can finish it before the arrival of the months of the demons next year. Carr paused, then said, "Please forgive me, Your Royal Highness, but now is not a good time to start work. If the wall is not built in time, even if the trench is dug, after a whole winter of rain and snow, it will lose its original function. In that case, you will have to spend more time and manpower to clean up the softened trench, and deepen the excavation depth. If according to what you said, the wall is built 12 feet high and 4 feet wide, how long will it take to dig the trench?" "It should take a month and a half," Carr replied. "Then do it according to this plan, digging the trench and building the wall at the same time, before the arrival of the months of the demons." Roland waved his hand to interrupt what Carr wanted to say. "I know what you are worried about. First look at this, the latest work from the Grey Castle Alchemy Workshop." He naturally did not have time to glue the stone bricks again to show the stonemason, so he just pulled out the 2 pieces he had glued before and showed them. Fortunately, almost no one dared to question the prince's words. When Carr heard that this alchemy adhesive known as cement could turn from liquid to solid during the day and night and produce an extremely strong adhesive force, an expression of disbelief and shock appeared on his face. Having devoted the first half of his life to the Mason Guild, he naturally realized how great this invention was. In addition to being able to bond stones, it could also be shaped at will. Didn't this mean that he didn't need to cut and polish the second time, and he could directly have any shape of the stone? If the time-consuming and laborious process could be abandoned, the construction speed of any building would be raised to a whole new level. Just this point alone was enough to excite people. Roland looked at the other party's expression with satisfaction and asked again, "How about it? Do you think 3 months is enough?" Carr Van Bate's voice trembled a little. "If what you said is right, no, I mean, if the Alchemy Workshop's description of this thing is correct, I am willing to give it a try." "Very well, I will have someone write you a detailed information on how to use the cement. If there is anything else you need, you can talk to my assistant minister," Roland said with a smile. "Mr. Carr, now you are a member of the administrative office." It was the next afternoon that Roland saw Nana in person. The little girl looked at Anna blankly, clutching the corner of her clothes for a long time before saying, "Am I already dead?" When he saw her for the first time, Roland had to admit that the power of witches not only gave them magical abilities, but also changed their appearance and temperament to a certain extent. She and Anna were completely different types, but they both had a unique charm. This feeling had nothing to do with age, nor did it have anything to do with living conditions. Even when Anna was waiting for her death in prison, the radiance she emitted was still the same. Looking through all his memories, whether it was a street prostitute in Grey Castle or a well-educated noble lady, he had never had such a feeling. If he had to describe it, putting them together with the witches was like seeing colorful characters in a black and white photo. Carr Van Bate, who brought her here, tactfully excused himself, leaving only Roland, Anna, and Nana in the palace garden. "You are not dead, and Anna is also alive and well," Roland said while holding back his laughter. "I am the 4th Prince Roland Wimbledon, and you are." "I am Nana Pine," the little girl said, her expression coming back to life when she heard that she was not dead. She ran straight to Anna's side and chattered with her, completely ignoring Roland's identity as the Prince of Grey Castle. Roland naturally would not argue with a 14 or 15-year-old girl. He sat down by the round table, poured himself a glass of ale, and enjoyed the daily life of the 2 witches. Anna was obviously not used to the other party's familiarity. She would only respond once Nana said a dozen words. Then again, Anna was only 17 years old, but she already had the feeling of a big sister. Roland could not help but think, when she grew up, how outstanding would she become. When Nana gradually slowed down, he coughed twice and opened his mouth to ask, "Miss Pine, I heard from your teacher that you have awakened as a witch." Compared to the majority of people who said that they had fallen to become a witch, Roland preferred the word awakened. He was not naive enough to think that all witches were pure and flawless, and that those with evil intentions would only cause more damage after obtaining power. This was the same as a weapon, it could create violence, but it could also resist violence. The key was who held the weapon. Perhaps the church's propaganda of the witch massacres was based on facts, but it was too unfair to take this as evidence of the witch's crimes. Nana's expression stiffened, and she asked in a low voice, "Will you hang me?" "No, of course not, those who go to the gallows are heinous criminals." "You are not, and neither is Miss Anna, so you don't have to worry about this." She took a deep breath and nodded, "I'm not sure. My teacher said that witches are seduced by the devil, and only then do they have the power of the devil, but I have never seen a devil, right?" "When did you discover that you were different?" "About a week ago," Nana muttered. "I saw a bird break its leg, and I wanted to help it. Then I felt something run out of my hand." "Something ran out?" Roland asked, "and then?" "Well, it suddenly surrounded the bird, like a mass of sticky water." Nana tilted her head and recalled, "and then the bird's leg was healed." "Is her power a healing type?" Roland's heart thumped. He was very clear about what this ability meant. In the absence of antibiotics, modern medicine, and in the era of trauma and infection, the ability to quickly heal the wound was equivalent to an extra life. This ability did not play a big role in promoting the progress of the whole civilization, but for an individual life it was amazing. Seeing the knight leave, Roland returned to the table. "You can cure small animals, why do you still think witches are evil?" "My teacher said that witches can do things that ordinary people can't. Sometimes they don't seem bad, but it's a trap set by the devil to lure more people." The girl's voice lowered. I really haven't seen the devil, I swear." "Of course you haven't seen it, it's just the church's lies. Your teacher was also one of the deceived people," Roland comforted. "The church deceives people?" Nana opened her mouth wide. "Why?" Roland shook his head and didn't explain. Even if he said it, they wouldn't be able to understand. When civilization has not developed to a certain extent, this kind of strange thing will always happen. Even without the motivation of interests, people will automatically attribute natural disasters, man-made disasters, or incomprehensible phenomena to the imaginary people behind the scenes. As far as history is concerned, most of the blame is borne by women. But in this world, witches have real power of unknown origin, so it is easier for them to become the church's target. Think about it, it is impossible for the church to ignore this kind of phenomenon. They can either confer all witches as saintesses, saying that this is a gift from God, or hunt witches, saying that they are the devil's spokesman. However, once they choose the former, the prestige of the monotheistic religion will be greatly affected, because the appearance of witches has nothing to do with the church. If the church that believes in other gods also confer witches as saintesses, then everyone is the chosen one, then whose God is the only true God. The premise for the coexistence of polytheistic religions is that the gods really exist and can restrict each other. Since God doesn't exist, they are all symbols made up by words, so why should they share this world? Therefore, any monotheistic religion will claim that they believe in the true God. For the heathens, there is only one way to go, and that is to destroy the body. Similarly, they can only choose the latter, and spare no effort to attack witches. This has nothing to do with preference, it is only for the benefit. There is a live chicken in the castle kitchen, and when the knight came with its wings, it was still kicking. What happened next left Nana dumbfounded. Roland took out a silver knife from his waist and gave it to the knight to stab the chicken. After stabbing it, it would ask Nana to come up and heal it. After healing it, it would change the method to continue, and so on. When the chicken that had been tormented for a long time finally died, Roland had a general understanding of Nana's ability. She could restore damaged parts, including cuts, fractures, and bruises. If a part was completely missing, such as a chicken claw that had been cut off, she would not be able to grow a new claw. However, by reattaching the broken claw and using his ability, he could make the fracture as good as new. In the end, she had no way to reverse life and death. Once the chicken died, her treatment would be ineffective. During the entire treatment process, Roland did not see the sticky water she described. She simply placed her hand on the chicken's wound, and the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a series of experiments, Nana's physical consumption was not large, at least she was not sweating like Anna when she was training. The only one who was dissatisfied was Nana herself. She felt that treating the chicken like this was too much. So much so that she kept staring at Roland with a pout until the end of the experiment. "Well, don't stare, come eat something." Roland saw this and had to use the summon afternoon tea trick to divert her attention. This trick was tried and tested with Anna. He thought that few girls of her age could resist the temptation of delicious desserts. But it turned out that Nana's performance in front of the exquisite pastries was not much better than the former. After eating the pastries, Roland asked someone to send Nana away. Anna asked puzzledly, "Why didn't you keep her? She is a witch like me, right? She still has a family, and her family has not yet found out that she is a witch." Anna whispered, "It's just a matter of time." "Yes, it's just a matter of time," Roland sighed, "so a little later is a little later." Do you miss your father?" She shook her head, her eyes as calm as the surface of a lake did not have a trace of ripple. It seemed that being betrayed by her father had completely disappointed her. But even if she had no family, she still had friends. "Nana will come often. In fact, I plan to let her come here every 2 days to practice her ability." Hearing this, she blinked her eyes and nodded quickly. "Do you want to be like her, go back to Teacher Carr's academy and study with other children?" Anna did not answer, but he felt that he had heard the voice in her heart. "This situation will not last long. As long as I am here, you will eventually be able to live like ordinary people. No one will catch you and send you to the gallows." "This day will come," Roland said word by word, "I promise." Since Carr van Bate took over the project, Prince Roland suddenly became idle. Every afternoon he stayed in the castle garden, accompanying Anna or Nana to practice. Now Anna did not need to prepare extra clothes for training. Even if each of her fingers jumped up in flames, she could skillfully operate them, and would not accidentally ignite her witch's hat like before. Nana also changed into a witch's uniform, and although she was reluctant to practice, for the sake of afternoon tea, she still pursed her lips and obediently did it. Watching the two witches wandering in the yard, Roland's wicked interest was greatly satisfied. Occasionally he would go to the foot of the North Slope mountain to see the progress of the project. After more than 2 weeks of construction, the city wall had been built about 100 meters. In the era without a theodolite to measure distance, Carr directed the craftsmen to use a wooden pole at the same time every day, according to the shadow of the sun to determine the distance and straightness. A watchtower was set up every 10 poles to stabilize the city wall. Such a large-scale use of manpower naturally attracted the attention of the nobles in the town, but in addition to asking Berev about the situation, there was no other movement, as if this matter had nothing to do with them. Roland did not care about this. These people's family business was in Longsong stronghold. They would definitely not stay here to help him guard border town. He could even imagine this group of people privately gathered together to laugh at him for overestimating his capabilities. Not only the nobles, but also the merchants. In the past, the peddlers who bought animal fur in border town, after seeing that there was nothing to buy this time, began to set off one after another to return to Longsong stronghold. Naturally, they vented their dissatisfaction towards returning empty-handed on Roland, the ruler of the country. The rumor that Roland Wimbledon, the 4th Prince of Grey Castle, was stupid and ignorant before the arrival of the months of demons, had already spread along the Redwater River. At this time, perhaps no one thought that he could defend the town, and most people did not even think about it. After all, the 4th Prince left the impression that he was not brave enough to fight. No matter what he tossed around, in the end, he would have to obediently return to Longsong stronghold to take refuge. The fire in the fireplace was burning brightly, dispelling the chill that seeped through the cracks in the doors and windows. On the top of the fireplace hung a deer head with a huge horn. Under the light of the fire, the reflection of the horn on the wall behind him looked like a huge claw. Opposite him was a long dark red wooden table, which was covered with parchment scrolls and books, most of which were administrative orders waiting to be signed. Usually, Roland handled official business here. Since the transformation of the 3rd floor of the castle into an office, he gradually fell in love with it. Through the floor-to-ceiling window behind him, he could see the town extending in front of him, and at the end of it was an endless mountain range. It was the impassable mountain range that almost pierced through the continent, separating the kingdom of Grey Castle and the barbarian land on the east and west sides. The North Slope mountain was just a branch of the impassable mountain range. At his feet, he could see the garden surrounded by a wooden fence. The wooden shed used for Anna's training had been demolished, and the brick pool had been turned into a long table for the convenience of placing tableware during afternoon tea. If the weather was good, he would go down to bask in the sun, or lie down on the custom-made rocking chair to take a nap. Although the castle was not big, it could still be regarded as a medium-sized villa with an independent garden. In his previous life, wanting to sit in a real stone castle was almost a fantasy. Just to visit it, he had to first pay for the entrance fee. But now, he not only owned this castle, but also a town. Your Highness, recently the recruitment of craftsmen and handymen has cost a lot of money, all of which came out of your pocket. If this continues, I'm afraid we won't be able to last until next spring. Berev held a stack of parchment and reported the recent financial situation to Roland. The original income and expenditure of Border Town was very simple. One line was the trade of ore and gems. This line was monopolized by Longsong Stronghold. They exchanged the output of the North Slope mine for wheat or bread. There was no tax in the middle, and the stronghold sent people to preside over the resource exchange. In layman's terms, the North Slope mine was a joint stock project of the great nobles of Longsong Stronghold. Those nobles stationed in Border Town could be regarded as supervisors sent by the shareholders. Most of their fiefs were east of Longsong Stronghold, and they only came here temporarily. Every year, the number of people who came was different. In fact, Border Town had a history of less than 30 years. Compared to Longsong Stronghold, which had a history of nearly 200 years, it was simply a newborn baby. Originally, the Duke of Ryan had only intended to establish an outpost here to provide an early warning against the invasion of the demonic beasts. But unexpectedly, the wasteland reclaimers found rich mineral resources in the North Slope Mountains, so they simply set up a town here and named it Border Town. In a sense, it was the North Slope mine that created the town. In order to prevent the nobles from sending their own people to mine, the Duke did not accept the suggestion of the nobles to send their own people to mine. Instead, he hired the local residents, refugees, and even criminals to be the miners. The ore produced was distributed according to the proportion of resources invested by the nobles. The fortress only needed to provide the employer with a year's worth of rations and a small commission. The remuneration was fixed and would not change according to the mine's output. Border Town had more than 2,000 residents, and more than half of them worked in the mining area. The other line was the town's other industries, such as blacksmiths, taverns, textiles, and so on. Border Town's meager tax revenue mainly came from here, so it was difficult to have much money left over in a year. The previous lord did not take this barren land seriously. Since Roland was sent here by the King of Grey Castle, he simply stayed in Longsong Stronghold. Therefore, if Roland wanted to hire people to build the wall, he could only pay from his own pocket. If it was the former fourth prince, he would certainly not be willing. But for Roland, as long as he could gain a foothold in Border Town, it was worth it to spend all of his wealth. Anyway, the ore trade would no longer be settled with rations. If it was settled with currency, the investment would simply be a drizzle. The only problem was whether Longsong Stronghold was willing to give up its monopoly and carry out normal trade with Border Town. This was quite like snatching food from a tiger's mouth. But according to the list of data provided by Berev, due to the low efficiency of mining and the inconvenience of transportation, in fact, the annual output of ore from the mine was only a little more than 1,000 golden dragon coins. For the entire revenue of Longsong Stronghold, it was only a drop in the bucket. The only ones whose interests would suffer were the nobles who had invested in the mine. For the long-term development of Border Town, this line of trade must be taken back. In Roland's heart, it was clear that even if the investments of those people had been fully recovered more than 10 years ago, they would not easily let go. Even a small mosquito was meat, not to mention this kind of good thing where they could just lie down and make money. He was willing to give the previous investors a certain discount and compensation, such as buying at half price and so on. But hauling back a ship of ore for only half a ship of food, this kind of thing was not allowed to happen again. While Roland was staring at the list, Berev was also looking at him. In the past 3 months, or to be exact, in the last month, there had been some indescribable changes in the fourth prince. Outsiders might not be clear, but he followed the prince every day. This kind of change could not be hidden from him. As early as in Grey Castle, he had heard of the notoriety of the fourth prince, Roland Wimbledon. Going his own way, acting unscrupulously, without any aristocratic demeanor, and so on. In short, he did not make big mistakes, but continued to make small mistakes, and was far worse than his 2 brothers. When he had been sent here by His Majesty, he had been full of disappointment. If not for His Majesty's promise to appoint him as the official Minister of Finance after the end of the fight for the throne, he really wanted to quit. In the first 2 months of his arrival in Border Town, the fourth prince, as always, showed extremely naive behavior, and offended all the local nobles. Fortunately, the size of the town itself was very small. Even if all the administrative positions were vacant, he and the dozen or so civil servants he had brought with him could fill them. After that, some things became different. When exactly did the changes start? He thought, probably, from the time he saved the witch. Barav did not doubt the possibility of the devil's possession, or that the prince himself was controlled by another hidden witch. But the possibility of this was very small. If the devil and the witch had such ability, why would they look for the fourth prince? Wouldn't it be better to directly control His Majesty or the Pope? Another thing that dispelled his doubts was that he had seen the prince hold the God's locket of retribution. This thing was the Church's trump card against witches. Any demonic power would collapse in front of the God's locket of retribution, but Roland directly held it. In other words, if he was not the fourth prince, but the Devil King who did not even need to fear the God's power, would it still be necessary to expose him? Saving his own life was the first priority. The prince's style was still going his own way, acting unscrupulously, but the two gave him a different feeling. No, Barav thought, it should be the opposite. The biggest difference should be the purpose. He noticed that Roland was planning something, and in order to achieve his goal, he must use some means that ordinary people could not understand. Just like how he tried to convince himself why he had to save the witch, perhaps the plan was not mature and full of loopholes, but the prince was indeed moving forward with the plan, and he was convinced of the results. This was the most confusing part. The throne could be born from either of the Roland siblings, but it would never be the fourth prince himself. He should be very clear about this. How could he talk about development in a small place like Border Town? Even the gods couldn't do it. In the end, what kind of crazy plan did Roland come up with, so crazy that he could make a small town built outside the border defense line develop better than Valencia, and make me completely believe that this plan would succeed? If it was just the delusion of a madman, then it would be fine, but Roland's vigorous construction of the wall showed that it did not seem to be the case. He really intended to be stationed here, and with the alchemy product cement, he built a wall that was almost impossible according to common sense. This place is still so broken. Stronghold Ambassador Perrault stepped out of the cabin and was greeted by the smell of rotten wood. The surrounding air was damp and oppressive, making people feel uncomfortable. He sniffed and raised his head. The sky was gray, and it seemed that a heavy rain was brewing. The last time you came here was a year ago. The assistant attentively put a wool coat on the ambassador. There is nothing here except stones. It was a year and a half ago, Perrault corrected. His Excellency the Duke will send a different person every season. The last time I came to Border Town was in the summer. And in addition to stones, there are all kinds of good furs, and… What? The assistant showed a blank face. Perrault shook his head and did not answer. He crossed the ship's side and stepped on the mossy dock, the planks under his feet creaking. In a few more years, he thought, this dock will fall to pieces. Border Town not only has stones, but also furs, and even land. But it was meaningless to say this. The assistant was just an unknown clerk in City Hall. He simply could not see this. Between Border Town and Longsong Stronghold was a large area of uncultivated land. One side was the impassable mountain range, the other side was the Redwater River, just like a long and narrow corridor. As the outpost of Longsong Stronghold, if it assumed the responsibility of the line of defense, a large area of land in the middle would fall into the hands of Longsong Stronghold. They were not cultivated, so they could be planted many times without fallow, and with the natural barriers on both sides, it would not take much effort to eat them. This could solve a series of problems caused by the increasing population of Longsong Stronghold, and Border Town would become a part of Longsong Stronghold, instead of being separated into two independent territories like it was now. The only drawback was that it needed 3 to 5 years of operation, and a large amount of upfront investment. Unfortunately, when it came to investment foresight, most nobles were not as good as a bad businessman. Hey, why is the yard empty? The assistant pointed to an empty space in the distance and said, shouldn't they have prepared the ore? Perrault sighed softly, let's go to the castle to see His Highness. Wait. Mr. Ambassador, don't you wait for their reception team? He didn't know if there were any, he thought, but he didn't say it out loud. Let's go, the stables are just ahead. Now, the trouble of being divided into two independent territories had obviously come. The king's decree for the throne had thrown the fourth prince into this desolate place. What would a normal noble or royal disciple do? Of course, it was to take everything here for himself. Exchanging ores and jewels for food and bread? The prince probably only had eyes for the golden dragon. If it were him, he would do the same. No one would be willing to see their territory's output being exchanged at such a low price. Moreover, the prince didn't necessarily have to go to the Longsong stronghold. Most of the people in the family had forgotten the fact that the Redwater River didn't only pass through the Longsong stronghold. He could sell the ores to Willow Town, Fallen Dragon Ridge, and Redwater City at the market price, and then take the people to these places to take refuge. It was just that the distance was longer. What could Longsong stronghold do then? Block the river and intercept the prince? That was a blatant defiance of the royal family of Grey Castle. Everyone knew that the fourth prince was not liked by the king, but there was no doubt that he was still the king's blood. The two of them rode the rented horses, slowly moving along the flagstone road by the river. The horses in the stables were old, mixed colors, skinny as firewood. Even though they were walking slowly, their whole bodies trembled. And for these two stupid horses, he had to pay 2 golden dragon as a deposit. Look, sir, is that the boat from Willow Town? Hearing the assistant's shout, he looked in the direction pointed by the assistant and saw a single-masted sailboat with a green leaf and a scimitar flag slowly coming along the river. The hull's waterline was very high, indicating that it was loaded with goods. Perrault nodded expressionlessly, but his heart sank. The other side's action was faster than he had imagined. If the prince had already begun to contact the towns downstream of the Redwater River, he would have one less bargaining chip in his hands. He had originally intended to persuade his father to agree to buy the ores at a price lower than the normal price by 30%, so that he could still make a profit, not to mention the jewels, which after polishing could increase their value by several times. Unfortunately, this monopoly business was not up to him, nor was it up to the Honeysuckle family. There were 6 noble families participating in the mining business in Border Town, and if they didn't get a majority, they couldn't form a decision. But they were slow to react, thinking that the situation was still the same as before. Or, the output of the mining area was not worth their attention. Anyway, the other 5 families were indifferent, and his father confidently refused him. In fact, they were wrong. The main reason for the low output of the mining area was the barter model. If it became a normal trade, the more they sold, the more they earned, and the ore output was likely to rise to a higher level next year. If they talked about the previous monopoly plan, it was very likely, no, it was definitely impossible to achieve. Perrault thought, from the empty dockyard, it could be seen that the prince did not intend to exchange these stones for inferior wheat. He had already contacted other buyers. If he still wanted to control this trade line, the 30% discount was his last bargaining chip. The distance between Willow Town and Border Town increased the cost of ore transportation, and Willow Town had more than one source of ore, so the price they offered was likely to be lower than the market price by half. As for Fallen Dragon Ridge and Redwater Castle, they would only offer a lower price, so that the fourth prince might agree to let Longsong stronghold monopolize, especially the gem trade. But the problem was, if he signed the contract on his own initiative, would his father agree? What about the other 5 families? Would they think that he was simply surrendering to Border Town, handing over the family's interests? After all, in their eyes, Border Town was still under the control of their own people in Longsong stronghold, and it was nothing more than a pasture for them to take whatever they wanted. The two slowly crossed to the castle in the southeast corner of the town. It was not the first time for Perrault to come here, but this time, the owner had changed. When the guards saw the ambassador's certificate, they immediately went in to inform the lord. The fourth prince, Roland Wimbledon, quickly summoned Perrault. When the two were led into the reception hall, the prince was already waiting in the main seat. "Mr. Ambassador, please sit down." Roland clapped his hands and asked the maid to serve a sumptuous meal. There was a whole roast chicken, a wild boar's leg stewed with mushrooms, bread and butter, and a large bowl of vegetable soup. Obviously, in this border area, the personal enjoyment of the royal children was not the slightest bit affected. Perrault. naturally would not be polite. From Longsong's stronghold to border town by water, even if the wind was favorable, it would still take 2 days. If it was a multi-masted cargo ship, it would be even slower, it would take 3 to 5 days. There was no kitchen on the ship, so they generally ate their own dried meat strips or wheat cakes. Seeing the steaming dishes, he felt his own saliva surging in his throat. However, many years of aristocratic cultivation allowed him to maintain perfect dining etiquette. On the contrary, His Highness' table manners were much worse, especially when it came to the use of knives and forks. Perrault noticed that in addition to the knife used by the fourth prince when cutting meat, all other actions were completed with a pair of small wooden sticks. And it seemed that 2 wooden sticks were much more convenient than forks. What do you think? When the meal was almost over, Roland suddenly asked. What? The ambassador did not come back to his senses for a moment. The other side shook the wooden stick in his hand, and without waiting for Perrault to answer, he said directly, an iron fork, for most people, is a luxury, not to mention a silver fork. But if you use your hands to eat, it is easy to eat dirty things together with it. You know that diseases come from the mouth, don't you? The ambassador did not know how to answer. He did not quite understand the meaning of diseases come from the mouth, but according to the previous sentence, it probably meant that if dirty things stuck to the food, it would be easy to get sick. But everyone lived like this, and he did not see anyone die because of this disease. A pair of oak sticks, in the concealing forest, there are as many as you want, it is clean and easy to get. I intend to promote this in the town. The prince took a sip of wine. Of course, now my people have almost no meat to eat, but it will slowly get better. Although he was cursing, the banquet still needed to be eaten. The atmosphere of the dinner was quite harmonious. The fourth prince did not talk about the ore, so it was not convenient for him to say anything. When the prince ordered the maid to change the dessert, Perrault tentatively said, Your Royal Highness, according to the past practice, today should be the day to deliver the ore, but I did not see any ore in the dockyard. Roland put down the small stick in his hand and nodded. Unfortunately, a while ago the North Slope mine collapsed, and for the past month my people have been trying to restore production. However, the gravel from the collapse has not been cleaned up, and according to this progress, I am afraid the mining operation will be delayed until next year. Collapse? Perrault froze for a moment. Such a coincidence? But he quickly realized that the other side did not need to lie to him. Otherwise, he would have gone to the North Slope mine to see clearly. Telling such an obvious lie was tantamount to slapping his own face. Then, what about the last 2 months? Not too much. According to the usual practice, such a small amount of stone cannot support my people. Roland emphasized the word usual. Mr. Ambassador, you should remember the months of demons 2 years ago, right? Perrault certainly remembered. It lasted for 4 months, and nearly 20% of the people in border town starved to death. The reason was the insatiable greed of the Mayor Reynolds. The nobles were not without opposition, and some people even asked to punish Reynolds afterwards. But in the end, this incident was left unsettled, just because he was the husband of the Duke's second daughter. Now that the prince mentioned this matter, Perrault's heart raised a bad feeling. This time it is even worse, Roland sighed. If the previous delivery method is followed, I am afraid we can only exchange for 2 months of wheat. My people cannot survive the winter, sir. The old way of trade must be abolished. Perrault opened his mouth, but did not know how to refute. He was not a professional diplomat. In the face of such a good reason, he really could not find a problem, so he had to delay. Your Royal Highness, I express my regret for this matter. This time there will not be a repeat of the previous tragedy. I will let the 6 families jointly lend a month of food. Your people can wait until the next year to restore production and slowly repay. If I sell to Willow Town, I don't have to repay slowly. But, no buts, Roland interrupted. They are willing to use the Golden Dragon to buy stones, and at the same time sell wheat, cheese, bread, honey at the market price. Anything that can be bought with the Golden Dragon, they will sell. Taking a step back, Mr. Ambassador, even if you were willing to lend them a month's worth of food, would the other 5 families agree with your decision? As far as I know, Duke Ryan isn't someone who can reach an agreement easily. Petrov was silent. The fourth prince was right. Not only the other 5 families, he wasn't even sure if he could convince his own father. If he wanted to maintain his monopoly, he had to modify the transaction plan, but he didn't have the right to make the final decision. He was more like a mouthpiece than an ambassador. Maybe the Duke doesn't want anyone to reach an agreement with Border Town? It didn't matter if it was the previous lord or the fourth prince. That's why he appointed different people every season, and these people were never the ones in power in the family. No matter what the result was, he had to try. Thinking of this, Perrault revealed his last card. 30%, he held out 3 fingers. Stronghold will buy ores and raw gemstones at a price lower than the market price by 30%. I think this price should be higher than Willowtown's, Your Highness. Roland spread his hands. It's indeed higher, but it's still the same old problem. Can your words become the unanimous decision of the 6 families? Tomorrow I will set off back to Longsong Stronghold. After reaching an agreement, I will come back with a new contract. But my people can't wait that long. You should know that it usually takes a long time for the nobles to reach an agreement. Your Highness, cooperating with Longsong Stronghold is a better choice for you and your people. Willowtown is too far away, although we can avoid the months of the demons there. Perrault felt his throat was a little dry, but on the road it's easy to encounter danger. My God, what am I doing? His heart was pounding. Am I threatening a prince? Ha 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 ha. Unexpectedly, Roland didn't fly into a rage, but laughed. Mr. Ambassador, you seem to be mistaken about something. I don't want to go to Willowtown. You mean, of course, I don't want to go to Longsong Stronghold. Roland looked at the ambassador with a playful look. I'm not going anywhere. For a moment, Perrault doubted whether his ears were playing tricks on him. Fortunately, the prince didn't let this strange silence continue. He went on to explain, this winter, I will stay in Border Town. Border Town will become the new border of the Greycastle Kingdom. Don't be so surprised, my friend, this is not nonsense. Later I can take you to see the newly built wall, at the foot of the North Slope Mountain. City, wall? Yes, connecting the North Slope and the Redwater River, 12 feet high and 4 feet wide stone wall. With this, we can defeat the demonic beasts in Border Town. Perrault felt that his brain wasn't enough. Last season when the ambassador went back, he didn't mention anything about the wall. No, at that time the Lord of Border Town was still a person of Longsong Stronghold. How could he send limited manpower to build this? In other words, as soon as the 4th prince arrived here, he began to build the wall? Even so, it has only been 3 months. What can be built in such a short time? Wait, what did His Royal Highness just say? 12 feet high, 4 feet wide, and connecting the North Slope and the Redwater River? Perrault estimated in his heart, such a scale of the wall would take several years to complete. First of all, he didn't have enough stonemasons to cut the stone. Border Town wasn't Greycastle. Most of the people living here could only do manual labor. Before he could digest this news, Roland's next words also shocked him. As for the sale of ore, starting next year, I am willing to reduce the price to 50%, sir, but not all of it will be sold to Longsong Stronghold. Because you don't necessarily need so much ore. I think compared to the low profit of raw ore, you will be more interested in some metal products, such as shovels, and so on. At this point, he paused for a moment, seemingly waiting for Perrault to understand the meaning of his words. As for the raw gemstones, they will be auctioned by the highest bidder. Although I also want to wait for the gemstones to be cut and then buy them at a good price. Unfortunately, Border Town currently doesn't have such ability. Then do you have the ability to build a wall in a few months? Perrault roared in his heart, and what do you mean by not needing so much ore? A mere 1,000 golden dragon stones a year, even if the output will increase, it will at most double. 2,000 golden dragon stronghold won't be able to eat it? That's too arrogant. He resisted the indignation in his heart, trying to maintain his last courtesy. I will remember what you said, Your Royal Highness. When I go back, I will immediately negotiate with the 6 families. But, you said that the wall. I want to see it. The first rain since the beginning of winter finally fell, and it lasted for 2 days at a time. Roland leaned against his desk, looking at the hazy town outside the window. The rain was rolled up by the wind, hitting the glass one after another, stirring up bursts of ripples. Under the refraction of the ripples, the outline of the town became distorted. The houses and the streets were bent and deformed, no longer as neat as before. Due to the lack of effective drainage measures, the jagged stone road was flooded. From a distance, it looked like many sparkling streams. The distant mountains and forests were obscured by the mist, faintly discernible, just like a maze on earth. If such a scenery was placed in modern times, it would certainly be a tourist attraction, but today, what Roland wanted to see was a steel and concrete jungle. When it rained, the construction of the city wall had to stop, which made his joy of successfully dissuading the stronghold emissary from the day before yesterday fade a bit. You just said that the air around us is composed of many kinds of gases, is that true? A clear voice interrupted Roland's thoughts. Anna blinked her beautiful blue eyes and asked. Ahem, Miss Anna, when you call His Highness, you should use honorifics, the chief knight reminded her. Don't be so particular, Roland turned around, she is now my student. Taking advantage of the rain, he called the two witches and Carter to listen to his class. Yes, he decided to open a class of popular science. The stonemason car school inspired him. Even a stonemason can open a school, let alone a dignified mechanical engineering dog. Why would there be discrimination? Wasn't it because of ignorance? Universal education in any era was the most effective means to promote the development of civilization. He originally wanted to call the assistant minister, but the other party was busy with government affairs, so he politely declined. For some reason, Roland felt that after winter, Berev was particularly motivated, almost single-handedly taking over the daily management of Border Town. Hearing that there was new knowledge to learn, Anna immediately became radiant, her eyes seemed to be suffused with light. Nana was very happy to see that she didn't need to treat the various experimental animals. Carter, on the other hand, held an expression that said, since I have nothing to do, I might as well accompany you in your nonsense. But not long after the class started, the knight's gaze became unfocused. Nana also looked confused, staring at the words nature and science in a daze. Although Anna didn't seem to understand, she still tried hard to remember everything she heard. Roland had no choice but to pause and let the three of them digest it for a moment. In response to Anna's question, he smiled and nodded. Of course, although they look the same. Your Highness, I don't understand. Since they all look the same, how do you know they are different gases? Carter expressed his doubts. I can prove it to you. Roland knew that if he were to explain it in words, most people would be confused by these mysterious theories. He decided to excite them with a simple experiment. A candle, a glass cup, a wooden basin, and a bowl of clear lime water, these were the things he had prepared in advance. Although the glass cup at this time was light brown and not as transparent as the beakers of the later generations, it was still enough. After all, this simple experiment did not require observation of the process of change. Roland had already done it once in advance, and the results of the experiment proved that although there was magic in this world, the rest of the laws of nature were still the same as on Earth. He let Anna light the candle, and then put it in the wooden basin. Combustion consumes a kind of gas, and this gas is closely related to all life. If we stop breathing, we will become like this candle. Pay attention, Roland put the glass cup on the candle, the flame swayed twice, and soon went out. It has exhausted the air, Your Highness, this is not surprising, the chief knight said disapprovingly. Without air, of course we will die, such as falling into the water. Nana nodded again and again. So, do you think there is nothing left in the cup? Roland asked while pouring the lime water into the wooden basin. The water quickly covered the mouth of the cup, and finally stopped at half of the cup. This experiment was so classic that most primary school teachers liked to use it as an introductory experiment for natural interest classes. Roland still remembered the teacher's demonstration and explanation on the table, which gave him a sense of shock, and from then on he embarked on the road of science and engineering. He gently lifted the corner of the cup, and saw a few bubbles instantly drilled out of the mouth of the cup, rising to the surface. Then, the clear lime water became slightly turbid, and a little white suspended matter slowly spread out from the mouth of the cup. If there is nothing in the cup, we will not see the bubbles and the change of the water surface. This means that the air contains at least two different gases. In fact, the candle only consumes a part of the air, and the other part is unable to participate in the combustion. Although it is colorless and odorless like the former, its nature is completely opposite. It seems to be the case, Carter thought for a long time before he understood the relationship between the two, but what is the use of knowing this? If we can obtain the former gas, we can make the flame burn longer, and similarly, if we obtain the latter gas, we can quickly extinguish the flame. Anna suddenly said. What a genius, Roland praised in his heart, although there was a small error, but from the different properties of the gases, she was able to immediately associate the separation and purification of the use. This idea was definitely a genius level. It must be known that she had not received any systematic modern education. Being able to quickly think of this was enough to show that her logical ability was beyond ordinary people, at least far better than his own chief knight. That's right, since human beings learned to use fire, they have been separated from animals, and the origin is just an accident. Perhaps it was the lightning that ignited the trees, or perhaps it was the sparks from the impact of the stones that caused the fire. But if no one noticed this, no one tried to use it, we would still be like beasts, he said patiently. The purpose of this experiment is to tell you that curiosity and thinking are the driving forces of human progress. There are many such potential forces in nature, just waiting for us to discover and use them. After saying this, Carter still had a doubtful expression, and Nana belonged to the type who did not understand, but still felt that it was awesome, her eyes staring straight at Roland. Only Anna lowered her head, as if she was thinking about something. Well, Roland sighed, indeed, an idea that was too advanced would not bring shock, it would only make people feel confused. The height of their thinking determined that it was impossible for them to understand the power of that kind of power. Only when the real thing was really placed in front of them, they would know how magical the hidden power of nature was. At this time, the kettle hanging on the mantel began to make a quang-quang sound. It was the sound of steam hitting the lid. Ah, the water is boiling. The knight walked over and took out the kettle with a fork. The sound soon stopped. He used a piece of cloth to wrap the handle, and lifted the kettle to fill everyone's cup with water. For example, Roland reached out to hold the cup, feeling the temperature coming from the cup. From the first day of using fire, its principle had already matured. Boiling water, countless people had seen it and practiced it, but they did not expect that this gentle wisp of water vapor could also contain amazing energy. This driving force would only be grasped by humans after hundreds of years, but in a very short period of time, it had changed human history. Although the principle was simple, it was limited by technical problems, so it was not the first choice of most people for farming. But I am different, he thought, there are still witches in this world. Using magic to fight is just a barbarian's idea. Using magic to create, to replace some of the key technology that inhibits the progress of civilization, is the correct way to use it. After chatting until the sun went down and eating dinner with everyone, Roland returned to his bedroom. In this era, there was no nightlife to speak of. If they did not make people, everyone would go to bed early. He had also considered whether to use his privileges as a prince to recruit a maid to exercise, but in the end, because of his thin skin, he could not bring himself to say it. Just as he lit the candles in the room, he heard several claps behind him, and then someone said, "It was really a unique lesson. I did not expect that His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince is actually a learned person." "Please don't be impulsive, Your Highness, I don't mean to hurt you, I just came here to talk to you." "What the hell, is there anyone who wants to talk to me like this?" Roland swallowed his saliva and slowly turned around. Under the threat of the dagger, he could only do as the other person said. Under the dim candlelight, Roland saw the other person. She was sitting on the edge of his bed, her whole body buried under her robe, her head covered by a hood, so he couldn't see her real appearance. The candlelight cast her shadow on the wall behind her, taking up most of the wall. "Who are you?" "I don't have a name, my sisters call me Nightingale." She stood up, pulled up the corner of her robe, bent her knees and half squatted. It was actually a standard noble etiquette. "First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to you, Your Highness Roland Wimbledon." "Gratitude?" Roland noticed that the pattern on the other person's robe gave a unique flash under the candlelight, 3 parallel triangles, shaped like an eye pattern. It seemed that he had seen it somewhere before. "The pattern on the coin is the Holy Mountain and the Magic Eye. This is the emblem of the Witch Cooperation Association." Barev's words suddenly flashed in his mind. "You are a witch." "Ha ha ha," she let out a series of chuckles. "Your Highness is really knowledgeable." Roland quietly breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the other party admit his identity. It was good that he wasn't an assassin sent by the siblings. "You came to this remote town for the witches of the North Slope mine? Although I don't know where you heard the news, it's too late to come now. If I really wanted to hang her, she would already be dead." "I know. And if you really did that, I wouldn't just want to talk to you." Nightingale sat back on the bed, the Witch Cooperation Association doesn't like people interfering in secular affairs, especially things related to the royal power. But I don't like to listen to them. Killing a prince for a witch may be too much, but I can still leave a deep impression on you. A naked threat. Roland was relieved. She's alive and well. I know, and besides her there is a little girl called Nana, she said, nodding. I came here a week ago, but I didn't see you. I've seen what you've done, and although I don't quite understand why you don't have the usual malice towards witches, but no matter what, on behalf of the Witch Cooperation Association, I thank you. A week ago. Roland wiped his forehead and said, You saw everything I did? Could it be that this guy had been following him all this time without him noticing? All right, you said that you wanted to talk to me. Don't tell me you're just going to thank me? Aren't you tired of standing and talking to me? She said, pulling down her hood. Come over here. I don't look scary. I won't scare you, Your Highness. Not only was she not ugly, she could even be said to be beautiful. The moment the hood fell, Nightingale's golden curly hair flowed down like a waterfall. Under the candlelight, the golden light slowly spread out. Her nose was high, and her eyes were full of spirit. Unlike Anna and Nana's slightly childish face, her facial features revealed a mature style. Although it was impossible to look at her carefully in the dim light, the well-proportioned shadows on her face were enough to prove her beauty. Roland slowly walked over and sat side by side on the bed. He wasn't attracted by the other person's appearance and put the danger behind him, but simply felt that the other person didn't have any malice. Now you can speak. Sure enough, you're not afraid of me. The woman's voice sounded a little happy. You're different from all the people I've seen. They hate us because they're afraid of us. I can see the fear in their eyes, but you. She couldn't help but reach out her hand and gently stroke Roland's cheek, only curiosity. Roland awkwardly coughed twice and moved his head away. Hey, don't change the atmosphere so fast. Just a moment ago it was still an Assassin's Creed. How could it suddenly become an overbearing president? Fortunately, the other person quickly restrained her emotions. I came here to tell you that I want to take away Anna and Nana. No. Roland was startled and directly blurted out. Then he was worried that refusing so bluntly would annoy the other person, so he had to add, they have a good life here, no one can hurt them. Besides, where do you want to take them? There won't be a safer place than here. Take them to the Witch Cooperation Association, that's where they belong. Nightingale didn't turn hostile because of the refusal, she still spoke in a calm tone. The members of the Witch Cooperation Association are their companions, there is no discrimination, no persecution. They also don't need to disguise themselves. Where is the Witch Cooperation Association? You don't have a fixed foothold, do you? A month ago my guards found your camp in the concealing forest. Their footprints showed that you were heading north. What is there in the north? Only endless mountains. You're right, now the Witch Cooperation Association is somewhere in the impassable mountain range. It's absolutely safe for witches. Like a wild man spending the winter in the mountains, in the end, where is safe? Is there clean water? Is there enough food? Is there a warm shelter? And the months of the demons is coming, the entire Northwest will become a dangerous place. In the end, what are you thinking? At this point, Roland suddenly paused. Wait a minute, what did Barif say? Witches can only obtain true peace by going to the Holy Mountain. The purpose of the Witch Cooperation Association is to gather witches and find the Holy Mountain together. Hell, don't tell me. You plan to find the Holy Mountain in the impassable mountain range? Please forgive me, I have no comment. Nightingale smiled bitterly, but her expression clearly told Roland that he had guessed correctly. In that case, I will never agree, Roland flatly rejected. In 2 months, the entire outside world will be the world of demonic beasts. Even if we can avoid the humans in the mountains, we can't avoid the demonic beasts. How about this? We can find the Holy Mountain anytime we want. You might as well come to Border Town for the winter, and wait until the end of the winter to look for it. This time it was Nightingale's turn to be stunned. The Witch Cooperation Association will come here. You are really an interesting person, she thought for a moment, but eventually shook her head. Your Highness, even if you are not afraid of witches, but your people are. And once we are exposed to the eyes of the public, the claws of the church will soon come to our door. As long as we can smoothly survive the months of the demons with the help of the witches, my people will realize that they are not evil. But before Roland could open his mouth, the other side stopped him. In addition, there is another reason why I want to take them away. Anna will soon be an adult. An adult? When Nightingale finished, the room returned to silence, leaving only the occasional crackle of the candle. Roland looked serious. He finally had a general understanding of the witches. Most witches awakened during the months of the demons, which was the day when the gates of hell opened. Generally speaking, adulthood was the dividing line for witches. Women who had not awakened after the age of 18 would not be able to become witches again, while those who awakened before the age of 18 would suffer the pain of the demonic bite every year on the day of awakening. This kind of pain was hard to imagine. When Nightingale talked about this part, her voice trembled. According to her personal experience, it was as if something wanted to break out of the body. Every blood vessel and tendon was in unbearable pain. In the end, the skin would ooze blood and the eyes would bulge out of their sockets. If they could endure it, the body would slowly recover after 4 or 5 days of rest, but if they could not, they would die in this torture, and their death would be unbearable. Nightingale had witnessed the death of her companions several times. Their bodies lost the ability to support themselves and turned into a swollen ball of meat. Blood mixed with internal organs spurted out from the body holes, turning into a black mist when it came into contact with the air. Finally, when all that could be spurted out, only a layer of charred skin was left on the ground. This was the evidence that witches were regarded as the incarnation of the devil. Ordinary people who saw this scene would be scared out of their wits. Who would care about the real cause of death? Coupled with the church adding fuel to the fire, claiming that this was the result of believing in the devil, over time, witches became the spokesperson of evil. No matter how outsiders saw it, this kind of torture was real, and it was also the reason why witches generally had a short life. The longer they lived, the more difficult it became, and many people chose to end their lives. The demonic bite at the age of 18 was the most difficult hurdle to overcome. In fact, the magic obtained by witches before was not complete, and only after adulthood, this power would be stabilized. After stabilizing the magic, compared to before, there would be a significant improvement, and even a new branch of ability would be derived. Unfortunately, the process of stabilizing the magic was extremely painful. The strength of the demonic bite exceeded the limit that ordinary people could bear, and many witches would die on the day of adulthood. Roland was silent for a long time after listening to Roland's story, and then he asked in a low voice, "According to the ancient books, witches can only obtain eternal peace in the holy mountain, and they won't have to suffer the torture of the demonic bite. Is this true?" No one knows, because the sacred mountain has only appeared in legends. However, if you took them to the Witch Cooperation Association's camp, their chances of survival would be higher. If witches don't have to hide themselves and can live freely, the power of the body devouring will be much weaker than before. Roland's heart was in a mess for a moment. His plan couldn't do without the help of Anna and Nana, but because of his plan, they would have to bear a huge risk. He really couldn't bear it. Finally, he said weakly, "Anna is downstairs. I'll call her over. If she's willing, you can take her away. If it's Nana, I won't see her until tomorrow. Thank you for your understanding. I was right about you." Nightingale stood up to express her gratitude. At this time, Anna still hadn't fallen asleep. When Roland went to call her, she was bending over the table, copying something. Seeing that it was Roland, she looked a little surprised. When she heard that they were going to the prince's room, Anna didn't say a word and obediently followed him upstairs. When she entered the room and found that there was another person inside, the girl was really startled. Roland took her hand and gave a brief introduction. The three of them sat around a round table. Nightingale repeated what she had said before. "In the camp, there are many people like you, and they are all your companions. That's probably the situation, Miss Anna. Although I signed an employment contract with you, in a life-threatening situation, I have to respect your opinion. If you promise, I won't go." Roland was stunned. "What did you say?" "I said I won't go." Anna quickly interrupted Roland's words. "I want to stay here." "Anna, I didn't lie to you," Nightingale said with a frown. "I can feel the magic surging in your body, it's close to maturity. 2 months from now, the months of the demons will be your day of adulthood. The earlier you arrive at the camp, the safer you will be." She didn't pay attention to the other side, but turned her head and looked at Roland. "Your Royal Highness, Do you remember you asked me whether I wanted to be like Nana, to return to Teacher Carr's academy and study with the other children? Roland nodded. I didn't answer at that time. What you said afterwards, about living like a normal person, I don't care. Anna's voice was calm and natural. I just want to stay by your Royal Highness side, that's all. Roland thought he understood Anna's mind, but now he realized that he didn't understand at all. In the other's eyes, he couldn't read any emotion. It wasn't dependence, it wasn't love, he couldn't see anything, only a bottomless tranquility. He remembered the scene of their first meeting, the same calm expression in her eyes. The difference was, at this moment, her face was full of vitality, like a budding flower. She still wasn't afraid of death, but she no longer looked forward to it. The demonic bite can't kill me, Anna said word by word, I will defeat it. Nightingale closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Well, I know. So, will you leave alone? Roland asked. No, I'll stay here. She pulled up her hood and stood up. Anyway, before the end of the months of the demons, the camp won't move. Why? Roland was surprised. Was she going to monitor him for the whole winter? I don't think a fledgling who hasn't experienced adulthood will understand its dangers. I've struggled on the edge of death several times, and I've witnessed the disappearance of my companions. When that day comes, I can help her. If Nightingale shrugged, if she doesn't survive, I also have experience in dealing with the aftermath. She went to the door, pulled out her dagger, and once again bowed to Roland, then, goodbye. With that, her figure gradually disappeared into the darkness, like a mist, leaving no trace. Is this Nightingale's ability? Roland thought, a silent stealth technique, she's simply a natural assassin. And from the way she threw the dagger, she definitely received relevant training. Is the Witch Cooperation Association also developing its own strength, in addition to accepting people of the same kind? Or, did she already master these skills before she was recruited into the Witch Cooperation Association? There was too little information about this organization, and Roland couldn't find any useful information in his memory, but he had a hunch that he would definitely meet with this organization again, as long as he insisted on walking the path of witches farming. It's getting late, you should go back to sleep, Roland said, patting the girl's head. To his surprise, Anna pushed his hand away and walked out of the room without saying a word. After closing the door, the light was isolated behind her, and the shadow enveloped her. She gently leaned against the door, and her eyes, which were like a lake, were no longer calm. She raised her head, put her arm in front of her face, and finally whispered in a barely audible voice. The next day after the rain stopped, Border Town became lively again. Many villagers gathered in the square, talking and waiting for the speech of the fourth prince. For this speech, Roland had posted a notice on the bulletin board the day before. Anyone who came to the square to listen to the speech would receive a bowl of wheat porridge and half a piece of bread. For the townspeople, this was equivalent to a free lunch, so the number of people who came to watch the hanging was much more. When it was almost noon, Roland stepped onto the high platform that had been set up. Facing the dense crowd at his feet, he would be lying if he said he was not nervous. In the past, he dealt with computer monitors the most. Even during the meeting, he only needed to applaud from the audience. This was the first time that he had to personally participate in such a big scene. But he had to go. If he wanted everyone to stay in Border Town, he must have a general mobilization. Roland waved his hand, letting everyone quiet down. He had practiced this scene many times, but when he stepped onto the stage, his mouth was still a little dry. My people, good afternoon. I am the fourth prince of Greycastle Kingdom, Roland Wimbledon. At this moment, I have gathered everyone here because I have an important news to tell you. The envoy from Longsong Stronghold arrived here 4 days ago. They came for the ore delivery. As you all know, a month ago, we encountered an unfortunate accident. The North Slope mine cave collapsed. Until today, the mine has not fully resumed production. This accident resulted in only 2 months of ore production in the last quarter. I explained the situation to the envoy, and hoped that he could allocate the full amount of food to Border Town, and the lack of ore will be made up after the end of the winter. But he refused. There was no room for negotiation. He refused to allocate more food, just like 2 years ago. The crowd burst into exclamations. Obviously everyone had a deep impression of the food shortage incident 2 years ago. And this time it is obviously worse. The astrologer of Greycastle told me that this year's winter will be longer than before, and the months of the demons is likely to last for more than 4 months. In other words, this time everyone is likely to face a food shortage for 2 months. 2 years ago, you lost 20% of your companions, some people lost their brothers, some people lost their children. This time, how much more do you want to lose? No. Your Highness, save us. Someone shouted, and then more people shouted, Your Highness, please, help us. It seemed that preparing a few people in advance was the right choice. Roland raised his hand, suppressing the voices of the crowd. Of course, I will not leave my people, not a single one. You may not know, but the price of wheat and bread shipped from Longsong Stronghold every year is completely different from the ore they shipped. According to the normal market price, 2 months' worth of ore is enough for half a year's worth of food. I have already sold the ore to the merchants of Willow Town, and their cargo ships carrying food will soon arrive at Border Town. In addition to bread, there is cheese, honey wine, and dried meat. It's enough for a whole winter's worth of food. Everyone will be full. The square suddenly burst into cheers. But this is tantamount to breaking off our relationship with Longsong Stronghold. They won't accept another person, so this winter, we will spend the winter in Border Town. Most people had already seen that on the west side of Border Town, a solid wall was being built. I know some people are worried about whether we can stop the demonic beasts when they attack. I want to tell you, the demonic beasts are not much stronger than the beasts in the forest. Although they have thick skin, they can't climb the wall, they can't bite the stone. Even if their skin is thick, they are just a group of poor targets. Tell me, my people, do you want to hide in the shacks of Longsong Stronghold and starve to death? Or do you want me to lead you to protect your loved ones and children, and defend Border Town until the last moment? I promise that as long as we hold out until the end of the months of the demons, all the townspeople who fight on the wall will get a reward of 25 silver royals. For those who unfortunately die, their families will get 5 golden dragon as compensation. We are willing to fight for your highness. Under the guidance of the people, they shouted and vowed to fight to the death. Seeing the atmosphere rising, Roland timely ordered the distribution of lunch. He didn't expect everyone to stay in Border Town. As long as half of the people were willing to stay, he was sure that they could stop the demonic beasts from advancing eastward. Perrault naturally didn't know how Prince Roland had arranged for him. When he brought the news back to the 6 aristocratic families in Longsong Stronghold, he only got a burst of laughter in response. You said that the naive prince actually wants to get rid of us and do it alone? He dares to repair the wall before winter. Should I praise him for his bravery or laugh at him for overestimating himself? Prince Roland's bravery is well known. When did Prince Roland also have this courage? He's just ignorant. Yes, he doesn't even have a stonemason, he only relies on the unpolished stones to pile up, with some wet mud in the middle. I'm afraid the pile will collapse. Anyway, it's a good thing. If he escapes back to Longsong Stronghold, naturally he will be at our mercy. If he dies in Border Town, we can also end this farce earlier. The Duke, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his mouth. Perrault, what do you think? Perrault was startled for a moment. He didn't expect that the Duke of Longsong Stronghold would ask for his opinion. Well, I originally wanted to maintain the monopoly. As long as it's 30% lower than the market price, it's still a worthwhile business for us. But his mind was quickly sorting out his thoughts. But His Highness doesn't intend to let Longsong Stronghold monopolize the ore. He's willing to sell the ore at a 50% lower price, which means that he has a plan to greatly increase the ore production next year. As long as we increase the production by twice as much as before, we may earn more than before. He also intends to produce his own ironware to sell. Ironware is in high demand everywhere. It's also very easy to resell it. But these are not the main points. Oh? What's the main point? If he can defend Border Town, it's also excellent news for Longsong Stronghold. We don't have to focus on fighting the demonic beasts every year. This can save us a huge amount of money. The second advantage is that the vast land between Longsong Stronghold and Border Town will belong to us. Whether it's reclamation or migration, it's a good choice. It can greatly alleviate the current situation of overcrowding in Longsong Stronghold. Perrault said one by one the ideas in his mind. Moreover, Prince Roland won't stay in Border Town forever. 5 years later, we will have a more prosperous border town, after which we can incorporate the town into Longsong Stronghold, and Longsong Stronghold will become the third largest territory in the kingdom. So my suggestion is..." He glanced at the Duke, and cautiously said, "Longsong Stronghold should send people to help His Highness build the wall, and cooperate with him in defending border town." "That's right," the Duke smiled, "but it's just a businessman's idea, they only see the gains and losses." "Come on, try to put these 2 iron plates together," Roland said. Anna stretched out her finger and pressed on the seam of the iron plate. Flame spurted out from her finger, and the seam melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Reduce the fire, and do it from the back." She nodded, and did as he said. The 2 iron plates were joined at 90 degrees, and were firmly welded together. Roland carefully examined the seam, and found that the effect was just as he imagined, a perfect weld without any flaws. If it was polished a little, and the traces of liquid from the melting of the iron were ground away, the 2 iron plates were almost no different from a forged body. "Very good, Miss Anna, this is amazing," Roland couldn't help but praise. "Next, let's connect the other 2 iron plates." "What is this? A bucket made of iron?" "No, this is a cylinder," he corrected. "Cylinder?" Anna repeated in confusion. "Yes, it can be used to fill air." Roland pointed to the other square iron plate. "Do you see the small hole on it? Air enters the cylinder through this small hole, and pushes the piston. The piston is an iron plate slightly smaller than the diameter of the cylinder. It can move freely in the cylinder." Even Anna was confused by so many new words. "Then these cylinders, pistons, what are they used for?" "To make a machine that can move automatically." The steam engine brought about the power needed for the first industrial revolution of mankind, completely liberating human and animal power. Its schematic was familiar to every mechanical dog. In simple terms, it was an enlarged version of a kettle. The boiling steam was directed into the cylinder, pushing the pistons and connecting rods, converting heat energy into mechanical energy. The principle was extremely simple, but it didn't mean it was easy to make. The difficulty was the airtightness of the cylinder and the piston, as well as the production of the gas pipe. Without enough metal processing skills, it was impossible to rely on manual forging to make a qualified cylinder. However, Anna's ability perfectly made up for the lack of craftsmanship. Roland only needed to design 4 iron plates of the same size in advance, let the blacksmith shop cast and grind them, and then use the right angle plate to fix the shape, and then let Anna weld them together, to get an extremely high rigidity square cylinder. With the help of the witches, he didn't have to build a barrel boring machine like the traditional production process, and then process a round cylinder. The same was true for the other large parts, which could be cut into small pieces and then pieced together. In this way, even a small workshop like a blacksmith could work together to produce all the parts needed for the steam engine. In fact, before welding was invented, people could only rely on bolts or rivets to connect small parts, and the inside of the cylinder had to be smooth, which was obviously not possible with conventional connections. The only problem was the air duct. The method of making it was nothing special. First, heat a long iron plate until it was red hot, then put it into a grooved mold, and then use a hammer to hammer it into shape. This was also the method of making a front-loading flintlock gun barrel. However, the barrel still needed to be straightened, drilled, and so on, which was a bit more complicated. The problem was that it was impossible for Roland to call the blacksmith to his back garden. The witches could not be exposed for the time being, and blacksmithing was not his strong point. In desperation, he could only let the chief knight do it, while he himself commanded from the side. In this way, after 3 days of torment, Roland finally pieced together the first steam engine in his back garden. "Is this the thing that you said has infinite strength?" Carter frowned as he looked at this strange machine. First of all, he was sure that this thing had nothing to do with the cult's rituals. Every iron lump on it was personally installed by him, making it look like a sealed furnace. If the devil could be attracted to it, then it would be too unreasonable. But how could a pile of iron lumps move? It looked very clumsy, and it had no feet. Could it fly? But in Roland's eyes, this seemingly simple machine exuded the beauty of industry. Standing on the shoulders of giants, he naturally did not follow the route of Newcomen's steam engine, or Watt's steam engine. His first prototype was a high-pressure steam engine with double connecting rods and sliding valves. Its production was not much more difficult than the most primitive steam engine, the key was some innovation. You'll know later. Roland poured a bucket of water into the steam room, and let Anna light the firewood. 10 minutes later, the water was boiling, and it began to boil. Soon, a crackling sound came from the cylinder. Roland knew that it was the sound of the cylinder expanding. The iron plate of the piston was relatively thin, so the expansion was larger than the cylinder, and it would eventually be firmly pressed against the cylinder wall. Isn't this boiling water? I didn't expect it to really be a furnace, Carter muttered. When the cylinder was filled with steam, a scene that made Roland very excited appeared. The piston began to push the connecting rods outward, and when the movement reached the apex, the other connecting rod pulled the sliding valve, and the steam pushed the piston inward. The two connecting rods rotated back and forth with the wheel, and with the increase of firepower, the speed soon reached the peak. The machine issued a harsh roar, and the exhaust spat out white gas, with an unstoppable momentum. This is what you said, the power hidden in nature? Anna asked blankly. Chief Knight's face was full of disbelief. The last big iron wheel was installed with a lot of effort, but now it was spinning as fast as a feather. Standing next to it, he could even feel the air stirred up by the wheel. This could only mean that the strength of the iron lump in front of him had reached an amazing level. A trace of uneasiness gradually rose in his heart. His Royal Highness said that it could replace human and animal power. If it wasn't a lie, when it replaced the horses pulling the chariot, with this brute force, I'm afraid that even 10 knight would find it difficult to resist. It took 15 years to train a qualified knight, but it only took 3 days to make such an iron furnace. Counting the time it took for the blacksmith to build the parts, it would only take a week. It didn't need to be fed, it wasn't afraid of cold and hunger, and it wasn't afraid of arrows and swords. As long as the front was installed with a ram, it could rampage on the battlefield. In this way, is there still a need for the traditional knight to exist? *********** In the evening, when Roland returned to his bedroom, he once again saw Nightingale. This time she didn't wear a hood, sitting at the table with a smile on her face, fiddling with a few pieces of parchment. It seems that the rumors outside really can't be trusted. They say that the fourth prince is ignorant and has a bad character, but in fact, he is not much worse than a court master. Is this the drawing on the paper, the design of the iron furnace? You call it, the steam engine, right? I'll go, can't you give me some privacy? You want to come and go as you please, do you think this is your home? Roland's heart was full of criticism, but on the surface he still acted as if nothing had happened. It's a design, but without Anna's help, it's just a drawing. What can it do? A lot, transporting ore, draining water, smelting iron, forging. As long as you need to use a lot of strength, it can play a role. Then I'll accept it. Nightingale rolled the parchment and put it into her robe. The Witch Cooperation Association also has people who can control flames. Hey, she waved her hand to stop Roland's protest. Of course, I'm not taking your things for free, you first take a look at this. She put a small white ball on the table. Roland walked over, picked it up with his fingers, and found out that it was actually a roll of paper. He gently unfolded it and glanced at it. This is a secret letter sent by pigeon, Nightingale said in a joking tone. The recipient is your maid Tyr, TSK. It seems that your harem is not stable. I haven't touched her, Roland frowned. Tyr, in his memory this woman seemed to have been with him for a long time. Originally the fourth prince was very interested in her, but failed several times to harass her. Now that he had come to Border Town, he might as well promote her to the position of head maid and have her serve him personally. Her room was arranged next door. I didn't expect her to be a spy arranged by my brother and sister, although this letter was not signed, but judging from the content, it was most likely written by my brother and sister. The letter said that the last failure made the master very unhappy, and that the next time Longsong's stronghold was in turmoil, they would never allow another failure. Well, in fact, you have succeeded, he thought, otherwise I wouldn't have become Roland Wimbledon. This letter was unlikely to be forged by Nightingale, because only those who participated in this conspiracy would clearly know the first assassination plan. And if Nightingale wanted to kill him, there was no need to go through so much trouble. Did you steal it from her? Your maid isn't that stupid, she wanted to burn it after reading it. It's a pity that I happened to be behind her when she read it, she made a swapping gesture. So, what are you going to do? Do you need my help to deal with it? Roland naturally understood what she meant by deal. He hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. I'll have to trouble you. He really didn't have the confidence to do this kind of thing himself. If you can, ask for me. Who is behind her? When Roland got up in the morning, it wasn't Tyr who served him, but an old maid. When he walked out of the bedroom, Chief Knight Carter was waiting for him outside. Your Highness, I have to tell you a piece of unfortunate news, he said in a low voice. Your head maid died last night. What? Roland's eyelids twitched. Although he already knew this would be the result, he still felt a little uncomfortable. After all, this person died because of him. She fell from the balcony of the room. There were no signs of fighting at the scene, and the guards didn't see any outsiders coming in or out. So, it should be an accident that she accidentally fell. The knight reported the results of the investigation, and at the same time looked at Roland with a strange expression. Of course, Roland knew what he was thinking. In Grey Castle, it was well known that Prince Roland wanted to take Tyr by force many times. In this era, it was normal for a prince to have sex with his maids. There were few entertainment activities, and almost no nightlife. When they had nothing to do after eating, they would naturally think of making babies. Not only did they make babies, but the princes and the upper nobles would also exchange women, and even gather together to have a baby-making party. So it wasn't just a joke that the noble circle was really messy. Prince Roland was already relatively restrained in this aspect. After it was replaced by Roland, he didn't even touch a woman, except for Tyr. The other maids could be said to be of poor quality. In addition, after crossing over, he had to face the months of demons. His mind was almost filled with farming plans, and he didn't have time to enjoy the romantic life of a noble. It's really a pity, Roland pretended to be regretful. Let the old maid who served me this morning take care of Tyr's funeral. She will be the new head maid. Carter nodded, saluted, and left. As soon as Roland stepped into the office, he saw Nightingale sitting on the mahogany table. Did you get any information? Nothing. When she saw me, she committed suicide. Her tone was a little depressed. It was too fast, without the slightest hesitation. You didn't subdue her? Roland walked around him and sat back on the armchair. I tied her up. Nightingale leaned over and said, I didn't expect her to hide poison in her teeth. I had to fake it as an accident. I thought you were experienced, but you still have the nerve to ask for remuneration? Hey, don't say that. Although I didn't get anything from her, it doesn't mean that I didn't get anything. Nightingale chuckled and placed a folded piece of paper in front of Roland. I found this in her room. Roland unfolded the paper. It was a letter from home. The sender addressed Tyr as his sister, and the content was just a casual chat. However, he noticed that she mentioned the sea many times, such as how beautiful the seaside scenery was and how she liked to stay on the beach to watch the sunset. At the end of the letter, she asked when her sister would come back. She missed her sister very much. Thinking of the territories of the siblings, Roland asked uncertainly, third princess of the port of Clearwater? That's probably what happened. Your two brothers can't see the sea. According to my speculation, third Princess Garcia Wimbledon held her sister hostage and used her as a hidden chess piece. Judging from her decisive style of suicide, it was unlikely to be a random arrangement. That is to say, before she was placed by your side, she received at least 2 to 3 years of relevant training. Roland sighed softly. Sure enough, the fight for the throne would not end so easily. Even if he didn't fight, it didn't mean that he would stay out of it. For the throne, his brothers and sisters didn't care at all. Similar things would probably happen again in the future. Ah, someone's coming. I'll take my leave first, Your Highness. Nightingale teasingly blew a breath towards Roland, and then disappeared in the blink of an eye. Although it was not the first time he had seen it, it still shocked Roland to see it in broad daylight. He hesitated and tentatively stretched out his finger towards the empty table. Halfway through, he was intercepted by a soft hand. Your Highness, you will make Anna sad if you do this. Well, it seems that her ability is invisibility, not disappearance, Roland thought, otherwise it would be too terrible. There was a knock on the door. Your Highness, I'm Barav. Roland took back his finger and returned to his expressionless appearance. Come in. The assistant minister came into the office with a large bundle of files. His butt hadn't even warmed up when he began to report on the state affairs of the past week. Roland also put away his thoughts and concentrated on listening to him. After more than a month of being influenced, he found that he could keep up with the rhythm of the other party. He was no longer dizzy and completely confused. In general, Border Town's financial situation had improved to a certain extent. After selling ore and gemstones to Willow Town, they received nearly 200 golden dragon. After this money was used to buy food and pay wages, there were still 90 left. Barav was also in a good mood. With money in his hands, it wouldn't be too difficult to get through this winter. However, Roland was destined to not let him stay idle. I want to select a group of people from my subjects to fight against the demonic beasts. From now on, they must gather together and receive training. The instructor will be my chief knight. I will explain the specific situation to him. You have to make a purchase plan. These people must have a strong leather armor and a spear. They must also have 2 sets of winter clothes that can be changed. Your Highness, this, according to the usual practice, shouldn't we temporarily recruit people to fight? The troops that go to the battlefield without training are just a group of mobs. Do you think they can scare away the demonic beasts by relying on their numbers? It will be more troublesome if they collapse. Do you really intend to defend Border Town? Barav asked hesitantly. If we really can't defend, of course we will retreat. But I don't think we can't even deal with a few mutant beasts. If we do according to your plan, we will have to spend more money. Roland was amused by the stingy look on the man's face. These are necessary expenses. Hurry up and get it done. He still had more than 300 golden dragon in his own treasury, which was mainly used to pay for the construction of the city wall. The materials and parts needed for the steam engine were also bought from his own pocket. The first machine cost almost 20 golden dragon, and he needed at least 3 more. It was true that the steam engine drove the first industrial revolution, but it didn't mean that the steam engine was equal to the Industrial Revolution. Historically, the United Kingdom was in urgent need of a new power to replace people and livestock to meet mining production. After what improved the steam engine, he immediately received a large number of orders. This new power was also popularized in various industries in a short time. These are the people you recruited? Roland looked at the group of ragged civilians in front of him, his heart filled with the impulse to turn around and leave. Your Highness, they were selected according to your requirements, Carter said while counting with his fingers. Male, non-criminal, over 18 years old, under 40 years old, no physical disabilities. I carefully checked them. Well, he knew he shouldn't have too many expectations. After all, the productivity of this world was so low that it was difficult to even eat, so it was normal to be poorly dressed. As a prince, the treatment he received made him ignore this point. As long as he walked out of the castle, he could see homeless people begging for a living everywhere. In fact, even in the capital of the kingdom, Grey Castle, there would be people who collected corpses. What they did was to drag the bodies of starving people to be cremated every day. So in the end, what was the fighting mode of this world? Roland closed his eyes and carefully thought about it. It was probably a little more advanced than a hooligan fight. Generally speaking, when the Lord decided to start a war, or a fight, Roland didn't think that this kind of fight could be linked to the word war. He would summon the nobles in his territory, and the nobles would then summon the nobles of the lower level in their territory. For example, the Duke would summon the Count would summon the Viscount, and the Baron, and so on. Most of these nobles had a group of knight and mercenaries as their own personal strength. They were the main force of the battle, basically equipped with full armor and excellent weapons. At the same time, they would also recruit the civilians and farmers in their territory to fight. In fact, it was to deliver food to the army, and when needed, they would rush to the front line as cannon fodder. In the battle, the most casualties were these cannon fodder. In the battle between nobles, as long as they didn't die on the battlefield, they would generally be taken back and exchanged for ransom. Roland naturally didn't expect the nobles of Border Town to help him fight. In fact, they had nothing to do with Border Town. Most of them were barren and theft by the Lord of Longsong's stronghold, and their territory was also under the jurisdiction of the stronghold. An army composed entirely of civilians, in this era, was a very imaginative thing. They were stupid and ignorant. They could not understand the documents, could not understand the orders, and had never gone through professional combat training. How could they compare to the knight who had been practicing swordsmanship since he was 10? Carter approached Roland and advised in a low voice, "Your Highness, this matter was never feasible. Look at them, which one of them can hold a sword?" When they encountered demonic beasts, they would probably scatter in confusion, which would affect the stability of the defensive line. "I suggest that we hire professional mercenaries from Willow Town or other places to guard the city walls. These people should be left to do some chores." "No, I'll use them," Roland refused. He did not have a good impression of those mercenaries who worked for money. Besides, he did not build the army just to deal with demonic beasts. Throughout history, the members of a strong and vigorous army must come from the people. Whether it was the feudal army, the modern army, or the modern army, they had all proved this rule countless times. "All right, whatever you say." The knight shrugged. "Then I'll start training them how to hold the sword tomorrow. Even though it might not be of much use." "Use the sword?" "No, you first take them to line up and run." Roland suddenly thought that the chief knight might not have experienced this training himself, so he had to change his mind. "You call the hunter you found last time, you first watch how I do it." Vanner experienced more incredible things today than he had in the previous 20 years. He actually saw the fourth prince of the kingdom, His Highness Roland Wimbledon, at a close distance. He walked in front of him and smiled at him. "My God, is the prince drunk?" 3 days ago, when the fourth prince gave a speech in the square, he knew that this winter would be different from the past. They would not go to Longsong Stronghold but would spend the long winter here. He did not understand most of the reasons the prince had said, but he agreed with this decision from the bottom of his heart. Vanner's brother had died in the slums of Longsong Stronghold 2 years ago. There was no food for a whole month. He relied on the few copper coins he earned from unloading goods at the dock to buy some black bread to share with his brother. But it was too cold that winter, and the shacks in the slums were filled with air. This little bit of food couldn't even keep his body warm. After his brother fell ill and fell into a coma, he never woke up. In Border Town, at least he had a house made of mud bricks, so he didn't have to worry about the heavy snowfall for several days. He also saw that the dock was full of wheat from other places, which was being moved into the castle in batches. Therefore, when Vanner heard the news that the fourth prince was recruiting militia, he immediately rushed over. Of course, the reason that tempted him to give up his gravel work and immediately come to apply for the job was the monthly salary of 10 silver royals. This was already comparable to a skilled clay craftsman. He was not young anymore. Next spring, he planned to marry the tavern maid Cheryl, so he had to save more money. As for what the militia was supposed to do, he didn't pay attention to it at all. Anyway, they were either carrying things for the nobles or helping the patrols. They would not climb up the wall to fight against the crazy demonic beasts. The screening process was quite strict, and the eyes of the shining armor knight made Vanner feel a little scared. Fortunately, his sturdy physique passed the inspection. Many other scrawny fellows were dragged out of the team by the knights. In the end, there were only 100 people who came to apply for the job. But Vanner never expected that the one who would train them would be His Royal Highness himself. Those who passed were taken to the grassland in the west of Border Town. Behind them was the city wall that was being built, and in front of them was the endless concealing forest. The prince ordered everyone to stand in line, and then went to the side to rest. It had just rained a few days ago, so the ground was still wet with mud. The water seeped into the soles of his feet through the seams of his shoes, which made him feel uncomfortable. Not to mention that the prince had asked them to stand in an unusual way. Their hands had to be vertically attached to the sides of their thighs, and their backs had to be straight. Vanner only stood for a quarter of an hour before he felt exhausted. This was even harder than using a sledgehammer to break stones. But he gritted his teeth and tried to hold on. Because His Royal Highness had said that whoever moved would lose an egg for lunch. My God, he hadn't tasted an egg for a long time. Apparently, the people around him also thought the same. Although they staggered, most of them persisted. Until the prince announced that they would rest on the spot, Vanner found that his back was full of sweat, and the whole time he stood was not long, at most half an hour. Those who didn't persist until the end were annoyed, as if they could see the round eggs getting away from them. But Vanner didn't quite understand, what was the use of them practicing this? Could they carry more bags of dry food just by standing? If it weren't for His Royal Highness who was training them, he would have already shouted. He didn't expect that after a short rest, His Royal Highness would announce a second order that was even stranger. He asked everyone to continue to stand in line, and this time, if no one moved, they would all have an extra egg for lunch. As long as one person gave up, everyone would lose the opportunity to have an extra egg. Vanner heard the sound of people swallowing their saliva. Hell, is this a popular trick among the nobles of the kingdom? Using a carrot to make everyone run around in circles, he's not a stupid donkey. But in case everyone could do it, wouldn't they have 2 eggs to eat? Your Royal Highness, what are you doing? Carter had thought that Prince Roland was just arbitrary, but now he thought that he was being whimsical. When it came to training a soldier, the chief knight felt that no one was more professional than him. His family had a complete training method. From the age of 10 to 15, it only took 5 years for a soldier to be proficient in all kinds of weapons. If he had another 5 years, he would be a knight who was familiar with the etiquette of the upper class. Of course, the trainee must not be a civilian. Look at these idiots, they only have food in their eyes. Moreover, eggs are very expensive. Okay, Roland picked his ears and said, just watch. Remember, the training in the next few days should also be carried out according to this method. Of course, there will be some changes in the details, and I will list them one by one on the paper. In the era of cold weapons, a group of qualified soldiers could be trained in 2 or 3 months. Roland did not have this idea at all, and he did not need Spartan warriors who could tear beasts with only underpants. The individual fighting power of the army could not be strong, but they must be disciplined and strictly executed. Most of the time, the strength of a team was greater than that of an individual, which was determined by the social attribute of people. To achieve this quickly, it was probably a good choice to use the military training method and improve it according to the current environment. From his personal experience, it only took him half a month to integrate students from all over the country into a whole. No matter what the process was, the effect was still very obvious. When this group of people thoroughly understood what discipline was, Roland could carry out the next step of the plan. Vanner finally did not get the second egg. This time, the time for standing was twice as long as the previous time, until someone's legs became weak and he could not help but shake from side to side. At this time, Prince Roland announced a rest and ordered the attendants to serve lunch. This successfully diverted people's anger towards the offenders to the food, but it also made Vanner suspect that His Royal Highness did not intend to let them get the second reward. The lunch was packed in 4 large pots and dragged by several carriages to the outside of the town. In addition to food, the carriages also carried many wooden pots and spoons. When Vanner licked his lips and was ready to rush up, the chief knight stopped in front of everyone. His Royal Highness ordered everyone to line up in 4 columns and come up one by one to receive their cutlery. Anyone who disturbed the order would be forced to be the last to receive their food. The crowd squeezed into 4 lines. He was lucky enough to be at the front of the outermost line. Of course, there were also people who expressed strong dissatisfaction with this, and there was a commotion among the team. Soon, the knight and a few guards rushed into the crowd and chased the troublemakers out. Vanner glanced at the leader of the troublemakers, Crazy Fist, the most aggressive man in the town. Usually, he relied on his brute strength to stir up trouble everywhere, but now, he had to obediently squat to the side with a sword pointed at him. Look at his pitiful appearance, he felt that he had figured out His Highness' preferences. That was uniformity. They had to stand in a straight line. They also had to line up for meals. The order could not be interrupted. Vanner had heard from a knowledgeable businessman in a big town that some nobles had a strange hobby, which was to put everything in order. If there was anything wrong, they would force themselves to tidy it up. In Vanner's mind, this kind of person was purely idle and had nothing to do, so they deliberately looked for some trouble to torment themselves. He didn't expect His Royal Highness to be such a person. When the lid of the earthen jar was opened, Vanner smelled a strong aroma. He was almost intoxicated by the fragrant aroma. There was a commotion in the crowd, and at the same time, the roar of His Excellency the Knight came from the front. I probably have to line up again, he thought. Sure enough, Prince Roland asked everyone to line up to receive their food in the same order as when they got the wooden basin and spoon. Although everyone swallowed their saliva and their stomachs were growling, in view of Crazy Fist's example, everyone still lined up obediently. The earthen jar was filled with hot wheat porridge. Danner was surprised to find that there was jerky in the porridge. Although there was only a thin piece of jerky in the wooden basin, it was still meat. After scooping the porridge, he also got an extra egg as he wished. Danner almost wolfed down his lunch, and even licked the bottom of the basin. He didn't even have time to bite the egg, and directly swallowed it into his stomach. Because he ate too fast, he accidentally scalded his tongue. Putting down the wooden basin, Danner patted his stomach and burped. He hadn't enjoyed such delicious food for a long time. What was even more incredible was that he actually felt full. The sweetness of the meat porridge was like heaven and earth compared to the black bread. He even thought, if he could eat such food every day, even if he had to fight against demonic beasts in the front line, it wouldn't matter. After eating, there was a long rest time. Everyone was brought back to the city wall and walked all the way to the camp where the patrols lived in the town. A burly alien man came out from the team and began to teach them how to set up tents. Danner knew him. There were few people who lived in the old street who didn't know Iron Axe. His superb archery made even the most experienced old hunter in the town gasp in amazement. Wait, Iron Axe was now working for Prince Roland? It seemed that he had seen him staying with the night before. Danner frowned. What was His Highness thinking? He was a Sandman. Are you really going to appoint a Sandman as the captain? Carter had the same question. He doesn't belong to Grey Castle, and he doesn't even belong to the mainland kingdom. Witches don't belong to Grey Castle either, Roland said disapprovingly, but they all belong to Border Town. Besides, aren't you here to look after them? But, Your Highness, don't worry, Roland patted the knight's shoulder, Border Town doesn't care about their origin. As long as they don't violate the laws of the kingdom, they are still my people. If you are really worried, you can choose 2 more outstanding captains. Anyway, the number of people in this team will expand in the future, so it's not bad to train a few more people with potential. By the way, I have already written the training regulations. Compared to the Sandmen, I think it's better for you to pay more attention to this. Carter took the parchment scroll from Roland's hand and read it from beginning to end. He was suddenly dumbfounded. These training contents were simply unheard of. For example, taking everyone to run laps around Border Town in the afternoon, from 2 o'clock in the afternoon until the sun went down. The regulations emphasized that everyone had to complete this task, and they were allowed to help each other. If no one gave up, an extra egg would be added to the dinner. Another example was to blow the whistle at night when the wolves passed, so that everyone could put on their clothes and gather in the shortest time possible. With this kind of tossing and turning, I'm afraid the team will disperse in a few days. If the first few rules were slightly understandable, the last one made Carter completely confused. Every day after dinner, everyone will go to Mr. Carr's academy to receive cultural training. Your Highness. What do you mean by cultural training? Are you going to teach them to read and write? I hope so, but the time is too short. At most, I can only teach them some simple words and numbers, so that they can read and write commands. I will personally explain this to Carr, you just need to take them there. But, why do you want to do this? This is of no help in the fight against the demonic beasts. The weather was getting colder day by day, and Roland also got up later and later. As the ruling class, he certainly had the right to sleep late. Especially the big bed with 3 layers of velvet blankets. When he lay down, his whole body would be surrounded by softness, which encouraged him to stay in bed. When Roland finished washing up and walked into the office, Nightingale was already there waiting for him. Well, your breakfast, I ate half of it while it was still hot, and now it's cold. She pointed at the half of the bread on the table, as if she was the owner of the place. Didn't anyone teach you to be humble in front of the prince? Roland reached out his hand to push away the plate and sat back at the desk. I remember that at the beginning you were still very polite. He sighed from the bottom of his heart. He really didn't see that this girl was actually a familiar person, not accompanying Anna, but running to his office to stroll around. Before, she would hide her figure, but now as long as there were no outsiders, she would openly wander around the office, even without a hood. Like this? She jumped off the table and bowed impeccably. You have been getting up later and later recently. I saw that breakfast was just sitting there, so I helped you a little. Your Highness, she moved closer to Roland. Anyway, you don't care, right? And you don't like those cumbersome etiquette, I can see that. Do you have the heaven's eye? Roland thought. You can see that? He sighed. Do as you please, but after you eat breakfast, you must finish it. If I want to eat again, I will order another. Yes, Your Highness. She smiled gently, picked up the plate and ran to the side. Roland spread out a blank piece of parchment, ready to complete the design drawing that he had drawn yesterday. If he wanted to defend Border Town, the battle after the arrival of winter could not be a Pyrrhic victory. Although an army that had not seen blood was not a qualified army, Roland was worried that if there was a big loss, this group of people who had been trained for a short time would not have the courage to stand on the wall. He needed a revolutionary weapon to gain an absolute advantage over the demonic beasts. Without a doubt, it was a musket. In fact, this era already had all the conditions for firearms to appear. Alchemists often made a substance known as snow powder, which was used in court ceremonies. This thing was gunpowder with the wrong formula. It burned slowly, and when it was put into a copper tube, it would only make a sound. In about another 100 years, the prototype of the flintlock gun, would appear. Due to the cumbersome operation of this firearm, it required the cooperation of 2 people to complete the loading and firing action. Under normal circumstances, it could only be used as a single-shot weapon. Moreover, its firing speed and power were inferior to that of a well-trained archer. Of course, Roland wasn't interested in repeating history. Just like the steam engine, he could use the witch's ability to create a gun with actual combat value. I looked at the order on the table before you came. Nightingale swallowed the last piece of bread and asked casually, why do you plan to buy so many ice rays? It's winter now. If you want to drink chilled ale, why don't you just leave it outside for the night? The upper nobles liked to use ice ray, or saltpeter, to make ice in the summer, and then cool down their milk, wine, or fruit juice. Thanks to the season, the purchase price of saltpeter was very low. To make iced cheese, the current temperature is not low enough, it needs to be frozen, Roland said. Although the woman in front of him wasn't an enemy, he didn't know everything about her like Anna did. Unlike the steam engine, the musket didn't have many technical barriers. Once it was spread, it would obviously be detrimental to his farming plan. Before he understood her details, it was better to hide some things from her. Thinking of this, he tentatively asked, in addition to searching for the Holy Mountain, is the Witch Cooperation Association also responsible for training killers? No, they are just a group of poor people gathered together for a dream. Nightingale waved her hand. I joined the Witch Cooperation Association only 2 years ago. In other words, you were working for someone else before? Her beautiful throwing skills couldn't have been thrown without several years of hard practice. Roland was very sure of this. In addition to me, there are other people willing to take in witches? Take in? Nightingale's expression became a little strange. How could it be? If he knew that I would become a witch, he wouldn't even let me through the door. As for later, if I wasn't still useful to him, I'm afraid I would have already been secretly executed. Oh? Can you tell me about it? Nightingale smiled and shook her head, but this time there were some unknown emotions in her smile. Your Royal Highness, when the time is right, I will tell you. I know what you are worried about, please rest assured, I was already free 5 years ago, I don't need to work for anyone anymore. Negotiation failed, it seems that my charm attribute isn't high. But her answer also confirmed my thoughts. At least 5 years ago, she had done some things for someone that couldn't see the light of day. Fortunately, his use of Nightingale seemed to be a coincidence, and not like me, who intended to recruit witches. Roland didn't ask again, he lowered his head and continued to draw his own drawings. To his slight surprise, Nightingale, who usually loved to come forward, had become quiet at the moment, and only the sound of the burning fire could be heard in the room. When Roland raised his head to move his sore neck, she had already disappeared from the office. She left without saying a word, he muttered, folded the parchment in his hand, and put it in his pocket. After a few days of busy work, with this drawing, the design of the weapon, or rather, the reproduction, was completely completed. The weapon he planned to make was the famous flintlock. This weapon had been tested by history for a long time, and its production difficulty was similar to that of a matchlock. The rear was loaded with gunpowder, the front was loaded with lead, and the firing rate was close to 3 shots per minute, which was more than enough to deal with mutant beasts without any IQ. Most animals couldn't climb walls, so the shooting distance was about the height from the top of the wall to the ground, which was 12 feet. At this distance, even if you aimed with your feet, you wouldn't miss the target, and the bullet's initial speed was almost unaffected. As long as the demonic beasts didn't evolve to be harder than steel, they could basically be killed with one shot. The shortcoming of the flintlock was the production time. At the beginning, it was the same as a matchlock, which required the craftsman to hammer it out. From the barrel to the trigger, the entire production of the gun would take about 3 months. The barrel was the big part, and the iron plate had to be beaten into a round tube. Iron powder was used to seal the mouth, and then the barrel was drilled to engrave the firing line. Although it didn't require any sophisticated equipment, the craftsman had to be skilled to make a qualified barrel. This was also the reason why Roland had to first build a steam engine. However, when Roland personally operated it, he found that the actual situation was far from as simple as he thought. After working in the backyard for 4 or 5 days, he successfully produced a hard drill. Using Anna's high-temperature flame, he could easily obtain molten iron with a temperature of more than 1,500 degrees. Without the restriction of temperature, the conventional method of frying steel could easily and quickly produce a small batch of steel. That was to use an iron rod to quickly stir the molten iron, so that the excess carbon and other impurities in the pig iron were fully exposed to the air and oxidized. After several repetitions, the molten iron cooled down to obtain high-quality steel. The problem lay in the steam engine. When the prototype was working, the noise and vibration were very alarming. Even the drill could not steadily drill a complete iron pipe. This level of tremor was insignificant when doing heavy work, but it was obviously not feasible when processing a gun barrel. To improve this, he had to first create a centrifugal governor to control the steam engine's output power, and then use a gear combination to reduce the vibration and adjust the rotation rate of the drill. But processing the gear required a simple lathe. In this way, Roland found that he had no way to achieve this goal before the months of the demons. In the end, he could only use the old way, relying on the blacksmith's hands to hammer it out. The plan to mass-produce guns was a failure. According to the number of blacksmiths in Border Town, at most they could produce 3 to 4 barrels a month, and this was under the condition that they stopped building the second steam engine. The only good news was that they didn't have to worry about the quality of the barrels. The blacksmith only needed to hammer out a roughly round pipe, and then Anna would uniformly sew it. The effect was close to that of a seamless boring pipe, which basically eliminated the risk of explosion. Roland had no choice but to modify his previous plan. He originally intended to recruit the hunters of Border Town to form a gun team. Most of them were proficient in archery, whether it was a bow or a crossbow, they were both handy weapons. In addition, firearms training was not time-consuming, so they could quickly gain combat effectiveness. But now during the months of the demons, at most 4 flintlocks could be made, so he could only select the most outstanding hunters to create an elite team. Roland decided to give this task to Iron X, who had been in Border Town for 15 years and was recognized as the best hunter. Brian was not happy for the past 2 weeks. Especially when they met the militia on the street, the unhappiness would be magnified, and there would even be a trace of unwillingness in their hearts. He felt that he had been forgotten by His Highness. A month ago, when he was summoned by the Chief Knight, he was filled with excitement. To be in close contact with the 4th Prince and to be personally questioned by His Highness was such a fortunate and glorious thing. He had grown up in Border Town. Although he came from an ordinary hunter family, he had relied on his own ability to become a patrol captain. He knew that he couldn't rely on his family to become a knight, so he could only wait for an opportunity to make contributions and receive the title of a superior. His Royal Highness's question made him feel that his opportunity had come. Obviously, the 4th Prince Roland was not willing to give up his territory. He was trying to find a way to fight against the demonic beasts. Later, the wantonly construction of the city wall also proved this point. There was no doubt that this year they would spend the months of the demons in Border Town. If they wanted to stop the invasion of the demonic beasts here, they had to form a team that dared to fight head-on. Brian thought that he was the best candidate. He was proficient in reconnaissance, swordsmanship and horsemanship. Every year, he stayed behind to light the beacon, proving that he didn't lack courage. But he never expected that His Highness would choose a team of civilians to fight against the demonic beasts. That's right, a pure civilian team. Not only him, but the entire patrol team of 10 people didn't pass the Chief Knight's examination. This was simply incredible. Did His Highness think that this group of people who had never held a sword would be better at fighting than him? I'm afraid that if they saw the fierce appearance of the demonic beasts, they would be defeated, but His Highness seemed to be serious. He not only trained this motley crew, but also gave them a uniform. Every afternoon, Brian could see this group of people wearing brown and gray leather armor, running through the street in 2 columns. At the beginning, the team was sparse, but recently it had become more and more orderly. But Brian himself was still carrying out boring tasks every day, and he couldn't see any hope of promotion. At night, when he couldn't sleep, he heard a noise next door, then the door was pushed open and someone quietly came in. "Hey, get up," the person whispered. Brian recognized the other side's voice. It was a member of the patrol team, nicknamed Fierce Scar. There were 5 people sleeping in his room, except for himself and Greyhound. The other 3 quickly turned over and got up, as if they were already prepared. They didn't even take off their coats. "Captain, get up, I have something important to tell you." Fierce Scar had a noble relative in Longsong Stronghold, and he heard that he was a great noble, so his position in the team was very high. Brian couldn't ignore him, so he got up and asked, "What's the matter?" Greyhound was also woken up. It's so late, you don't sleep. I have a good job to introduce to you. Do you want to be conferred the title of Knight? What? Knight? Greyhound was surprised. Brian's heart jumped. He quickly asked, "In the end, what kind of job is it?" "You all know my Uncle Hill, he is the Earl of the Duke, he is also His Excellency's confidant. He told me this news personally," Fierce Scar said in a low voice. "The 4th prince is ready to leave Longsong Stronghold alone," which made the Duke very unhappy. He decided to let the prince know, who is the master of the Western Territory. Difficult, don't tell me, you plan to assassinate." Greyhound was nervous, he stuttered even more, a short sentence could not be completed for a long time. "How is that possible?" Fierce Scar sneered. "He is a prince, if he dies, even the Duke can't protect us." I said, "This is a good job." Brian subconsciously felt that this deal was certainly not as simple as he claimed, but the temptation of being conferred the title of Knight was too big. He couldn't help but open his mouth. "Let's hear it." "Food. Without food, he can only obediently roll back to Longsong Stronghold. This job was promised by the Duke. As long as we can successfully burn the food bought by the 4th prince, he will hold a knighthood ceremony for us, and also give us a fief in the east of Longsong Stronghold. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Captain, what do you think?" You are crazy." "His Highness, didn't His Highness say, this year, the months of the demons is likely to last for more than 4 months, if you burn the food, what will we eat?" Greyhound shook his head again and again. 2 years ago, have you forgotten? What does it have to do with us?" Another person said disdainfully, "Anyway, I don't intend to stay here, Duke Ryan's matter, we can live a comfortable life in Longsong Stronghold." "Yes, do you want to eat slag in this damn place for a lifetime?" The others also chimed in one after another. Hell, they had already colluded. Brian's heart turned cold, except for Greyhound and himself who grew up in border town. Most of them came from all over the kingdom, they simply didn't have any nostalgia for the town. Seeing that he was powerless to stop them, he had to change the topic. "But the wheat has been transferred to His Highness Castle. The door is guarded by His Highness' personal knight, how can you get in?" "That's why I called you," Fierce Scar proudly said. "You have been living in this broken place since you were a child. No one is more familiar with the environment here than you. I remember you once said that there is an abandoned well in the ravine behind the castle, which is connected to the waterway under the castle. Through it, you can quietly reach the castle garden. Didn't you climb in when you were a child? How about it, if you do this with me, in the future you can also become a knight personally appointed by His Excellency the Duke. No, a knight should have the courage to fight against injustice, should not be afraid of power, and should protect the weak. Just because of His Excellency the Duke's personal grievances, he should ignore the threat of starvation and death for the residents of Border Town? Such a knight, in addition to being an empty shell, what glory does he have to speak of?" He was about to open his mouth to refuse, but Greyhound had already barked. A group of madmen. You actually dare to take the idea of food. Will never let you leave here. I will report to, Greyhound said halfway, his voice suddenly froze. He incredulously turned his head. A former teammate was standing behind him sneering at him. A black dagger was inserted from behind Greyhound's waist. The dagger was completely inserted into his body. He trembled twice, opened his mouth to say something, but could only let out a hoarse breath sound. The other side stirred the dagger twice, and then fiercely pulled it back. Greyhound suddenly lost his support like a rag doll, softly paralyzed on the ground. The castle of the Lord of Border Town was not built in its current location. At first, when the foundation of the stone wall was buried, it encountered an underground cave, and the ground suddenly collapsed, so it had to be moved. Most of the channels that had been dug were destroyed in the collapse, and even if they were intact, they were abandoned because of reconstruction. When Brian was young, he often drilled in these tunnels, and one day he accidentally found a route from an abandoned well to the well in the castle garden. Brian told this news to his father, and the result was that he was hung up and severely beaten. His father warned him that trespassing into the Lord's castle was a capital crime, and once discovered, he could only be hanged. The frightened Brian naturally did not go through this channel, but when everyone gathered together to drink and chat, he had more than once boasted that he had the ability to go directly to the castle. Now he simply regretted it. In addition to Greyhound, there were a total of 9 people. In other words, the whole patrol team was convinced by Fierce Scar to be able to work for the Lord of the Western region of the kingdom, Duke Ryan, and with such a generous reward, there were only a few people who could resist such a temptation. The abandoned well was the first place where the collapse began, and now it was still a wasteland. Fierce Scar held Brian's sword in the middle of the team and went down the well. When he was young, the channel was spacious, but now it seemed very narrow. Because there was no one passing through it all year round, and the water had changed course, many places in the cave had grown vines. The guy who stabbed Greyhound was holding a torch and walking in the front, holding a short-handled axe to clear the obstacles. Brian pretended to recall the road, but in his heart he was thinking of a way to escape. Obviously, in such a place where movement was extremely inconvenient, he had no possibility of escape. Only when he arrived at the castle could he get a chance. What should he do then? Shout twice to attract His Highness's guards? No. That way Scar only needed to raise his hand to kill him. He must first pull away, otherwise he would end up like Greyhound. Thinking of Greyhound, Brian's eyes dimmed a bit. Before the establishment of Border Town, he and Brian lived here, and the two almost grew up playing together. Joining the patrol team together was also Brian's idea. Unexpectedly, he was elected as the captain of the patrol team, just like himself. Brian was happy for him for a long time. Because of his stuttering, Greyhound had always been looked down upon. Now, he finally had a chance to be acknowledged, at least, that was what Brian thought at the time. But when Greyhound fell, Brian roared at Fierce Scar. Fierce Scar, with a face full of sarcasm, told him the reason why everyone recommended him and Greyhound to be elected as captain. Idiot, the patrol captain has to stay until the months of the demons and light the beacon to alert the others. If I don't let you do it, do I have to take this risk? These words pierced Brian's heart like a sharp knife. It turned out that all that modesty, all those congratulations were just a facade of hypocrisy. The real reason was so ugly. He revealed an expression of shock and despair to cover up the anger surging in his heart. This was unforgivable. Brian clenched his teeth. Someone had to pay the price. After walking through the dried-up sewer for about an hour, the group finally heard the sound of flowing water. This meant that they were not far from their destination. After turning a corner, the area ahead suddenly became much more spacious. It could accommodate 2 people standing side by side. The person walking at the front of the team said, "There is no road ahead, there is a shaft." "What's the matter?" Fierce Scar asked with his sword. "Tell him to look up," Brian said in a deep voice, "we have arrived." This abandoned sewer was connected to the middle of the well in the backyard of the castle. At the time of repair, it may have been due to negligence, but this interface was not sealed. Fierce Scar stuck his head to the wall of the well and looked down. 3 feet under his feet was the rushing water, and above his head he could see a small circle of the night sky. He let someone look after Brian, took out a bundle of rope from his backpack, tied the hook, and gently threw it up. Only to hear a sound, the hook was firmly stuck on the edge of the well mouth. Fierce Scar followed the rope and carefully climbed out. Soon, he pulled the rope above, motioning the people behind to keep up. It took a long time for the group to climb out of the well. Originally they could only see the castle from afar, but now it stood in front of them. Fierce Scar grabbed Brian and said in a low voice, "Take us to the warehouse." Brian had only been here once. Although his memory of the castle was blurred, he still quietly led the group, pried open the lock of the wooden door closest to the well, and drilled into the castle. At this time, most of the people in the castle had fallen asleep, and the oil lamps hanging on the walls of the aisle had all been extinguished. In the darkness, someone in the team lit a fire. The weak fire could only illuminate the nearby area of a few feet. Brian knew that the opportunity he was waiting for had come. When the team came to a fork in the road leading to the basement, he aimed at the stairs that extended downwards, and suddenly pounced over. Although the person guarding Brian had been paying attention to his movements, this leap was too fast. Before he could react, the person let out a muffled groan and was knocked down together with Brian. Falling down the stairs, the two people instantly left the range of the fire and disappeared into the darkness. Damn it. Fierce Scar immediately pulled out his dagger and jumped to chase after them. He thought that Brian would use the darkness to play hide and seek with him. He did not expect that the other party did not escape, but stood quietly at the bottom of the stairs, as if waiting for him. Fierce Scar noticed that his accomplice was lying motionless on the ground. And in Brian's hand was that man's weapon. "Idiot, do you think you have a chance to win?" Fierce Scar maintained a vigilant posture, waiting for the others to come down before he snapped, "We still have 7 people, and you only have 1. Brian did not answer. He no longer needed to suppress his anger. He raised his sword and slashed, as fast as lightning, fiercely chopping Fierce Scar's sword edge, sparks bursting out. Not waiting for the other side to assume the next round of posture, his straight stab had already pierced Fierce Scar's shoulder. Fierce Scar screamed in pain and fell back. Another person stepped forward and blocked Brian's pursuit. This was an excellent place to attack. The narrow aisle made it impossible for the opponent to play their advantage in numbers. As long as he stood in the middle of the aisle and faced the enemy, the other side would not be able to do anything. This place could not accommodate 2 people side by side wielding their weapons. In terms of swordsmanship, Brian was confident that he would not lose to anyone in the patrol team. When this group of scum was lazy, gambling, and indulging in the bar, he was still honing his fighting skills. Regardless of the wind, frost, rain, and snow, he had not stopped for several years. This was also the reason why he did not choose to immediately shout for help. The person who replaced Brian was only able to catch 2 swords, and then his weapon was directly sent flying. Rather than saying that they were part of the patrol team, it would be better to say that they were a group of gangsters. Brian thought angrily, in addition to extortion and blackmail, what have these people done? He and Greyhound had meticulously executed the task given by the Lord, and had become an anomaly in the team. But, it was this group of waste. In order to rely on the stronghold, they did not hesitate to harm the town, and killed Greyhound, using extremely despicable means. Unforgivable, he brandished his sword to chop the neck of his frightened opponent. At this moment, a shadow pierced out from under the target, and in the blink of an eye it was close to Brian's heart. This attack was too hidden, and when he noticed it, it was already too late to block. In desperation, he fiercely kicked the ground, and his body bounced back. At the same time, he felt a stabbing pain in his chest. After rolling 2 laps, Brian stood up and immediately put on a defensive posture. The sneak attack just now had only pierced his coat and skin, but fortunately it was not a big deal. The key was the person who stabbed him. In his impression, there was no one in the patrol team who had such swordsmanship. "Hey! You actually dodged." The man pushed away his teammate who had lost his weapon, and step by step came forward. Under the light of the fire, Brian found out that he did not know the other person. He was not tall, but his hands were too long. And if they hung down they would almost reach his knees. His face was also unfamiliar, and Brian swore that he had never seen such a face. "You are not a member of the patrol. Who are you?" Although he did not have much contact with the 5 people next door, but he always recognized them. The guy in front of him had obviously replaced one of them, and followed the team into the castle. It was not surprising that he did not find him in the middle of the night, but it was impossible for Fierce Scar to not find him. Since they were not surprised, then there was only one explanation: this guy was deliberately arranged by Fierce Scar. You have already guessed the answer, why ask me? He smiled indifferently. Anyway, you are going to die soon. Damn, he hurt me. Fierce Scar hatefully said. Viper, quickly cut off his hands and feet, I want to slowly drain his blood. I'm sorry, Mr. Sills. I must complete the mission given by the Earl first. Before he could finish his sentence, the guy known as Viper approached him. The angle of his attack was tricky and strange. Coupled with his extremely long arm span, Brian fell into a bitter struggle. He was forced to retreat again and again, unable to find a chance to fight back. I was too careless. Brian was a little anxious. They had been fighting in the underground passageway for so long. The people above should have noticed, right? Originally he planned to personally take revenge for Greyhound, but now he only hoped to hold on for a little longer, waiting for His Royal Highness Personal Guard Knight to come and encircle this group of villains. You seem to be expecting something. Viper suddenly paused his attack. I'm guessing you're waiting for the prince's men to come and save you? Unfortunately, this kind of stone castle was different from the usual taverns and hotels. The entire floor of the house made of wooden frames would creak when someone was having fun. As long as the door is closed, even if you yell at the top of your lungs, they won't hear anything. Brian couldn't help but stare blankly. Viper was waiting for this opportunity. He kept his sword in a downward position to paralyze his opponent. His other hand was slightly raised, and he pulled the trigger of the crossbow hidden in his sleeve. An index finger-long arrow was shot from his sleeve. Brian only heard the soft buzzing sound of the bowstring. The arrow had already entered his lungs. An unbearable pain exploded in his chest. Brian threw his sword at the snake that was pouncing on him, turned around and ran away. But the blood that leaked from his lungs quickly rushed into his trachea, making it difficult for him to breathe. He didn't run far, when Brian tripped on the threshold and fell heavily to the ground. Viper quickly caught up, wanting to end his opponent, but he was stopped by Fierce Scar. Let me do it, he gnashed his teeth and said, I want this guy to know the consequences of stabbing me. Viper's face flashed a trace of coldness, but in the end he stepped aside and said, do it quickly, don't forget our business. Fierce Scar grabbed Brian's hair and growled at him, believe me, you will die a painful death. Brian wanted to spit a mouthful of blood on his opponent's face, but his whole body's strength flowed out like water. He knew that he didn't have long to live. The regrets of the past rushed into his heart, such as the wife he didn't know, such as the night dream that couldn't be realized. But the most regretful thing was, he couldn't avenge Greyhound. Wait, what is that? He blinked and saw a woman sitting on the box in front of him. Although in the dim light, he couldn't see the other person's appearance clearly, but the exquisite figure showed that she was undoubtedly a woman. Hell, is this an illusion? When he fell into the room, he didn't see anyone inside. Did the gods in heaven hear his complaints and deliberately create an illusion to comfort him? Hey, you guys are fighting in other people's territory, and you still want to kill people in front of me. I'm afraid it's not appropriate, right? Brian felt Fierce Scar's hand tremble, and he suddenly let go of his hair. The sound of weapons being unsheathed came from all around, and several people shouted at the same time, who are you? Their reaction was too. Wait, Brian's consciousness was hazy, was what he saw not an illusion? Of course, I'm from here. The woman jumped down from the barrel, bent down and patted the dust on her robe. In the dim light of the fire, Brian saw a strange pattern embroidered on her robe, 3 juxtaposed triangles, and a huge eye embedded in the center. The outline of the eye reflected a little golden light under the illumination of the fire. What about you? Did you sneak in from the gutter? Her voice was crisp and sweet, but without any emotion. This is not common sense, no one should be so calm when seeing a murder scene. Viper was also aware of this, his expression was dignified, he slowly circled to the side of the other person, and suddenly raised his sword to stab. The woman didn't even turn her head, she lightly waved her hand. Viper didn't even see her weapon, he only felt a cold wind brushing his body. With a scream, Fierce Scar couldn't believe his eyes, he saw Viper rush forward and quickly retreat, the place where he originally held the sword was empty. His arm, along with the sword, fell to the ground. Fear suddenly clutched Fierce Scar's throat. Others may not know, but he was very clear about Viper's background. Ruthless, cunning, and dangerous. This was the Earl's evaluation of this person. The strength of the people who could be recruited by the Earl was absolutely not to be underestimated. Even Brian found it difficult to survive under his attack for half a quarter of an hour. But now, he was carelessly struck by a woman, and his whole arm was cut off. "What are you doing? Quickly go, and kill her," Viper shouted while holding his wound. Brian's vision began to blur due to excessive blood loss. He heard messy footsteps everywhere, the sound of weapons colliding, and the muffled sound of a human body falling to the ground. What the hell happened? He tried to move his eyes, looking forward, then the patrol captain saw a scene he couldn't understand. The figure of the woman was like a ghost. She walked in the crowd, appearing and disappearing. Every time she attacked, she would penetrate the enemy's vital point. Rather than killing, it was better to say that she was dancing. He had never seen anyone who could wield a killing weapon with such a sense of rhythm. The sword flew up and down, drawing an incredible trajectory. In comparison, the surrounding people were just a group of clumsy clowns. They fought back in vain, and fell down in vain. Eventually, she was the only one left standing proudly. Roland sat in front of his desk in a daze. He did not expect that someone would actually dare to kill his way into the castle. If not for Nightingale's timely discovery, he was afraid that he would have already been killed. Who was it this time? The third princess, or some other brother and sister? Was there a need to be so anxious? The 5 years of the fight for the throne, now only a few months have passed. Roland impatiently pounded the table. This is simply unreasonable. Can't they let me spend the winter peacefully? Outside the door came the sound of footsteps. Chief Knight Carter Lannis pushed open the door and entered. "Your Royal Highness, the identities of the dead have been identified. 7 of the 8 corpses were originally members of the patrol team. The identity of one is unknown. The other 2 are still alive. One was treated by the witch, no, by Miss Pine, but he still hasn't woken up. The other one has been detained in the dungeon and is being closely guarded." Patrol team? I knew that this team raised by the former lord was unreliable, Roland thought while gnashing his teeth. Out of 10 people, 8 had betrayed him. Not allowing this group of people to join the militia was really the right choice. The one who is locked up, you tell your men to keep a close eye on him. Don't let him commit suicide like last time. Last time, like that? Cough, nothing. Roland shook his head. It seemed that after being woken up by Nightingale early in the morning, even his brain was confused. In short, I want to know everything from his mouth. Who is the mastermind? Who contacted him? Who bought him? I will leave all of these to you to investigate. Yes, Your Royal Highness. Carter did not immediately leave, but instead knelt down on one knee. This time, letting the assassin sneak into the castle was my negligence. I hope Your Royal Highness will punish me. Enough, you were not in the castle at the time. This has nothing to do with you. So. Carter hesitated. Can you tell me, in the end, who was it that stopped this assassination? I saw from the scene, The knight swallowed his saliva. They seemed to be killed by the same person, and they didn't even have the strength to fight back. You can tell? Roland asked curiously. If they were evenly matched, the scene wouldn't be so clean, and the wounds would be so varied, Carter said in a low voice. Everyone fell in a small warehouse. Aside from blood and corpses, there was almost no damage to any of the objects placed on the ground. The big boxes that stored the cured meat didn't even have a sword mark on them. In other words, that person did not use any cover and was wandering around in a small empty space. With all due respect, Your Highness, this is simply unbelievable. I see. Roland nodded. He understood what she meant. In theory, no matter how strong a person was, once he was surrounded, he would fall into an extremely disadvantageous situation. In actual combat, it would not be like what was shown in the movies, where it looked like an encirclement, but people would still fall one by one. An attack from a blind spot would be especially fatal. Therefore, in a one versus many situation, the correct strategy was to rely on the terrain and environment, allowing oneself to face the enemy head-on. However, Nightingale was no ordinary person. No matter what, go do what you have to do first. This person can't show up for the time being, but when the time is right, I will tell you. Although the chief knight was loyal and reliable to himself, and also knew that Anna and Nana were witches, Roland still chose to conceal the existence of Nightingale. Because she was different from the other two witches, she did not belong to his side, and the reason she stayed in Border Town was only for Anna. Behind her was the Witch Cooperation Association, and sooner or later, she would leave this place. Carter left with a disappointed look on his face. Roland could understand his thoughts. As a swordsman, he constantly practiced and accumulated swordsmanship for hundreds of years, and took it as the truth. But when he saw an incomprehensible scene, he was bound to doubt himself. If swordsmanship could be so exquisite, then what was the point of being so proud of? "I thought you would call me out." Nightingale appeared. She was still sitting at the corner of the desk, and said with her legs crossed. "I thought so too. Why don't you just settle down here, and work as my secret guard? You will get a monthly salary of 2 golden dragon, which is twice as much as Anna. Do you want to consider it?" Roland began to persuade her. "The house has a garden, 2 days off a week, and every year you will get paid leave. Well, it means that you will get paid while you rest." To his surprise, this time the other didn't flatly refuse, but instead smiled and said, "I can't abandon my partner." "Then call them all. After the winter is over, Border Town will have a big construction, and when the time comes, we can accommodate as many people as we want. And witches can also walk on the streets without discrimination, and no one will think of you as evil." "Wait until you achieve this," Nightingale said with a shrug. "All right." Amway still depended on the product. This kind of thing could only be done slowly. Roland changed the subject. "Has Nana been safely sent back?" She was really scared." The prince sighed. He was woken up by Nightingale in the middle of the night, and after seeing the scene, he almost vomited. She briefly explained what had happened, and Roland ordered her to secretly bring Nana out. The little girl, who usually only treated chickens, saw a living person covered in blood, and immediately fainted. In short, after a lot of chaos, she was able to heal the patrol captain with a face full of tears. In order not to let his family know, Nightingale was also responsible for taking her back. When everything was finished, it was almost dawn. "What do you think of this matter? Can you guess which of my good brothers or sisters did it?" Nightingale shook her head. "They are all patrol members, the only exception is that they didn't carry any evidence related to their identity. If it was a bribe, anyone can do it, but I think this matter may have nothing to do with your brother and sister." "Why?" "Because it was too careless. It was an operation with many people, but there was internal strife in the team. After the failure, they didn't immediately commit suicide, and at least 2 people were left alive. And at that time, their performance was unprofessional, just like a street thug. This is not like the style of your brother and sister, but more like a layman's plan. I think even if I wasn't there, this assassination had no possibility of success. Don't forget that Anna is sleeping downstairs." Nightingale picked up Roland's cup, took a sip without a care, and then said, "Anyway, your knight has gone to the dungeon to ask for a confession, and I bet he will soon know the truth. Compared to your sister's chess piece, that guy is much inferior. He was kneeling and begging me not to kill him. The seriously injured patrol captain. I seem to have seen him." "Really?" Nightingale tilted her head. "I think you should thank him. If he hadn't entangled the other guys, I wouldn't have found out so quickly that there were rats in the basement. Although I don't know why he did it, the enemy of our enemy is our friend, right?" "That's right," Roland thought, but the point is not whether he is a friend or an enemy, but what Nightingale said. When Brian woke up, the first thing that came into his eyes was the gray ceiling. The sunlight shining through the window was somewhat dazzling. He slightly closed his eyes, and then opened them again. The scene in front of him was still the same. "It's not a dream," he thought. "I am still alive?" He tried to move his body, but found that he could only shake his fingers. His whole body seemed to be drained of strength. Then he heard someone shout. He woke up. "Go and inform His Royal Highness." His Royal Highness? Brian felt that his brain was stuffed with paste. His thinking was much slower than usual. That's right, how did he faint? It seemed that he was stabbed in the chest by a poisonous snake, and was soon going to die. At the last moment, a ghostly woman suddenly appeared, and in an incredible way defeated all the enemies. Soon a maid reached out and lifted him up, sitting on the bed. Another person brought a basin of water and helped him wash his face. Brian had obviously never experienced such thorough and personal service. In addition, he was surrounded by young maids, which made him feel somewhat at a loss. Fortunately, this awkwardness did not last long. When the fourth prince entered the room, everyone bowed down. Brian felt a surge of heat in his heart. He had too many questions to ask, but he did not know what to say first. Roland nodded and said, "I already know about your deeds, Brian. You are a well-deserved hero." As soon as the word hero came out, Brian suddenly felt his eyes sour, and his voice choked. "No. Your Royal Highness, my friend is the real." Roland patted his shoulder to comfort him. Just as Nightingale had predicted, after Fierce Scar was dragged to the torture chamber, he didn't even wait for the warden to make a move. Fierce Scar spilled everything he knew. The mastermind behind this team was not his royal brother or sister, but the Elk family of Longsong Stronghold. The Earl of Elk family contacted Hilmed, a distant relative, who was also Fierce Scar, and controlled most of the patrol team through temptation and division. In addition, he also sent a substitute to the team as insurance, in case of accidents during the operation. The purpose of this group of people was not to assassinate him, but to burn the pure grain, so that he would obediently go back to the stronghold. This conspiracy caused the death of an innocent person, Greyhound. He tried to stop Fierce Scar and his gang from committing a crime, but was stabbed to death by a patrol member with a dagger. The whereabouts of Viper's replacement team member were unknown. He probably discovered that the castle was not on fire in the morning, and Fierce Scar did not come back on time. After realizing that his plan had been exposed, he directly fled. When Brian finally calmed down, Roland said, "Your friend Greyhound, he will receive a proper funeral. His family will also be properly settled, and he will no longer have to worry about food in the future." "Thank you, Your Highness." Brian took a deep breath. "May I ask Fierce Scar, is he also dead?" "He's still alive." The patrol leader closed his eyes in agony. He would rather not be rescued than drag the other party to hell with him. But in this way, this hope had become slim. There was no doubt that Fierce Scar was guilty, but the crimes committed by nobles could be redeemed with money. As long as his uncle was willing to protect him, there was a great possibility that Fierce Scar would not die. Even, he would not be sent to prison. Roland could naturally guess his thoughts. Hilmed, who you call Fierce Scar, is a member of the Longsong Stronghold's Elk family. The head of the family is called Lochen Med, an Earl of the Duke Ryan, and is also his distant uncle. Here he paused a little, but this will not affect the final verdict. Fierce Scar has been sentenced to death by hanging, which will be carried out in 3 days. If your body can recover, you may wish to see it. Brian suddenly opened his eyes wide. But Your Highness, the nobles can use the Golden Dragon to atone for their crimes. You will not off. Roland waved his hand, motioning him to calm down. Nobles? Perhaps for you, he was born in the Elk family, and his status is different from yours. But in fact, he has neither a title nor a fief, and simply cannot be regarded as a noble. Second, even if he is a noble, he invaded the prince's summer palace, tried to burn the stored food, and disregarded the lives of more than 2,000 people in Border Town. These 3 evils add up to an unforgivable crime. If Tyr's death was something that Roland still hesitated about, then Fierce Scar's death was completely unforgivable. If Fierce Scar had succeeded, then his foundation in Border Town would have been destroyed, and he would never have the opportunity to rise again. This was much more abominable than a direct assassination. As for whether this reaction would anger Longsong Stronghold, who cared? Since the other side was not willing to do business with him, and chose to ruthlessly trap Border Town, of course, he could not back down. This incident also gave Roland a warning. This world's political struggles were not like the ones he was familiar with in the past. Most of them were concentrated under the table, but more inclined to the method of flipping the table, which was much more primitive and much more bloody. Have a good rest. You have lost too much blood, so don't leave the castle. I have already arranged for other people to carry out the work of the patrol team, and when the months of the demons is over, I will hold a ceremony for you. Your Highness. Hearing the last sentence, Brian could not believe it and looked at the prince. You mean, yes, you will be my knight, Mr. Brian, Roland replied with a smile. Ready, stab. Danner clenched his teeth and thrust the long wooden pole in his hand, using the same strength as the last time, and at the same angle. This was the 100th time he had thrust. His arm felt sore and numb, and Vanner felt that he could not hold on any longer. Although he had already thought so on the 50th time, after a week of training, he still obeyed the order. To be honest, even he himself was surprised that he could hold on until now. Everyone, rest. After Iron Axe shouted the order, there was a sudden sigh of relief. Vanner was also relieved, put down the spear, and sat straight on the ground. Now, he finally understood that the militia he was in was not responsible for running errands for the guards or the knight. After a week of strange training, their exercises gradually became decent. For example, now, standing on the city wall, they stabbed and retracted their spears according to the command of the hunters. Although these spears were replaced by wooden poles, Vanner could quickly think of the role he had to play. Stand up, His Highness the Fourth Prince is coming. Iron Axe clapped his hands and shouted before they had even rested for a quarter of an hour. Vanner quickly returned to his position. The previous special training had given him a conditioned reflex to obey orders. Almost subconsciously, he had already picked up the wooden stick and made the preparation for the previous stab. The prince and his entourage went up the wall and passed behind the troops. Vanner noticed that His Highness slowed down when he passed his position. Roland sighed in his heart. It was true that getting up late ruined the morning and getting up early ruined the day. He had just finished dealing with the aftermath of the night attack on the castle, and now he had to come to review the results of the militia's recent training. Poor me, I didn't sleep all night, and now I'm sleepy. But I have to come. Now the militia has entered the stage of pre-battle training. As the Supreme Commander, if I don't show up for a long time, my sense of existence will decline, and the people will become unstable. What should I say during the review? Roland thought for a moment. Good morning, comrades, you've worked hard? If no one answered the second half, it would be very embarrassing to shout out this slogan. It would be better to find someone to talk about daily life, to show that I am polite to the wise, and to increase my reputation. With that in mind, he patted a rather sturdy-looking young man on the shoulder. You've worked hard, are you tired? Have you had a good meal? According to the experience from watching the news, the other side's reaction should be to excitedly answer, I'm not tired, very good. As a result, he was so excited that he turned around and directly knelt down on one knee, which scared Roland. Vanner felt that he was blessed by God. His Highness actually asked him if he was tired from the training in a friendly tone. Usually, not to mention the royal family, even the ordinary nobles were unwilling to say a word to them. He subconsciously imitated the knight and saluted to His Highness, regardless of whether this set of etiquette was suitable for him or not. There was only one voice in his heart: when I return to the old street, I, Vanner, will also be regarded as a person of importance. After being asked to stand up, Vanner was still confused, and he couldn't remember how to answer. Finally, when His Highness asked him if he had any opinions on the training, Vanner suddenly became sober. This was a good opportunity. If he could convince His Highness that the militia alone could not shoulder the heavy responsibility of guarding the city wall, he wouldn't have to worry all day about whether to run or stay. He carefully considered the words in his heart. Your Highness, there are too few people in the militia at present. According to their current formation, when the demonic beasts attacked, they would only be able to defend less than 1/3 of the city wall. Even if the prince were to recruit a few more batches, the training time would be too late, Vanner thought. In addition, the weapons used by these people were also a big expense. It would be very difficult for Border Town to gather enough spears for 300 people within 2 months, even 100 would be very difficult, so they were still using wooden poles to train. If His Highness could realize this, he might recruit a group of mercenaries from other towns as the city. At the very least, they did not need to train and could directly enter the battlefield. At the same time, they brought their own weapons and armor, but the price was higher. Roland thought for a moment and nodded. You're right. It's not realistic to rely on a militia to guard the entire city wall. Vanner was delighted. Does His Highness mean that he agrees with me? But Prince Roland did not say what he expected to hear. Instead, he called Iron Axe to his side. Demonic beasts are, in a sense, just a variant of beasts. They don't have the ability to think, do they? Yes, Your Highness. Ordinary demonic beasts are no different from wild beasts, even their habits are basically the same. But I haven't seen many mixed demonic beasts, so I'm not sure. That's good, although the distance from the Redwater River to the foot of the northern slope mountain is nearly 1,800 feet, 600 meters, long, we can lure them to attack a specific area. You mean setting a trap? Iron Axe asked. It's a trap, but it's not the kind hunters usually use. Ordinary traps relied on hiding themselves to catch their prey, but I intended to do the opposite. I would set up pocket roadblocks far away from the city walls, such as fences, slopes, and ditches, forcing these brainless demonic beasts to take a detour. The continuous obstacles will lead the prey to a specific location, and finally, they will be concentrated in the defensive area we have prepared. Roland looked at Iron Axe. As for how to lure these monsters, I think no one is better than you at it. Iron Axe thought for a moment. Leading them is not a problem. Wolves don't like to touch water, wild boars are afraid of light, and other demonic beasts have their own habits. But Your Highness, if we do this, all the demonic beasts will be concentrated in this 600 feet range. Isn't it too dangerous? If we only relied on spears and bows, it would indeed be so. Roland confidently said, but now, we have new weapons. When they left, the prince once again came behind Vanner and patted him on the shoulder. Good observation. What's your name? Vanner, Your Highness. I will propose to my chief knight to appoint you as the vice-captain of the Lancer team. Mr. Vanner, do a good job. Roland built a new bungalow in the backyard of Duan Xiaofeng, which was used to make snow powder, that is, gunpowder. This 300-square-meter room had only one entrance and exit, and the strictest security system was implemented. 2 knights guarded the door, and anyone who entered had to register and be searched to prevent bringing in any kindling. No fire was allowed inside, so they could only work during the day. In order to prevent Nightingale from sneaking in, the door frame was also hung with a gauze curtain. Is this the new weapon you mentioned? Carter, who had been summoned, picked up a little black powder with his fingers, put it in front of his nose and sniffed. Isn't this snow powder? Iron Axe might not know, but Carter often participated in royal ceremonies, so he naturally knew that this was the stuff in the ceremonial barrel. It was the proudest work of the alchemy workshop. The formula was a secret to outsiders, but if the prince wanted it, he would definitely get it. It's snow powder, but not exactly, Roland said, the alchemy workshop's latest improved product. I call it gunpowder. Gunpowder could be said to be an essential farming tool for any transmigrator. The materials came from a wide range of sources. As long as one knew the best ratio of charcoal, sulfur, and saltpeter was 1:1:7:5, it could be produced without any technical barriers. In this era, the snow powder contained 60% charcoal, 20% sulfur and saltpeter, and 20% other strange materials, such as mercury, butter, honey, etc. It burned slowly and released little gas, so it was completely unable to play the role of gunpowder. But Roland knew that the alchemists were constantly experimenting with other ratios, and in 30 years at most, a snow powder that was closer to the standard formula of gunpowder would appear. In history, it took a long time after the invention of gunpowder, before cold weapons were completely eliminated. This was because the formula and the corresponding weapon manufacturing process could not keep up. As early as the construction of the cement firing room, Roland had made plans for the following projects. Most of them were built around the North Slope mine, so they could be effectively guarded. This kind of bungalow with brick walls and wooden roofs could be built very quickly, and it would not affect the progress of the city wall construction. The large amount of saltpeter purchased from Willow Town was transported to a nearby warehouse for storage. When it was time to use it, the servants would grind and weigh it, and then send it to the bungalow in batches. The same was true for charcoal and sulfur. The handling and mixing of the 3 raw materials were done by different groups of people, so as to minimize the risk of leakage. Roland weighed 20 pounds of black gunpowder and slowly poured it on a piece of sheepskin. The gunpowder had been soaked, compacted, dried, hammered, sifted, and other processes. It had a uniform size of particles, and its combustion performance was excellent. In order to prevent the collision of sparks and accidents, the whole production process did not use any metal utensils, most of them were ceramic or wood products. After pouring the gunpowder, Roland folded the sheepskin layer by layer, wrapped it in 3 layers, and then tied it tightly with a rope. Is this all right? Carter asked. Can this thing in front of us be called a weapon? Although it was an improved version of snow powder, who could be scared by the sound? It might be effective against farmers who had never been on the battlefield, but any trained soldiers and mercenaries would not pay attention to it. But the chief knight thought carefully. What His Highness had done recently seemed unreasonable, but most of them had amazing effects. If the intelligence of demonic beasts was similar to that of wild beasts, perhaps this thing would be unexpectedly effective? For example, a loud noise would frighten them and make them scatter, thus reducing the pressure on the city guards and so on. Roland put the wrapped gunpowder into Carter's arms, and then took a bag of finely ground gunpowder used to ignite the fire. It's almost time, let's go outside the city wall, Iron Axe should be ready. About 2 miles west of the city wall, between the concealing forest and the impassable mountain range, was the test area he had drawn. Iron Axe and several other hunters had been waiting here for a long time. Except for Iron Axe, they were all locals, and they were also the best archers. Hearing that His Highness had a task for them, they could not wait to follow Iron Axe. By now, everyone knew that the new Lord of Border Town would never be stingy with his hiring fees. Following Roland's orders, they erected long wooden poles and tied ropes around the perimeter, forming a perimeter of nearly half a kilometer. Night patrols were arranged near the city walls to prevent anyone from approaching by accident. Roland walked around the perimeter to check the perimeter and nodded. Have you brought the prey? Your Highness, they're all here. Iron Axe came forward, dragging a cage. Carter noticed that there were several pheasants and rabbits inside. Very good. Put them 5, 10, 15, 30 steps away from the center. Tie one to each stake. Carter secretly shook his head and stepped forward to suggest, Your Royal Highness, I'm afraid that the animals you chose will not be able to test the effects. They are very timid and will scatter in all directions at the slightest sound. Even if you can scare them, you might not be able to scare away the demonic beasts. Scared away demonic beasts? Roland was slightly startled, but then he responded, I don't intend to scare them away, even though the sound of this thing's explosion is really amazing. He walked to the center of the circle with the chief knight, put down the gunpowder bag, and used a dagger to make a small cut, letting some of the gunpowder leak out. Then he took out a leather bag filled with gunpowder and sprinkled it from the cut, while moving backward. Today was a windless day, which was very suitable for this primitive method of detonation. After retreating nearly 100 meters, Roland put away the leather bag. All right, let's ignite it here. He repeatedly estimated the distance, and after confirming that it was correct, he said to Carter, Go and call all the hunters. At this moment, Roland was also a little excited. He had already done a small flashover test before, so he was not worried about the test results. What he cared about was that this would be a great moment. From today on, firearms would officially appear on the stage, and he would be written as a milestone in history as a leader. After everyone gathered, Roland ignited the gunpowder. Carter was lying on the ground, looking at the quickly disappearing sparks. His heart was quite disapproving. At such a long distance, and without putting it in a bronze barrel, it was still a question whether the sound of the snow powder explosion could reach here, but His Royal Highness actually asked everyone to lie on the ground. But since Prince Roland took the lead, he could not say anything more. The winter ground was very cold, even through the chain armor, he could feel the chill spreading. Carter moved his body, ready to turn his chest sideways, when suddenly a loud noise sounded. Because the distance was too close, the explosion and the shock wave arrived almost at the same time. He felt his ears buzzing, and the world suddenly became quiet. The tremor of the earth was fleeting. He looked up and saw a black cloud slowly rising, and then gravel and mud fell like rain. The impact on Roland was much smaller than that of the chief knight. Even when setting off firecrackers, he would cover his ears, but after igniting the gunpowder, he immediately prepared to protect himself. The point of the explosion was not like in the movies, where a huge fireball would appear. The fire flashed, and a large amount of mud was lifted up by the air wave, rushing about 10 meters into the air. When the dust settled, the only thing Roland felt was, the sound was much louder than firecrackers. As for Iron Axe and the other hunters, they were already dumbstruck with fear. Among them, only Iron Axe knew that this trip was to test a new weapon, but he did not expect that the sound of the weapon would be so amazing. Perhaps only the thunder of God's wrath could compare with it. Roland stood up and led everyone back to the point of the explosion. There was a half-meter deep pit on the ground, and the rabbit closest to the center of the explosion had already disappeared, leaving only a short piece of wood on the ground. He checked the other animals one by one. The pheasants placed 10 and 15 steps away were lying on the ground motionless, obviously dead. Although there were no obvious wounds, Roland knew that they had died from the shock wave of the explosion. The only survivor was the gray rabbit 30 steps, about 15 meters, away. Its thin ear wall was oozing with blood, and when it saw someone approaching it, it no longer struggled, as if the loud noise had taken away its soul. Carter swallowed his saliva, and the buzzing in his ears gradually returned to normal. At this time, he understood what His Royal Highness meant when he said that he did not intend to scare them away. Is this really an improvement of snow powder? With this result, I'm afraid that the alchemists are far superior to the astrologers. Iron Axe looked at Roland with a completely different expression. Your Royal Highness, if the militia could have such a weapon, Border Town would no longer have to fear the threat of demonic beasts. I don't know if it can be mass-produced? Roland spread his hands. Probably not. When the months of the demons come, I estimate that we can only make 20 or 30 of them. The main key was saltpeter. In this era, the method of producing saltpeter was still very primitive. They collected the precipitated potassium nitrate crystals by pouring a mixture of lime into the feces and urine of humans and animals. In addition to the alchemy workshop and the upper-class nobles, there were almost no other uses. Therefore, there were not many such refineries, and if they were all used to make explosives, they would soon be exhausted. Nightingale walked in the fog. From here, the world was only black and white. The lines that originally constituted things were no longer clear, and the boundaries between straight lines, broken lines, and curved lines became blurred, like a child's scribble. This was a very difficult feeling to describe, and it took Nightingale a long time to familiarize herself with how to distinguish the boundaries. As long as she used it properly, she could not be bound by ordinary things and freely walk through the fog. The seemingly connected walls, as long as she slightly changed the angle, she could see an entrance that absolutely did not exist in the real world. In the fog, up and down, front and back were no longer fixed concepts, they would change and even overlap. For example, what she was doing now, she entered the castle under the watchful eyes of the guards, followed the unpredictable lines, step by step, through the ceiling, and arrived at Anna's room. For her, this was a completely free world. Only in the fog, Nightingale could really relax, although it was quiet and lonely, but she liked this feeling of not being threatened. Most of the time it was black and white, but she could occasionally see other colors. For example, Anna in front of her. Witches and ordinary people were different, they were aggregates of magic. Nightingale could see the flow and disappearance of this power, it was also the only color in the fog. She had never seen such a full and strong color like Anna, a green luster surged from her body, the center was almost incandescent, making people almost unable to look directly at it. This made Nightingale very confused. Generally speaking, the color of magic and ability were very similar. When she was in the Witch Cooperation Association, she had seen many witches with the ability to manipulate fire. Most of them were orange or dark red, like a group of jumping fireballs. No matter the size or brightness, they could not be compared with Anna. If this point was difficult to understand, then the other point was incredible. Such a huge amount of magic gathered in her body, how could she still be alive? In the entire Witch Cooperation Association, Nightingale could not find a person with such magic, even an adult which would pale in comparison. If he waited until Anna came of age, no, she wouldn't have the chance. Nightingale sighed. The stronger the magic, the stronger the backlash. She didn't even dare to imagine what kind of terrible torture Anna would have to face when the demonic bite came. The excruciating pain of being torn apart from the inside would not cause one to lose consciousness. Until the moment one gave up resisting and accepted death, one would have to endure the pain repeatedly without interruption. She walked out of the fog and temporarily put away her gloomy thoughts. She cheered herself up and said, "Good morning, Anna." Anna was already used to his uninvited and sudden behavior. She nodded and did not answer. Instead, she continued to practice controlling the flames. Nightingale rubbed her nose and sat down beside the girl's bed. She had seen this kind of practice many times. In the beginning, Anna would accidentally set her clothes on fire. In the shed in the backyard, there was a bucket full of clothes for her to change into. Later, she was able to skillfully make the flames dance on her fingertips. Even Roland no longer urged her to practice. The shed in the garden was torn down and turned into a place to enjoy afternoon tea and bask in the sun. Even so, Anna still followed the prince's previous instructions and practiced for 1 to 2 hours every day, in her own room. I brought fish cakes, do you want to eat? Nightingale took out a cloth bag from her bosom and handed it to Anna. Anna sniffed and nodded. Go wash your hands, Nightingale said with a smile. Fortunately, she didn't hate her, she just wasn't good at talking. Speaking of which, she obviously cared about Nana very much, but she also didn't talk much. In fact, except in front of Roland, she rarely spoke. In contrast, Roland talked too much. He always had an endless list of reasons. Even when eating, he had many rules and regulations. For example, he had to wash his hands before eating, not to eat too fast, not to pick up food that had fallen on the ground, and so on. He could give a long speech about each of them. At first, she was extremely impatient, but he was the master of this place, the fourth prince of Grey Castle. Since he lived and ate his food, she reluctantly listened to him. Now, she was slowly getting used to these rules. She didn't know why, but when she fought with Anna, Nana, Roland, Carter and the others to wash their hands, she inexplicably felt a trace of fun. Anna put her hands into the bucket filled with well water and rubbed them, then lit a fire to dry them. She took a fish cake and returned to the table, nibbling on it. You really don't want to go back with me? Nightingale tried to find something to talk about. There are many sisters there, they will take good care of you. Here, you can only move around within the boundaries of the castle, don't you feel bored? Although there aren't many resources in the impassable mountain range, everyone is a family, gathered together for the same purpose. Your power is so strong, they will welcome you. This winter, I'm afraid you won't be able to survive. At the end of her words, Nightingale's voice became lower. Perhaps it was too late. She thought, even if she returned to the camp, with her current huge magic, it would be almost impossible to survive until adulthood. The only thing she could do was to watch her die. Before joining the Witch Cooperation Association, where did you live? Nightingale was startled, she rarely asked her questions. I used to live in a big city in the east, not far from King's City. Did you have a good time? Happy? No, it was simply a period of time that she didn't want to recall, living under someone else's roof, being despised and ridiculed. When they found out that she had become a witch, they looked after her like a cat or a dog, chained her neck and forced her to do things for them. Nightingale shook her head and softly asked, Why do you ask this? I used to live in the old district. Anna briefly recounted her experience. My father sold me to the church for 25 golden dragon, it was His Highness who took me out of the cage. Here, I am very happy. But you can't leave this castle, except for Roland Wimbledon, everyone else still hates witches. I don't care, moreover, he said that he would change all this, didn't he? That's very difficult, as long as the church doesn't fall, witches will always be evil. Anna didn't refute, the silence was somewhat long enough that Nightingale thought she would never speak again. She suddenly asked, Are you happy in the Witch Cooperation Association or here? What are you talking about? Nightingale was caught off guard. Of course it's the Witch Cooperation Association. To tell the truth, she wasn't interested in finding the Holy Mountain, but there were friends there that she couldn't give up. Was it border town? If she hadn't heard that there were witches in danger, she wouldn't have come here. The answer should be very obvious, but why didn't I say it at the first time? This time Anna showed a smile. Nightingale rarely saw her smile. Her eyes were like a lake reflecting the morning sun. It made people feel inexplicably at ease, even if they weren't in the fog. I heard from Roland that you were looking for the Holy Mountain in the northern mountains. If the Holy Mountain means stability and a home, I think I have found it. This was her holy mountain, Nightingale realized. Although she didn't have much life left, her soul would reach the other side earlier than most witches. At this time, outside the door came the sound of rushing footsteps. Nightingale listened carefully. It sounded like Nana's footsteps. The door was pushed open, and Nana Pine rushed in. Roland was dragged out of bed by Nightingale. When he learned that Nana Pine's father had come to find him, he was surprised at first, but soon realized that this was a rare opportunity. If he wanted the little girl to stay and help fight against the months of demons, he had to find a reason to let the Pine family stay in border town for the winter. Originally, this was a very tricky matter. The fourth prince's reputation among the nobles had fallen to the bottom, coupled with the tension between them and Longsong's stronghold. It was obviously impossible for these nobles to stay in border town. From the beginning, Roland had never considered cooperating with the nobles. They may be good at fighting for power, but they were not suitable to fight side by side. He quickly put on his clothes, simply washed his face and rinsed his mouth, and then went to the living room. Pine, who had been brought here by the guards for a long time, was already angry. When he saw the prince, he immediately stood up and asked, "Your Highness, where is my daughter?" This was the first time that Roland had seen Nana's father. He was not tall, but he had a rough beard on his face, and he was wearing a cotton-padded jacket with big pockets and tight leather pants, which made him look more like a hunter than a noble. "She's fine, Mr. Pine. Why did your guards let her in directly, but stopped me outside?" Mr. Pine interrupted in a loud voice, "I need an explanation, Your Highness. Please bring my daughter out to see me." "What kind of rhythm is this?" Roland was stunned. He imagined that the other side would know that his daughter had unfortunately fallen into a witch, and would either beg him to hide the news, or simply let him solve this problem. But he really did not expect that Pine would be so aggressive, completely disregarding the aristocratic etiquette. As for why the guards let Nana in, it was entirely because of Roland's instructions. She came to play with Anna every 2 or 3 days, so the guards were already familiar with her. After thinking for a moment, Roland called a maid and asked her to bring Nana over. No matter how rude the other side was, he was still Nana's father, so he had to first let the two of them meet and then talk. If he showed the slightest intention to give the little girl to the church or abandon her, then it wouldn't be too late to take measures. Nana came out with Anna. The moment he saw his daughter, the impatience in Pine's eyes immediately disappeared. He opened his hands and shouted to Nana, "Come to Daddy." But the little girl just hid behind Anna, showing half of her head. "Will you sell me to the church?" Cough. "What are you talking about, silly child? The church doesn't accept idiots like you. Come home with me." This reaction made Roland somewhat puzzled. According to Nightingale, when Nana was using her magic, her father saw her, and she panicked and fled to the castle to find Anna. Her father chased her all the way here with a murderous look. But now it seemed that when Sir Pine looked at his daughter, there was only concern and love in his eyes. It was completely unlike the hatred that ordinary people had for witches. Did he make a mistake? Roland hesitated for a moment, then decided to open up about the matter. "Mr. Pine, your daughter is a witch, I think you already know." "What are you talking about, Your Highness? I don't understand." Sir Pine stamped his feet and stepped forward to grab Nana's hand, but Anna blocked his way. "Father, I have become a witch." "I'm sorry," Nana whispered. Sir Pine finally became anxious. "Don't talk nonsense." "What witch? It was Carr who taught you." "If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let you go to the academy. The church's words are all bullshit." Hearing this, Roland suddenly understood something. Probably the reason why the other side tried to cover up for Nana was because they had misunderstood him. That's why he was so anxious before seeing his daughter. "Anna," Roland winked at the witch. The latter nodded, and while trying to pull Nana away, she stretched out her right hand. Flame spewed out from her palm and passed over his head. Sir Pine's eyes widened, and he took a few steps back in panic. Nana also panicked and held onto Anna's arm. "Sister Anna, don't." "Your Highness, this is..." "As you can see, she is also a witch, just like your daughter," Roland said, spreading out his hands. "The reason why Nana can freely enter and leave the castle isn't as you think. Now, can we have a good talk?" Sir Pine seemed to have woken up from a dream. Twice, Your Highness, I..." "Sit down first," Roland pointed to the table. "Have a cup of tea first." Sure enough, Roland sighed in his heart. "My reputation is so bad that I can't even let a child go." The other side's rude behavior at the beginning made Roland completely understand. A father who was concerned about his daughter, seeing his daughter run into the Lord's castle, while the guards at the gate acted as if it was nothing out of the ordinary. What did it mean? If the person involved was himself, I'm afraid that he would tear down the castle with his bare hands. As for the later denial that his daughter was a witch, his intention was even more obvious. Sir Pine was worried that the prince would use the Nana has fallen and needs to be purified excuse to threaten him, while he himself didn't care whether his baby daughter was a witch or not. Sir Pine hesitated for a long time, but finally sat down, picked up the teacup and drank it all in one gulp, then wiped his mouth, looking a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, I was rude. May I ask, when did you know that my daughter had become a witch? Before the winter. The first to discover her awakening was not me, but her teacher Car Van Bate. Because Anna and I are friends, he entrusted Nana to me, hoping that I can give her protection, Roland explained in detail, and during this month and a half, whenever she had free time, she would come to the castle to practice her ability. By the way, your daughter's ability is to heal. Is that so? Sir Pine scratched his head. I was wondering how the cat could suddenly run and jump. The cat? Ahem, in fact, it's nothing. When I came home, I saw the child sitting at the door holding a cat that had been hit by a carriage. I was going to scare her from behind, but I didn't expect that when she saw me, she would run away. The cat was the same, it was obviously hit with a broken leg. He looked at Nana and Anna. Are you friends? Anna hadn't said anything yet, but Nana had already nodded her head quickly. Sir Pine's expression softened a bit. Seeing this, Roland asked, You don't seem to think that witches are evil people who have been tempted by the devil. Of course, my daughter is not evil. He said categorically, no matter what she has become, there is no doubt about it. He was simply a completely different person from Anna's father. Roland couldn't help but sigh. Now he understood why Nana was always carefree and always had a smile on her face. For a child, such a family was like a warm cradle. I don't think so, Mr. Pine, the prince said bluntly. Your daughter's ability is of great significance to the wounded. I hope that she can stay in Border Town and help me fight against the months of the demons. Sir Pine hesitated. Your Highness, please forgive me for refusing. When the months of the demons come, it will become very dangerous here. I can't leave her in Border Town. Danger is relative, Mr. Pine, and danger also means opportunity. Prince Roland read the relevant information collected by his assistant minister. I heard that you inherited your father's title? He was a knight, and later, because of his meritorious service in battle, he was awarded the title of baron and a fief. Exactly, Pine said, nodding. That battle was a battle of honor for the innocent, and it was also during the months of the demons. A small number of demonic beasts accidentally crossed the defensive line of Longsong's stronghold through the Redwater River and entered the hinterland of the Western Territory. At that time, your father was patrolling the area, and when he encountered the remaining demonic beasts, he did not choose to avoid them like most people, and instead informed the reinforcements to encircle them. Because behind him was an undefended town, although that town had nothing to do with him, Roland said, while paying attention to Pine's expression, you should know better than me what happened next. Your father gathered the town's militia, and with his own attendants, he fought against the demonic beasts and won. Yes, he said with a somewhat excited tone, obviously full of yearning for this family history. One of them was a huge monster, like a deer and a cow, or perhaps it was a mixture of both. Its legs were thicker than my father's torso, and when it ran, the ground trembled. If it were me, I really wouldn't know how to defeat such a monster. But he did it. My father stood near a shallow ditch, luring the enraged beast to him. Taking advantage of the moment when it accelerated, he lay down in the shallow ditch, propped up his broadsword, and placed the hilt on a stone at the bottom of the ditch. That seemingly invincible fool directly hit the tip of the sword, and its whole belly was cut open, and its intestines and black blood flowed out, almost drowning my father. My family's fireplace still has a trophy from that battle, a huge demonic beast horn. Roland took a sip of tea, and said slowly, it was an admirable battle. He followed the knight's beliefs, compassion, and heroism. Later, Joey Cole, who was still an Earl of Longsong's stronghold at that time, was promoted to a duke by my father, Wimbledon 25 years ago. He also served as the protector of the southern border and had jurisdiction over the entire southern border. Unfortunately, after the backer became independent, Old Payne, who stayed east of the stronghold, became a thorn in the side of the Duke of the Stronghold. Your Highness, you know very well, Sir Pine somewhat helplessly sighed, the Duke of Stronghold and Sir Joey have always been at odds with each other. Joey Cole is also not an earl under the Duke of Stronghold, his bloodline can be traced back to a branch of the royal family, whether it is family or bloodline, he is not inferior to Sir Ryan. This is politics, Roland thought to himself. Wimbledon 3's game of checks and balances. In order to understand this complicated relationship, he called the assistant minister to explain it to him for a whole day. The enfeoffment and jurisdiction between the nobles was extremely chaotic. In theory, the higher nobles had the right to issue orders to the lower nobles, but in practice it was much more complicated. Joey Cole and the Duke of Ryan were examples. As an earl directly enfeoffed by the king, although his territory was in the western border, his prestige and influence were no less than that of the Duke of Ryan. When Joey became the Duke of the southern border, naturally there would be new spies arranged to enter his territory. This was the usual method of the Greycastle royal family to maintain stability and power. So when you inherited this territory, trade and agricultural production are declining day by day, the family business is also declining day by day, Roland slowly said. Now, there is a new opportunity in front of you. A new opportunity? Presumably you have heard of the famine 2 years ago. The stronghold withheld the next month's food on the grounds of insufficient ore. And this year, we are facing the same dilemma. The unexpected collapse of the North Slope mine has left the people of Border Town with no way out. We must block the demonic beasts behind the newly built walls. This battle may not be smooth sailing, but as I said before, danger also means opportunity. Pine already understood the prince's meaning. He frowned and didn't immediately answer. Speaking of which, you don't look like a normal noble, Roland smiled. No one would go out dressed like this, and your hands are full of calluses. Mr. Pine, you haven't let go of your father's inheritance, have you? As a knight, you are good at fighting skills. Of course he hasn't let go, Roland thought, otherwise he wouldn't be running around in the concealing forest all day long. According to the information provided by Berev, during his days in Border Town, he spent at least 3 days a week in the concealing forest. Moreover, every time he went there he was fully equipped, because he couldn't afford to keep a servant, so he directly hired hunters from the town to help him. Some people love to fight, and Sir Pine was obviously such a person. If you are willing to stay in Border Town, I can give you an opportunity to regain your father's glory, like him, relying on his sword and courage to grasp the glory. If you have an outstanding achievement, I will give you a piece of land in the east of Border Town, a land suitable for the status of a viscount. Although this kind of situation was rare, the promise was effective. As an adult prince, legally he could confer the title of viscount, baron, and knight, but he rarely rewarded other people's subordinates. First, it was unbecoming of a noble, and second, in case the other side refused, it would be more embarrassing. But Roland didn't care about his demeanor, he only wanted Nana, the mobile medical station. As for refusing, he wasn't too worried. After Joey became the guardian of the southern border, he didn't take his father with him, which proved that the former had already given up on the Pine family. Pine finally relaxed, then. Your Highness, can I send Nana back to Longsong Stronghold? No one has ever resisted the demonic beasts here. In case of failure, I don't want my daughter to be buried here. I told you from the beginning, Mr. Pine, the danger is relative. Have you ever thought about it? In case Nana is found to be a witch in Longsong Stronghold, what will happen? That place is not like Border Town. The church has been rooted in the city for a long time, they're believers and eyes are everywhere. Once exposed, even I can't save her. Roland paused for a moment, then added, Border Town will not fall. When the months of the demons come, I will fight side by side with the people on the wall. Our opponents are just a group of mutated beasts, not invulnerable demons. Your father defeated them in an open field, and we have an impassable wall to protect us. If there is an accident, I will let Nana leave first. He paused, and Anna. I will leave a boat at the dock, I promise, they will be safe and sound. In that case. I believe in you, Your Highness. Pine Pane stood up, knelt on one knee, and gave the prince a standard knight's salute. I am willing to fight for you. When Pine and Nana left, Anna gave Roland a supercilious look. Iron Axe knew that he was being supervised. The hunters who had participated in the test explosion that day were gathered together and moved into a 2-story building near the castle. Looking out of the window, he could see a stone wall with guards guarding the entrance and exit. He didn't care about this at all, and even felt that His Highness had only sent 2 guards to guard the place, which was very imprudent. Until now, Iron Axe still remembered the roar of the test explosion that day. No weapon had ever brought him such a strong shock. In the extreme south, he had seen the orange fire erupting from the ground, which could last for decades. He had also seen the wind and huge waves covering the sky at the Endless Cape. However, the power of heaven was unpredictable. It was the will of Mother Earth or the sea god, and the iron whip used by the gods to punish all living things. But His Royal Highness had stolen the authority of the three gods with his own strength and obtained the power of heaven's punishment. Although he was still far from the real Father's thunder, it was not a realm that a human could achieve. In Iron Sand City, if the participants were still useful, they would usually have their tongues cut off. Of course, this was not the safest way. Only the dead would keep secrets forever. As for the foreigners, it would be blasphemy if they looked at it, and it would never be possible for foreigners to join the core class of the Majin clan. The prince knew that he was half an alien, but he still allowed him to witness the fire of heaven's punishment, and planned to let him be responsible for the formation of the hunter team. This trust made Iron Axe's blood boil. In Iron Sand City, he had experienced countless betrayals and frame-ups, and fled to the southern border of Grey Castle. He was discriminated against because he was half Sand Nation and half Mainland Nation. Finally, he came to Border Town disheartened, intending to rely on hunting for the rest of his life. He did not expect that he would be favored by His Highness here. He had no doubt that with this new weapon, the one to win the battle for the throne would be His Highness Roland Wimbledon. Thinking of the opportunity to serve the future king, Iron Axe was very excited. Everyone, gather downstairs. Hearing the voice, Iron Axe looked up and found that it was the chief knight of the fourth prince, Carter Lannis. He quickly tidied up his clothes, walked downstairs, and stood at attention in front of Carter. He had participated in the training of the militia, and knew that His Highness liked disciplined and uniformed troops. The other hunters were much slower. The 6 of them spent about half an hour to line up. Same old place, come with me. Carter did not seem to mind. He led the group out of the door and went straight out of the city walls. It was still the location of the previous test explosion, but this time, there was no longer a warning line. Other than Roland, there were also 4 other knights, all of them were Carter's subordinates. Iron Axe noticed that the prince was fiddling with a strangely shaped metal stick while explaining something to the knight. Seeing Iron Axe and the others, Roland came up to them and said, "How is it? Are you used to living in the new place?" "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness." Everyone bowed and said that their new residence was very comfortable. In fact, the new house was much better than the old one, Iron Axe thought. At least it wouldn't leak, and the roof wasn't made of transparent straw, but tidy tiles. "That's good," Roland nodded. "The current arrangement is for safety reasons. After the end of the months of the demons, you can move back. In addition, I have already sent your first month's salary to your families, and you can also meet them every weekend. Of course, you will be accompanied by guards." "Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness," the hunter said cheerfully. This really surprised Iron Axe. Not to mention the iron law of the Sand Nation, even the management of the Grey Castle army shouldn't be so lax. Is it because of His Highness's personal tolerance? Iron Axe faintly worried that if he wanted to fight for the throne, he had to be ruthless. He had seen this too often in Iron Sand City. But when Prince Roland said that he would test a new weapon based on gunpowder, Iron Axe immediately put these worries to the back of his mind. He stared at the prince without blinking as he took the 2 odd-shaped iron sticks in front of the crowd. "This thing is called a flintlock," Roland said. "Next, I'll tell you how to use it." It only took Iron Axe half an hour to completely familiarize himself with the use of the new weapon. He poured the black powder, which could attract the fire of heaven's punishment, into the barrel, stuffed a lead ball into it, and stabbed it to the end with a straight bar. Then he poured the gunpowder into the medicine pool at the back, aimed at the target, and pulled the trigger. Although he had always thought that he had a talent for killing, whether it was a sword, knife, hammer, axe, or spear, he had mastered these skills after years of training and actual combat. To master a weapon in half an hour, this speed was probably only comparable to a crossbow. The other flintlock was handed to Carter. The chief knight was also full of interest in this novel weapon, so he picked it up and didn't want to put it down. After a few rounds of simulation, Roland let the 2 of them test the effect with live ammunition. The target had already been prepared. A half-body plate supported by a wooden stick was set up by the other two knights at a distance of about 30 feet, about 10 meters. Iron Axe and Carter followed the prince's instructions, raised the gun, aimed, and pulled the trigger. The loud sound of the first shot startled everyone present, including Iron Axe, but soon there was only surprise left on everyone's face. A small hole appeared on the half-body plate armor that served as the target. The lead ball neatly penetrated the thickest part of the chest of the plate. Before shooting, Iron Axe had carefully observed the armor. It was obviously not a low-quality product made by a manual workshop. The hammer and anvil marks on the collar proved that this was a standard armor from the Grey Castle Blacksmith Guild. The thickest part of the front edge was about half a finger, enough to resist a crossbow at close range. To deal with this iron can, a heavy crossbow, a warhammer, or a halberd was the wisest choice. In comparison, the gun, which was also easy to operate, was at least far more powerful than the crossbow. And its loading speed was comparable to the crossbow, and its accuracy, a 30-foot target was not a problem. "Your Highness, the production of this thing?" Carter asked. "At present, there are only these two. When the months of the demons come, we can produce at most 2 more. Seeing Carter, Iron Axe was obviously relieved. He could roughly guess what the other side was thinking. If this weapon was easy to make, it would only take a few days of simple training to train a large number of soldiers who could hold a gun and go into battle quickly. They were not limited by age, profession, or even gender. Even a weak woman could pose a great threat to the knight. Although it was not as shocking as the fire of heaven's punishment, it was still a good weapon. Iron Axe thought that the great power made it easy for him to kill some large demonic beasts with thick skin and flesh on the city wall. If he had a gun when he faced the hybrids, he might not have been so embarrassed. Roland was the only one who knew the true significance of this weapon. Roland stood on top of the city wall, looking to the north. Over the past month, he had repeated the cycle of the castle, the mining area, and the city wall, checking every detail that might have been forgotten. The militia's stabbing movements were getting more and more skillful. Under Carter's repeated drills, they were able to stabilize the spear shaft, and only when the hunter in charge of observing shouted the attack did they send out their spears. Standing behind them was the hunter team. All the hunters who stayed in Border Town and were good at using bows and crossbows were included in this team. These experienced hunters were the main force in killing the demonic beasts. Shooting at the corner of the 12-foot-high city wall, there was almost no possibility of missing. The last team was composed of Iron Axe, Carter, and 2 other elite hunters. The 4 flintlock guns made by the blacksmith shop and assembled by Anna had already been put into use. Only when they encountered a difficult monster or hybrid demonic beast that couldn't be penetrated by the crossbow, would they be killed by the team. Their position was very free. They could wander around this 200-meter distance and appear wherever they were needed. As for the explosives, they were stored in a tightly guarded warehouse under the city wall. When needed, they would be transported to the city wall alone. After all, if something went wrong with this thing, it could cause more damage than the demonic beasts. The teeth of the demonic beasts couldn't bite through cement, but the explosives could send the entire city wall to the sky. So far, Roland had organized 2 actual combat exercises, including the use of explosives. Thanks to these 2 exercises, the militia was able to avoid the embarrassment of being frightened by the explosion during the official defense. Another advantage was that, when everyone found that the prince still had such a powerful weapon in his hands, the morale of the team suddenly rose. "Your Highness," Berev tightened his collar, "the income from the ore trade has been spent. If the months of the demons is really as long as the astrologer said, I don't think we can last until the end of the winter." "Then fill up my vault," Roland said without hesitation. "In addition, don't stop trading with Willow Town. The first steam engine has been transported to the mine, and the rubble from the collapse has been cleaned up. We can still get a little output for the whole winter. Especially the gemstones, there is no need to emphasize the price, sell them as soon as possible. It's always good to store more food and dried meat." Berev nodded. "I will do it, Your Highness." But, seeing that the assistant minister was hesitant to speak, Roland, of course, knew what he wanted to say. "Don't worry, I have arranged a boat. If the situation really collapses, I will leave the town." "That's a relief," Berev said with relief. Roland smiled at him. Go do your work. I'll take a look by myself. After Barav left, the prince slowly climbed the watchtower. This was the highest point in the middle of the city wall. From here, one could overlook the vast jungle and rolling mountains in front of him. The cold wind blew against his face, but he didn't care. Only on this spacious high platform could he calm down from the anxiety he felt when facing the great battle. You're lying to him, someone said. You never intended to leave. Life is already so difficult. Some things are better left unsaid. I don't understand what you're talking about. If being a prince is considered difficult, then what are we? Nightingale appeared. Even if you can't be a king, as long as you live through the 5 years of the fight for the throne, you will still be a lord. Compared to worrying about this, it's better for you to accompany Anna. I'm afraid she doesn't have much time left. Roland was silent for a moment. I don't think she won't live through the months of the demons. Why? She said she won't lose to the demons. He paused. I believe her. You actually believe a witch? Nightingale shook her head. We are cursed by the devil. Is that so? I believe you too. Brian, dressed in civilian clothes, stood in front of Greyhound's tombstone. He gently stroked the new stone. The pure white surface of the stone was engraved with a line of words, nameless, but forever remembered. The hero who sacrificed himself for Border Town. Greyhound. I realized my dream. When the months of the demons is over, His Royal Highness the 4th Prince will hold a ceremony for me. But I don't want to sit in the hospital bed and wait. My wounds have healed, and the city wall is where I should be. The months of the demons is coming. The demonic beasts may be terrible, but they will hit the defensive line that everyone worked together to establish, and will not be able to take a step forward. I will defend this town together with you. I will wield my sword. But it's not over. The person who framed you is still alive, but he won't live forever. This is His Royal Highness's promise to me. The next time we meet, I will bring good news. Brian bent down and placed a bouquet of flowers in front of the tombstone. Then goodbye, my friend. Sister Anna, aren't you afraid? Nana asked, lying on the bed with her legs crossed. Afraid of what? The demons will devour me. Nightingale said it was winter, but I became a witch in the autumn. This is the first time. The first time, Anna thought. It will be very painful. Sometimes you will even want to die immediately. Ah! Nana exclaimed, and immediately covered her mouth. But you will survive, just like me. I don't know. Nana whispered, I'm not as strong as you. I'm not that strong. Anna closed her eyes, and the scene of her first meeting with Roland appeared in her mind. In that dark and cold dungeon, he put his clothes on her and whispered that he wanted to hire her. Until now, she still felt that it was incredible. You will also encounter things that make you want to live, even if you have to struggle to live. For example, meat covered with sauce, she sighed. How do I know what you want, huh? Looking at Nana, who was staring at her, Anna wiped her face with her hands. Is there anything dirty on my face? No. Nana shook her head. I'm just a little surprised. You never talked so much to me before. Sister Anna, when you closed your eyes to think, you looked so beautiful. Anna rolled her eyes, jumped out of bed, and walked to the window. Nana followed. What are you looking at? The concealing forest. The forest is in the west, Anna snapped. You can only see the Redwater River from here. Sister Anna, look. The girl pointed to the sky. Anna was startled, then opened the window, and a cold wind mixed with snowflakes poured into the room. She reached out her hand, pinched the crystal-clear snowflake, and a burst of coolness came from between her fingers. It's snowing. After a long silence, Nightingale said, You didn't lie. Of course, Roland said with a smile. I rarely lie. Nightingale didn't speak again. She turned her head, and her eyes had an unclear look. Suddenly, she felt a chill on her neck, and couldn't help but shrink her neck. Looking up, she found that, at some point, snowflakes were floating above the city wall. In the gray sky, there seemed to be countless white elves. They were dancing in the north wind, accompanied by the militia training slogan, flying everywhere. P.S. Here's the May 1st update. don't go and play after reading it. Remember to vote for the monthly ticket first. From now on, you can enjoy double the monthly ticket for the 5:15 Fan Festival. You can also watch other activities with red envelopes. The pile of firewood was burning fiercely, but Jerome Wimbledon did not feel much heat. Although this was already a large tent sewn together from cowhide, and the bottom was also tightly packed with soil, so there shouldn't be any air leaks, but he still felt cold all over, especially his toes, which were so cold that he almost lost feeling. In this damned place, even a pea can freeze, he spat and stood up. He clasped both sides of the table with both hands and lifted forcefully. The veins on the back of his hands suddenly bulged, and a 6-foot square solid wood square table was lifted off the ground. After putting the table near the fire pit, Gerald felt a lot more comfortable. He took off his shoes and put the soles of his feet on the fire to dry. He spread out a paper roll in his hand and continued to write the unfinished letter. To my dear Livia. I have been in Hermes for more than a month. Of course, the people from the church prefer to call this place the New Holy City. If it weren't for the months of Demons Pact, I wouldn't want to stay here for even a moment. I just want to go back to your hut and share a warm bed with you. Thanks to the pact, the army that monitors the church's every move has become their ally. Isn't it ironic? Speaking of the church, I have to admit that what they have done is amazing. I remember the first time I came here, 20 years ago, there was nothing but mountains and stones in Hermes. The towns built by the church were at the foot of the mountain. But now, they not only opened up a road for carriages to go up the mountain, but also built a large fortress city on the top of the mountain. If it was summer, you should have come with me to see it. The New Holy City, they say, is even more magnificent than Grey Castle. Do you remember the theater in Grey Castle? You and I went there to watch The Prince's Revenge. You marveled at the ingenious shape of the theater and the spaciousness of the interior. But if you see the arena of the New Holy City, you will find that the Grey Castle Theater is nothing at all. Rather than calling it a building, I think it's more like an exquisite work of art. The space was the size of 5 theaters, but there wasn't a single stone pillar to support it. 8 things that looked like the bones of a giant beast extended out from the outer wall. The curved bones were connected to many branches and hemp ropes, suspending the entire roof in the air like a boom. How did they come up with this? There are also those bones. If they were taken from a demonic beast, I bet that guy must be more than 100 feet long. It was probably only in Hermes that one would encounter such a monster. But my dear, please don't worry. Even if the demonic beasts are huge, they are nothing more than the minions of the devils of hell. In front of the god stone of retaliation, no evil could escape the punishment of God. Whether it was demonic beasts, witches, or devils themselves, they would all be turned into ashes. At this point, Gerald Wimbledon put down his pen and shook his numb hands. It was strange that he could hold a 15-pound two-handed sword for a whole day, but he felt tired after writing so few words. He laughed at himself. I'm really suitable for rough work. Speaking of demonic beasts, I suddenly remembered that my 4th brother was sent to a poor place like Border Town. I'm afraid that he has already fled to Longsong's stronghold with his tail between his legs, although the demonic beasts there can't be compared to the ones in Hermes. I can't blame him. Even if I went to that place, I could only take refuge there. From this, I can see how unfair my father is. Just because my 2nd brother was exceptionally smart from an early age, he decided to let him inherit the throne? My father forgot that he didn't win the throne of Grey Castle by relying on his intelligence. Since my mother's death, it has become more and more difficult for me to understand his thoughts. The following content made Gerald hesitate. He didn't know whether he should tell Olivia his real plan. After a pause, he decided to continue writing. If the plan went well, he should have arrived at the palace of Grey Castle by the time this letter was delivered. My dear, Scholar Ong is right. If I don't do anything, the throne will not belong to me in the end. He has already observed this from the stars. The apocalypse star is moving away from the blazing sun. In 4 months, it will completely leave the orbit of the blazing sun. The scholar told me so. Obviously, there is not much time left. I can't wait like this any longer. After today's war, I will quietly return to King City with my loyal warriors. Coldwind Ridge is far less fertile than Valencia, but there is no shortage of brave warriors here. As long as I throw some money and promises, they will pounce on my target like hungry wolves. Of course, I don't want to do that. I just want to personally ask my father why he would issue such a childish decree like the decree to fight for the throne. What made him forget that I was the one with the first right to inherit the throne? Scholar On has arranged everything for me. Olivia, my love, just wait a little longer. The day I become the king will be the day I take you as my queen. If I fail, don't come back to King City. Live a good life in Coldwind Ridge. I love you, Gerald. He carefully folded the letter, put it in an envelope, and sealed it with wax. After checking it several times, he knocked on the table, and soon a guard came in. Send this letter to the Rose of Coldwind Ridge. You don't have to travel day and night, and you don't have to ride a horse. Dress up as an ordinary traveler and take the trade caravan between the two places. There is only one thing you have to remember: this letter must be delivered in person. Yes, Your Royal Highness. Very well, you can go. After Gerald waved the guard away, he simply sat on the table with his feet hanging over the fire pit. In this way, he had no way out. He closed his eyes and recalled the scene of his childhood. At that time, he took his second brother and third sister to play hide and seek in the garden of King City. Third sister fell down, and the two of them insisted on falling down with her. Since when did the three of them become so unfamiliar with each other? Gerald shook his head and put aside his complicated thoughts. He was not suitable to be sentimental. He thought that these puzzles would eventually have an answer, after he sat on the throne. Just then, there was a dull sound of a horn outside the tent. Woo 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 woo, it's coming. He jumped down from the table and put on his shoes. When he walked out of the tent, the whole camp was already moving. The running soldiers and flags converged into a torrent, converging on the predetermined battlefield. Muddy echoes could be heard from the distant mountains, and the echoes were endless. The horn sounded, indicating the demonic beasts were coming. Follow me. He rode on the horse brought by the guard and trotted to the top of the city wall. Only by standing on the wall of the holy city could one feel its grandeur. It was like an insurmountable moat, standing at the edge of the impassable mountain range. The top was flat and wide enough for dozens of people to pass side by side. In front of it was a cliff made of glaciers, and behind it was a flat plateau. This was the reason why the church desperately wanted to build the new holy city on the top of the mountain. Taking advantage of this terrain, they built an almost impenetrable line of defense. But Gerald Wimbledon was looking at the long term. To be able to transport so much stone and wood from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain, and to build a city on Hermes in just 20 years, the strength shown by the church was already amazing. However, no matter how much he hated the church, Gerald had to admit that if they did not support them to defend Hermes, all the countries on the continent would face a catastrophe. This was also the basis for the signing of the Months of the Demons. When the Months of the Demons came, the 4 kingdoms bordering Hermes must send troops to support the church and fight together with the church's army of judges. The 4 flags at the top of the city wall stood in the wind: Dawn with a snake's body and a scepter, Wolfheart with a crossed sword and shield, Eternal Winter with an iceberg rose, and Grey Castle with a tower and spear. Looking at the black spots in the distant sky, Gerald Wimbledon clenched his sword. As Brian had said, once it started snowing in Border Town, it wouldn't stop. In one night, the town had been wrapped in a layer of white gauze. In the early morning, the snow had weakened, and there were occasionally a few scattered snowflakes falling from the sky, but the sky was still gray. Thinking that they wouldn't see the sun for several months, Roland felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. This was simply illogical, he thought, although it was strange to look for common sense in a world where witches had magic, but how could the demonic beasts affect the weather? Unfortunately, he didn't have a weather satellite to tell him the specific distribution of the world's clouds. On the way to the western wall, Carter couldn't help but sigh. The town has become a lot more deserted. There are still a group of people who have followed the nobles to evacuate. That's good, at least they won't hold us back. Roland exhaled a breath of white air. I have already arranged for Berev to conduct a census this winter. What is that? It is to go door to door to do statistics. How many people are left? What are the names of each family? What are their occupations? And then record it, Roland explained. In this way, whether it is the deployment of human resources during the war, or the distribution of pensions after the war, it can be implemented quickly and effectively. Human resources? Carter blinked, then smiled. Your Highness, you are really different from before. Oh? In the past, although you would say some things that I didn't understand, and do some inexplicable things, but, after all, those things were not in line with your identity as a prince. But now. Carter paused for a moment, as if considering his words, whether it is those strange training regulations you set, or the novel experimental products from the alchemy workshop, the results are surprisingly effective. Perhaps this is what my grandfather said, the reason why extraordinary people are extraordinary is that they can always see the things that ordinary people ignore. I have a feeling that maybe you can really become the next king. Really? Roland suddenly felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Was there anything more satisfying than being recognized after a struggle? For a moment, he felt that his hands and feet were full of strength, and the gray sky wasn't so annoying. Walking up the wall, he saw the militia clearing the snow on the aisle. When they saw the prince, they all bowed in salute. I should have taught them to salute, Roland thought. How was it last night? We haven't found any traces of demonic beasts, Iron Axe answered him. Your Highness, according to past experience, after the first snowfall, we still have a relatively stable period. During this period of time, there are not many demonic beasts, and most of the mutated ones are weak animals. Roland nodded. Then continue to be vigilant. The area behind the city wall had been transformed into a barracks. When the alarm was not sounded, most people would rest in the barracks to conserve their energy. The patrols were rotated. Considering the low temperature in winter, each team would only patrol for 4 hours before being replaced. These measures were all set by Roland one by one. He had asked Brian and learned that Longsong Stronghold had no plan to resist the demonic beasts. The unluckiest recruits would be sent to monitor the movements of the demonic beasts and would have to stay on the city wall for a whole day. Therefore, there were often cases of laziness and desertion. During the winter, because of dereliction of duty or violation of military orders, as many as 20 or 30 people would be hanged. As for the traces of demonic beasts, it was even more chaotic. There was no division of defense, nor was there a designated person responsible. Thinking of the level of war in this era, Roland also understood. It was an era of extreme emphasis on individual bravery, emphasizing honor and plunder. Even the knight would be hot-blooded and rush to the front, so it was better not to ask for too much. Patrolling along the wall, it seemed that everything was going well, but Roland found that he had overlooked a problem. That was, the barricades. These barricades were still clearly leading the demonic beasts to the middle of the wall, but if Brian was right, 2 to 3 months of snow would eventually fill up all the barricades. At that time, any point of the 600-meter line of defense could become the route of the demonic beasts. His men simply had no time to take care of such a large area. It was also impossible to send people to clear the snow. A few agile demonic beasts were enough to make the team suffer heavy losses. Perhaps he still had to rely on the power of the witches. For example, he could let Nightingale sneak out of the town with Anna, ignite a fire to melt the snow, and then sneak back, just like how she had stolen Nana from the Pine family. At this moment, the observation post on the left side of the wall shouted, "Look in front." Roland and Carter looked in the direction he was pointing. A small shadow crawled out of the snow and slowly moved towards the wall. "Your Royal Highness, do you think we should?" The hunter in charge of the defense turned his head and asked. "According to the previous drill, you should decide whether to blow the horn or not," Roland said. "Moreover, you have more experience than me in this regard." He hesitated, but finally just pulled the string of the crossbow and continued to stand on the wall to observe. Roland nodded with satisfaction. For now, the order on the wall was still well maintained. But he didn't know if they could quickly organize the defense according to the drill steps when a large number of demonic beasts attacked Border Town. The shadow gradually moved closer, and when it was about 50 meters away from the wall, Roland could clearly see the appearance of the demonic beasts. Was it probably a fox mutant? Its fur was grayish-black, its eyes were red, and it came to the wall while panting. "This guy seems to have been infected not long ago, so it's not a big threat," Iron Axe said as he aimed his bow. "You said that they were infected by the breath of hell and were expelled to the west?" "Not only to the west," Carter came over and said, "when the gates of hell opened in the barbarian land, any place that wasn't blocked by the impassable mountain range would be attacked by the demonic beasts, especially the big gap in the north. The impassable mountain range, which stretched for more than 10 miles, seemed to have been cut off, which was the main direction of the demonic beast's attack. This manic monster wandered for a moment under the wall, then raised its head, grinned at the people on the wall and growled. When it was about to jump, Iron Axe released the bowstring, and a sharp arrow accurately pierced its neck, firmly nailing it to the ground. Roland noticed that the blood coming out of the wound was black. "What will happen if you are bitten by a demonic beast?" Roland asked. "Will you become like them?" "I hope it won't be a different version of Resident Evil," he thought. With the current level of technology there was no way to extract the virus antigen. "Of course not," Iron Axe said with an expression of, "How can you ask such a question? If you are bitten, you will only become a corpse." "What about their meat, can it be eaten?" Carter exclaimed. "Your Highness! How can this kind of evil thing be eaten? They are all contaminated by the breath of hell." Roland looked at Iron Axe, the latter nodded and said, "Your knight is right, I have cut the meat of a demonic beast and fed it to the hounds, but the hounds soon died after eating the meat." "Really? What a pity," Roland sighed. In this era the source of food was very scarce. If the demonic beasts could be eaten, winter would simply be the month of harvest. Think about it, all the animals in the forest would run crazily to Border Town, even saving hunting tools. After patrolling the city wall, he decided to visit Nana. Today, the closest noble house to the city wall had been requisitioned by Roland for use as a field hospital. Of course, to the outside world it was called a medical hospital. Just in case, this was the most heavily guarded place in Border Town, besides the city wall. When the owner of the house returned to Longsong Stronghold, he took all the property he could take with him, plus Border Town itself was a place that could be abandoned at any time, so although the house was large, there were no murals, carpets, porcelain, or any other decorations. If it wasn't clean, it would simply look like an ownerless house that had been vacant for a long time. Roland broke all the wooden partitions on the first floor, except for the corridor and the hall, so that all the other rooms were connected as a whole, and then placed 10 beds, a simple hospital was formed. There were no nurses, no doctors, and even the 10 beds were unlikely to be used. Nana's treatment didn't require her to stay in bed to recuperate, it would be effective immediately. During the day, she was on standby on the second floor of the hospital, and when Anna had nothing to do, she would come to accompany her. Sir Pine and Brian were responsible for guarding the first floor. There were also 2 guards outside the door. It could be said that nothing could go wrong. But what Roland did not expect was that the first casualty received by the field hospital was not from the militia defending the city wall, but from the workers of the North Slope mine. Nail felt that his hands were trembling. Hearing Tai Tu's miserable cries that had already become hoarse, he quickened his footsteps once more, even wishing that he could fly. All of this was because of his negligence, he thought. Damn it, how could he have forgotten Sir Knight's instructions? If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have accepted the job of controlling the big guy, ever since the big black machine was installed at the entrance of the mine. The miners' work had become much easier. Originally, the most tiring task was to transport the excavated ore out of the mine. When the mining basket was filled with stones, it would require 3 to 4 people to drag it. Usually, 2 people would push from the back and the rest would pull from the front. After many years of mining, the originally uneven ground of the tunnel had been ground flat by the mining basket, and the iron pad at the bottom of the mining basket also needed to be replaced frequently. A week ago, the chief knight commanded Tai Tu and his men to transport a lot of strange metal parts up the mountain, and after a few days of tossing and turning, they assembled a furnace. Nail had never expected that this furnace could actually move by itself after the fire was ignited. Not only could it move, but it also had extraordinary strength. Sir Knight said that this was the invention of His Royal Highness, and it seemed to be called the steam engine. As long as the hemp rope was tied tightly to the mining basket and the fire was ignited, this big guy would hum, turn the capstan, and quickly pull the mining basket out of the mine. It was simply incredible. After Sir Knight demonstrated it several times, he asked Tai Tu to choose a person to be responsible for operating the steam engine. When Nail was chosen, he was very happy for a long time. Thinking about it, as long as he stayed in front of this machine, he would never have to go down to the mine to dig stones or push the basket. The collapse last time had given him quite a fright. So what Sir Knight told him, Nail firmly kept in mind. It was not difficult to say. When he needed the big guy to work, he just needed to lift the green lever and press the red lever. Sir Knight said that the green lever was connected to the inlet valve, and the red lever was connected to the exhaust valve, so that the steam would enter the cylinder through the pipeline. After the mining basket was pulled up, if he wanted to stop the machine, he had to do the opposite. He had to lift the red lever and press the green lever, so that the steam would be discharged from the pipe on the side of the boiler. After each cycle, he had to replenish the water in the furnace. Although he did not understand what the valve and the cylinder meant, Nail had to do it one by one. However, Sir Knight stressed that he had to pay attention to two things. First, the sequence could not be wrong. When it was started, the green must be followed by the red, and when it was shut down, the red must be followed by the green. If he made a mistake, it could lead to the destruction of the machine. Second, when it was vented, he had to first clear the surrounding miners, and he had to constantly remind them, until the red lever was completely lifted. The first point was memorized by Nail. He could not make a mistake even with his eyes closed, but the second point was wrong. Today, when the machine was shut down as usual, there was no one around. He felt that shouting a warning in vain would make him look like a fool, so he lowered his head and pulled the red lever. The lever was a little tight, so he clenched his teeth and spent a long time to pull it up. Unexpectedly, the moment he pulled it up, Ironhead appeared in front of the furnace. Nail swore that he did not see where Ironhead came from, and the loud roar of the machine also covered his footsteps. White steam whistled out from the exhaust port and rushed straight to Ironhead's face. Nail was scared on the spot. He saw Ironhead suddenly fall to the ground, rolling around with his hands covering his face, and letting out a shrill scream from his mouth. The scream made Nail's hair stand on end. Soon, other miners surrounded Ironhead, who was rolling on the ground, and forcibly opened his hands. Ironhead's face was blurred, blood oozed from the cooked rotten flesh, and his eyes turned into white beads. Everyone present realized that Ironhead could not be saved. When Nail came to his senses, tears came out of his eyes. Ironhead had always taken care of him. Seeing that he was young, Ironhead always assigned less work than others, but he had never been paid less. Now, it was because of his negligence that this accident happened. In grief and anxiety, Nail suddenly remembered what Sir Knight had said. If someone was accidentally injured in the mining area, he could take the injured to the newly opened medical hospital near the city wall. Although he knew that such a serious injury could not be cured, because the wound was too big and the herbal medicine could not work, it would only continue to rot, and then the whole body would become hot, and soon he would fall into a coma. But he still carried Ironhead on his back, gritted his teeth, and ran to the foot of the mountain, regardless of the surprise of the people around him. "Where's Sister Anna?" Nana heard the sound of footsteps coming from the stairs. She ran to the door and looked, but was disappointed to find that it was His Royal Highness. "She's still working. She'll probably come back later." "Work?" Nana had recently heard this word from the prince's mouth. "Do you mean burning the grey mud powder?" "For the time being, yes." Nana pouted and went back to the table. "I also have a job," she thought. "I have to stay here and treat those who were injured defending the town." "What, Anna isn't here, so you're bored?" Roland smiled, pulled out a chair and sat by the fireplace. "Yes," Nana replied honestly, propping up her chin. It wasn't that she didn't want to treat those who were injured, it was just too terrible. She still remembered the first time she treated Brian. The man's whole body looked like it was soaked in blood. The reddish-brown blood clots solidified on his chest. His mouth was like a dehydrated fish, spitting out red and white blood foam. Then, she fainted. It was really humiliating. Nana raised her head and secretly glanced at Roland. She found that he was leaning on the chair and snoring. It seems that the prince is also tired, she thought. Building the walls, training the soldiers, and protecting the town from demonic beasts, these are all his jobs. When he asked her to come here, she hesitated for a long time, but in the end she didn't refuse. You will also encounter something that makes you want to live, even if it's a struggle to live. Nana didn't quite understand the meaning of this sentence, but when she closed her eyes, Anna's appearance appeared in her mind. That pair of blue eyes were like a lake, slowly surrounding her. This was also the reason why she promised Roland. She wanted to be as strong as Sister Anna. Suddenly she heard footsteps downstairs again. Nana jumped down from the chair and wanted to see if it was Anna who came back, but she was stopped by an invisible hand. Wait a minute, there's more than one person. Nana patted her chest and said with dissatisfaction, "You scared me, Sister Nightingale." The door was quickly pushed open. It was Brian, who was in charge of guarding the first floor. "Miss Pine, please come down. Someone has been scalded." Was he going to work? Nana took a deep breath. "I understand." She walked downstairs. 2 guards were busy carrying a person who kept screaming miserably to a bed. There was also a short man standing beside them, his face full of anxiety. Brian stepped forward and nimbly tied the wounded man's hands and feet to the bedside. The guard then carried the short man out of the room and pulled the curtain that served as a partition. "What happened?" Roland asked as he walked downstairs while rubbing his eyes. "Your Highness, the North Slope mine has sent a seriously injured person. It seems that he was scalded." The prince walked over to take a look. "It's a steam burn. Is there a problem with the prototype? Where's the person who brought him here?" "In the hall." Brian pointed in the direction of the door. "I'm going to ask about the situation." "I'll leave it to you," Roland said as he walked towards the exit. Nana slowly moved to the man's side, using her peripheral vision to look at him. She saw that the facial features on his face had turned into a paste. His originally red skin had turned into a dehydrated pale white, like a rag hanging on his face. His neck was full of bull-sized blisters, some of which had already burst. The mucus that oozed out was mixed with blood, soaking the pillow. Under the flickering light of the fire, his appearance was even more terrible than the devil in her nightmares. She took 2 steps back, closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her father was looking at her with concern. "Are you okay?" Nana nodded, thinking of what Roland had told her, "Treat the wounded as if you were treating a small animal." She went back to the bedside and stretched out her hands. An incredible feeling emerged from her body and gathered in her palms. She saw a light green fluorescent liquid flowing out from her palms and dripping on the wounded man's face. Although this fluorescent light was so obvious, the people around her turned a blind eye to it. Then the wound began to change, the scalded skin continued to fall off, and new skin grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. The man's painful moans gradually stopped, and his breathing became steady, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. Nana breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to the last time, her performance should have improved a lot, right? "Oh my God, is this the healing power that His Highness had mentioned?" "This is the first time I've seen it," Pine exclaimed. "My good daughter, you are really amazing." "It's the power of God," Brian also sighed with emotion. "When I was injured, it was Miss Nana who gave me a helping hand. I'm really grateful to you." "Ah, this fool," Nana covered her face. "Didn't he know that it was Sister Nightingale who had sneaked me out?" "When did that happen?" Pine felt strange. "How come I didn't know about it?" Cough, "Her power has nothing to do with God, it only belongs to the witches themselves." Roland opened the curtain and went back into the room, coughing twice to change the topic. "How are the injuries of the people who were sent here?" "Basically healed," Brian said excitedly. "It's as if they had never been injured." "Your Highness, with Miss Nana's help, during the months of demons, everyone has a chance to survive. As long as they don't die on the spot, keeping their lives won't be a problem." The prince nodded, motioning Brian to wake the man up. "You're called Ironhead, right?" The man called Tai-Tu sat up with a confused look on his face. Am I dreaming?" "No," Roland said, "you are still alive." "You are. I've seen you in the square." The man seemed to suddenly wake up, turning from the bed and kneeling on the ground. "Your Royal Highness the 4th Prince, did you save me?" "It was Miss Pine who saved you. She is a witch with the ability to heal." Nana's heart tightened. How could he say that she was a witch so directly? Sure enough, the way the man looked at her changed. "Witch? Your Highness, they are not the devil." "What nonsense are you talking about?" "My daughter has nothing to do with the devil, she is the one who saved your life." Mr. Pine stood up and shouted in dissatisfaction. "My daughter has nothing to do with the devil, she saved your life. Do you think the devil will lend you a helping hand?" "No, no. Please forgive me for my rudeness." Ironhead immediately bowed his head. "Thank you for saving my life, Miss Pine." Nana suddenly felt inexplicably uncomfortable. She wanted to immediately rush out of the room, but there was a voice in her heart repeatedly reminding her, "Be strong." After Ironhead was sent away, Sir Pine worriedly asked, "Is this really good, Your Highness? In this way, I'm afraid my daughter will not be able to live a normal life." "Think on the bright side, Mr. Pine," the prince comforted. "Only by breaking the deadlock during this period can Nana be truly free in the future. Otherwise, as she grows older, one day she will be exposed, and I'm afraid she can only live in isolation." By the time Roland returned to the castle, it was already late, and the snow outside was getting heavier. He went into his bedroom, took off his coat, shook off the snow on his collar, and hung it on a hanger by the fireplace. "Your Highness, don't you think this is too hasty?" Nightingale appeared in front of the prince. "Nana?" Roland poured himself and Nightingale a glass of wine. Although this ale was much more bitter than the beer of his previous life, he had gradually become accustomed to this taste. Nightingale took the glass, but she didn't drink it. She was waiting for the prince's answer. "There is no more suitable time than now." Roland drank the wine, and then filled his own glass again. "If you want to display Nana's ability during the months of the demons, it is impossible to hide your identity as a witch. Being able to instantly cure a fatal injury is by no means possible with ordinary herbs or bloodletting. This is something everyone can think of. Thanks to this dispensable town located outside the western border, the influence of the church here is very limited. If I were them, I wouldn't be willing to squander the golden dragon in this place, which can be abandoned at any time." Roland continued, "There isn't even a chapel in the town, and the missionaries have already returned to Longsong's stronghold with the nobles. At this time, what do you think Border Town looks like? An isolated island cut off from the outside world. Did you plan this long ago?" Nightingale asked. Roland nodded. "The heavy snow will cover the road to Longsong's stronghold, and the dock shipping is in my hands. We have at least 3 months to change the view that witches are evil. If it is only propaganda, the effect will be extremely limited. We must rely on close contact, in order to quickly eliminate this misunderstanding." This was the reason why he wanted to keep Nana. He wanted to create a different version of Nightingale. This legendary nurse, because of her dedication to taking care of the wounded, reduced the death rate from 42% to 2%, was given the title of the Goddess of the Lamp by the soldiers, and even the reputation of the entire nurse profession was raised to worship. Nana's ability was even more magical. She could use her magic to heal wounds. As long as they didn't die on the spot, they could be saved. This was probably more effective than any weapon in raising the morale of the militia. At the same time, thanks to her father being a declining nobleman, he often dealt with hunters and farmers. His attitude towards the commoners was very gentle, and even allowed Nana to study at the academy opened by Teacher Carr. If it were other nobles, even the lowest-ranking baron, they would not be willing to let their daughter be associated with this group of people. In their eyes, these people were the so-called untouchables. Can these really be done? Even Nightingale, in the face of such a colossal force like the church, seemed exceptionally powerless. "If we don't take this step, we will never know the answer." Roland did not expect the entire town to change their minds because of this, but at least he had to hold the new team firmly in his hands. In the future, he would rely on these seeds from among the people to spread his ideas. 3 months was enough to change a lot of things. Nightingale was silent for a moment, then whispered, "Why do you want to do this for the witches?" "In order to liberate the productive forces, in order to obtain more power, in order to have a place in the future battle for the throne." Of course, these answers were not suitable to be said at this time. Although Roland was a mechanical dog, but he had also played a lot of dating games, he could be regarded as a veteran, and had seen many things. The experience of more than 20 years of his 2 lives reminded him that at this time he was facing the answer to a key question. He carefully chose his words, and slowly said, "Didn't I already tell you that Border Town doesn't care about one's background? I hope that one day, even a witch, can live like a free person in my territory." This time, Nightingale was silent for a long time, and the only sound in the room was the crackling of the burning charcoal. The side of her face was illuminated by the flickering flames, and it was like a beautiful picture. When she opened her mouth again, Roland had the illusion that time was flowing again. "In fact, you don't have to do this." Her voice was distant and soft. "Please forgive me for lying to you before. The Sisters of the Witch Cooperation Association have been homeless for too long. They don't have too many extravagant expectations. As long as they have a place to live, they will be satisfied, even if it is in this castle. What's the difference between that and a cage? Roland shook his head, then suddenly seemed to understand, and stared at Nightingale. Wait, you mean, you are willing to bring them here? Nightingale sighed, avoiding the prince's line of sight. In this way, you will become the enemy of the church. Their hands have already stretched too far, Roland said. Once the slogan of the divine monarchy comes out, the conflict between the church and the countries of the continent is only a matter of time. As for Border Town, as long as it passes through these 3 months smoothly, they won't be able to do much. This place is thousands of miles away from the church's lair. The bishop will bring a large army of judges across the entire Grey Castle to crusade against me? My father will never allow such a thing to happen. This is a serious provocation to the dignity of the royal family. When Nightingale left, Roland lay down on his bed and let out a long sigh. There were some things he didn't say. The church was thousands of miles away. According to the speed of the spread of news in this world, he was afraid that they would only react after the end of spring. Coupled with the long distance and his identity as a prince, the biggest possibility was that they would send an envoy to investigate the situation. In this way, he was afraid that the return trip would take half a year. By that time, he should already have the strength to break off relations with them. Therefore, the biggest hidden danger wasn't the church, but the witches themselves. This was something only Roland could see. Although the witches were at a disadvantage, this situation wouldn't last forever. Witches didn't rely on bloodline inheritance, but awakened randomly without any rules, which meant that witches couldn't be exterminated, they would only increase in number. The church relied on the god's stone of retaliation to maintain an advantage over the witches, but this advantage could only be used to counteract magic. At present, the witches' awakening not only gave them a variety of abilities, but even their physical fitness, thinking, reaction, and even their appearance had a tendency to surpass ordinary people. In essence, they could already be regarded as new humans. The more cruel the oppression, the more intense the resistance. When a pure witch-led riot was set off, how much damage would it cause to Grey Castle? The hatred born from the church, once it couldn't be controlled, it was very likely to turn into an indiscriminate hatred of all the people of the kingdom. Roland didn't want to see that happen. Therefore, he needed to start from Border Town, to construct a structure that could accommodate both of them, and then spread it to the whole of Grey Castle, and even the mainland kingdom. When the moon began to sink, Gerald Wimbledon saw the looming outline of the walls of the king's city in the night. After a few months, I'm finally back, he thought. The fatigue from the long journey suddenly disappeared a lot, but he still remained vigilant. He reined in his horse and signaled his deputy to go forward and inquire about the situation. If the plan hadn't changed, Scholar Ong should have replaced the guards with his own men. After his deputy gave the signal, he lowered the drawbridge. He stared at the front with wide eyes, for fear that he would miss the faint light. The waiting time was not long, but Gerald felt as if time had frozen. When his eyelids were sore and he could not hold on any longer, he finally saw flashes coming from afar. 2 flashes below the city wall, 3 flashes above, just as the plan had agreed. He breathed a sigh of relief and waved to his men to move forward. In this way, he was only 1 step away from the throne. Gerald rode through the side gate of the city wall, and his deputy walked side by side with him. Behind him were more than 20 cavalrymen. All of them were silent, pulling the reins and controlling their mounts to move forward slowly. The material of the walls of the Grey Castle Kingdom was taken from the fallen Dragon Ridge. This grayish-brown stone gave off a dark red luster under the torch, as if it had been soaked in blood. The entire wall was 20 feet wide. In order to build this wall, more than 1,000 laborers, slaves, and stonemasons died on the construction site. Even an army of 10,000 soldiers could not break through the wall, but now he could easily cross it. Gerald thought that any loophole would start from the inside. For some reason, he thought of the new holy city. Would the seemingly more magnificent and indestructible walls be breached from the inside? Your Royal Highness, I have been waiting for you here for a long time. After passing through the city gate, Scholar Ong and his team were waiting at the gate. Seeing Gerald appear, the scholar quickly dismounted from his horse and bowed in salute. Gerald put aside the distracting thoughts, probably because he was too excited and couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. you did a good job. Have the guards of the palace been changed? Your Royal Highness, there was an accident in the plan. The Silver Hand Knight, who was originally willing to serve you, was transferred to the Southern Territory 3 days ago. Now we only have time to change the guards of the palace. Gerald frowned. This meant that it was impossible for him to bring more than 20 people into the palace. The guards wouldn't stop him, but they wouldn't allow so many fully armed people to enter the royal family's territory. Forget it. As long as 2 people from the team in the bedroom follow me and the rest guard the door and don't let anyone come in and disturb me, it'll be fine. He hesitated for a moment and then made up his mind. Although the plan had changed, the situation was still under control. His father's personal guards would usually stay outside for the night. As long as someone could stall them for a moment, he was confident that he could cut them down with his sword. After entering the inner city, everything seemed to have returned to how it was when he left. Even though it was night time, he could still recognize every street. This was his territory, there was no doubt about it. Everyone jumped off their horses and quickly walked towards the palace. When they arrived at the gate, more than 20 people spread out according to the new plan and hid outside the palace. As Angor had said, although the guards were surprised that the prince had returned to the capital at night, when Gerald said that he had something important to do, they directly opened the door and let him in. After all, he was the eldest son of the king of Grey Castle and legally the first heir to the throne. The prince and Angor passed through the garden and the main hall. Ahead of them was the castle where Wimbledon III lived. The scholar raised the torch in his hand and shook it left and right. Immediately, a guard came out of the darkness and knelt down on one knee. Your Royal Highness, please come with me. Gerald sniffed. He smelled blood. Didn't they say that all the guards in the bedroom had been replaced? He looked at the guard by the light of the fire. It was indeed someone he was familiar with, a knight who supported him to the throne. This made him feel a little relieved. Why, did someone enter the castle? Your Royal Highness, His Majesty summoned a maid in the evening. When she came out, she saw our change, the other replied. Please rest assured, we have taken care of it. Maid? His father hadn't touched a woman for a long time, since his mother's death. Gerald was a little surprised, but now was not the time to worry about such trivial things. He nodded and said nothing more. He followed the guard into the castle, and the others followed. For Gerald, he could walk from the beginning to the end of the castle with his eyes closed. He had lived here for more than 20 years, so he knew where the secret passage and the secret door were. However, the purpose of his trip was to persuade his father to pass the throne to him. It was meaningless to sneak into the bedroom. He had to get rid of the guards stationed outside and let his father thoroughly understand his situation. Only then could he sit down and seriously discuss the ownership of the inheritance. If he couldn't convince him, Gerald Wimbledon took a deep breath and motioned for everyone to stop. He pulled out the 2-handed sword from his back. The bronze door at the end of the corridor was the only entrance to the bedroom. Behind the door was the outer room, which was also the last line of defense in front of the bedroom. There were usually 2 or 3 guards stationed there. In case of an accident, they could rush into the bedroom to protect His Majesty. Gerald first pushed the door open a small gap, then with a sidestep, he quickly rushed into the room and raised his sword in a fighting posture, but the outer room was quiet and there was no one there. At the same time, a strong smell of blood assailed his nostrils. An ominous premonition flashed in his heart, and he ran directly to the bedroom. Then, Gerald saw an unbelievable scene. Wimbledon III was sitting on the bed in his nightgown, his upper body leaning on the pillow cushion. His robe was open, and a sword hilt was stuck in his chest. Blood flowed down his bulging belly and soaked the quilt. Standing next to his father was his younger brother, Timothy Wimbledon. How could this be? Gerald was stunned. Just like you, brother, Timothy sighed. I didn't want to do this. He clapped his hands, and a group of armored warriors quickly rushed in from behind the door and surrounded the eldest prince. This is a chess game, and I wanted to play it according to the rules. Brother, do you know? My sister didn't intend to play this game from the beginning, and of course, you didn't either. Otherwise, why would you hear Scholar Ang's astrological prediction and come all the way to King City? To tell you the truth, if you didn't come, I would really be helpless. Scholar. He gritted his teeth and looked back. Scholar On took a step back and spread out his hands. I didn't lie to you. The apocalypse star is moving away from the blazing sun means that the seeker has deviated from the right path, but it also means that the star has fallen. Gerald now fully understood that from the very beginning, he had fallen into a well-designed trap. The smell of blood at the castle gate was probably not left by a maid, and the reason why the Silver Hand Knight was transferred was also the same. But what made him most desperate was that Scholar On, who had taken care of him for more than 10 years and taught him to read and write since he was a child, finally chose the second prince, just like his father. Timothy Wimbledon. You were both his sons, but he poured so much effort into you, and gave you the best territory. I didn't expect you to be the first to bite him. You are simply a devil from hell. Gerald knew that he had no way out. The only thing he could do was to drag his younger brother to hell with him. At this moment, he actually calmed down. Did you trick me here just to get rid of me? Get rid of you? No, that won't help me, my dear brother. I did it because I had no other choice. Timothy's tone was still calm, as if he was stating a fact. If I had waited for 5 years, I'm afraid I would have to face my third sister's pirate army. Do you know what she has been doing recently? Gerald shook his head, and estimated the distance between himself and the second prince. He remembered that his younger brother had been very smart since childhood, but he was not good at riding, shooting, or fighting. As long as he could seize the opportunity to rush over and chop, she is building her own army, brother. To tell you the truth, I admire her. She actually took this step long before the fight for the throne. Even I did not expect this. We got along so well when we were young, so why did we end up like this? Why must we kill each other? He said and took 2 steps back. For example, I'm afraid you want to cut me in half with your sword, right? I know, brother. You are still the same as before. When you want to kill, your eyes will become terrible. Timothy sighed. I will tell you bluntly, I want to stop the fight for the throne. Otherwise, in 5 years, I will be waiting for Garcia's fleet. She controlled the port of Clearwater a few years ago, and Valencia is suitable for producing merchants, but not suitable for training soldiers. I need an army, enough to resist my third sister's fleet. This is not something that can be achieved by relying on a trading city. Gerald Wimbledon, tomorrow you will be tried for leaving your territory and assassinating the king. I have to return to Valencia tonight and prepare before the news of my father's death reaches the eastern region. I will express my deep sorrow, and as the second in line, I will be crowned king. And you will be sent to the guillotine for the crime of killing the king. You. Gollin shouted and rushed towards his brother, but the distance was too far. His big sword was intercepted by 2 iron guards at the same time. Then his calf went numb, and a short sword pierced through his calf. Gollin suddenly lost his balance and fell to the ground. Everyone rushed forward and pinned him to the ground, binding him until he could not move. Trial? You think you have the right to judge me? I will tell you everything and let those who support you know what kind of monster you are. Of course you won't, brother, Timothy said patiently. The alchemy workshop has a medicine called forgetting words. It is a mixture of lizard venom from the southern desert and horse's milk. After drinking it, you won't be able to make any sound. Don't worry, it won't cause you any pain. Instead, it's mellow and intoxicating. If you really want to blame someone, then blame our genius little sister. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have taken this step. He waved at the head of the guards, who nodded and saluted, then dragged the eldest prince out of the palace. The other iron guards also filed out, and finally only the second prince and Scholar On were left. Your Royal Highness, the throne is already in your pocket. I should also address you as Your Majesty, Scholar On said while bowing. You did a good job. When I sit on the throne of Grey Castle, I will fulfill our agreement. But, seeing my brother's miserable appearance today, I think some agreements should be added with a guarantee clause. The scholar's expression immediately changed. Your Royal Highness, you mean, rest assured, I just don't want to be betrayed. Timothy took out a wax pill from his bosom. I think you have seen this thing many times. It takes 7 days for the wax pill's outer shell to completely dissolve, which is almost the time it takes for me to return between King City and Valencia. I used the price of the kingdom's chief astrologer to win you over, and I don't want anyone else to offer a higher price to take you away. Your Royal Highness, you must be joking. The scholar's face turned pale. He clenched his teeth and finally swallowed the wax pill. Smart choice, Timothy nodded with satisfaction. You can go now. When there was no one in the bedroom, the second prince's face became gloomy. He grabbed the porcelain placed on the low table beside the bed and fiercely smashed it on the ground, breaking it into pieces. A guard immediately came in from outside. Your Royal Highness? Get out, he roared. Yes, the guard quickly bowed his head and left the room, closing the door. Damn, it shouldn't have been like this. His plan didn't include killing his father. With the favor of Wimbledon III, he only needed to lead the other side to notice Garcia's actions and stop her, and the pawn in his hand was the eldest prince, Gerald Wimbledon. Timothy thought his plan was impeccable. He used the position of chief astrologer to lure Gerald's first mentor, Scholar Ong, who did not have a high position in the Astrology Association, to write a letter for himself to the eldest prince. And the eldest prince quickly took the bait. This was also in line with Timothy's judgment. His brother was good at fighting but not good at thinking, and at the same time he was not willing to give up the throne. The next few letters gradually provoked the eldest prince's ambition, and Timothy also prepared for the next step. When the last letter with the astrological prediction was sent, he secretly returned to King's City and revealed the news that the eldest prince might force the palace to abdicate to his father. There was no doubt that once this matter was confirmed, his father would fly into a rage and throw the eldest prince into prison, either until death or exile. Then, his father would turn his attention to his other children, and Garcia, who was wantonly developing the army, would inevitably become the second nail in his father's eyes. But, why did it become like this? After hearing the news, his father actually showed a strange smile, pulled out his dagger, and directly stabbed himself in the chest. Everything happened so fast that Timothy had no time to stop it, and could only watch his father die. He slowly sat down beside the bed, and for the first time had the illusion that he was also a pawn in the dark. His father's last smile was like a nightmare, making his hair stand on end. He thought about the whole thing over and over again, including examining the body, but still couldn't find a clue. Why did his father do that? He also suspected that this man was pretending, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find any flaws. Even the hidden wound on his back was consistent with the appearance in his memory. Seeing that Gerald was about to arrive at King's City, he had to pretend to be calm, and completely change the plan. He would push the death of Wimbledon III to the eldest prince, and then use his identity as the second in line to ascend the throne in advance. As long as he could successfully be crowned, he would no longer be restricted by the territory, and could directly mobilize the power of the Duke of the Southern Territory to threaten Garcia, forcing her to give up the port of Clearwater. It seemed that the result would not be much different, but Timothy felt deeply uneasy, as if an invisible hand had unknowingly inserted itself into the struggle of the upper echelons of the Kingdom of Grey Castle, and he was completely unaware of it. For the past week, Border Town had been relatively calm. According to Iron Axe and Brian, the strength and number of demonic beasts would gradually increase with the continuation of the months of the demons. Taking advantage of the current defensive pressure, Roland once again sent a sloop full of ore to Willow Town. With the introduction of the first steam engine in the North Slope mine, the number of workers had decreased by half, but the output had steadily increased, and now it had returned to the level before the collapse. With the replacement of the machine, manpower had been greatly reduced. At the same time, Roland carried out a preliminary reform of the mining area's production system, from the original fixed salary to a fluctuating salary. He asked Bariv to calculate the average daily output for the past few years, and set it as a standard. Every increase in output would get an extra reward, and if a gem vein was discovered, there would be a special reward. This move effectively promoted the enthusiasm of the workers, and the whole mining area was in full swing. With more ore in his hands, Roland naturally wanted to do something. In addition to incorporating the second steam engine into the production plan, he also intended to manufacture a batch of manual machine tools. Machine tools could be said to have a long history. Generally speaking, it was essentially a tool table used to process tools. Therefore, the anvil could be regarded as the most primitive machine tool. Manual fixation, manual creation. Manual creation was easy, but manual fixation was too inconvenient, so people added buckles or grooves on the table, used to fix the processed parts. For example, The barrels of the early matchlock and flintlock guns were manually hammered on the anvil with grooves. Later, it was no longer possible to rely solely on manpower to hammer and mill, so the machine tools were divided. According to different purposes, different methods of fixation and processing tools were used. Manual and mechanical linkage effectively improved the shortcomings of pure manual output. Roland considered the manual milling machine. Although the milling machine had a wide variety of functions, its main purpose was to process involute gears. Therefore, its structure could be simplified accordingly. It only needed a pair of clamping grooves to fix the gear discs and a steel millstone that could rotate. With the help of Anna, a specially shaped millstone for cutting gears could be easily made. The top of the millstone would be polished into a trapezoid shape and heated to a red-hot state. Then, an imprint would be drawn on it with an iron bar, and the millstone would be dipped in water for a quenching process. Then, a custom-made millstone with high rigidity could be made. After the key problem was solved, Roland immediately summoned Carter and asked him to hire 2 carpenters to build the base of the milling machine for him. Meanwhile, Anna continued to manufacture other metal parts in the castle's backyard. Needless to say, with Anna around, metal processing became as easy as kneading mud, especially after she mastered the control of flames. Now, she used her hands to mold the rough shape of the small pieces. Roland couldn't help but sigh as he watched the other party melt the iron ingot into a viscous liquid and knead it back and forth. If there were no witches, these plans in his mind might have been delayed for more than 10 years. 2 days later, the first milling machine appeared in the backyard. During this time, Roland didn't stay idle. Drawing gears could be regarded as his old profession. He designed a set of gears to be used to adjust the speed and stabilize the output of the steam engine. The corresponding tooth discs were already out of the mold, and after the milling machine was assembled, the grinding process could be carried out. Gears weren't something new. Most of the world's mines relied on animals to pull wooden gears and a capstan mechanism to drain water. This time, the chief knight finally felt satisfied. After running around for His Royal Highness so many times, he could finally understand what the other was planning to do. Roland also asked him to bring 3 blacksmiths and their respective apprentices to learn how to use the milling machine in the yard. It was impossible for him to personally operate these machines every day, so it was necessary to train a group of professional workers. After everyone respectfully saluted him, Roland began to demonstrate how to use the milling machine to process gears. He didn't mind playing the role of a senior fitter in front of everyone. In fact, in this era, there were all kinds of princes, and they all had a variety of hobbies. In addition, he had a reputation of being irresponsible, so operating the machine was no pressure at all. The chief knight was responsible for helping him pour the warm lard. In this era without oil lubrication, using lard as a substitute was a bit wasteful, but it was better than nothing. The lard poured over the millstone and fell into the porcelain basin below, which could be used repeatedly. Roland first carved the tooth discs according to the designed angle, then erected the tooth discs and fixed them on the workbench. Then he pulled the millstone to the top of the tooth discs, aimed at the engraved lines, and stepped on the pedal. The pedal drove the wooden wheel, and through the belt, the power was transmitted to the rotating shaft of the millstone. Then he used his hand to stabilize the millstone's handle and gently pulled it down. The rotating millstone slowly cut into the tooth discs at a 90-degree angle. Because the material of the tooth discs was pig iron, and the millstone was quenched steel, it wasn't very difficult to cut out the tooth marks. The scene was filled with the fragrance of lard, which made the blacksmiths and apprentices, who hadn't tasted meat for a long time, swallow their saliva. After the demonstration, it was time to sign the contract. Border Town's commerce was still in its infancy, and there was no industry to speak of. Whether it was the steam engine or the machine tool, it was impossible to have a situation where the shops would immediately scramble to buy them. In this era, most people didn't realize the great significance of these things, as well as the potential commercial value. So Roland could only take the initiative to promote the use of machinery. He stipulated in the contract that the blacksmith shop using the milling machine had to process at least 1 set of gears a week, the required materials would be provided by the castle, and the processing fee would be 10 silver royals. At the same time, the blacksmith shop had to pay 2 silver royals for the use of the machine every week. Because this set of machine tools wasn't given to the blacksmith shop for free, it was more like a loan. After entering the months of the demons, the blacksmith shop's business had declined a lot. At this time, there was an opportunity to make money, and it was an order personally given by His Royal Highness, so naturally no one had any objections. At the same time, Roland told them that this was only the first milling machine, and that there would be several more in the future, and if they were interested, they could apply to the city hall. Your Royal Highness, why didn't you directly write on the contract that the processing fee would be 8 silver royals? After the blacksmiths left, Carter asked puzzledly. Although the two numbers are the same, the meaning is not the same, Roland explained. This is probably the first commercial rental contract in Border Town, so I need to establish an industry standard. The chief knight wiped his forehead. His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince seemed to be talking nonsense again, but he already had experience with this, so as long as he pretended to listen carefully, His Royal Highness would continue to explain. Just as Roland was in high spirits and was ready to talk about how to establish a reasonable market, the sound of a horn came from afar. Only when the patrol members couldn't cope with the situation would they sound the alarm. Roland and Carter looked at each other and immediately walked out of the castle's backyard. The guards had already prepared the horses, so Roland mounted the horse and rode towards the direction of the city wall with Carter and his men. When they climbed up the wall, the militia was already in position, and there was a row of spears on the wall. This made Roland feel a little relieved. The eggs were not in vain. He looked to the northwest and saw a group of black figures approaching Border Town. The prince estimated the number and found that there were about 20 of them. Iron Axe trotted from his defensive position, saluted and reported, "Your Highness, this group of demonic beasts is a bit strange." "Strange? Do you mean that they generally don't act in groups?" "That's not it," Iron Axe explained. "If they were herd animals before they fell, then after becoming demonic beasts they would still maintain this habit, for example, the wolf species. But this group of demonic beasts is not the same species, so they shouldn't act in groups. There were hunters who observed them killing each other before. Demonic beasts themselves were mutated beasts, so they mostly maintained the original style of beasts, but at the same time their desire to prey was stronger. In a sense, the intelligence of demonic beasts was lower than that of beasts, because their manic temperament made them forget the principle of seeking benefits and avoiding harm. Roland carefully observed for a moment and found that there were large and small beasts in the group. At least he could distinguish the existence of the wolf species and the bison species. But this couldn't be taken as evidence that they suddenly had wisdom and knew the importance of grouping. Because they were still guided by the obstacles and traps set by Iron Axe, they gradually gathered in front of the city wall. Vanner felt his palms were wet, and his grip on the spear was a little slippery. While no one was paying attention, he secretly wiped his sweat on his clothes. The hunter responsible for observing repeatedly said the same words, "Relax, take a deep breath." Vanner did it countless times, but still couldn't stop his accelerated heartbeat. He had lived in the western region for more than 10 years, and what he had heard the most were the ferocious and cruel deeds of the demonic beasts. Since the beginning of the months of the demons, the sight of a few scattered demonic beasts being shot down by the hunters under the city wall had eased his fear of the demonic beasts. He had thought that he was a brave man who had been through many battles, but today, facing so many monsters for the first time, he still felt his legs trembling. Thinking that he had been chosen by His Royal Highness to be the vice-captain of the Lancers, Vanner tried to pretend to be calm, and kept his spear in a defensive posture. The group of monsters was getting closer and closer. He could already make out their shapes. The one at the front was a bison. The 2 black horns on its head were as thick as his arm. The fur on his back was like a cloak that covered his entire body. When it was only 30 feet away from the city wall, Vanner felt as if the ground was shaking. He licked his dry lips and waited for the hunter to give the order to stab. Then there was a loud noise. The speed of the demonic beast didn't slow down at all, and it directly hit the city wall. Its head was immediately smashed, and black blood splashed all over the wall. Before Vanner had time to breathe a sigh of relief, the 2 wolves that were following closely behind. The bison had already pounced on him. Stab! Hearing the roar of the hunter, Vanner subconsciously thrust out his spear, even though the direction of the wolves was not towards him. This time, the effect of the joint attack was obviously not as good as during the training. The row of spears on the top of the wall stabbed out one after another. Some people had already thrust their spears when they saw the wolves jump, while others had not reacted for a long time after hearing the shout. As a result, only one of the wolves was forced to retreat, while the other one jumped out of the gap between the spears and landed on the top of the wall. "Maintain the formation!" the hunter roared. Although Vanner wanted to turn his head to see which direction the demonic beast would attack, the warning that Iron Axe had repeatedly emphasized during the training was effective. When the attention was attracted by the movement behind, the front would become the most dangerous area. His eyes were fixed on the incoming group of demonic beasts, and he tightly grasped the spear in his hand. Obviously, the hunter team was much more experienced than the spear team. Before the wolves fell to the ground, the hunters had already unsheathed their scimitars. Iron Axe was even more agile. He directly strode to the front of the demonic beast, lifted the butt of his spear, and smashed it into the waist of the demonic beast, causing it to roll several times in the air. After the mutation, both the physical strength and the defense of the demonic beast had been greatly improved, so such an attack would obviously not cause too much damage to it. After it fell to the ground, it immediately turned over and stood up, revealing its sharp fangs. Unfortunately, Iron Axe's muzzle was already pressed against its head. A gunshot sounded, the skull of the demonic beast flew up, and its body, which had lost its brain, retreated 2 steps, twitched, and collapsed to the ground. "This beast is already dead. Continue to guard your positions." "Ah! My stomach," someone screamed. Vanner glanced at the direction of the voice and saw a team member leaning against the wall, tightly covering his stomach, and his hands were already stained with blood. "His intestines are flowing out." It was the claws of the wolf when it rushed up. "Help me, damn it, get a piece of cloth to tie it up." The scene was chaotic. Fortunately, the next few demonic beasts that rushed to the bottom of the wall were wild boars. Although their skin was rough and their flesh was thick, at such a close distance, they were shot into hedgehogs by the crossbows of the hunters. "Everyone, don't panic." Roland, who had been stopped by Nightingale, had just arrived and shouted, "Have you all forgotten what to do when someone is injured during training? Do it according to the regulations." The prince's words instantly awakened Vanner. He remembered his duty. As the deputy of the defense team of this section of the wall, he should organize rescue when someone was injured. He called out the names of 2 of his teammates. "You carry him to the hospital, hurry up." According to his previous experience, it was basically impossible for this person to survive, but His Royal Highness had said that it was one thing to do it or not, and another thing to succeed or not. As a member of the militia, he must prioritize the execution of orders and regulations. When the wounded were carried away, order was finally restored on the wall. This wave of demonic beasts seemed to be numerous, but only a few could pose a threat to the people on the wall. The hunter team shot the rest of the demonic beasts one by one, and Vanner was relieved. The whole battle had only lasted for half an hour, but he felt that he had exhausted all his strength. At this moment, the hunter who was responsible for guarding on the watchtower of the wall shouted again, "My God, what is that?" Vanner also saw the target. Although it was still a long distance from the wall, just from the outline, he could tell that it must be a huge monster. Vanner swore that even 10 cows stacked together could not compare to the monster in front of him. Only the experienced Iron Axe immediately recognized the monster. P.S. Here is today's update, and by the way, poll votes for the Qidian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and the votes will be rewarded with coins. I beg for your support and appreciation. Roland rubbed his eyes. What the hell is this? If the mutation of demonic beasts was still within the scope of biology, it was barely understandable, but the monster in front of him was obviously as absurd as in a horror movie. From afar, it looked like a giant tortoise with 2 heads, but when he got closer, he found that it was actually 2 wolf heads. Is this a Frankenstein experiment? Roland thought. The giant demonic beast was almost as tall as the city wall, about 6 meters long, and had a total of 6 feet, shaped like a rhinoceros leg, short and thick. However, the size of 1 foot was equivalent to an adult's torso. As for the head, the 2 wolf heads were not like the 2-headed monsters commonly seen in movies, which took turns to raise their heads and roar, or bite each other, showing that no one was willing to submit to the other. They just hung their heads low, their eyes lifeless, and moved forward slowly like walking corpses. The most eye-catching thing was probably the carapace on the back of the demonic beast. The gray surface was dull, covered with algae, and looked extraordinarily hard. It was like a tortoise shell, covering from head to tail. If this monster could also retract into the shell like a tortoise, it would be really difficult to kill. However, Roland was not worried. Such a slow demonic beast was destined to be a target. Even if the gun could not penetrate the carapace, it could always burst the exposed wolf head. If it retracted into the shell, then he would directly blow it up with explosives. Your Highness, this is a hybrid. Iron Axe came over nervously. I probably understand why there are different kinds of demonic beasts moving in groups. They must have been driven here by this hybrid. Like a lion driving a flock of sheep? Roland nodded. This is very different from the one you met last time. This is also the first time I have seen this type of hybrid. Although it looks clumsy, you must not be careless. As long as it is a hybrid, I am afraid it will not be easy to deal with. It is about to enter the shooting range, Roland said. Try with the bow and arrow first. At this time, there was light snow falling from the sky, and at the same time, the northwest wind was blowing erratically. The weather was not suitable for archery. However, the two hunters selected by Iron Axe looked very confident. They ascended the watchtower, determined the direction of the instantaneous wind, and shot arrows into the air. These two sharp arrows seemed to have grown eyes. After rising to the highest point, under the influence of wind and gravity, they landed on the target's carapace at an almost vertical angle. Just as he had expected, the arrow bounced off. Roland even heard the sound of a ricochet in his head. The two of them did not panic and continued to knock their arrows. Very quickly, they shot out 2 more volleys of arrows. The last volley of arrows was effective. They all landed in front of the monster. One of the arrows accurately landed on the wolf's head, and the other stabbed into the target's neck. However, the other party did not roar angrily or accelerate. It only paused for a moment, then retracted its head and legs into the shell and continued to move forward slowly. This change left everyone dumbfounded. At this moment, the demonic beast looked like a tank that had lowered its position. The lower edge of its carapace was almost touching the ground as it moved forward. In this way, even the best archer would not be able to shoot an arrow into its body. Load the guns, Roland ordered. Now that the target was only 50 feet away from the wall, even if it was a flintlock without any rifling, they did not have to worry about missing. Carter, Iron Axe, and the others immediately approached the wall, put the barrels on top of the wall, aimed, and fired. A burst of white smoke floated through the air. Roland could clearly see the bullet hit the carapace, and a small piece of the carapace broke open. The hybrid was not affected at all and still maintained its original speed. It seems that the strength of this layer of armor is still in the category of carbon-based creatures, he thought. Unfortunately, the lead pellets are too soft and easily deformed, so they are not suitable for penetrating thick armor. It is not realistic to rely on these 4 guns to break the carapace of the hybrid, so the only way is to use explosives. Iron Axe's judgment was the same as the prince's. He immediately called out the deputy of the Lancer squad and ordered him to carry the explosives. At this time, the demonic beast was already on top of the wall. When it felt that it could no longer move forward, its carapace began to shake rapidly and repeatedly hit the wall like an electric hammer. Suddenly, stone chips splashed and several cracks quickly spread along the cement. The rubble wall had a strong ability to resist pressure, but its tensile and shear properties were extremely poor. In other words, its ability to resist vibration was almost zero. The people standing on top of the wall felt a strong vibration. Soon, an ear-piercing sound of friction reached everyone's ears. The hybrid's carapace had already cut a hole in the wall. But the collision did not stop. It began to move again, embedding its entire body into the wall. The militiamen fled from the wall that was already full of cracks. Roland was carried by the invisible nightingale and jumped directly from the top of the wall. If someone was watching the prince at this time, they would find that when he landed, his feet were hanging in the air, just like a ghost. When Vanner carefully arrived with a bag of explosives, he was surprised to find that the middle of the wall had been smashed open nearly 9 feet wide. The demonic beast that had crossed the wall had stopped shaking and was still moving forward slowly at the same speed. "Hurry up!" Iron Axe shouted, "Ignite it and put it under the beast's feet." Although Vanner's hands were trembling, his mind was unexpectedly clear. Every detail of how to operate the explosives during training appeared in front of his eyes. Different from the experimental product, the official product had reduced the amount of explosives and was sealed by wooden planks. Waste or fragments were filled between the explosives and the planks. At the same time, the ignition design was optimized by using the pull-out method of flint and copper wire. If it failed, there was still a normal ignition fuse at the end of the explosives. He hastily tore off the outermost part of the oil-soaked cloth, fastened the exposed bend of the copper wire, and pulled it with all his strength. There was a rapid sizzling sound from the wooden box, and then there was a cloud of smoke, a sign that the ignition was successful. This fuse, which had been soaked in salt, burned slowly. It took about 10 breaths of time. Danner saw the white smoke coming out of the box, and the surrounding world seemed to quiet down. He had seen the power of this thing. If it exploded in his hands, he was afraid that not even a piece of his body would be left. 9 breaths. Danner listened to his own heartbeat and silently counted down. He walked step by step to the front of the demonic beast and put the explosives on its path. 5 breaths. Then it just pressed forward, and nothing could stop it. 3 breaths. Danner turned around and ran. 2 breaths. 1 breath. Hearing a muffled sound, Danner felt the ground under his feet shake violently, and the world became noisy again. He turned his head and saw a white airwave rushing out from under the carapace. It was the snow brought up by the explosion of the explosives. At first glance, it looked very much like a cloud of scattered mist. The demonic beast finally stopped moving, as if it could no longer bear the weight on its back. Its huge armor crashed to the ground. Then black blood surged out from under the carapace and soaked the ground around it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The crowd suddenly burst into cheers. Danner sat on the ground. Only now did he realize that his clothes had been soaked in cold sweat. It was finally over. When everyone thought so, the high-pitched buzzing of the horn resounded through the border again. Another wave of demonic beasts emerged from the horizon and rushed towards this border town. P.S. I present today's update, and by the way, poll votes for the Qidian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and the votes will be rewarded with coins. I beg for everyone's support and appreciation. Are you feeling better? Anna patted Nana's back. She also felt like something was churning in her stomach, but in the end, she endured it. When the wounded was carried up, he was still conscious. He kept repeating, "Save me, save me." The despair and pleading in his eyes made people feel sad. Seeing the intestines hanging outside his stomach, Nana directly vomited them out. Even so, she insisted on finishing the treatment. After Brian helped put the intestines back into the wounded stomach, Nana stretched out her hand and closed her eyes to heal the other's wound. The little girl looked a little dispirited. She leaned against Anna and whispered, "Today is the first time I heard the horn sound. Is His Highness in trouble?" "I don't know," Anna shook her head. She wanted to go to the city wall to have a look, but she was afraid that she would cause trouble for Roland. She was a little envious of Nightingale. Her ability to move silently was really convenient. At this moment, a muffled sound came from the direction of the city wall. Everyone felt a slight vibration. Brian stood up and paced around the room anxiously. "Take it easy, young man," Baron Pine said while wiping his sword. "Losing your cool before entering the battlefield will only make a bad result worse. Besides, it's far from the worst." "I'm sorry, Your Excellency," Brian replied. "I just feel uneasy when I think of people fighting desperately on the city wall while I'm wasting time here. It is my duty to guard this town." "Perhaps," Pine shrugged. "But guarding the town is not your duty alone. I heard that His Highness will confer you the title of Knight after Winter, so you should understand that the first principle of a knight is loyalty. Since he needs you to protect Anna, you should fulfill your responsibility." "You are right." Brian hesitated for a moment and sat back in his seat. But soon, they heard the second horn sound. It was more urgent than the first, like thunder rolling through everyone's heart. Pine furrowed his brow. "Anna!" Nana exclaimed. He turned his head and saw that the witch was heading straight for the door. Brian immediately chased after her and blocked her way. "Didn't you say you wanted to guard the city wall?" Now is the time, Anna said calmly, as long as you come with me, you won't be going against His Highness's orders. As expected, Brian was stunned. He raised his head and looked at Pine. What an amazing girl, Baron thought. At least there was nothing wrong with this sentence. Because His Royal Highness did not stipulate that she must stay in the infirmary. And according to Nana, she can summon fire. If the current situation was really critical, the addition of a witch might play a role in reversing the situation. Thinking of this, he nodded. Protect her. Yes. Brian immediately became spirited and replied loudly. Seeing the two of them leave, Nana asked, Father, aren't you going? My battlefield is here, my good daughter, Baron smiled. Whether it's demonic beasts or devils, I won't let them hurt you. Not far from the infirmary was the city wall. Anna and Brian trotted along the stone road along the wall toward the east. When they arrived at the central watchtower, they found that the situation had become very bad. There was a huge gap in the city wall. Roland's personal guards were holding their shields, but there were still several people who were thrown to the ground. Especially a wild boar-like demonic beast with long teeth. When it rushed forward, it was simply unstoppable. The guards standing in front of it were almost knocked away along with their shields. Hey, it's dangerous here, you should leave quickly. Someone saw Anna dressed in a strange outfit and tried to dissuade her. Anna turned a deaf ear and went straight to the gap. After the demonic beast rushed out of the crowd, it changed its direction and directly rushed towards Anna. Brian, who was acting as a guard, quickly stepped forward and took the side. He lowered his body and swung his sword horizontally. The mad demonic beast had no intention of dodging. Its front legs hit the blade of the sword, and the sword was instantly knocked away. At the same time, the momentum of its body also broke the broken leg bone. It screamed and fell to the ground, struggling like a dehydrated fish. For a while, no one dared to approach. Anna went to the side of the demonic beast and pressed her hands on the ground. Flames suddenly sprang up from under the demonic beast's body, and soon it was roasted into a ball of charcoal. Roland also noticed the sudden rise of the flame. When he found out that Anna was personally going into battle, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. This was not in his plan. He originally intended to let Anna gain the favor of the militia, and when most people accepted the witches, he would make the existence of Anna public. But now it was too late. He immediately turned his head and said, Don't worry about me, you go and protect her. Anna absolutely could not be lost. As an important person in the development of industrial technology, if she was injured it would bring immeasurable losses. I know, Nightingale said, please pay attention to your safety. Anna walked to the front of the broken wall. Most of the guards of Roland had seen this strangely dressed girl, so they all gave way to her. She stood in the middle of the shield wall and stretched out her arms to both sides. The flames, like vines, gushed out from her palms and climbed up along the broken wall. All the people who witnessed this marvelous scene had their mouths wide open. They could not believe that a wall of flames was slowly rising and filling the gap in the wall. This was not an illusion. The high temperature brought by the flames made the guards at the broken wall retreat. The surrounding snow quickly melted and formed a white mist. The demonic beasts also felt the burning heat of the wall of flames. They all fled to both sides. Occasionally one or two would rush into the wall of flames, but they only ran 2 steps before they were buried in the sea of flames. Everyone, go to the wall. Roland took the opportunity to shout, Lancers, regroup. Hunter team, shoot freely. Then he grabbed Carter's gun, climbed to the top of the wall, and personally shot at the demonic beasts who had nowhere to go. The prince's action immediately inspired everyone present. It had to be said that in this era, there were very few nobles or the royal family who took the lead. As the 4th prince of the kingdom, Roland was willing to fight together with the militia selected from the civilians, which brought a huge morale boost. The crowd shouted, Defend border town. Fight for His Royal Highness the Prince, and maintain the defensive line formation as it was before the wall was broken. The battle continued until the sky was getting dark. Finally, there were no demonic beasts left in front of the wall. The light of the flames gradually dissipated. Anna wiped the sweat from her forehead and walked out of the broken wall. Then, Roland saw an incredible scene. The guards clenched their fists and bowed their heads to her. Then the militia seemed to be infected. No one shouted the words demon or witch. Instead, they silently watched her. After the war, there was a short period of peace on the border. A power that had never been seen before was indeed terrible. But when this power stood on their side and fought against the evil enemy, the fear would gradually disappear and be replaced by trust and gratitude. Roland suppressed the excitement in his heart and walked in front of Anna. He found that her face was pale, her steps were unsteady, and her body was on the verge of collapsing. "Are you all right?" He worriedly held the girl's shoulders. She reluctantly smiled at the prince and then fell into his arms. Through the narrow high window of the terrace, the afterglow of the setting sun shone on the ground, reflecting a dark red stripe on the walls. There were only a few places in the kingdom where you could still see the setting sun, and the port of Clearwater was one of them. According to legend, the months of demons, which was covered in snow and cold wind, had little effect on the port. Except for the Black Sail fleet, which was unable to leave the port, the whole city was as busy as usual. And the owner of this harbor city, Garcia Wimbledon, was sitting in front of the square table under the window, seriously reading the letter in her hand. Her gray hair was dyed with a touch of gold under the setting sun, and the crisscrossing light and shadow of her face set off her angular facial features, giving her a unique charm and full of heroic spirit. Farayan had been standing by her side for some time now. Although the time it took her to read the letter had exceeded the normal time, Ryan still chose to quietly wait. He didn't want to disturb the peace. Finally, Garcia sighed softly and put down the letter. "My father is dead." Ryan was startled. "What?" "My father, Aaron Wimbledon, the king of Grey Castle, is dead." She rarely repeated what she had said. He thought, if he had asked her this question normally, she would have turned a blind eye to it. But she really wasn't joking? The king was dead? Ryan opened his mouth, wanting to comfort her with a few words, but the words that came out turned into a question. How did he die? Fortunately, Garcia didn't care about this. She was the third princess of the kingdom, the lord of the port of Clearwater, and the supreme commander of the Black Sail fleet. She didn't need anyone to comfort her. "The letter said that my brother Gerald killed my father and was later captured by the guards. He didn't commit suicide, so he was put on trial by the hand of the king and several other ministers, and was sentenced to be beheaded." "This is not normal," Ryan subconsciously said. "Of course it's not normal," Garcia said with an expressionless face. "My brother, although stupid, is not stupid enough to commit suicide. If no one had guided him, he wouldn't have done such a thing." "Someone framed him?" "Let me guess." The third princess closed her eyes. "Someone probably set up a detailed plan to tempt him into saying that they were willing to help him ascend the throne. To bring him into the inner court of King City, someone had to make arrangements in advance, including eradicating, exchanging, and bribing. But that was not what Gerald was good at, or rather, he was too lazy to do such trivial things. The rest is simple. The person who set up the plan was deeply trusted by him, but betrayed him in the end." Ryan declined to comment. After all, these were only speculations. The process was not important. The key was the result. He believed that Her Royal Highness also thought so. Sure enough, Garcia opened her eyes and continued, "There are at least 9, if not 10, people like this in the First Prince's camp. They have brute force, but their brains are all muscles. It's normal for them to be fooled by others. It's just that." There was a hint of anger in her tone. "My second brother is too violent." "You mean, Timothy Wimbledon did it? Besides him, who else knows Gerald so well? After this incident, who would benefit the most?" Garcia's fingers unconsciously tapped the table. "Even a blind man can see it. However, just based on my father's preference for him, he simply doesn't need to do this." Her Royal Highness is angry, Ryan realized. It was rare to see the third princess reveal such an expression. It seems that although she had always complained that Wimbledon 3 was too biased, but in the end, she didn't want her father to end up like this. Ryan could more or less understand this feeling. In a big family, the family head always gave the younger generation such a feeling, a mountain that they wanted to surmount, a mountain that they both feared and hated. If what she said was right, and this matter was really done by the second prince, then his actions could indeed be called brutal. But why did he do this? "Because he is afraid of me," Garcia took a deep breath, seemingly controlling her emotions. He is afraid of the Black Sail Fleet. Seeing that Ryan didn't answer, she continued to explain, Timothy has informants in the port of Clearwater. This is not surprising. I also have informants in Valencia and King City. After knowing the existence of the Black Sail Fleet, it was easy to guess what I would do next. Valencia can't raise an army that can fight against the Black Sail Fleet. So he used the stupidest method, using Gerald as bait to get what he wanted. You mean, he wants an army? He wants the throne, Garcia said. After Gerald's death, he is the first in line to succeed to the throne, coupled with the death of my father. I'm afraid he is on his way to King City. As long as he can become Wimbledon 4, he can mobilize his vassals and troops without any territorial restrictions. At this point, she shook her head. However, as I said, as my father's favorite son, he doesn't have to do this. Isn't that bad? Ryan worriedly said. If the second prince is successfully crowned, he will announce the end of the fight for the throne, and order you to return to King City? Garcia disdainfully said, this step is too straightforward. Even if my father favors him, it doesn't mean that all the ministers will support him, especially when it comes to the murder of the king. Although Timothy pushed the blame on Gerald, he can only fool the common people of the kingdom. If he wants to fully grasp the power of Grey Castle, I estimate that it will take a long time. So. She looked at Ryan. I have to slightly change my plan. Ryan immediately knelt down on one knee and said, I am willing to serve you. Garcia stood up and walked to the window, with her back facing Ryan. After he ascends the throne, he will inevitably deal with me at the first moment. However, I'm afraid the only means he can use is to order Joey Cole, the Duke of the Southern Territory, to pressure me. And the latter will probably use the excuse that the king has just passed away, and the whole country is in mourning, so it's not appropriate to use troops as an excuse. That old fox has always been unwilling to make a loss. At most, he will gather his vassals and surround the port of Clearwater's border. Princess Garcia paused a little, but these actions will bring us unnecessary trouble, so, we will set sail tomorrow. Set sail? Your Highness, do you want to? Eagle City is located in the interior of the kingdom. It is almost an undefended city. Through the tributary of the San Juan River, we can reach Clear Spring Town, and from there, we will only need 1 day to reach Eagle City. After I capture Joey, the whole Southern Territory will be under my control. This is an interesting time difference. When he sits on the throne and wants to order Duke Joey, he will find out that the whole Southern Territory has become my territory. I don't know what kind of expression he will have. But, you also said, Wimbledon 3 has just passed away, so, what, do I still need to shed tears first? Garcia turned around. The setting sun fell into the horizon, covering her whole body with a layer of purple and red gauze. Her face was hidden in the darkness, only her eyes were bursting with a subtle light. Her eyes were as firm as a rock. Ryan thought, even if there is anger, there is regret, there will never be sadness. Sadness is not suitable for a king. No, you don't need to, he said seriously. Garcia nodded with satisfaction. Go, summon all the captains to me. Since Timothy is not willing to wait for 5 years, I will not let him down. After obtaining Eagle City, the whole Southern Territory will be independent. It doesn't matter if all of this is done by Timothy or not, he thought. She can always find a suitable path in the unpredictable situation, and once she decides, she will move forward bravely. This is her charm, and also the reason why he followed her. Roland knocked on the door, and after hearing Nightingale's response, he pushed the door open and entered the room. The room was covered with thick curtains, and only in the early morning and evening would the window be open to let in the air. At other times, in order to keep warm and keep out the light, the window would be closed. The only source of light came from the 2 candlesticks at the end of the bed. The candles burned quietly, casting 2 crisscrossing shadows on the furnishings in the room. He walked to the bed and looked at the woman buried in the soft velvet pillow and bedding. Her eyes were still closed, and he sighed softly. How is the situation at the border defense line? Nightingale came forward and handed him a cup of warm water. Everything is going well. Roland took a sip and handed the cup back to her. Since that day, we haven't encountered a large group of demonic beasts. After the injured militia members returned, everyone's enthusiasm for battle became somewhat high. What about the damaged part of the city wall? Carr used a rolling log to move the shell of the hybrid demonic beast to the broken part, and also used a winch and a wooden frame to hang it up. making it part of the city wall. Roland knew that Nightingale wanted to distract his attention, so that he wouldn't be overly worried. But as soon as he stepped into the room, all his consciousness couldn't help but gather on the sleeping woman on the bed. The last time they faced a large-scale invasion of demonic beasts, the biggest contributor was undoubtedly Anna. If she hadn't used flames to seal the gap in the city wall, the consequences would have been unimaginable. However, after she fainted in his arms, she never woke up. "It's already been a week," Roland whispered. In theory, if a person was in a coma for a week without eating or drinking, and without direct external supply of nutrients, such as injections, the body's functions would collapse, and the brain would gradually die in shock. But Anna didn't show any signs of weakness or illness, at least, she looked much better than when she first fell. Her cheeks were rosy, her breathing was steady, and when he put his hand on her forehead, he could feel the temperature of an ordinary person. Everything indicated that Anna was in a healthy state, but she couldn't wake up. "This is also the first time I've encountered such a situation." Nightingale, who was standing at the side, shook her head. The magic power in her body was depleted in that battle, but now it's almost saturated, and it's even denser than before. "If I'm not wrong, tonight will be her coming of age day." "Are you saying that she will become an adult in a coma?" "No, she will die in a coma," Nightingale said bluntly. "The pain she suffers on the day of adulthood must be overcome with willpower. Once she gives up the resistance, the magic backlash will irreversibly destroy the witch's body." Roland moved a chair next to the bed and sat down. "But I remember you saying that when the demon bites the body, no matter how painful it is, the consciousness will always remain awake. Either you get through this hurdle, or you choose to end your life." Indeed, there were some people in the Witch Cooperation Association who wanted to pass the demon's bite by falling into a coma, but it wasn't the day of adulthood, it was just an annual torture. Nightingale hesitated, and then continued. "She relied on alchemy to make herself fall into a coma, but it was meaningless. When the magic backlash came, she instantly woke up, but she also lost the ability to resist." "Doesn't this pain gradually increase?" "No, when the time comes, the pain will come like thunder, but how long it will last varies from person to person. My sister is not strong enough, it's just..." Her voice became lower. Roland understood what she meant. This kind of sentence with an unknown time limit was in itself a kind of torture, not knowing how long you have endured, not knowing how long you still have to persist. It was like a lonely boat drifting in a turbulent sea. It was easy to give up the desire to survive. In the silence, he felt a hand press on his shoulder. "During the years of wandering, I've seen too many deaths. Witches were treated like livestock, hanged, burned, or tortured to death by the nobles as entertainment props. The witches who were lucky enough to escape could only stay away from the crowd, living a secluded life. They don't know where the holy mountain is, it's just an extravagant hope in their hearts." Nightingale's voice was softer than ever. "But Anna is different. Apart from the Sisters of the Witch Cooperation Association, it's the first time I've seen someone care so much about a witch. She is needed, valued, and treated like a normal person. Your Highness, even if Anna can't survive until adulthood, she has already found her own holy mountain." But this was not the ending he hoped for. Roland closed his eyes, recalling the scene when he first met her. Her feet were bare, her clothes were tattered, and she was trapped in a cage, but there was not the slightest fear on her face. Her eyes were like the unpolluted surface of a lake, clear and calm. She was a flame, but not as lively as a flame. The scene rotated, like a horse lantern. "I've satisfied your curiosity, my lord, can you kill me now? I've never used it to hurt anyone. I just want to stay by His Highness' side, that's all. The demonic bite can't kill me, I will defeat it." "Are you dreaming?" "I'm not going anywhere." Roland suppressed his turbulent thoughts, whispered, "I will accompany her until the last moment." "Me too, and, thank you." After dinner, Nana also came. Hearing that Anna was about to reach adulthood, she also insisted on staying. Roland had to arrange an extra room on the second floor for Sir Pine, who accompanied him, to spend the night. In this way, Roland and the two witches sat around the bed, quietly waiting for midnight. For Nightingale and Nana, they also had to endure the pain of the demonic bite this winter. Fortunately, everyone's awakening day was different, otherwise the three witches would have to suffer the test of life and death at the same time. Roland estimated that he would not be able to pretend to be calm and stay in the room. There was no clock tower in the town. In the candlelight in the room, the passage of time became blurred. The cold wind blew against the window. From time to time they could hear the whistling sound of the air passing through the window. Just when Roland felt a trace of tiredness in his heart, Nightingale suddenly said, "It's starting." Only she could see that the magic in Anna's body began to become restless. The green flame became more and more intense, the center part of the incandescent part turned dark, the manic magic gathered in the center, as if it was being pulled by something. It struggled and rolled, but to no avail. Roland could not see these changes, but he also noticed that something was wrong. The flame at the top of the candle swayed, but there was no wind in the room. The light emitted by the flame became darker and darker, as if it was being swallowed by the surrounding shadows, and then the color of the flame changed. The orange-red flame turned into a green flame. He looked at the woman in the bed. Anna was still sleeping. Her face did not change in the slightest, as if all this had nothing to do with her. At this time, the candle was almost completely hidden. It was not that the flame was extinguished, but the green flame was slowly swallowing the orange-red part until the light completely disappeared, and everyone fell into darkness. But soon, the flame was lit again. Only this time, the flame on the candlestick had turned into a pure green. The three of them were reflected in the green light, staring at each other, a little difficult to understand what was going on. At this time, Anna's moan drew the three's attention back to her. She slowly opened her eyes. "Anna." Roland was stunned. She woke up. The woman blinked, smiled at him, then stretched out her right hand, opened her palm, and held it in front of the prince. A green flame jumped out of her palm, quietly burning. The next day after Anna woke up, Nightingale said goodbye to Roland. "Although I don't know the reason, I'm afraid she's the first witch to safely pass the day of awakening," said Nightingale excitedly before leaving. After following Roland for a long time, she began to use the word awakening to describe the transformation of witches. "I'll bring my sisters from the Witch Cooperation Association, and I hope you can accept them, just like you accepted Anna." Roland couldn't ask for more. One Anna had surpassed the hot forging process and made the town see the dawn of the industrial age. What would a group of witches mean? Of course, considering the safety issue, he still tried to persuade her to stay, hoping that she would go to the impassable mountain range after the end of the months of the demons. But Nightingale was obviously impatient. "This winter, there will be many people who will face this difficulty. If we can tell them the news earlier, maybe there will be fewer people who will leave us. Rest assured, ordinary demonic beasts can't find my whereabouts." "Then what about your day of awakening, when is it?" Roland finally asked. Nightingale turned over and mounted the horse, at the end of winter and the beginning of spring. She waved her hand, leaving the prince to look at her back. "Don't worry about me, in recent years the pain has become less and less painful." Roland fell into deep thought upon hearing the answer. He had also been thinking about the reason why Anna was able to pass the day of awakening so smoothly. After all, Anna later said that she didn't feel any pain, which completely subverted Nightingale's concept. The power of witches comes from the devil, they are evil and unclean, and so on. When she died, her blood evaporated and her skin burned black became the unshakable evidence of the power of the fallen. However, Roland didn't think about this from the beginning. He searched through the memories of the fourth prince, but he didn't find any evidence of the existence of God or the devil in this world. Since the power was not a gift from God, it shouldn't be regarded as a standard to distinguish between good and evil. In fact, even if the gods frequently interfered with the mortal world, it was the believers who first chose their own camp, and then were given divine power, not the other way around. According to Nightingale's description, witches were the aggregation of magic power. Could it be that the container itself was damaged because there was no place to release the magic power? Roland felt that the possibility of this was very high. Witches were hostile and suppressed by the majority of people, so they would inevitably choose to hide their abilities and pretend to be a normal person, living in fear. As a result, they rarely had the chance to use their magic before they reached adulthood. Of course, Roland did not think that his castle was a good place. He had asked Anna and learned that she had also experienced unbearable pain before. If there was anything different about this year, it would be that ever since she came to the castle, she had been using this power almost every day. Nightingale's last answer vaguely confirmed his conjecture. The invisibility ability would not attract attention even if it was used frequently. In addition, she had been forced to train this ability, and now she could use it even more freely. That was why the backlash on the day of awakening had little effect on her. After returning to the castle, Roland immediately strengthened Nana's training. If there were no wounded in the line of defense, she would have to treat all kinds of small animals. If he could confirm his conjecture through Nana, it could be said that the significance of the witches would be earth-shaking. The devil's curse would become a gift from the heavens. As long as he could ensure that his territory was open to witches, the witches would continue to gather. In any case, after this wave, everything was back on track. Roland began to step up the production of the steam engine too, and at the same time let Anna familiarize herself with the process of her new ability. In the backyard of the castle, a shed was set up, but this time it was to shelter them from the wind and snow. As an experimental base, he felt that it was safer to build it in his own territory. According to Nightingale, after a witch reached adulthood, her ability would stabilize, and it was possible to produce a new branch of her ability. He had not yet seen Anna's new ability, but the use of flames was completely different from before. No, whether it can be called a flame or not is still a problem. Roland thought, if the previous flame was still within the scope of common sense, then the current dark green flame could not be explained by common sense. He named it Heart Fire. Because it could leave Anna and exist alone, and at the same time, it could change its form under the influence of Anna's will. Just like what she was doing now, a small flame stood 2 meters away from her on the iron plate, slightly swaying back and forth, as if it was greeting her. But Roland knew that it was Anna who was controlling it. In normal times, it could maintain a temperature close to her body temperature. Only when Anna wanted to heat up, would it instantly raise the temperature to a higher point, and its color would change from dark green to dark green. Similarly, it could also change from a small flame to a large cluster of flames, and it could move slowly. Unfortunately, it could not be too far away from Anna. After repeated tests, as long as it was more than 5 meters away, the Heart Fire would disappear. Another feature of the Heart Fire was that Anna could summon multiple flames, but she could barely operate 2 at the same time. Recently, the border could be described as calm. The demonic beasts still appeared outside the city walls, but without the presence of the hybrid species, it was difficult for the demonic beasts to break through. As Roland said, the strong were stronger, the fast were faster, but they were still just beasts. Such a large section of the wall, but they were all led to the middle section, so that the militia with only a few hundred people could handle it. Therefore, in addition to the daily routine inspection, Roland spent a lot of time on construction. He had already marked out a site in the south of the castle, planning to be the witches' residence after they arrived. As the investor of the project, he appointed Carr as the person in charge of building a batch of double-story brick houses. At the same time, he had to consider the aesthetic and reasonable layout, convenient access, fast drainage and other issues, and strive to build a model of the community. He also considered whether to disperse the witches to the new and old city areas, and mix with the townspeople, but later he gave up this idea. Although this would help speed up the understanding of the witches, but before the misunderstanding was completely resolved, if there was a problem, the consequences would be very likely to be irreparable. After all, the witches only had a certain influence in the militia. Moreover, Roland could not guarantee that the witches brought by Nightingale would be pure and harmless. Most of them had experienced the pain and suffering of the human world. He was afraid that they could no longer be described as simple. Witches like Anna and Nana would only be a very small part of them. Therefore, centralized living would also be convenient for centralized management, but before they arrived, the relevant regulations must be drawn up. In this regard, Roland had no experience to refer to. After all, he was neither a member of the National Security Bureau's Superpower Office, nor the founder of the Revenge League, who would know how to manage a group of people with special abilities. He had to temporarily set up a basic system in accordance with the general personnel management methods of the enterprise, and then slowly feel the stones to cross the river. Of course, Roland knew that this plan was full of loopholes, but as a pioneer, if he did not do it, who else could do it? Hiding in this small border town with his tail between his legs, he might spend a few decades to touch the threshold of industrialization, but he was not a Taoist cultivator. How many decades could he have? If he wanted to lead the times forward and stand at the forefront of reform, he must have the spirit of adventure. Just as he was recording these thoughts on the parchment, Barav opened the door and came in. Perrault did not expect that he would return so soon. He did not want to leave the warm house in such a cold winter, especially when the demonic beasts were wreaking havoc. However, the Duke of Ryan had asked him to hand over this hot document to the fourth prince. Of course, he knew the contents of the document. In fact, all the upper nobles of Grey Castle were discussing this shocking news. The king of Grey Castle had fallen because of a murder, and the murderer was Gerald Wimbledon, the king's eldest son. Then the second son rushed to King City and announced that the country could not be without a king for a day, and he would ascend the throne as the second in line. However, this behavior was not accepted by everyone. Some people claimed that Gerald's trial was very strange. During the whole interrogation, he only showed up a few times, and he could not speak, and his hands were tightly tied. They hoped that after the matter was thoroughly investigated, the ownership of the throne would be decided. There were also rumors that this was just a self-directed play by the second son, Timothy Wimbledon. The real murderer was the second prince who pretended to be sad, but could not wait to ascend the throne. No matter who was right and who was wrong in this debate, the second prince, with the strong support of the prime minister, still temporarily held the supreme power of Grey Castle as the king's substitute. At the same time, he issued a recall order to all his competitors. The fight for the throne was over, and the princes and princesses should return to King City before the end of winter after receiving the edict. The new king would officially confer territories and titles according to the results of the 6 months of governance. Of course, Perrault could see the urgency in this order. Whether Timothy Wimbledon could sit on the throne depended on the reactions of the other princes and princesses. If they obediently gave up the fight for the throne and returned to King City, then he would naturally become the undisputed Wimbledon IV. The document sent to Border Town would first be transferred to Longsong Stronghold, but the Duke of Ryan himself scoffed at this recall order. When the king was alive, he still had a high degree of control over the local lords. As for the second prince, this forced ascension was extremely stiff. Coupled with the precedent of Gerald being sent to the guillotine, no one was willing to return to King City alone. However, in the eyes of the 6 stronghold families, this was a timely order. More than 2 months ago, the Elk Earl's unauthorized action made the Duke very unhappy, especially when it failed. The prince's reaction was also very fierce. He directly sentenced Hillsmed to be hanged. This time, both sides had shed all pretense of cordiality. Originally, the Duke had planned to wait until the end of the months of the demons to solve this problem, but now with this official document, he could do it more justifiably. If Roland Wimbledon returned to King City, then Border Town would naturally belong to the Duke Ryan. If he didn't return to King City, then he could use force to force him under the banner of the new king. As for who the crown would end up in, the Duke did not care too much. As for the ambassador, Perrault, he obviously didn't feel very comfortable. Last time, he swore that he would bring a new trade contract, but it turned out that the Elk family was the one behind it. Now he came, bringing the same bad news. Whether it was the death of Wimbledon III or the new king's summon, Perrault believed that the fourth prince didn't want to see either. The voyage was smooth. Grey Castle was a country in the south of the continent, so even in winter, the river wouldn't freeze. From time to time, Perrault looked at the riverbank through the window. Along the way, he didn't see any starving people or people fleeing, which showed that Border Town hadn't fallen yet. This surprised him a little. After all, the last time he visited the city wall, he saw how the other side built the wall. For these muddy stone walls, Perrault didn't have much confidence. Then he was even more surprised. A sailboat with the flag of Willow Town slowly sailed on the right side of the river. This scene seemed familiar, but now it was the months of the demons. How could they have the leisure to do business while fighting the demonic beasts? If they didn't transfer all the miners to the line of defense, how could they resist those brutal monsters? 3 days later, the ship arrived at the pier of Border Town. It was still the same dilapidated wooden pier, but there was a simple wooden shed on the pier side. After the ship docked, 2 guards came out of the wooden shed and stared at the boatman's every move. Perrault immediately understood the intention of Roland's sentry here. The fourth prince obviously didn't want anyone to secretly leave the town through the waterway. He jumped off the ship's side and told the guards his identity. One of them brought a horse and accompanied him to the castle. Just like the last time, Prince Roland Wimbledon met him in the living room. Not only that, although it wasn't mealtime, the prince still ordered the attendants to serve a rich meal. Roasted pork leg, dried fish slices, a pot of unknown wild vegetables, butter bread and vegetable soup that could be seen at any banquet. It seemed that the prince liked to eat first and then talk business. Perrault thought so, but his hands didn't stop for a moment. After all, there weren't many opportunities to eat a full meal. Even the honeysuckle family, when there were no guests, basically ate potato bread with bacon jerky. After the meal, when the dessert was served, Perrault respectfully handed over the document. Roland took it, cut the wax seal with a knife, took out the paper roll and quickly glanced at it. Then he was stunned. The king is dead. For this nominal father, Roland had no feelings at all. When he crossed over, he was already in Border Town, so he didn't even see his face. Not to mention that the fourth prince only remembered his father's complaints and dissatisfaction. Because of this, he felt that he was caught in an inexplicable embarrassment. Should he show a sad expression? The following content gave him a whiff of a conspiracy. Wimbledon III died because of the murder of his eldest son? As the new king, the second prince announced the end of the fight for the throne and ordered me to return to Grey Castle today. Roland coughed twice and looked up, just in time to see Perrault's apologetic eyes. So that's how it is, he thought. The Duke of Longsong's stronghold would be happy to see this happen. Whether to obey the new king's order or not, it's a dilemma for me. He didn't bring the agreed contract, but brought bad news, like a life-threatening talisman. I'm afraid he'll feel guilty. Roland secretly smiled and folded the document again. I see. Your Highness, so what are you going to? Even if I want to leave, I have to wait until the end of the months of demons. Now it's a world of ice and snow. If I leave, what will happen to the people of Border Town? If it were someone else, Perrault would definitely say perfunctory words like "Don't worry, Longsong Stronghold will take care of it for you," or some other diplomatic response. But in front of the fourth prince, who he had only met twice, he couldn't easily open his mouth. For the first time, Perrault felt disgusted with his identity as an ambassador. In the end, he just nodded and said, "I understand. Do you need me to deliver a reply for you?" Roland asked his attendants to bring him a pen and paper. He quickly wrote a reply, stamped it with his own seal, and gave it to Perrault. The latter glanced at the envelope. The cover was clearly written to the second prince of Grey Castle, Timothy Wimbledon, not King Wimbledon IV. When Roland opened the office door, Berev had been waiting in the room for a long time. He threw the document to the assistant minister, lay down on the chair, and put his feet on the desk. If there were no outsiders present, he really wanted to hum a song. Your Royal Highness, please restrain your grief. Berev quickly read the document and frowned. The king has unfortunately passed away, and the murderer is the first prince. This is really a tragedy. I don't know what your Royal Highness is going to do next. Gerald's death is too strange. I want to see the third and fifth sisters' decision, Roland said, but in any case, there are some things we should prevent in advance. Berev looked at the prince, waiting for the other side's next words. King City may become turbulent because of this change of royal power, so the first thing to do is to pick up your relatives and family members. Of course, more importantly, in order to prevent the second prince from using these people to threaten his vassals, for now, in order to maintain the normal administrative and financial operations of Border Town, the assistant minister was indispensable. Roland took a sip of tea and continued, you and Carter, as well as your subordinates, write a letter to their families. I will ask my guards to take it to King's City, and arrange for them to take shelter in other towns. Don't come to Border Town? Berev was not a fool. More than 20 years of political experience made him immediately understand the prince's meaning. No. Roland did not want the other side to use their families to threaten his subordinates, but he also did not want his subordinates to think that he was using their families to threaten them, so he chose a compromise. First, they would settle in other safer towns, and later when Border Town had a firm foothold, they would move here. I know, thank you for your concern, Your Royal Highness, the assistant minister nodded in agreement, which made Roland feel relieved. In the end, he could use too few people. Another thing about the ore trade, recently suspend the export of iron ore, and only sell raw gemstones to Willow Town, he ordered. I need to keep the iron ore for my own use. This will cause a decline in revenue, Your Royal Highness. But it won't fall too much. The miners found a new gem deposit, which can make up for part of the gap, Roland said. Moreover, there was not much business during the winter. Nobody was willing to go out to do business during the days when demonic beasts might appear at any time. In the long 4 months, it was likely that there would only be 2 or 3 rounds of business. For a lightweight single-masted sailboat, transporting raw gemstones was obviously a more cost-effective choice. I see, Berev wrote it down. After the assistant minister left, Roland called Carter Lannis. I need to expand the size of the militia. After the recruitment is sent out, you can arrange for a few quick and capable members to be captains in the new team. The training will be carried out in the same way as last time. Your Highness, if we continue to train according to the previous method, I'm afraid it will take a long time before the new team can be used. That's still better than a motley crew. Roland waved his hand, signaling for him to do as he said. Although the troops trained this way were far from being an army, and were probably only at the level of university students who had completed military training, sometimes one had to compare one's combat power with one's opponent. In addition to the brainless demonic beasts, he was most likely to encounter a group of private soldiers, mercenaries, and serfs who were temporarily put together to form a mixed army. As long as they were equipped with advanced weapons, even university students would be able to deal with them. After Carter also left, Roland couldn't help but laugh. He didn't think that such a coincidence would happen. It was like sending charcoal in the snow, or a pillow when he was sleepy. Was this bad news for him? Was it a dilemma? Big mistake. He didn't know much about Garcia Wimbledon, but he knew that she wasn't the kind of person who would be trampled on. The first prince was sentenced to death in such a short time. Even if there was no inside story, he was afraid that she wouldn't easily return to King City. He just had to follow her instructions. As long as he stayed in border town and didn't move, someone was bound to jump out, and the Duke of Longsong Stronghold was likely to be the first one who couldn't sit still. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hurriedly sent the recall letter to him in this terrible weather. The Duke hoped that he would see it one day earlier, so that he wouldn't be able to sleep or eat in peace. If he chose to stay in border town, it would be tantamount to defying the new king's will. After the months of the demons, the Duke would most likely use Timothy Wimbledon's banner to teach him a profound lesson. And this was exactly what Roland needed. If you asked what industrialization lacked the most, the answer would undoubtedly be people. It required a large number of people to invest in this large-scale production, turning people into parts to drive this huge machine. It was no exaggeration to say that the United Kingdom had the sheep-eat-man enclosure movement, which drove a large number of farmers off the land, making them free laborers, and laid a deep foundation for the later Industrial Revolution. The Industrial Age was just this rough. As long as they kept throwing educated workers into the furnace, they would be able to get rich returns. The more detailed the industrial classification, the more people needed would be multiplied. Roland had always been troubled by the population problem. Border town had a total of more than 2,000 residents. Even with a new era of machinery, it was still only a workshop type of production. Without a large number of available people, many projects couldn't be carried out. But where would he get to steal and abduct so many people? Buy slaves. Not to mention where to buy thousands of slaves at one time. Adult slaves were expensive, and there was not much meaning in training them. The training period for young slaves under the age of 10 was too long. Even if you went against your conscience to hire child labor, you would have to wait for a few years. Recruit talents? How many people could be attracted to this kind of border area? And the cost would only be greater than buying slaves. Encourage more children? Forced marriage? Forget it. It wasn't that he didn't set his eyes on Longsong Stronghold, but the kingdom was in a stable state. If he attacked the surrounding lords, it would simply be a joke. And the Duke of Ryan also didn't dare to openly target him, he could only secretly trip him up. But now it was different. After Timothy ascended the throne, he was eager for all his competitors to disappear. From this recall order you can see his eagerness. Duke of Ryan obviously also saw this. Once the old king's constraints, as the ruler of the Western Territory, it would be strange if he didn't do something. This was the opportunity Roland had been waiting for a long time. As the border of the kingdom, Longsong Stronghold had been operating for 100 years, with nearly 10,000 permanent residents. And behind the stronghold, there was a large piece of land and defenseless towns. As long as he defeated the Duke of Longsong Stronghold and took the city, he could get a large number of free people, and at the same time complete the primitive accumulation of wealth. What better way to obtain a population than to annex? What better way to accumulate wealth than to plunder? This news was like a lighthouse dispelling the fog, illuminating the direction Roland was heading. Nightingale walked slowly along the mountain path. The road under her feet was only as wide as her shoulders. On her side was a huge stone wall, and on the opposite side was a steep mountain rock. The distance between the two was about 10 feet wide, and in the middle was a deep ravine. She carefully leaned against the stone wall to avoid slipping. Looking up, there was only a faint light in the sky, like a silver thread hanging in the night sky. But she knew that it was just afternoon. Even if it was daytime, she still needed to hold up a torch, because the light coming through the rock wall was not enough to illuminate the road ahead. After walking for a long time, she even had the illusion that she was walking inside the mountains. The only advantage here was that, despite the cold wind howling in the mountains, and the heavy snow swirling in the air, the canyon walls were never affected. Occasionally, a few snowflakes would fall from the top of her head, falling on the mountain wall or on the trail, and soon turning into water vapor. The temperature here was not commensurate with the outside world, and occasionally she could see the hot air rising from the abyss under her feet. If not for this, she would not have dared to go to the impassable mountain range alone during the months of the demons. The fog could hide her figure, but it could not isolate the temperature. If she walked against the cold wind, she estimated that in less than an hour she would freeze to death in the snow. But Nightingale did not want to stay here for even a moment, because she always felt that something was watching her in the darkness, making her feel creepy. If she could, Nightingale wanted to walk through the fog, but unfortunately, her physical strength did not support her. Using her ability for a long time would soon exhaust her. Nightingale raised the torch, and the opposite mountain rock flickered. In the faint light of the torch, she could occasionally see shadows of different sizes on the opposite stone wall. Nightingale knew that those were caves, because they were very deep, the light could not penetrate them, and they looked like a group of dark shadows. And in the same position on the stone wall, there was a corresponding deep cave. This reminded her of the rumors about the North Slope mine. It was said that it was an underground monster's lair, and there were many forks in the road, all of which were dug by the monsters. And the North Slope mountain was just a corner of the impassable mountain range. Could it be that these caves were also connected to the mine? The thought made her shiver. To the west of the impassable mountain range was a barren land that no one had ever set foot in. If it was said that one could dig countless holes in the towering mountains that stretched for hundreds of miles, then perhaps only the monsters that lived in the barren land would be able to do it. She didn't dare to think about it anymore. She focused on moving forward. Finally, there was a change in the road ahead. The shoulder width of the road split into two, one slightly going up, and the other straight down, extending deeper into the darkness. No one knew where this road would lead to. Standing at the bifurcation point, the feeling of being watched had become very strong, as if there were countless pairs of eyes staring at her in the darkness, making her mouth dry and her scalp numb. Nightingale gritted her teeth, activated the mist, and quickly walked up. Soon, that strange feeling disappeared. As they ascended, the surrounding temperature gradually dropped, and the silver line above their heads grew wider. Half a quarter of an hour later, a huge cave appeared in front of her on the right. The lower edge of the cave was slightly higher than the road. She lifted her leg and stepped into the cave. She could faintly see the light of fire in the depths of the cave. This was the hiding place of the Witch Cooperation Association. When Nightingale stepped out of the mist, she was immediately discovered by the witch in charge of guarding. A wall of black gas appeared in front of her, but soon disappeared. In the darkness, her companion's surprised voice sounded, "You're back." Finally back, she thought. But when she noticed the two white cloth wrapped around her companion's arm, Nightingale's excited mood sank again. "There are two more sisters." The other's voice paused for a moment. It's Ain and Ai she. They didn't make it past adulthood 5 days ago." She reluctantly smiled. "This often happens, doesn't it? Let's not talk about this, let's go to the camp. Vendi has been talking about you for a long time." Ain and Ai she, a pair of twins from a wealthy family in the Fallen Dragon Ridge, ended their lives in this deep mountain. Nightingale sometimes wondered if she had done the right thing. If she hadn't taken them with her, at least they would have been able to enjoy a well-fed life before they died. They wouldn't have to follow everyone else to live a wandering and homeless life. But thinking of Vendi, Nightingale's heart was filled with warmth. If Vendi hadn't reached out to help her, she was afraid that she would still be like a puppet, being used as a tool that could be discarded at any time. That's right, I have to tell her this news as soon as possible. I have to tell all my sisters that they don't need to hide like mice anymore. There are people who are willing to accept them, and they might even be able to safely pass the day of awakening every year. Walking into the camp, Nightingale saw a familiar figure squatting by the campfire and preparing food. She hadn't arrived yet, but she already couldn't help but shout, "Vendi, I'm back." The other's movements paused, she raised her head, and then revealed a familiar smile that Nightingale was familiar with. "Veronica, welcome home." Vendi was an extremely kind-hearted woman, and she was also one of the earliest members of the Witch Cooperation Association. Now in her 30s, she didn't have a single wrinkle on her face. Her straight reddish-brown hair almost reached her waist, and her facial features were mature and full of charm. To anyone, she was like a big sister. She cared about every sister of the Witch Cooperation Association. Whether it was daily life or psychological counseling, she would do everything within her power to help them. If it weren't for Vendi, the Witch Cooperation Association wouldn't have been able to gather so many witches so quickly. It was because of her that Nightingale decided to break away from her family and embark on the journey to find the Holy Mountain with her. She was also one of the few people who knew her original name. "How many times have I told you, I'm no longer the weak little girl of the past?" Nightingale smiled and shook her head. "I'm now a powerful witch. Veronica no longer exists. You used to be you. Getting rid of the nightmare of the past doesn't mean that you have to cut yourself off from the past," Vendi said softly. "Of course, as long as you like it. Nightingale, I've been waiting for you to come back. It must have been hard on you." "Yeah," Nightingale stepped forward and hugged her. "Thank you." After a while, Vendi asked, "What happened to the girl? You weren't able to save her?" But Vendi wasn't as excited as her. Instead she asked in a skeptical tone, "Did he really say that?" "Yes, before I arrived there, he had already saved Anna and Nana. The prince never thought that the power of witches came from the devil, he said that this power belongs to us." Nightingale suddenly stopped, she realized that the other side didn't believe what she had said. Well, she thought, this isn't Vendi's fault. If it were me, I'm afraid I wouldn't have yearned for it just by the description of a witch. The witches had been oppressed for too long, all the way from the eastern region to the impassable mountain range. There were too many living examples in front of them. Being betrayed and abandoned was already a common thing, they had long been unable to easily trust others. Thinking of this, her excitement gradually subsided. Perhaps this trip wouldn't be as smooth as she thought. "Vendi, you know my branch of ability, in addition to seeing the flow of magic, I can also tell whether people are lying or not," Nightingale said seriously. "I once asked him, why did he take such a big risk, for the witches to go this far? He answered me, Border Town doesn't care about one's background. He wants all witches to become free people. If he does this, he will become a thorn in the side of the church." Vendi frowned. "Even if the prince doesn't know what this means, don't you?" Nightingale couldn't help but chuckle. "My original idea was almost the same as yours. I asked him, can this really be done? Guess what he answered me?" She paused, then said word by word, "If you don't take this step, you will never know the answer." "You didn't lie?" "I didn't lie," Nightingale said with certainty. "It sounds unbelievable," Vendi said in a slightly relaxed tone. For this friend of hers of many years, she really couldn't think of a reason why the other side would lie to her. Yes, Nightingale had the same feeling. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, coupled with the ability to verify it, I'm afraid she wouldn't have made up her mind so quickly. Now that he thought about it, it was just like what Roland had said to him on the watchtower on the city wall. He rarely lied. In the past 2 months, Nightingale had been very satisfied with him, except for the fact that he had not honestly explained the use of Ice Ray. Of course, she didn't care about that little deception. It would have been strange if he had completely revealed his secret to a witch he had only known for a short time. "Tonight, when everyone comes back, I want to tell this important news to my sisters." She looked at Vendi and said in a low voice, "I hope you can help me convince everyone." When evening came, the witches who were busy outside began to return to the camp one after another. Seeing that Nightingale had returned safely, everyone was very happy. They surrounded her and asked all sorts of questions. Seeing the white bandages wrapped around their arms, Nightingale felt heavy in her heart. After casually answering a few questions, she raised her hand to calm everyone down. What followed was a long narration, starting from the time she sneaked into Border Town, to her encounter with Roland, Anna, and Nana, to the construction of the city wall, to the assembly of the steam engine, and finally to the fight against the demonic beasts, as well as Anna's adulthood. Nightingale took out the forcibly taken steam engine blueprint from her bosom to prove to everyone that she wasn't lying. Most of the witches who joined the Witch Cooperation Association lived in isolation. It was difficult for them to imagine life in the outside world, so they all listened attentively. When Nightingale said that Anna hadn't suffered any pain and had safely passed her day of adulthood, the crowd suddenly burst into an uproar. This was a major event that had troubled the witches for a lifetime. They had endured a life of starvation and a life where they didn't have enough to eat or wear clothes to protect themselves from the cold. They had come to the impassable mountain range in order to find the legendary Holy Mountain. If what Nightingale said was true, that there was a territory where the Lord was willing to accept them, and at the same time, there was a possibility that they would be free from the demonic bite. Wouldn't that be even more perfect than the Holy Mountain residence? At this moment, the crowd parted to make a path, and a witch with green hair and half a snake-shaped face walked in front of Nightingale. "Respected mentor, hello." Nightingale bowed to her. The person who had come was the founder of the Witch Cooperation Association, Snake Witch Kara. In the association, the sisters called her mentor. "I heard the stories you told," her voice was hoarse and hollow. "Do you want to tell everyone that what we are doing now is wrong?" "No, mentor, those are not stories, I mean, enough." She impatiently waved her hand. "I don't know what you encountered in Border Town, to make you say such words. A prince, but sympathizes with witches? It's almost as ridiculous as sympathizing with frogs," she sneered, turned around, opened her arms and asked loudly, "Sisters, have you all forgotten how those mortals dealt with you?" Without waiting for Nightingale to explain, she continued to accuse, "Yes, mortals, that group of incompetent people pretended to be God's mighty name, pointing their sharp blades and whips at us. Without the God's stone of retaliation, how could they trample witches under their feet? Our ability doesn't come from the devil, but from the gift of God. The authority of God shouldn't be exercised by the church, but by us. Sisters of the Witch Cooperation Association. The Holy Mountain recorded in the ancient books is the residence of God." "What?" Nightingale couldn't believe her ears, although she had always thought that the leader of the Witch Cooperation Association had a somewhat eccentric character, and that she had an extraordinary dedication to finding the Holy Mountain, but she was still far from being crazy. Although Kara wasn't as approachable as Vendi, at least her concern for her sisters was genuine and sincere. But she had never thought that she would be so hostile to ordinary people. So, for the past few years, she had been suppressing her hatred and anger? The so-called not interfering in the affairs of the world was just to accumulate power, in exchange for one day Thunder's revenge in the future? Nightingale thought to herself, so what is it that makes her not want to hide anymore? Could it be, we have found a clue to the opening of the Holy Mountain, just as recorded in the ancient books. In another 20 days, when the bloody moon appears in the night sky, we will pass through the huge stone door rising from the ground, and we will reach the final shore. She turned back and looked directly at Nightingale. "You have been deceived by mortals. We have been living in a huge deception since we were born. The suffering on the day of adulthood is God's test of our spirit and body. Only the strong-willed, tenacious people deserve real power. As for the church," she sneered twice, "a group of mortals dare to act in the name of God, sooner or later they will all go to hell. And you, child, it's not too late to turn back." Kara paused. "Forget the stories you told me. I can forgive your ignorance and mistakes, and once again accept you as a member of the Witch Cooperation Association. Together with us, we will find our eternal life in the Holy Mountain." Nightingale's heart had completely cooled down. The suffering is a test. Those sisters who suffered the pain of the day of awakening, those who couldn't survive, are not worth mentioning? This statement is exactly the same as the church's. But the surrounding witches unexpectedly showed an expression of approval. Vendi also didn't stand up. She suddenly felt bored. In the blink of an eye, the founder of the Witch Cooperation Association, the witch's guide, had become a stranger. She shook her head. "In that case, I will take away the sisters who are willing to leave with me, and those who decide to stay here. I wish you good luck." Just as Nightingale was about to leave, a slight tingling came from her calf. She looked down and found a shining blue-striped black snake biting her calf. This was a magic snake, silent, capable of using a variety of poisons, Kara's usual ability. She didn't know how much time had passed, but when Nightingale woke up, she found that her hands were tied to a wooden stake, and her waist and feet were also tightly bound with ropes. She tried to struggle, but her body was tightly stuck to the wooden pole, completely unable to move. She wanted to use her ability, but the familiar feeling didn't appear. It was as if her connection with magic had been cut off. Nightingale lowered her head and found that there was a transparent prismatic stone hanging on her neck. "You're awake," Kara walked in front of her. "How did it feel to be petrified?" "To tell you the truth, I had high hopes for you, Nightingale. However, you have failed to live up to my expectations." Nightingale took a deep breath. "You actually have the God's Locket of Retribution, Kara. Do you know what you are doing?" The shackles that were originally used by the church to suppress witches were now being used by their mentor to deal with her own kind. What made her even more angry was that the crowd around her had a blank look on their faces. It seemed that they didn't think there was anything wrong with this. "Damn it," Nightingale shouted from the bottom of her heart, "don't you realize that you are becoming the kind of person that witches used to hate the most? You're just a tool. Occasionally there will be some bad children who don't listen to the teachings and need to be punished," Kara said indifferently, "and you, Nightingale, are that person who needs to be punished. Or, should I call you Veronica? A woman who was born into a noble family, but was reduced to a witch, and still wants to climb to a high position? I don't understand what you are saying. You disappoint me too much. When Bendy rescued you from the clutches of the nobles, I thought you would firmly stand on the side of the Witch Cooperation Association. Look at what you have done now. Just when everyone is about to find the Holy Mountain, you want to ruin this great situation." Kara shook her head and sneered, "You want to take your sisters to a prince? Either it's because you've been kept in captivity for too long, and your servility has been deeply ingrained in you, and you have to find a master for yourself to know how to survive, or you want to sell them to the nobles in exchange for your former status. Everything I do is for the sake of the sisters of the Witch Cooperation Association." Nightingale suppressed her anger. At this time it was meaningless to curse. "I hope that they will no longer have to suffer the devastation of the Day of Awakening. I hope that they can live a life without worrying about food and clothing. I have no intention of stopping your plan. Sisters should have the freedom to choose their own way of life. Border Town is undergoing earth-shaking changes, and the steam engine blueprint I brought is one of them. It can operate on its own, and it has infinite strength. With this machine, water can be directly drawn from the mountain stream, and people don't have to run around every day." Kara sneered, "Is that what you're talking about?" She turned around and took a sheepskin scroll from the hands of one of the witches behind her, and waved it in front of Nightingale. "Although I can't understand what's drawn on it, but how can a pile of cold iron pieced together with a dead thing act independently like a living thing? Do you think we're all 3 years old?" She went to the brazier and threw the scroll into the burning charcoal. "No!" Nightingale shouted in vain, and watched as the design turned into ashes in the brazier. "My patience has run out, now I'll give you one last chance." Kara pulled an iron spine from the brazier. The tip of the spine was already burning red. "If you confess to all the sisters of the Witch Cooperation Association, and admit that you were bewitched by the nobles, I can spare your life, but you will still be whipped. This is a lesson for you to be so gullible to the enemy. If you still refuse to repent, I have no choice but to pierce your heart with this iron spine, and nail your body to a stake, so that everyone can learn a lesson from you." She said word by word, "Don't waste my last mercy, tell me your decision." Nightingale looked at the iron spine that was slowly approaching her. She could even feel the burning heat coming from its tip. If it was her cowardly self from before, wouldn't she have already bowed her head and admitted her mistake? But she had already bid farewell to her past, and was no longer a timid girl. She was Nightingale, a powerful witch, and even death could not make her surrender. She closed her eyes, waiting for the final moment to come. She didn't know why, but in Nightingale's mind, Roland's figure emerged. "Stop!" someone shouted. She was slightly startled, and opened her eyes. Wendy walked out of the crowd and said to Kara, "Mentor, look at the white cloth wrapped around your arm. We have already experienced so many parting, do you want to add another one?" Kara was stunned. She didn't know what to say. What, even you were deceived by her? Wake up, Vendi, those are just lies. I don't know, Vendi shook her head. I didn't intend to go with her to border town, but I think she's right, sisters should have the freedom to choose their own way of life. She turned her head and asked loudly, who wants to leave with her? No one in the crowd answered, and the scene fell into silence. So let her leave alone, Vendi said. She didn't do anything to harm the Witch Cooperation Association. I can't just watch you kill her. Nightingale now fully understood the meaning of Vendi's words. Her heart couldn't help but feel a surge of sadness. Even Vendi didn't fully believe her. That's why she remained silent when she needed her help to convince the crowd. But she was still the kind-hearted witch who cared for everyone. Even if she didn't agree with her point of view, she would still lend a helping hand. After Vendi said these words, whispers came from the crowd, and then several people stood up. Yes, since she is willing to return to the secular world, let her go. The church and the illness have taken away too many of our sisters. Mentor, please think twice. All of you, shut up. Kara was furious. If we let her go, what if a second or a third Nightingale appears? If she sells the location of our camp to the church, we will have nowhere to escape. Before her voice fell, she forcefully stabbed out with the iron spine in her hand, but Vendi was a step faster, rolling up a strong wind and blowing Kara away. Then she threw a coin, raised her hand, and with a wave of her hand, a rapid airflow wrapped around the coin, whistling towards Nightingale. When the airflow approached Nightingale, it instantly disappeared, but the coin still maintained its inertia and accurately hit the god stone of retaliation in front of her neck. The crystal-clear diamond-shaped stone immediately shattered. Traitor! Kara climbed up from the ground and screamed. She stretched out her left and right hands towards Vendi and Anna. Two snake shadows appeared out of thin air. One of them opened its mouth and bit the back of Vendi's hand, while the other one pounced on empty air. The rope slipped to the ground, still in its original position, but Nightingale was nowhere to be seen. Thinking of the other's ability, Kara broke out in a cold sweat. She mobilized all her magic, shining with various colors of magic. Snakes swarmed out from her chest, forming a wall of snakes, and at the same time, she quickly retreated. However, Nightingale was faster than her. Broadcast, pay attention to Qidian reading, get the first news of 515 red envelopes. Students who haven't grabbed red envelopes since the new year, this time you can show your skills. Smiley face, mentor. Seeing Kara fall, the witches panicked and surrounded her. Idiot. Cough. She covered her wound, only feeling that her lower body had completely lost feeling. Quickly go kill that traitor for me. At this time, Nightingale had already taken Vendi and escaped into the fog. Back at the fork, she saw that Vendi's forearm had already fallen into a coma. The venom was gradually spreading. She could not hesitate any longer. She gritted her teeth, rolled up Kara's sleeves, tied the upper edge of her arm with a cloth, and then took out a hiltless dagger from the sole of her shoe, and forcefully stabbed down. After a quarter of an hour, she cut off Vendi's entire arm, took off her robe and carefully wrapped it, then took out two straps and tied it tightly behind her back. As long as she could return to Border Town alive, Nana would be able to make this broken arm as good as new. But, could she really go back alive? It took her 3 days to come here alone, and carrying someone on her back would only be slower. If she walked too fast and accidentally slipped down the trail, she was not sure that she could climb back up. Vendi's arm was still oozing blood. She would not be able to hold on for another 3 or 4 days, but Nightingale had no choice. She could not leave Vendi alone. Vendi was injured because of her. Do you need help? Hearing the sudden question, Nightingale almost at the same time released her fog and took a defensive posture. But there was no one in front of her. Don't be nervous, I don't want to fight with you. Nightingale looked up and found that the other side was floating in the air. Who are you? My name is Lightning. I just joined the Witch Cooperation Association not long ago, and I run around every day. It's normal that you don't know me. She pretended to be relaxed and smiled. But I know you, the famous Nightingale, the assassin of the shadow. Did Kara send you? No, don't misunderstand. Lightning slowly landed on one foot. I want to go with you. Nightingale wondered if she had misheard. What? You said that we should have the freedom to choose our own lifestyle. She paused. I choose to be with you. It's that simple. Why? Nightingale was completely disappointed with the Witch Cooperation Association. Even Bendy couldn't fully believe in herself, but the girl in front of her, she was indeed a child, about 14 or 15 years old, similar to Nana. He had clean and neat short golden hair, and his face was in high spirits. His words were filled with confidence that did not match his age. She didn't wear the robe issued by the Witch Cooperation Association. Instead, she wore a set of close-fitting clothes and trousers, plus a leather jacket full of pockets and patches. Finally, she wore 2 thick leather belts that she didn't know where she got them from. At first glance, she looked like a man. Because of what you said, the black machine that puffs out white gas, the gray powder that turns into stone when touched by water, and the snow-white machine that can burst out thunderous sounds, I want to see them. She raised her head and said, I'm determined to become an explorer, of course, I want to go to interesting places. What kind of reason is this? Nightingale was stunned. It sounded completely out of tune, but her consciousness told her that the other side was not lying. I don't understand, since you want to be an adventurer, why did you join the Witch Cooperation Association? Not an adventurer, an explorer. Lightning emphasized, I'm not the same as those people who are paid to do things. They say that I'm an adventurer, but in fact, I'm just a jackal who does all kinds of dirty work. But an explorer only does things out of interest. As for why I joined the Witch Cooperation Association, she confidently said, isn't looking for the Holy Mountain a great adventure? But Kara doesn't understand the spirit of adventure. She is completely addicted to the ancient book, and everything she finds on the road is related to the content recorded in the ancient book. What stone door rising from the ground? It's just 2 weathered stone pillars. If she keeps looking like this, she will never be able to find the real Holy Mountain. An explorer must honestly record everything he or she sees. Following the map is not what an explorer should do. This is what my father repeatedly emphasized. Although she wanted to ask who her father was, and how he could raise such a strange daughter, Nightingale knew that now was not the time to chat. Bendy's life was in danger, and since the other side didn't have any malicious intentions, it would be good to have another helper. Is your ability to fly? Lightning nodded, even if I drag you too, I can still move forward like the wind. Then I'll have to trouble you. Nightingale nimbly tied Bendy to her back, and then climbed onto Lightning's back, her hands wrapped around her chest. It's really heavy. Lightning bit her teeth and slowly rose up. I think, probably, maybe, I can't move forward like the wind. The 2 of them took turns to move forward, and when Lightning was exhausted, Nightingale would carry her through the fog. When her physical strength was restored, Nightingale would hang on her back and let her fly forward. Only when both of them were exhausted and had to stop to rest, would Nightingale tentatively ask her some basic questions, such as her father, her family. And Lightning said that her father was the world's greatest explorer, and his footprints were all over the ocean. He owned an ocean-going fleet, and the crew affectionately called him Thunder. Her mother died early when she was young, so she didn't have many memories. During a voyage in a storm and torrential rain, the ship hit a reef and capsized. She was washed away by the ocean current on an island, and lost contact with her father. On the island, Lightning used the knowledge and skills taught by her father to spend nearly 2 months, and in the winter she awakened as a witch. Then she flew all the way west, across the strait to the south of Grey Castle, and after several twists and turns, finally joined the Witch Cooperation Association. She felt that as long as she persisted in exploring, one day, she would be able to meet her father again in some strange place, if he was still alive. Nightingale didn't get much useful information from these conversations. Her ability could only be used to distinguish whether the other person was lying or not, but couldn't determine the truth of the content. In other words, as long as someone said that the sun was square, and believed it, her ability would also determine that it was true. However, there was some information that could be inferred, such as that she must have been born in a wealthy family, a family that was still struggling with food and clothing was unlikely to have the leisure to explore, and having an ocean-going fleet was also consistent with this judgment. Therefore, a wealthy ocean-going merchant might be Thunder's true identity. And with Lightning's blonde hair, it didn't seem to be the blood of the kingdom of the mainland, but more like the people of the fjords across the sea. During this time, Bendy woke up several times, and Nightingale spent a lot of effort to give her a few mouthfuls of water, and then she quickly fell into a coma. Feeling that the other's body temperature was getting lower and lower, Nightingale became more and more anxious. With the two of them taking turns to run, they only took a day and a half to finish the trail that would have taken 3 days. At the entrance, the horse that they had received from the prince was still tied in the same place, and the pile of straw in front of it was mostly eaten. Nightingale carried Vendi on her back, turned over the horse, and led Lightning towards border town without stopping. Broadcast: pay attention to Qi reading and get the first-hand news of the 515 red envelope. Students who haven't grabbed a red envelope since the new year can now show their skills. Border Town's second recruitment was much smoother than the first, thanks to the winter food rationing, so the militia could get more and better food. Every week on family visiting days, many of the militia members would secretly pass the bread and dried meat they saved on weekdays to their relatives. Roland told Carter and Iron Axe not to interfere in this matter, and those relatives happily brought the food home and spread the news to their neighbors. An army made up of people was an excellent propaganda example in itself. Talking among neighbors was much more effective than deliberate propaganda in City Hall. Now most people in the old town knew about this matter. His Highness Militia not only had a generous salary, but also could eat 3 meals a day, and the battle with the demonic beasts didn't seem so dangerous. Therefore, during the second recruitment, the number of people in the old town greatly increased, and even residents from the new town came to sign up. The number of people who met the requirements was far higher than Roland expected, so the second militia was expanded to 200 people, and Carter led the training on weekdays. When the horn sounded, they would go to the city wall and be on standby as auxiliary troops. Both the chief knight and the assistant minister had objected to this. At present, the first militia was already competent enough to fight against the demonic beasts. At this time, it seemed unnecessary to recruit a second militia with twice the number of the first one. Higher food and salary than the general people would lead to an increase in the financial burden, and the extra golden dragon would not play a significant role. But Roland insisted on his decision. Because these people were not prepared to fight against the demonic beasts. For the time being, he did not dare to tell his subordinates about the plan brewing in his mind. Before the Duke took action, he already had a plan to attack the stronghold. If he said this idea now, Carter and Berev would not be able to accept it. Longsong stronghold was different from Border Town. As the official border of the Grey Castle Kingdom, its walls were 10 meters high, and they were made of bricks. The Duke and the 6 families of the western region were stationed in the inner city, and the number of soldiers they could mobilize was estimated to be about 1,000. Theoretically speaking, it was impossible to take down a fortress with less than 300 people in the militia, even if they were equipped with guns that transcended the era. And because of the existence of the God's Stone of Retaliation, witches could not be used as beheading weapons. Roland had repeatedly confirmed this point with Nightingale. Prominent nobles like the Duke of Ryan and the 6 noble families would definitely spare no effort in purchasing the God's Stone of Retaliation. Of course, to the outside world, it was called a donation. This stone, which could only be obtained by donating several to dozens of golden dragon stones, had the ability to seal a witch's ability within a certain range. It was the church's most powerful weapon against the demons, and it was also the church's biggest annual income. Roland's only chance lay in a field battle. Thanks to this era, most of the battles between lords were conscripted. If he wanted to gather his subordinates, they wouldn't run away halfway. The lords would basically go with them, which gave Roland a chance to annihilate them. However, he was still at a loss as to how to grasp this opportunity. After all of his experience in luring the enemy came from movies and television works or historical stories. He had never used it in practice. Since he couldn't understand, he thought, it would be better to do what he was good at first. Roland stretched his body, walked out of the office, and went to the wooden shed in the backyard. The assembled steam engine number 2 stood quietly in the middle of the field. At first glance, its appearance was much smoother than the first steam engine. The weld marks of the large parts were no longer as uneven as before. This was the masterpiece of Anna's new ability. Her green fire could drill into small gaps to fuse, and the overall quality of the large parts was better than before. In the spirit of research and development, the follow-up model was better than the original model, and the magically modified model was better than the follow-up model. The steam engine too had been equipped with a centrifugal governor. As the first automatic control system and feedback system in human history, its emergence could be said to be extraordinary. The structure of the governor was very simple. The main body consisted of two hinged thin rods with iron balls welded at the ends and a rotating main rod. At first glance, it looked like a bamboo dragonfly that he often played with when he was a child. As long as he quickly rubbed the bamboo rod, the two rotating fan blades would automatically rise due to the centrifugal force. For the governor, the two iron balls were equivalent to the fan blades. When the steam engine worked, it drove the main rod to rotate. When the output was too high, the ball speed increased. Under the influence of the centrifugal force, it gradually rose and drove the lever to close the valve. When the output became low, the ball speed slowed down. Under the influence of gravity, the position of the ball was reduced, and the valve was enlarged. This kept the steam engine running at a relatively constant power. With the governor, the second steam engine could now undertake some more delicate processing tasks. The gears that were previously delivered to the blacksmith shop were all completed, and were now neatly placed in the corner of the shed. From the perspective of industrial assembly line production, this batch of gears could not be called a qualified work. All of them were thrown into the defective box, waiting to be melted down. But in this era, they were rare works of art. The involute design of the gears had a natural sense of harmony. The wheel was soaked in lard, exuding a unique luster of metal. In addition to the gear set, the carpenters were responsible for planing the base and cap, as well as other parts were ready. He asked the guard outside to call Anna, and together they began to assemble the first steam-powered boring machine. In Roland's plan, this was the fastest way to mass-produce firearms. Relying on the blacksmith to hammer out a barrel was extremely time-consuming and laborious. But with the boring machine, he only needed to pour out iron rods, and then directly use the boring knife to drill holes. In one day, he could produce more than a dozen barrels. At the same time, by replacing the knife head, the boring machine could also be used to cut the rifling. With the rifling, the firing accuracy of the flintlock would be further improved. In this way, he was confident that before the end of the winter, the two militias, nearly 300 people, would be fully armed. But Roland still couldn't guarantee that his people would be able to calmly load and shoot in the face of the knight's charge, instead of dropping their weapons and running away. After all, the two militias were established too recently, and they didn't have any experience in fighting with others. Therefore, he had to bring more powerful firepower to the stage, and completely defeat the enemy before they could form a charge. That was the artillery. As the god of war in the history of human war, the lethality and deterrence brought by the artillery was not something that firearms could compare with. A 6-pound field cannon, its range was enough to launch an attack when the enemy was assembled. In this era, it was impossible for the mixed army to maintain discipline under the attack of artillery. As long as they were equipped with 3 or 4 field cannons, the enemy wouldn't even have the opportunity to charge. He had already planned step by step. With the manual milling machine, he would be able to process usable gears. With gears and the second steam engine, he would be able to get a steam-powered boring machine. And with the steam boring machine, he would be able to process a variety of gun barrels and cannon barrels. There were still at least 2 months before the end of the months of the demons. As long as the plan was implemented smoothly, Border Town's militia would have the power to fully compete with the Duke's army. Latest news: tomorrow is 515, Qidan's anniversary celebration, the day with the most benefits. In addition to the gift bag and the school bag, this time the 515 red envelope must be flipped. There is no reason not to snatch the red envelope. Set the alarm clock. Just as Roland squatted on the ground to install the base, 3 figures suddenly emerged from the void. When they landed, they staggered and fell to the ground together. Anna was shocked, and in the blink of an eye, a cluster of green flames rose into a wall of fire, blocking in front of the 2 people. Roland looked up and found that one of the women was Nightingale, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. She looked to be in a very sorry state, and her cheeks were abnormally red. Even though it was cold outside, her forehead was covered with dense beads of sweat. "Your Royal Highness, please call Nana, hurry up." She raised her head and shouted, her anxiety evident in her words. Roland had already noticed that the woman tied to her back was pale and her eyes were closed. Half of her arm was empty, and the cloth wrapped around the wound had been dyed dark red by the blood that had seeped out. "Cardan, go to the hospital and bring Nana here." Roland's heart tightened, and he shouted towards the door. "Yes, Your Royal Highness." In addition to these two people, there was also a little girl who was held under Nightingale's armpit. She seemed to be fine, and her eyes were curiously looking around. "Are you hurt?" Roland stepped forward and untied the cloth on Nightingale's back, untying the one-armed woman. "I'm fine, Your Royal Highness," cough cough. "I'm sorry, I couldn't bring back the Sisters of the Witch Cooperation Association," Nightingale gasped, her voice weak. Obviously, she had experienced a long journey, and her physical strength was almost overdrawn. "You don't have to say anything, just have a good rest first." Roland carried the unconscious and seriously injured woman, and then let Anna support Nightingale, and the 5 people returned to the castle together. Nightingale's room was next to Anna's. He ordered the maid to start a fire and prepare a large bucket of hot water in the room. After Nana arrived, he gave a simple explanation about cleaning the wound before the treatment, and then left the room. As long as she didn't die, Nana could heal her wounds and save her life. Nightingale even brought back the woman's severed arm, but it had been bleeding for a long time, so he didn't know if it could be reattached. The cleaning and treatment that followed required him to take off his clothes. As a member of the new generation that grew up under the red flag, Roland consciously chose to avoid it. But how did things turn out like this? He thought, could it be that the Witch Cooperation Association's camp was attacked by demonic beasts, and only 3 people managed to escape? If that was the case, it would be a great loss. He paced back and forth outside the door anxiously. About an hour later, the door was pushed open, and the first to come out was the little girl who had returned with Nightingale. She looked completely unharmed. She nodded at Roland. "You're just as Nightingale said." Roland was stunned. "What did she say about me?" "A prince who cares about the witches." The girl gently closed the door. Unfortunately, this news was too shocking, so most people in the Witch Cooperation Association didn't believe her. "In fact, I didn't believe it, but as my father said, the world is so big, there are all kinds of people. My name is Lightning, Your Highness, it's a pleasure to meet you." Then she bowed her head, and put her right hand on her left shoulder. That was probably a salute. But Roland's mind didn't pay attention to this. He keenly captured the words, most people didn't believe her. The Witch Cooperation Association's camp was not attacked by demonic beasts. Attacked? No, why do you ask? She pointed her index finger at her forehead, and then showed an expression of sudden realization. "Ah, I understand. The elder sister with the broken arm is called Vendi. She was injured by the Witch Cooperation Association's mentor, Kara." Then, Lightning roughly told him the whole story. Roland was silent after listening. So it was like this, he thought. I really underestimated the cruel oppression of the witches in this world. Over the years, the witches' distrust of the church and the upper nobles had reached its peak. And Kara was one of the radical members. Listening to Lightning's description, the first thing the leader of the Witch Cooperation Association wanted to do after gaining enough power was to eradicate people like me. But fortunately, Nightingale came back safely. Not only that, but she also brought back 2 witches to Border Town. As for the model community project, Roland thought about it, and decided to let Carr continue to build it. Even if he didn't need them now, there would always be more witches in the future. "Are you also a member of the Witch Cooperation Association?" "Not anymore," she said, "like Vendi and Nightingale, now that we have come out, we can't go back. I'm afraid that Kara will eat us alive." "She was stabbed by Nightingale, but she still survived?" Roland asked with a frown. "Probably, there is a witch in the camp called Leaf, she can increase the efficacy of herbs several times." Lightning thought for a moment. With more blood-clotting grass and blood-dissolving agent, it shouldn't be a problem to save Kara's life, but compared to your witch, the effect is much worse. That's really troublesome, he thought. I don't have to worry about being targeted by the church, but in the end I'm being targeted by the witches. Fortunately, the other party's main purpose is to find the Holy Mountain, so now they should have no time to find trouble with Nightingale. You said before that you didn't fully believe Nightingale's words, so why did you escape from the Witch Cooperation Association with her? Because of the black machine that breathes white gas, and the gray powder that turns into stone when touched by water, and the explosion of the thunderous sound of the snow. Lightning repeated what she had said to Nightingale. There may not be a prince who treats witches well, but she shouldn't have lied to me, otherwise it would be impossible for her to make up such a vivid story. This is the intuition of an explorer. That's right, the big thing I saw in the yard was the black machine that can spit white gas? Nightingale said it was called a steam engine? An explorer? Roland automatically ignored the last question. Yes, an explorer. She emphasized each word. This is the reason why I chose to follow Nightingale here. An explorer is full of curiosity towards all things unknown. Roland secretly sighed. This is a Chinibu disease. To be able to pursue things outside of survival in this era, she must have come from a rich family. Looking at her tomboy dress, and her short blonde hair, he asked, "Are you really not called Azriel?" "Then who?" "My name is Lightning," the little girl said with her head held high. At this moment, Anna and Nana also pushed open the door and came out. "How is it?" Roland asked, "Is the treatment going well?" Seeing Nana nod, he finally felt relieved. Generally speaking, a severed limb should be reconnected within 6 to 8 hours. Beyond this time, the success rate of the operation would be greatly reduced. But Lightning said that it took them nearly a day to get here from the camp. At this time the limb port was in a state of gradual atrophy. It was almost impossible to reconnect the nerves with conventional surgery. It could only be said that Nana's healing ability was really amazing. The little girl also seemed a little tired. It seemed that this treatment had consumed a lot of her energy. Roland encouraged her, "You've worked hard, after dinner tonight, you can sleep with Anna." Of course, I also have to bring Sir Pine, he thought. Latest news, tomorrow is 515, Jidian's anniversary celebration, the day with the most benefits. In addition to the gift bag and the school bag, this time the 515 red envelope must be flipped. There is no reason not to snatch the red envelope. Set the alarm clock. Today's matter made Roland not in the mood to assemble the steam boring machine. For dinner, he deliberately asked the chef to prepare a particularly rich meal, including unlimited black pepper steak and fried eggs, which made Anna and Lightning's bellies bulge. Nana tried her best to maintain her etiquette, but in the end, her small mouth was still chewing until it was shiny. In addition to the dining room, he also asked the maid to prepare an insulated porcelain, filled with soft stewed meat and wheat porridge, and sent it to Nightingale's room. As long as they woke up, they would be able to eat warm food. After dinner, the next step was to arrange the rooms. Fortunately, the previous lord of Border Town was very ostentatious, a small town born for mining and early warning. Its castle was built according to the standard of a medium-sized town. In Roland's familiar words, it was a living area of 900 square meters, a total of 3 floors, with a single-story villa, with watchtowers and arrow towers at the 4 corners. It also came with a front yard and a back garden. Roland arranged Lightning's room opposite Anna's door, and the next room was intended for Vendi after she recovered. Seeing Nana stick to Anna's room like sticky candy, he couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. After returning to the office, Roland poured himself a glass of ale. After all, the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. He thought that through Nightingale, he could harvest a large number of witches, lighting up the chemical, agricultural, biological and other branches of the tree of science and technology, but he didn't expect that the leader of the Witch Cooperation Association would be so hostile to the aristocracy. Neutral witches like Nightingale and Lightning were the minority. As for Vendi, according to Lightning, she didn't want to leave the Witch Cooperation Association of her own initiative, but in order to save Nightingale, she was attacked by the snake witch Kara and had to be brought here. So be it. He drank the wine in his cup in one gulp. It was better than nothing. During dinner, he roughly asked Lightning about her and Vendi's abilities, and learned that the little girl could fly freely in the air like a bird, while Vendi could use the power of wind. These 2 abilities were not very useful for science and technology, but if used well, they would still have great potential in the upcoming war. He also inquired about the abilities of the other witches in the camp, and found that they had a variety of abilities, completely without rules. Some effects could be barely explained with scientific theories, but some were completely unbelievable. For example, the creator of the Witch Cooperation Association, Kara Witch Cooperation Association, Kara, snake, and the snake, could be used to attack the enemy. Different snake marks represented different toxins. From what Lightning had seen so far, there were at least 2 kinds of effects, paralysis and death. But Roland found that, whether it was Anna or Kara, most of the witch's magic only had an effect at close range. For example, Anna's green fire would suddenly disappear from 5 meters away. Kara's snake couldn't leave her body too far. Nightingale and Lightning's ability had an even shorter range. If they wanted to affect foreign objects, they had to touch them. So when they faced the church's army equipped with crossbows and God's stone of retaliation, they could only flee in all directions. Roland was busy in the office until midnight, when the fire in the fireplace gradually dimmed. Roland sneezed and planned to go back to his room to sleep. As soon as he pushed open the bedroom door, he realized that something was wrong. The scene in front of him was very familiar. A woman was sitting at the head of his bed. Half of her figure was shrouded in darkness, and the light from the fire cast her shadow on the wall like a mural. But there were also many differences. She was not wearing that unchanging robe, but had changed into ordinary casual clothes. Her appearance was no longer as unfamiliar as when they first met. Instead, she was so familiar that he could recognize her at a glance. Nightingale. Roland suddenly became a little nervous. This situation, could it be, my luck is coming? Nightingale also saw the prince. She got up and slowly walked over. After only half a day of rest, her complexion was much better than when he first saw her. Her cheeks were rosy instead of pale, and her hair was no longer dull. Roland had to admit that a witch's self-recovery ability was really amazing. You've worked hard, Roland coughed and broke the silence. Why don't you rest for a while? Lightning has already told me everything. Nightingale shook her head. Roland faintly felt that something was wrong. Her expression was solemn, and her eyes were filled with an indescribable persistence. She's decided something, Roland realized. This kind of resolute look was rare even for a man, so he restrained his other emotions and concentrated on waiting for the other's next words. However, Nightingale didn't speak. She took a deep breath, then knelt down on one knee, raised a dagger with both hands, and slightly lowered her head. This was a standard knight's salute. Nobles often swore allegiance to their superiors in this way. Your Highness Roland Wimbledon, I swear to you in the name of Nightingale and Veronica, she said in a straightforward manner. As long as you treat the witches well, I'm willing to follow your orders. Whether it's to be a strong shield against the demons, or a sharp blade that cuts through the night, I'll have no fear or regret, until the last moment of my life. So that's how it is, Roland thought. The Witch Cooperation Association's actions made her disappointed, so she put her hope of leading the witches forward on me. As a transmigrator himself, he should have refused. He was more accustomed to hiring or cooperating with others. If he took it a step further, they would have the same ideals and ambitions as comrades. But he knew that sometimes it was meaningless to blindly emphasize equality, freedom, and so on. Without a suitable soil for growth, even if the seeds were sown, they would rot. As a prince, before unifying the whole kingdom, it was impossible for him to deviate from his own class. Roland was silent for a moment, then, according to the palace etiquette, he took the dagger and touched her shoulder 3 times with the back of the dagger. I accept your allegiance. Nightingale's shoulder trembled slightly, as if she had finally relaxed. Then he stretched out his right hand and held it in front of her. Nightingale took his finger and gently kissed the back of his hand. In this way, the whole set of etiquette was over. Although it was extremely inappropriate for a witch to perform the oath of allegiance, but to be able to perform this set of actions, at least it showed that Nightingale wasn't a commoner. And she had just mentioned Veronica. Is that your real name? Don't you have a surname? Roland pulled her up and asked. Yes, Your Highness. I have no intention of hiding it from you. 5 years ago, I left the Guyland family, and that surname no longer has anything to do with me. Nightingale calmly said. She had put down the last of her guard against Roland and simply told him about her past. She was born in Silver City, which was named after its rich silver mines. Her father was a viscount, and her mother was a commoner woman. Such a marriage was not common, but the two got along very well. In addition, Nightingale also had a younger brother called Hyde. She spent her childhood in Silver City, which was also the happiest time of her life. Unfortunately, good times didn't last long. In the winter when she was 14 years old, a refugee riot broke out in Silver City. Her parents, who had been distributing food to the refugees, never came back. Nightingale and her younger brother were sent to another branch of the Guyland family, which was her father's brother's house. It was also in the winter of that year that Nightingale awakened as a witch. She carefully hid her ability, but was still discovered by old Guylan. He took her younger brother away from her and used his life to threaten Nightingale to work for him. Nightingale had no choice but to obey. Old Guylan found out that she was specially trained by members of the Association of Thieves, and then she did some dirty things for him, such as sneaking into the houses of his business rivals to steal contracts and documents, eavesdropping on city hall meetings, and later, she even put poison in some potential competitors' water tanks or wine glasses. The Guylan family's business grew bigger and bigger, but his attitude towards Nightingale also gradually worsened. As long as there was a little bit of unhappiness, he would punch and kick her. Apart from working for him, he locked Nightingale in her room and replaced the door with an iron railing. What made Nightingale sad and puzzled was that her younger brother, Hyde, almost never came to see her. She began to wonder whether old Guylan had killed her younger brother. Under her repeated begging, he brought her younger brother with disgust. However, Hyde told Nightingale with a disgusted look that he wished she didn't have this sister, and that witches should go to hell to accompany the devil. Nightingale suddenly collapsed, but the nightmare was not over yet. Old Guylan gave her the final blow. It was Hyde who told him the secret of her becoming a witch, so that he could get as far away from witches as possible. After sending Hyde away, old Guylan coldly warned her that her younger brother would inherit his father's title when he grew up, but if Nightingale didn't continue to obey his orders, he could kill her younger brother at any time. In this way, in despair and great grief, Nightingale was controlled by the Guylan family like a puppet. When she was about to become an adult in Shuiyu, she met Vendi on her way home after completing her task. Or rather, it was Vendi who found her. When she learned that the Witches' Witch Cooperation Association still existed, she learned that there were still many sisters like her who had suffered misfortune, but had not given up resisting. Nightingale's broken heart suddenly ignited a little spark. It didn't take her too long to make up her mind. On her day of adulthood a week later, she gritted her teeth and endured the torture. Her strength had also undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Not only did the fog hide her figure, but she also found that the iron railings could no longer stop her. After she recovered from her day of adulthood, she stepped into old Guylan's bedroom like a ghost one night and slit his neck with a dagger. When she saw the blood spurting a few feet high and the sound of the other party inhaling and exhaling, she was surprised to find that she was calmer than she had imagined. After that, Nightingale left the Guylan residence. As for her younger brother, Hyde, she no longer cared about him. In this way, she and Vendi embarked on a journey to find the Witch Cooperation Association. After Nightingale finished her story, she waited for a moment, but seeing that the prince was still immersed in the past, she excused herself. It took a long time for Roland to come back to his senses. He had to say, every witch had a long and bitter history, and those who could live to adulthood were the best of the best. But now that he had crossed over and become a prince, he was really lucky. The next morning, Roland went to Nightingale's room to visit Vendi. After a whole night's rest, Vendi's complexion looked a lot better, and her arm had also regained its color. Although her body was still a little weak, she propped herself up and bowed her head to the prince. "I already know about your matter. Thank you for saving Nightingale's life." Roland took out a piece of parchment from his bosom and went straight to the point. "There is no doubt that Kara will no longer accept you back to the Witch Cooperation Association. It would be better for you to stay in Border Town and work for me. If you agree, please sign this contract. Your salary will be the same as Anna's, 1 golden dragon per month." "Your Royal Highness." Nightingale blinked her eyes, wanting to say something but hesitating. Roland naturally knew what she wanted to say. For this friend who had changed the course of her life and saved her life in the impassable mountain range, Nightingale didn't want to force Vendi to make a decision so soon. In her opinion, as long as Vendi stayed in Border Town for a while, she would definitely fall to her side. "I also hope that we don't have to talk about this matter so urgently, but there are some things that are more dangerous every day we delay." Roland paused for a moment, and Vendi didn't interrupt, quietly waiting for the next part. "I think I may know the way to get through the day of awakening without being hurt." "What?" As soon as these words came out, the two witches' expressions changed, and asked in unison. "It's just a guess, there is no real evidence." Roland waved his hand. "The witches in the camp will suffer less harm than when they were in exile. The only difference is that when you were in exile, you hid your identity, for fear of being known, but in the camp, you have to constantly use your ability to maintain the daily operation of the camp. Vendi nodded, what you said is right. But when Anna was in the castle, she had to train her ability every day. Before the day of adulthood, she even exhausted her magic and fell into a coma. When she woke up, she had already safely passed through the most difficult hurdle for a witch, and without a single injury. So I think this may be the key to solving the problem of the demon's bite. A witch is a container of magic. During her growth, her magic will continue to accumulate, and when it exceeds the limit of her body, it will cause harm to her. And the months of the demons itself is the time when a witch's power is at its strongest. If you can constantly release your magic, so that it is maintained at a safe level, maybe, the torture on the day of awakening will be greatly reduced, or even completely disappear. Roland paused, and then said, as the Lord of Border Town, I can provide a place for a witch to wantonly release her power, and no one will arrest you, put you on trial, or even directly put you to death. If my guess is correct, then there is no doubt that Border Town is the holy mountain that you have been searching for a long time. Witches were taught from birth that this dangerous ability was given by the devil, and people with a little bit of sobriety would only feel that the constant backlash of their own power was a kind of curse. This was an endless cycle. The more they didn't want to use it, the stronger the backlash would be. But as a time traveler, Roland's attitude towards this power was completely opposite. After going through the memories of the fourth prince and excluding the existence of the true god, he simply regarded magic as a kind of energy, a kind of ability that could be controlled by his own will. Vendi was silent for a long time, and then asked, if I sign the contract, and promise to work for you, may I ask, what do I need to do first? In the past hundreds of years, some witches, because of their unique abilities, had been secretly imprisoned by a few ambitious people, and used as consumables. Although the church severely punished this kind of behavior, it was still difficult to prohibit it. And when they used witches, they were also ruthless. Once they lost their value, their fate could be said to be tragic. 3 days later, in the castle garden. Sister Anna. Nana pulled Anna's cuff. The latter turned her head. Don't you think, Sister Nightingale, she's a bit strange? Strange? Anna was stunned. Are you talking about her clothes? Nightingale stood beside Roland. She wasn't wearing the strange patterned gown that had never been washed, but instead, like herself, she was wearing the strange clothes invented by His Royal Highness. Although Anna didn't want to admit it, the other's tall figure vividly reflected the advantages of this set of clothes: well-proportioned legs, slender waist, and long curly hair. Paired with a cape and a pointed hat, anyone's eyes would be the first to gather on her body. It's not the clothes, Nana muttered, don't you think, the way she talks to His Royal Highness, and the way she looks at His Royal Highness, are different from before? Is it? Nana curled her lips. Well, Sister Anna, when the time comes, don't blame me for not reminding you. Inexplicably, Anna shook her head and ignored her. Instead, she turned her attention to the other two new witches. The one called Lightning looked to be about the same size as Nana, but her dress was particularly unusual. Anna roughly counted, her rag-like coat had at least 12 pockets sewn on it. As for the other witch, Vendi, she wasn't wearing the same patterned gown as Nightingale, but was wearing ordinary women's casual clothes. But there was one thing that Anna was particularly concerned about, and that was the other's chest. It was too magnificent. Since you all agree to sign the contract, then we will carry out the first training. Roland had the experience of training the previous two witches, and was now at ease. Lightning, you go first. Oh. Lightning raised her hand and walked out of the shed. It was snowing outside, and there was no wind. The little girl easily floated in the air, waiting for Roland's next order. Let's test your fastest flying speed first. Roland raised his head and shouted. Hee hee, watch me. She made a thumbs up and got into a running position. Then, she quickly circled around the castle. Roland gauged the speed with his eyes. It was about 60 to 80 kilometers per hour. This was the conclusion he came up with based on his experience of running the highway back to his hometown every year. In terms of flying, this speed was not fast, similar to that of an ordinary pigeon. However, it was said that she could fly with Nightingale and Vendi on the way back, which was a bit exaggerated. What did it mean to take off while carrying 100 kilograms of weight? In Roland's mind, an image of a piston engine with a 100-kilogram bomb attached to it appeared, but the following experiment shattered his beautiful fantasy. When the weight exceeded 50 kilograms, about 110 pounds, Lightning's flying altitude dropped sharply. From the previous 100 meters, she suddenly dropped to about 10 meters. But after changing to a weight of nearly 100 kilograms, she could only fly 2 meters above the ground. In other words, if he wanted to turn Lightning into a bomber, even if it was a few kilograms of explosives, she would still enter the range of the enemy's crossbow because of the height problem. However, Roland quickly thought of a new use for the little girl, whether it was for reconnaissance or artillery shooting. She was an excellent candidate. The encirclement and annihilation plan, which had been bothering him before, now seemed to have found a glimmer of hope. While the prince was testing Lightning's ability, Vendi was quietly looking at him from the side. After leaving the monastery, during her 15 years of wandering, she had seen a lot of people: civilians, farmers, craftsmen, soldiers, and nobles. They were always the same. When they didn't know that she was a witch, they would show their desire and love, but once they knew that she was a witch, their desire and love would instantly turn into fear and hatred. At the same time, there was a kind of evil desire that almost made Vendi want to vomit. She thought that in this life, she would only be accompanied by witches, and would never be able to get close to any man. This was also the reason why she intended to refuse Nightingale, not because she didn't trust her, but because of the fear in her heart. But Roland Wimbledon changed her mind. The way he looked at her was too ordinary, as if he had seen it countless times before. When she first saw Roland in Nightingale's room, she thought that it was because the other side hid very well and Nightingale was next to him. But in the next few days, his expression was still the same. Was it because His Royal Highness's vision was much higher than that of the average noble? There was also the contract. Vendi thought it was just a formality. But when she opened it to read, she found that it was densely filled with clauses, not only specifying the responsibilities, but also the rights that she had. This was simply incredible. Taking a witch under his command and not depriving her of her freedom was already very generous, but he actually wrote about her rights in the contract. For example, Clause 2. 1. It was the first time that Vendi had seen this kind of writing, stated that she could have paid leave. According to the meaning of the following words, it meant that she could just take the money and not work. The next clause stated that the witch should complete the experimental projects arranged by the employer, but if the witch felt that some of the projects were difficult to complete or not timely, she could propose to change or refuse the application. The next clause stated that the employer should provide and guarantee the witch's safety, accommodation, food, and salary. When these conditions were not met, the witch could unilaterally terminate the contract. These clauses were a bit tongue-twisting, but the meaning was very clear. The witch who signed the contract was not the personal property of the prince, she also had the rights equal to the responsibilities. In this contract, she felt the sincerity of the other party. If it was just a formality, there was no need to list the contract in such detail. Thinking of this, Vendi couldn't help but look at Nightingale. She was very clear about the other's experience, and also understood that she hated the nobility from the bottom of her heart. But at this moment, when Nightingale was talking with Roland, her tone and demeanor had a different kind of emotion. I'm afraid that even she herself wasn't aware of this change. It had only been 2 months since Nightingale left the army and went to Border Town alone. After only 2 months of getting along with him, Nightingale had completely trusted this man. From the fact that she would rather break off relations with the Witch Cooperation Association and return to Border Town, in her heart, I'm afraid that His Royal Highness Roland Wimbledon was more hopeful than the Witch Cooperation Association to give the witches a true home. The way the mentor did things was also sad. The founder of the Witch Cooperation Association seemed to have forgotten how difficult it was for any of her sisters to survive. Vendi knew that she could not go back. Since she had been brought here by fate, why not believe in Nightingale's choice again? Just like she had believed in her countless times in the past. Vendi? Vendi recovered and found that Lightning's ability had already been tested, and everyone was watching her. She showed an apologetic smile and walked out of the house. Since I've made up my mind, I can't lose to the younger generation, right? They had blown the horn several times before, but most of the time, dozens of demonic beasts had attacked the border, and the militia had become proficient in dealing with them. So Roland did not panic. He announced the suspension of the training and let Vendi and Lightning go back to the castle to rest. Anna protected Nana and went to the medical center to wait for the wounded, while he and Nightingale rushed to the city wall. Unexpectedly, Lightning protested, "As an explorer, I have been in the western region for so long, but I have not seen a large-scale attack of demonic beasts. I am ashamed of my identity. I want to go with you." Roland did not hesitate to refuse her protest, and told Vendi to keep an eye on Lightning, forbidding her to run around when the demonic beasts were wreaking havoc. Then he looked at Nightingale, who nodded and stepped forward to grab Roland's hand. They stepped into the fog and went straight towards the city wall. Since he knew that Nightingale could bring objects into the fog, Roland immediately became fascinated by this way of travel. Going straight through the obstacles, ignoring the terrain, one step was a few meters, and it gave him the feeling of being able to walk anywhere. When they arrived at the foot of the city wall, Roland found a corner where no one was around, got out of the fog, and went to the defense line alone. The distant wilderness was white, and he did not see the scene of demonic beasts attacking. Was this a false alarm? He was not the only one who thought this way. The militias that had taken their positions were also discussing this matter. The prince found Iron Axe, but found him looking into the distance with a serious face, still tightly holding the horn in his hand. "Did you blow the alarm?" "Yes, Your Highness, you see." His voice was much drier than usual. "That guy is coming." "That guy?" Roland looked into the distance and saw a faint black spot at the end of his sight. Even in the pure white background, it was difficult to see. According to the rules, only when it was determined that the patrol could not solve the problem would the assembly horn be blown. However, as an experienced hunter, Iron Axe must have his reasons for doing so. "It's a hybrid," he swallowed, "the one I met 6 years ago." "Really?" Roland frowned. In theory, the demonic beasts would die when they attacked Longsong's stronghold. They had no IQ, so there was no concept of retreat in their minds. The stronghold had never been breached, but it actually didn't die and even lived for 6 years? An ominous premonition rose in his heart. However, at such a distance, he could only vaguely see black spots, while Iron Axe could clearly distinguish the species of demonic beasts. His eyesight was too amazing. Perhaps he was mistaken, the prince thought. The demonic beast did not make Roland wait for too long. It began to approach the city wall, and soon everyone noticed this unique target. It was not as large as the previous hybrid. At first glance, it looked like an enlarged version of a feline, but it had a pair of fleshy wings on its back that covered both sides of its torso when not spread out. Its head was similar to that of a lion, but it had 2 pairs of eyes. If the extra pair of eyes were not for decoration, it could capture most of the movements behind it without turning its head. Carter and a few hunters had already loaded their ammunition and were ready for battle. However, the lion hybrid did not directly rush forward. It stopped outside the range of the crossbow and looked around. This distance was within the effective range of the flintlock, but the probability of a hit was almost 0. Not long after, it suddenly jumped to the left and spread its wings, causing its huge body to soar. As Iron Axe had said, it could fly or glide for short distances. After crossing the obstacle, the hybrid demonic beast quickly ran towards the unguarded area at the west end of the city wall. Roland's heart thumped, his ominous premonition was confirmed. Being able to judge the strength and weakness of the opponent through observation and choose the weak point to attack was a complete proof of its intelligence, which was precisely what beasts lacked. They would occasionally attack the weakness of their prey, but that was an instinct inherited from generation to generation. When facing an unknown opponent, they simply could not judge, let alone analyze multiple targets. What did it mean to have intelligence? Humans relied on their outstanding brains and endurance to climb to the top of the food chain from the grassland where they ate raw meat and drank blood. Roland did not dare to think about it anymore. He waved his hand and let the chief knight follow him, while the other hunters followed Iron Axe to snipe the demonic beast. After it ran to an uninhabited area, it jumped straight up and easily climbed over the city wall, then ran towards the residential area, completely ignoring the hunters. "Beast!" Roland shouted, "Militia's second wall section, follow me. Substitute team, temporarily guard the city wall." At this time, he had no time to care about the fact that the militia was only trained to stab in place. If they moved, it was likely that the team would be separated and attacked by the demonic beasts. Carter also led the guards to follow the prince. Their individual fighting strength was the strongest, and they could fill in any possible gap. At the end of the team was Iron Axe's flintlock team. After entering the old area, their line of sight was blocked by bungalows. Coupled with a narrow road covered with snow, everyone's movement was greatly restricted. Roland did not dare to split up the team to search, so he could only walk through the crisscrossed alleys, hoping to find traces of the demonic beast. He regretted not bringing lightning with him. If there was a witch to scout from the air, this group of people would not be running around like headless flies. After searching for about a quarter of an hour, they suddenly heard screams from the depths of the alley. The team immediately adjusted their direction and rushed towards the source of the sound. Fortunately, most of the militia were residents of the old area. With a clear goal, they skillfully passed through the alleys and even passed through other people's backyards. When they arrived at the scene of the incident, Roland saw a man bitten in two, his internal organs scattered on the ground. He was obviously dead. "My God, it's Iron Fork, I know him. Damn it, did it run away? Be careful. Look to the right." Someone suddenly shouted. Before he finished speaking, a black shadow rushed out from the wooden house on the right. Accompanied by the scattering of wood fragments, it crashed straight through the wall of the wooden house and rushed into the team who were caught off guard. Its front claws pressed down on a militia and opened its mouth to bite. Iron Axe was the first to react. He wanted to raise his gun and shoot, but he found that the scattered militia had blocked the alley. He had no suitable opportunity to shoot, so he could only push through the crowd and step by step towards the target. The other hunters also noticed the same problem. They all tucked their guns under their armpits, jumped up and grabbed onto the eaves, and climbed onto the roof in 2 or 3 jumps. The hybrid did not care about the spears that were stabbing towards it. It spread its wings and blocked the crowd's panicked stabs. When it was about to jump away with the bloody militia in its mouth, a gunshot rang out. The monster's body suddenly burst into a few black flowers of blood. The hybrid that was hit by the lead shot roared angrily. It shook off the prey in its mouth and spread its wings, wanting to pounce on the hunters on the roof. Iron Axe just happened to push through the crowd. He quickly raised his gun in front of the demonic beast and pulled the trigger. It was almost impossible to miss the target. The gunpowder even sprayed on the monster's nose. The speed of the bullet did not slow down. It went straight through the target's eye and penetrated its skull. Ice rain was falling, diluting the smell of blood in the holy city. Alicia was holding her sword, gasping for breath. This was not the first time she participated in the Battle of Hermes, but she never thought that the new holy city might be lost one day. The city wall was completely destroyed. Alicia had never seen such a terrible monster. A huge insect-like hybrid beast sprang out from the ground, its body stuck to the glacial cliff, its bony claws embedded in the wall like barbs. Step by step, it climbed to the top of the city wall, but its body was still not completely out of the ground. If it was just a huge body, it would have been fine, but no one expected that the monster would unexpectedly open its bloody mouth and spit out a large number of hybrid demonic beasts. The city wall suddenly burst into an uproar. Originally, the team was still in good order, but after being attacked by the demonic beasts, Alicia's Judgment Army advance camp was also separated. She could only watch helplessly as her comrades were swallowed up by the demonic beasts, but she was powerless to do anything. Warm human blood mixed with the monster's black blood, flowing along the cracks on the stone floor. With the sound of the retreat horn, the holy city's catapults were also launched. Granite blocks as high as half a person fell from the sky, completely ignoring the fact that there were still a lot of their own people and the kingdom's army. Alicia could only remember that a boulder had hit Captain Ducato, who was guarding her side. When she got up from the ground, she saw that Ducato was embedded in the cracked stone floor along with his armor. His body was like a piece of wrinkled parchment, and his intestines were flowing out of the crack in his abdomen. His blood was steaming hot and formed a small puddle under his body. If I hadn't jumped before the boulder fell, I'm afraid I would have ended up like him, she thought. As for how she finally broke through the encirclement and retreated to the bottom of the city wall, Alicia couldn't remember it clearly. Screams and curses could be heard everywhere. Everyone was waving their weapons in a frenzy. She didn't know whether they were fighting with the demonic beasts or their companions. A team of more than 100 judges, including herself, only 12 people survived. What should we do next, Captain? Captain Alicia. Alicia suddenly came back to her senses. That's right, according to the regulations of the army of judges, if the captain dies in battle, the deputy captain should take over the captain's position and lead the team to continue fighting. She bit her lips until the taste of iron filled her mouth. We'll go to the north gate of the holy city. If the demonic beasts want to attack the new holy city, they must pass through there. This order meant giving up all the residential areas between the city wall and the inner city, but she had no other choice. There was no place more important than the center of the church, the Hermes Cathedral. There was one more thing that she didn't say. If the glaciers and cliffs couldn't stop these monsters, what could she and the remaining 11 people do? Perhaps today was the day she would dedicate herself to heaven. May you be merciful. She prayed in her heart and shouted, the army of judges will never give up. Let's go. The army of judges will never give up. The others shouted in unison. The 12 of them formed a column and jogged towards the north gate. The sounds of fighting in the city wall area gradually weakened and eventually disappeared in the wind and rain. After arriving at the north gate, Alicia saw that a lot of army of judges had gathered in front of the drawbridge. It seemed that everyone had the same idea, which made her feel a little better. But at this critical moment, the drawbridge was lowered. Alicia frowned and walked in front of a handsome warrior wearing the presiding judge's standard red robe. She clenched her fist and saluted, Presiding Judge, I am the captain of the 4th Team of the Advanced Battalion, Alicia Quinn. I am Tucker Thor, the person in charge of the defense of the North Gate. Thank you for your hard work. The man nodded and said, we have set up a first aid center behind the North Gate. If there are any wounded in your team, you can send them there. Sir, I don't understand. Why don't you raise the drawbridge at this time? The demonic beasts on the city wall can swarm in at any time. We must ensure that the inner city is not lost. Calm down, Captain. I know that you and your team members are not afraid of sacrifice, but unnecessary sacrifice is meaningless. The church is still far from the last moment. He reached out and wiped the rain off his forehead. Go to the assembly point and wait for orders. If you run out of cold pills, remember to ask the quartermaster for more. Hearing the presiding judge's words, Alicia realized that she was freezing. After leaving the battlefield, her body was covered in sweat and the cold rainwater, almost freezing her whole body in ice. She couldn't help but shiver when the biting cold wind blew on her face. She took out the sheepskin bag from her underwear pocket and shook it in her palm, but only some sticky liquid flowed out. It seemed that he had accidentally crushed the pill during the battle. She sighed and raised her head, only to find a brownish-red cold-expelling pill in front of her. Eat mine first, Tucker Thor smiled at her. You can return it to me later. Alicia didn't hesitate. She took the pill, bit it, and swallowed it. Maybe we won't have the chance to eat this thing again. Yes, that's not bad. Tucker unexpectedly nodded in agreement. This thing is really disgusting. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong fishy smell rushed up from Alicia's stomach. Even the battlefield full of corpses would not emit such a disgusting smell. She felt that what she ate was not a pill, but a mixture of rotten flesh and blood. The unbearable numbness continued to spread from her abdomen to her whole body. The cold suddenly faded, followed by a burning warmth flowing through her blood vessels. Her body temperature gradually recovered. The frozen sweat began to fall again. The top of her head emitted a burst of white steam, and her numb toes regained their feeling. But not today. Seeing her eat the cold pill, the presiding judge waved his hand. The God's punishment army is coming from the cathedral. The demonic beasts can't pass through the north gate. Take your people and go to the assembly point. Remember to check their pills. Don't be like you, only to find that they are gone when you need them. The God's punishment army was the church's most elite army. Alicia had heard about it for a long time, but she had never seen it with her own eyes. But even if the God's punishment army was as powerful as the rumors said, they were still human beings. With this body, no matter how much they trained, it would be impossible to easily defeat a large group of hybrid demonic beasts. But since the presiding judge had said so, she had no choice but to leave the north gate with her 11 team members and go to the assembly point in the west. There were already hundreds of retreating judges gathered here. They stood in the rain in 2s and 3s, letting the rain fall on their cheeks. Some even sat directly on the ground, looking listless. Only a small number of people were still lined up in a neat line, waiting for the enemy to appear at any time. If it was a few days ago, Alicia would definitely stand up and scold them, but now, she was also at a loss. In order to build this new holy city, countless compatriots had died here. It could be said that every brick and tile here was condensed with the blood of believers and the judges. The bishop often said that occupying the Hermes was tantamount to owning the kingdom of God. But today, it seemed that the kingdom of God would fall into the hands of the devil's minions. The demonic beasts are coming. Someone shouted, "Prepare to meet the enemy." Alicia forced herself to raise her sword. She stared at the rapidly approaching shadow in the sky and shouted, "For Hermes." But the expected final battle did not happen. One of them walked in front of the female warrior and pressed down on the hilt of her sword. "Stand back." His voice was not loud, but it was clear and powerful. Alicia noticed that he was one of the members of the team that was still in an orderly formation. He was wearing the commander's badge on his arm. The God's punishment army is coming. She turned her head and saw a team of tall warriors coming out from the north gate. They were wearing bright armor, which reflected the silver luster of the rain. They had red cloaks on their backs and different weapons in their hands. Some were holding shields and swords, and some were holding sickles or iron axes. After crossing the suspension bridge, they did not regroup, but spread out and directly faced the incoming demonic beasts. What kind of strategy is this? It's simply nonsense. In the face of the hybrid demonic beasts that are far stronger and faster than human beings, only by maintaining the formation and gathering everyone's strength can they win. Looking at their current posture, does it mean that they want to fight alone? Moreover, let the God's punishment army fight alone, while I just watch from the sidelines? We have to support them. No, the man shook his head, his face somewhat gloomy. We just need to watch. If we rush forward, we will only drag them down. Drag them down? Alicia angrily stared at the man. Could it be that she was wrong, that this man was just a coward? She clenched the hilt of her sword, ready to bypass him and join the battle. Although she was full of confusion about the future of the new holy city, at this moment in the face of the enemy, the only thing she could do was to die on the battlefield. Before she could take 2 steps, the female warrior saw an unbelievable scene. A flying mutant swooped down from the sky. Its appearance was as terrible as the messenger of hell. It had huge wings covered with gray feathers, and when fully spread, it could reach up to 12 feet. Its head was like a bird, but it had a pair of goat's horns. Its claws were sharp enough to cut into a warrior's chest armor. Falling vertically from a high altitude was their usual attack method, which was hidden and extremely difficult to defend. Even if you held a heavy shield with both hands, you would still be knocked down. The huge impact force would shatter the arm bones of the shield holder, and the chest cavity would be flattened. It was almost a death situation. The only way to deal with this was to roll away when the mutant was about to hit the ground. That was the only way to avoid this dangerous attack. But the God's punishment army did not dodge. A silver-armored warrior took a stance to face the enemy. The moment the mutant rushed in front of him, he stretched out his hands and used his palms to block the opponent's claws. The impact force was so strong that it made a sound like the explosion of a snow barrel. A cloud of mist rose from him and the monster, and the armor squeaked. He bent his right leg and straightened his left leg. His body was stretched into a straight line, and the Xenogeniac was unable to crush him at the moment. The other warrior aimed at the flying mutant and threw a javelin. The speed of the javelin was so fast that all Alicia could see was a flash of silver light. The javelin accurately pierced through the monster's head, smashing it into pieces. The silver-armored warrior tossed the still-twitching corpse to the ground. His arm was bent unnaturally. It was clear that he had not escaped unscathed from the attack. The bones in his arm had been broken. But he calmly pulled out the axe from his waist and started to kill the other demonic beasts. Alicia couldn't believe her eyes. Hundreds of God's punishment army warriors rushed into the swarm of demonic beasts. Their red cloaks were like a torrent of blood, forcibly blocking the enemy's advance. She now understood what the commander meant by drag. These warriors had the ability to fight 10 enemies at once. Their strength, agility, and reflexes were comparable to demonic hybrids. No, they were even stronger. Ordinary demonic beasts were powerless in front of them. That's amazing. Alicia felt a heartfelt joy. With this group of brave and powerful warriors, the fall of Hermes Cathedral would be impossible. By the way, I haven't asked for your name. My name is Alicia Quinn, captain of the army of judges. You seem to have long known the fighting ability of the God's Punishment Army? The man glanced at her, his eyes as cold as ice rain. He didn't tell her his name, but said in a low voice, "My brother is a member of the God's Punishment Army." "It looks like we won," Bishop Maine said while holding a telescope on the top floor of the cathedral. This was the highest point of the new holy city. Using the telescope tools of the fjord's sea merchants, they could overlook most of the battlefield. "Stop the catapults, the God's Punishment Army is about to attack the city." "Isn't victory expected?" another person said. He was wearing the same golden bishop robe as Maine, but his voice was much older. "The key is that the armies of the 4 kingdoms are finished." "Yes, in this way, their border defense line is useless," the last person said. She was the youngest of the 3, about 30 years old, and the only woman among the 3 archbishops. More than 5,000 well-equipped and well-trained regular soldiers and nearly 1,000 knight. Even if they were immediately replenished, it would take 4 to 5 years. She let out a groan and smacked her lips. "It's really a wonderful plan. But in order to achieve this goal, we have also lost a lot of judges. They are the backbone of the church." Maine sighed. "If it wasn't for this plan being the fastest to achieve results, I really don't want to throw them into this purgatory." The old man stroked his beard and said, "We have no other choice. The wasteland beasts have appeared, just like what is written in the Holy Book. We don't have much time left. If we can't unify the whole continent and concentrate our strength, we will only be greeted with destruction." "Destruction is actually not bad," the woman said with a frivolous smile. "Humans are greedy, vicious, and mercenary. Under the banner of righteousness, they do more terrible things than the demonic beasts. Maybe even the devils in hell are much kinder than us." "Heather." The old man was so angry that his beard trembled. "Your remarks are simply outrageous. Do you want to violate the will of God?" "You don't need to worry about this, Lord Tayfun." Heather shrugged, her face full of disapproval. "The person in charge of the arbitration tribunal is me, not you. Besides, did God ask us to survive? How do you know that he doesn't care more about the devils?" "You." "Enough. Tayfun, Heather." Maine said in a displeased tone, "That's it for today. I will report the situation to the Pope. You can go and complete your own tasks." After the 2 left, Maine stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the north. Behind the impassable mountain range was the land of eternal winter covered with ice and snow, and further west was the barbarian land. That was the beginning of everything. He knew that what Bishop Tayfun said was right. Scourge was too rare. They needed to be loyal to the church, and at the same time have a strong willpower to carry out the transformation. After nearly 100 years of accumulation, the church had accumulated less than 1,000 people. If they wanted to fight against the demons, their numbers were far from enough. But the whole north could only provide so many. God's Punishment Army. If they wanted more warriors, they had no choice but to unify the whole continent. Of course, what Bishop Heather said was equally correct. She served as the church's arbitrator, and had judged tens of thousands of villains and witches. Whether it was those villains or witches, the most ferocious of them all couldn't compare to today's deliberately staged Pyrrhic victory. The higher one's position in the church, the more clearly they could feel that God was neither good nor evil, nor good or evil. "How do you know that he doesn't care more about the devils?" Thinking of Heather's words, Maine couldn't help but laugh. Perhaps only she could make Tayfun speechless. He thought, but God neither protects the world, nor cares for the devils. A funeral was being held in a wasteland southwest of border town. It was not appropriate to call it a wasteland. Nobody knew when, but this piece of land had been surrounded by a low wall made of rubble. The top of the wall was covered with a thick layer of snow. From a distance, it looked as if it was plated with a layer of silver. Although it could be crossed in one step, when Vanner saw it, he could not help but think of the border wall. they were all the same color and the same shape. He had only heard of this ceremony from traveling merchants. When a great noble or a member of the royal family died, the deceased's family would gather at the cemetery, play sad music, accept others' condolences, and finally bury the coffin underground. The nobler the status, the greater the sound. Even the dead were more glorious than the living. At that time, he enviously thought, what if the people of Border Town died? They would dig a hole in the concealing forest and fill it. He did not know whether the demonic beasts dug up the corpses and ate them when the months of the demons came. For the residents of Border Town, death was not strange at all. Especially during the winter when they went to Longsong's stronghold to take refuge, everyone huddled in the shacks of the slums, dying of hunger and cold, dying of diseases and injuries. That was the norm. No one had time to grieve. It was better to wait for dawn to go to the center of the city to beg for a piece of bread. But today, His Highness unexpectedly held a funeral for a soldier. It was said that when he was chasing a hybrid demonic beast, he was unfortunately pushed to the ground and half of his head was bitten off. Danner knew this unlucky guy. He was also an old face in the old district. He did not have a name, everyone called him Aji. He had a wife and 2 children. The older one seemed to be 6 years old, and the younger one was just able to walk. In normal times, this family would definitely be finished, and the woman could find another man to live with, but who would be willing to take 2 burdens? Either he threw the 2 little guys to the roadside and let them fend for themselves, or he raised them and went to the bar to solicit sex, and finally died of a variety of strange diseases. But His Highness seemed to really intend to fulfill his promise when he recruited the militia. The dead would not only receive full pay, but also an extra compensation. What was it called? Danner thought for a moment. Yes, the pension. And the money was actually as much as 5 golden dragon. Apart from that, they would also be given a certain amount of food and charcoal every month. This meant that even if Aji's wife did not go out to work, she could still raise the 2 children and survive. Alright, these seemingly beautiful words might just be words of comfort, but the golden dragon was real. He saw His Royal Highness hand over the pension to the chief knight, and then the knight passed it to Aji's wife. Damn it, why did he suddenly feel envious of Aji? No, Danner shook his head again and again, trying to get rid of these stupid thoughts. He didn't want his wife to die, and she was likely to be someone else's wife. After the money was distributed, His Highness gave a short speech, but Danner heard it clearly. In particular, the phrase, "We will always remember the sacrifices made to protect our loved ones and the innocent," made him feel a surge of warmth in his heart. So that's how it is, Roland thought. It's no wonder that in addition to bread and silver wolves recently, I always feel that I have something else to pursue. At least this winter, they can survive by relying on their own hands, rather than the charity of Longsong's stronghold. The last step was to bury him. Aji's coffin was placed in the dug pit, and the chief knight asked everyone to line up. Every member of the militia, whether official or substitute, took turns to fill the grave with soil with a shovel. Everyone was very familiar with lining up, so more than 200 people immediately lined up into 4 columns. When it was Vanner's turn, he suddenly felt that the shovel became a little heavy, and the gazes of the surrounding militia members made his every movement slow down. When he stood aside, he passed this feeling to the next person to cover the grave. Aji's tombstone was a pure white rectangular stone, and Vanner did not know any of the words on it. Moreover, he was not the first person to live in this wasteland. Next to Aji, there was an identical tombstone, the top of which was covered with snow. When everyone left one after another, Vanner saw Brian, the new captain of the 2nd Militia, slowly pouring a pot of ale on the tombstone. If this is my final home, it doesn't look bad, he couldn't help thinking. Your Highness, on the way back to the castle, Carter suddenly said, "You did this, is it inappropriate?" No, he thought for a moment and finally shook his head, "I don't know. I just feel that no one has ever treated the recruited subjects like this. They have no title, no family background, and they don't even have a surname or a name. But you still feel good about it, right?" Roland smiled. Of course, he knew how influential this would be to Carter, who also fought and protected. When people began to think about who they were fighting for and why they were fighting, there would be unimaginable changes in the ranks. For Carter, when honor was no longer the privilege of the nobles, but when those commoners who had nothing, through his training and teaching, could also gain honor by defending their homes. This doubled sense of achievement was simply indescribable. Of course, a public funeral was just a beginning. Roland thought that he still had many ways to enhance the collective sense of honor, such as making military flags, military songs, setting up heroic examples, and so on. There was no kind of spirit that could be created out of nothing. Only by persisting in this practice day after day, constantly instilling ideas, would it gradually become effective. In order to ensure the reliable operation of the aftermath system, he even arranged a 3-person team consisting of himself, City Hall, and the militia to complete the follow-up food and charcoal distribution. The further he went, the more Roland felt his shoulders become heavy. Border Town really lacked too much. It seemed that the mining industry and the people's livelihood were on the right track, and the food reserves were sufficient. So far, no one had starved or frozen to death. In other towns, this was already a miracle. Even in King's City of Grey Castle, many refugees or orphans would be eliminated by the winter every year. But what he wanted was far more than this. The City Hall's operating load had reached its limit. Relying on Barav, the minister's assistant, and his dozen or so apprentices, all of Border Town's financial and administrative management were supported. If he wanted to further expand the department, he would have to recruit some management staff. He had also asked Barav if there were any proud students or colleagues left in King's City, but the answer he got was a bucket of cold water. Even if there were, they would not be willing to come. Your Highness, do you really know how bad your reputation in King's City is? Well, it does sound very reasonable. He thought gloomily. Back to the castle backyard, Nightingale emerged from the fog and gave Vendi, who was standing outside the wooden shed, a warm hug. Lightning was circling around the incomplete steam boring machine. When she saw Roland, she immediately shouted that she wanted to assemble this machine, which was rumored to be able to move on its own. 4 days later, in the backyard of the North Slope mine, 2 deep holes were dug on the ground in the yard. Each hole was round, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. The inner diameter of the front was about 20 centimeters, and the inner diameter of the back was expanded to 26 centimeters. These holes were the molds that Roland intended to use to cast the cannon embryos. The inner walls of the holes had been baked by Anna, and the soil on the surface had been sintered into a whole body, like a shell. The lower the chamber was to obtain a better quality tube wall, and the higher it was, the more scum and bubbles there would be. The dimensions of all the holes were calculated from the cannonball. He roughly remembered that the so-called 6-pound cannons and 8-pound cannons were named after the weight of the cannonball. So, he first cast a few 12-pound iron balls, and then calculated the inner diameter of a mold according to the diameter of the iron balls and the thickness of the cannon tube. In the absence of measuring tools, Roland simply set his own standard. He cut off a piece of iron bar as wide as the nail of his ring finger and set it as the basic unit, 1 centimeter. Then, he made other iron bars of different sizes and engraved segmented lines on them. The diameter of the 12-pound iron balls was about 12 centimeters, and he set the thinnest part of the tube wall at 4 centimeters. In order to prevent the chamber from exploding, the thickness of the rear chamber was expanded to 7 centimeters, and the inner diameter of the mold was calculated from that. As for the length, although he knew that cannons could be doubled in diameter, he only had an impression of the main cannons of battleships and main station tanks. As for the antique front-loading cannon, he really didn't know. Considering that the shorter the barrel, the lighter the weight, and the more materials would be saved, Roland waved his hand and took a value of 1.5 meters. If the test results were not satisfactory, he could adjust it later. When the cannon was first invented, the wooden core was surrounded by iron bars and iron powder, and then reinforced with iron hoops. Finally, the core in the chamber was burned, just like a wooden storage barrel. Of course, Roland knew that this kind of cannon could easily leak air and explode, so he directly used the hole casting process and the boring machine to drill the holes. For a steam boring machine, there was no essential difference in the difficulty of drilling a 6-pound cannon or a 12-pound cannon. Based on the idea that caliber was justice, he naturally chose a 12-pound cannon with a larger muzzle and a thicker barrel. If he went any higher, it would not be easy to use as a field cannon. As for the weight of the shell, it didn't matter whether it was a lead ball or an iron ball, as long as it could shoot out. After all, he was learning from history and not playing with replicas. Let's begin. Roland took a deep breath and said to Anna. The latter nodded, grabbed a piece of steel ingot, and hung it above a hole. The green flame ignited, and the steel ingot quickly turned red, then melted, forming a small waterfall of molten steel that flowed into the cave. The surface of the molten steel was reddish-orange, and the inner core turned incandescent, so bright that it was difficult to look at it directly. In order to protect the witch's eyesight, Roland also deliberately set up a cushion at the entrance of the cave. She only needed to determine the position in advance and lean her arm on the cushion, so that she wouldn't have to stare at the molten steel to see if it flowed into the cave. These steel ingots were slowly accumulated during normal times. Anna alone could not start the era of large-scale steelmaking, but a small batch production was not a problem for her. After the most difficult to achieve temperature was solved, the method of frying steel could produce better quality steel. This was also the reason why Roland dared to set the size of the cannon barrel. Compared to pig iron and bronze cannon barrels, steel cannon barrels were obviously more durable. Even if the size was wrong, the cannon would not easily explode. The molten steel gradually rose, and the remaining steel ingots were also rapidly decreasing. Roland could not help but feel a little heartache. In the end, when would he be able to build a bunch of chimneys and blast furnaces in his territory, and smelt an endless supply of steel? For a long time, the output of steel was one of the standards to measure the strength of the great powers, and now he personally felt it. After filling the 2 molds, Anna's cheeks became bright red. Roland took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat on the tip of her nose. At first, Anna showed some resistance, but now she obediently stayed motionless, closing her eyes and letting Roland do whatever he wanted. Under the reflection of the molten steel, her bangs were dyed red, and her soft neck made people want to bite it. When he looked down from above, the other side's slender clavicle that was exposed through the collar would enter his field of view. When he was close, he could also smell the bursts of delicate fragrance coming from her body. Ahem, all right. Roland put away the handkerchief and at the same time, withdrew his restless emotions. Let's call it a day. Well done, I will ask the kitchen to reward you with an extra black pepper steak for dinner. Not now, he thought. If he did that, he would inevitably be suspected of taking advantage of her. Wait until she really gets her freedom. Anna opened her eyes. Although the sweat had been wiped away, her face seemed to be redder than before. She nodded at Roland and replied softly, yes. In the next few days, Roland went back and forth between the castle and the North Slope mine. In addition to the cannon barrel, he also needed to make a sufficient number of boring tools. This drilling tool was made in a similar way to the cannon barrel, and its diameter was exactly the same as the shell. After taking it out of the mold, Anna heated it again and used the iron hammer to shape it. It was very different from the ordinary spiral knife in shape. At first glance, it looked like a blunt iron rod. The only difference was that there was a gap at the top for discharging metal debris. Finally, it was quenching to improve the hardness of the boring tool. Unlike the high-precision drills of modern boring machines, Roland only needed an iron rod that could drill holes. Taking into account the high wear rate, he and Anna made 5 simple boring tools in a week. Before this, the steam boring machine had fully proved its ability. The production of pig iron barrels rapidly increased from 2 per month to 10 per day. When everything was ready, the cannon embryos were dug out from the pit by the miners. After cleaning the surface scum, they were carried to the carriage and transported to the blacksmith shop. These 2 cannon embryos almost consumed all the steel that Roland had accumulated. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were priceless treasures. During the transportation, the prince ordered Carter and 2 Knight to be responsible for the whole process, which made the chief knight feel that it was a bit unnecessary. Who would steal such a heavy thing? The blacksmiths flattened and polished the surface of the cannon embryos according to the prince's request. After the grinding stones were finished, they were immediately sent to the castle's backyard. At this time, the 2 round solid steel rods were dark gray, exuding a thick metallic luster. Roland couldn't wait to replace the boring tool, and together with Carter, they fixed the cannon embryos in place, so that the top of the boring tool was just in the center of the steel rods. In the face of this historic moment, Roland pulled the valve of the steam engine. The boring tool began to run slowly, and it didn't take long for it to rise to a stable speed. Enter! The prince shouted. Groundhog Cole anxiously looked out of the window. Although the snow never stopped in this ghostly place, and the sky was as dirty and gray as a sheet that his grandmother hadn't washed for years, he still had another way to tell the time. That was the training of the militia. As long as the weather allowed, they would run through the square in the center of the town every morning, 8 o'clock. Before the months of the demons, these idiots had been doing this, and now they were still doing it. Don't these people know that the most important thing to do in winter is to save their strength? When it's time to escape, I'm afraid you'll have to beg God to give you 2 more legs. But thanks to these idiots, he was able to determine the approximate time to leave. Yes, he had to escape from this demonic town. Although His Royal Highness the Second Prince had ordered him to lurk in Border Town and observe the movements of the fourth Prince, Roland Wimbledon, and send the information back to Valencia, he didn't want to stay there for even a moment longer. He was afraid that in another half a month, he would become a devil's sacrifice together with the residents. This was by no means an alarmist. Since the beginning of winter, there had been an endless stream of strange things happening here. Other people might not have noticed it, but this was not surprising. Most of the townspeople were ignorant country bumpkins. In addition to eating, they didn't care about anything, even God was not in their eyes. But he was different, he was Groundhog Cole. Spying and stealing information were his unique skills, so His Highness Timothy had asked him to do this kind of thing. The city wall that broke through the ground overnight, and the iron rod that could knock down demonic beasts, of course, these were not as amazing as his most amazing discovery. The dignified fourth prince of the kingdom was actually raising witches in public. God is merciful. Is there anything more exaggerated than this? If the prince wasn't controlled by the devil, he simply couldn't think of any other explanation. Even if the prince wanted to have a taste of the witches, he could do whatever he wanted in the castle. This was not the first time that Cole had heard of nobles keeping witches. These witches could be wantonly played with, and even if they were dead, no one would care about them, which was very suitable for some nobles with strange tastes. This was not his delusion, he had seen it with his own eyes. Following the principle that he would work for whoever paid him, Cole would stroll around the city walls every day when the snow was not heavy. There, he would often see the figure of Prince Roland. Originally, he had been wondering what made this incompetent playboy prince have the courage to stay in Border Town, instead of running back to Longsong Stronghold. Now he completely understood. Roland Wimbledon had already been replaced by the devil. He saw with his own eyes that the city wall was broken by a huge demonic beast, and the devil killed it with a thunderclap. Then, the demonic beasts that swarmed over were engulfed by the hellfire summoned by a witch. In the end, the witch threw herself into the arms of the prince, and no one in the militia raised any questions. After that, he heard other rumors from his neighbors, saying that there was a witch with healing abilities. What about his son's injury being cured? What about the old lady who slipped and broke her leg being sent over? What blasphemy! Being healed by a witch? What was the difference between that and accepting the demon's corruption? What made Cole make up his mind was 2 days ago, when he saw a witch fly out of the prince's castle, circle around the castle twice and then fly back. The priest of the church often said that after a witch was tempted by the devil, she could only get one kind of power. But he had at least seen flames and flying, plus the rumors of a healing witch, which meant that in this small town, there were actually 3 witches. There was no doubt that the devil had turned the Lord's castle into a gathering place for demons, and the residents here were gradually under their control. He had to escape as soon as possible. Anyway, he held the secret to the rapid construction of the border wall in his hands. As long as he gave the stolen alchemy powder to the second prince, he would not only not punish him, but would also reward him. The more Cole thought about it, the more he regretted not returning to Longsong Stronghold with the evacuated nobles. Now, if he wanted to leave this place, it was definitely not feasible to go by land. The continuous winter snow would cover all the roads. His only chance was to use Willowtown's merchant ship to leave by water. According to Cole's observation, on the first day of every month, Willowtown's ship would come with food, and after 4 to 6 hours of unloading and loading, it would set sail and leave the dock. He had to take advantage of this time to sneak onto the ship, otherwise he could only wait until next month. And today was the first day of the month. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. At this moment, Cole heard the familiar slogan. Outside the window, a group of young men wearing brown leather armor ran by in high spirits. If he hadn't already seen through the devil's plot, he would definitely have been deceived by this scene of youthful vigor. It's time to go, he thought. Putting on his fur coat, Cole tightened his belt and went out of the cabin. A neighbor was collecting dried fish outside the house, and when he saw him, he greeted him, "Going out so early?" I have to say, although the lord of Border Town was controlled by the devil, the lives of these ignorant people had become a lot better, and they even dared to hang dried fish outside the house. You know, if people were extremely hungry, even if it was frozen as hard as a stone, they would still be able to swallow it. But Cole didn't have time to respond to him. He looked at the militia disappearing in the west, and went straight in the direction of the dock. The residents here all thought of him as Iron Ore's younger brother, who came from Fallen Dragon Ridge to visit his relatives. Of course, it was all nonsense. Before killing Iron Ore, he asked the other's name and address, and then disguised himself as his younger brother and lurked here. As for the identity he made up, he didn't care whether those idiots believed him or not. The snow on the stone road had been swept a few days ago, and now it was almost over the top of his shoes. He maintained a constant pace, trying to save as much strength as possible. As for the footprints he left behind, he wasn't worried. At most in a day, the snow would cover them again. Maybe when he arrived at Valencia, they would still be in the dark. When he arrived at the dock, Cole saw the long-awaited sailboat from Willow Town. Sacks of wheat were being carried out from the cabin, and there were guards standing guard around them. He touched his pocket. Inside there were 2 golden dragon and 16 silver royals. That was all he had. There were 6 guards, but the silver wolf probably wouldn't be interested, and the golden dragon wasn't enough, so he had to focus on the porters. The stacked goods provided a blind spot, and knocking out a porter and replacing him was what he was good at. If he could get on board, he believed that under the temptation of the golden dragon, the captain would most likely hide him and take him away. Just as Cole was about to act, he heard a shout behind him. He knew something was wrong, and turned around, only to see several militia members rushing in his direction, and there were also people closing in on him. Obviously, he had been surrounded. Seeing that there was no hope of escape, Cole immediately raised his hands and knelt on the ground. In his line of work, one must not stubbornly resist. As long as he spat out all the information about the employer, he would generally be safe and sound, or they would hire him back at a higher price. How much money you get, how much you do was also Cole's principle. In addition to the fireplace, Barav also placed a mahogany lampstand on the table. The top of the lampstand was divided into 4 branches. The middle branch was the highest, and the other 3 branches formed a triangle around it. There was a candle burning on each branch, and the quiet blooming light was like a resplendent mountain peak. The room was filled with the fragrance of pine oil, like the sweet and damp smell of rotten wood, making people sleepy. But in Border Town, he could not ask for more. Elegance had nothing to do with this poor place. Having a house that could shelter him from the wind and rain was already very good, not to mention that he now had a large number of houses. His office was located in a courtyard not far from the castle. It was also the location of the former Lord's City Hall. Of course, when the Lord left, he took all his men with him. Now, this place had become the assistant minister's domain. The rustling sound of writing and the whistling cold wind outside the window from time to time formed 2 different worlds. In front of a wooden table full of books and old scrolls, Barav was writing at a very fast speed. On both sides of him, there was also a low log table. Usually no one used it, only used to place manuscripts. When needed, he would summon his disciples to the low table, to sort out information or write the first draft of a document. The candles on the lampstand had been changed 3 times. In addition to getting up to change them, Barav never stopped writing. Time was an extremely precious thing for him. There was still a stack of documents waiting for him to deal with, and the financial expenditure proposed by His Highness also needed to be carefully reviewed. Now Barav worked for an average of 10 hours a day, but he did not feel tired at all. On the contrary, here, he could freely display his skills, and his body had endless energy. This is the taste of power, he thought. He no longer had to follow behind his mentor, all the apprentices listened to him, and no one dared to hinder him. As long as he completed His Highness' orders, he could control the specific process. It would be perfect if the prince's orders could be a little more normal. Barav slightly regretfully smacked his lips. For example, in front of him was a document stamped with Roland's personal seal. It was written that he needed to send people to Willow Town to recruit management staff and buy a two-masted sailboat. The second one was followed by a special note: considering the price, we don't need a captain, helmsman, and sailors. After reading it, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Without these people, who would drive the boat back? Do you want them to walk back on their own? Moreover, what was the point of buying a ship? This was the most crucial point. The trade between Border Town and Willow Town was very stable. Even if they wanted to expand the ore trade after the end of the winter, they only needed to inform the other side to increase the number of ships. It was not worth it to buy his own ship, not to mention that the town's pier could only be used for docking. There was no dock to maintain it, and no sailors to take care of it. It would not be long before it was abandoned. It was probably His Highness's whimsical thoughts acting up again. As for the first condition, he could understand it. Currently, no one in the city hall was free. The dozen or so people that Barav had brought with him were in charge of supervising the trade, making statistical reports, and settling the accounts. On the other hand, he took care of administrative and legal work, which was obviously unreasonable. If His Royal Highness wants to separate these departments, he must expand the number of people in City Hall. It was a very normal reason, but the assistant minister did not want to let go so quickly. The satisfaction of having all the power in one person's hands was too great. He thought that even his teacher, the treasurer of the kingdom, was only in charge of Greycastle's purse, while he was the hand of the king. Ahem, well, it is only effective in Border Town, he added in his heart. Although His Royal Highness Roland had made such a promise, if he wanted to ascend to the throne, there was still a long way to go. Barav didn't know when, but he had unexpectedly put the fourth prince back into the ranks of the contenders for the throne. If it was before, he would never have thought that this bad character, ignorant and incompetent playboy could be crowned king. Since he came to Border Town, he had never stopped being surprised. So far, under the protection of the militia, Border Town was still standing in the western region. Moreover, it seemed that it would be able to hold on for a long time. This alone was worthy of praise. Not to mention the strange things he was playing with, even his grasp of people's hearts was completely different from the fourth prince in Greycastle, but more like the devil who understood everything. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Barav reluctantly stopped what he was doing and shouted, "Come in." The one who pushed the door open was one of his proud disciples, penholder Yarrow. "Teacher, another mouse has been caught." "Oh? What did you get from him?" "He said that he was sent by the second prince, and that he was found wrapped cement powder, some coins and a letter." Yarrow stepped forward and handed Barav an envelope wrapped in cowhide. "We're still interrogating him for other information." "Teacher, how to deal with him?" "As before, after the interrogation, all the information will be organized into a book. Then, he will be convicted and hanged," Barav said lightly. "Yes," Yarrow bowed and said, "then this disciple will leave." The door was closed again, but Barav didn't immediately continue his work. Instead, he returned to the table, cut open the envelope with a letter opener, and took out the letter. The fourth one, he thought. As early as before the arrival of the months of the demons, Roland Wimbledon had summoned him to discuss this issue. His Royal Highness believed that when the cement, the new snow powder, and the witches were exposed one by one, the brother and sister spies would certainly not be able to hold back and would come out of hiding. This would be the best time to sweep away the mice. Barav agreed with the first half of the prince's sentence, but did not agree with the second half. In his opinion, there were more than 2,000 people in Border Town, so it was impossible to keep an eye on all of them. They didn't have the manpower, and they also didn't have the time to guard against these sneaky people. But His Royal Highness didn't care and said, "How could there be no one? Every citizen of Border Town is our eyes." At that time, Barav felt that the other side was completely whimsical. Let these ignorant and stupid civilians monitor the possible appearance of the mice? This was simply impossible, but the fact was, he was wrong. After the beginning of the winter, when the first census was conducted, Roland specifically explained to all the natives who had stayed here for more than 5 years, although Long Song Stronghold's plot to burn the food had failed, they still hadn't given up, and had sent their enemies to lurk around everyone. Most of them disguised themselves as relatives of the townspeople or merchants who were too late to evacuate, looking for opportunities to harm everyone. If anyone saw any suspicious person, they were to immediately report it to the city hall. Once it was verified, they would receive a reward of 25 silver royals. As a result, this trick turned out to be surprisingly effective. Although there were some false positives at first, it didn't take long for the first mouse to be caught. At that time, Berev still remembered that Roland had proudly said something that sounded very awkward. What was it? He thought about it, that's right. Let the enemy fall into the sea of people's war. What a strange word formation and syntax. The assistant minister shook his head and opened the letter in his hand. In the letter, the guy who was called the Groundhog repeatedly emphasized that various phenomena showed that the fourth prince, Roland Wimbledon, had been replaced by the devil. Berev could even read his fear between the lines. Thinking of His Royal Highness's use of people's hearts, the assistant minister couldn't help but have a sense of approval. He took a deep breath and moved the letter to the candle flame. Soon the paper was engulfed by the flame and turned into flying ash. Timothy Wimbledon sat on the throne with a ruby scepter in his hand, overlooking the ministers in the hall. This is the feeling I want, he thought, instead of squatting in Valencia and entangling with those merchants for small interests. He tapped his scepter on the ground, and the pure gold scepter made a crisp sound as it hit the smooth marble floor. Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on him, he nodded and said, "Let's begin. Your Majesty, I have something important to report." The first to speak was Sir Weimer, nicknamed Steelheart Knight, who was responsible for the defense of King's City. "Speak. Can we temporarily stop the witch hunt?" "Your Majesty, the recent witch hunt has become more and more serious. Yesterday, I heard that some commoner women were arrested and humiliated in the dungeon, and one of them died in prison. Later, it was proved that they were not witches. Now the entire outer city is in a state of panic, and if this continues, I'm afraid there will be a large number of refugees." Timothy frowned. He was the one who asked for the witch hunt to be carried out. The truth of Wimbledon III's death had not been found out, but he never thought that his father would commit suicide, especially the strange smile before his death, which made his hair stand on end. His father wore the highest quality God's stone of retaliation, and the church also confirmed that the stone had not been replaced or lost its effectiveness, but this did not mean that the witches were not involved. When it came to being strange, no one was better at it than those witches. He shifted his gaze to Langley, the executor of the search operation, and also his henchman. The latter immediately stood up and said, "Your Majesty, it was just an accident, and I have severely punished the relevant personnel." He counted with his fingers and said, "The warden, the head of the prison, and the guards have all been sentenced to 10 lashes and 25 silver royals. One person died, 3 people were cruelly tortured, and the scoundrels just whipped them a few times and fined them." Sir Weimer said coldly, "Moreover, who gave you the right to judge? Was it Prime Minister Wick or Minister of Justice Palau?" "Your Majesty." "Desperate times call for desperate measures," Langley said, kneeling on one knee. Ignoring some insignificant setbacks, the search was a great success. "We have captured at least 15 witches lurking in King's City and are currently being interrogated. Soon, we will know whether they and your father, whether they are planning any conspiracy." Timothy glared at him, this idiot, he had almost revealed his intentions. Although most of the ministers standing in the hall could guess the real purpose of his action, the statement to the outside world must be that Prince Gerald killed the king. This was not allowed to be overturned. 15 witches? The Steelheart Knight sneered in a contemptuous tone, "Very good, it turns out that King's City has become the witches' stronghold. A few years ago, the church had only managed to capture 6 members of the Witch Cooperation Association in the eastern forest of the kingdom. It seems like your henchmen are stronger than the judgment army of the church. You." "Enough. Langley is an idiot, Langley's men are also a group of idiots," Timothy thought angrily. If not for the fact that there was no one available at the beginning of his ascension to the throne, he wouldn't have promoted such a fool. Even if he wanted to take credit, he shouldn't have made up numbers like this. "I'm afraid that most of these 15 witches are the same as those unlucky commoner women." He didn't want the church to get involved in this matter, but at the moment there was no other way. "Go to the church and ask Priest Ferry to confirm the identity of these 15 people. Stop the torture. After that, every person you catch must be verified by the priest. If I hear that your people can't control the people below, I will throw you into the moat of King City to feed the fish. Yes, your majesty. Do it immediately. After telling Langley to get out of the hall, Timothy turned to the Minister of Finance. If any of them were wrongly accused, together with the previous 3, give 2 golden dragon as compensation. For the one who died in prison, give it to his family. He paused, give an extra 1. As you wish. The Minister of Finance nodded. Your Majesty is merciful. Sir Weimer also saluted. Let's move on to the next topic. Timothy spat out a foul breath. Seeing that none of the ministers were saying anything, he said, since no one has a new topic, then I will say it. He looked at the Minister of Foreign Affairs, umbrella Sir Brent. The recall order has been issued for more than a month, but so far no one has returned to King City. Tell me, what is the situation now? Sir Brent came from the Furland family and had been in this position for 30 years. His hair was grey, his face was old, and he already had 1 foot in the coffin. He cleared his throat. Reporting to your Majesty, there is still no news from your 3rd sister, Garcia Wimbledon. Your 4th brother, Roland Wimbledon, has written back to me. In the letter, he said that after the months of demons is over and his people are safe, he will consider returning to King City. But what? On the envelope, he called you Your Highness, not Your Majesty or the King. Timothy couldn't help but sneer. You're still as ignorant as before, my incorrigible brother. He thought, if you plan to come back, you should properly worship me as king, and I can also give you a good place to live as a pampered prince. If you don't come back, you should prepare for your deathbed struggle as soon as possible. Look at what you've done, wavering between chess pieces. You want to come back, but you're not willing to give in? What's the point of making a quick speech? Let him be. Timothy waved his hand. What about my 5th sister? Your Majesty, she disappeared. What? Disappeared? What do you mean? She first agreed to the messenger I sent, but a week later, Her Highness disappeared from the summer palace, along with her butler and 2 maids. I've arranged people to look for her, but so far there has been no news of her whereabouts. What's the result? One by one, they're all so unwilling to believe me. Timothy felt as if his heart was blocked. He originally had great expectations for his sister, hoping that she would be able to assist him. After all, Tilly had been exceptionally smart since she was a child, and her performance was even more dazzling than his. The only thing she lost to him was that she was a girl. Timothy was originally very confident in her, and from his father's arrangements, he also didn't intend to let Tilly get involved in this storm. The territory given to her was Silver City, which was not far from King City. Trade was ordinary, and there was no soil for raising soldiers. Unexpectedly, my 5th sister actually ran away. Is this the choice a smart person would make? Since she ran away, let the former lord continue to be responsible for Silver City. The search must continue. I can't let a member of the royal family wander among the people. He gritted his teeth and suppressed his annoyance. So, now only my 3rd sister refuses to obey, right? Yes, Your Majesty. Since she's so stubborn, I have to take some tough measures. Timothy looked at the Prime Minister, Marquis Wyke. Issuing a war order required the approval of the King and the Prime Minister. He was his biggest supporter, so it shouldn't be a big problem. I intend to let Duke Joey, the guardian of the Southern Territory, send troops to force Garcia to give up the port of Clearwater, and escort her back to King City. Marquis Wyke replied, this matter cannot be delayed, Your Majesty, please issue a war order as soon as possible, and the foreign minister will be responsible for delivering it. Timothy nodded with satisfaction, and was about to call the clerk to draft the document, when suddenly there was a rapid sound of hooves outside the hall. Then, after a hubbub, a knight wearing a blue-striped cloak opened the door and strode into the hall. West of border town, Redwater River. The snow made it difficult for the carriage to move, so it took them half a day to drag the 1st Field Artillery out of the town. What is it this time? Carter was getting used to the prince's constant inventing of new things. An enlarged flintlock? Almost. Roland commanded his men to remove the hook, and then personally adjusted the angle of the cannon, so that the cannon body was flat, and the pole was placed in the snow. The principle of the cannon and the gun was exactly the same, so it was very appropriate to say that it was an enlarged version of the gun. This cannon fired a 12-pound solid iron ball, the shell and gunpowder were loaded from the front, and the fuse was ignited. Roland referred to the mature designs in history, and instructed the carpenters to build a set of wooden cannon mounts. In order to improve its durability, the parts that had more friction with the ground, and the parts that were subjected to greater force during firing were wrapped with iron. In order to make the cannon mounts and wheels, Roland spent almost the same amount of time drilling the cannon's bore. 3 carpenters were busy for a week before they finished, especially the diameter of the wheels, which had a diameter of half a person. The carpenters first planed out 4 equal pieces of square wood, soaked them, and then baked them with fire until they were bent. The ends were cut into grooves, and the outer edge of the wheel hub was covered with iron and hammered. It took 4 days to complete the entire process. Therefore, in Roland's eyes, this fully hand-built, limited edition 12-pound field artillery exuded a dazzling light. When he dragged it out for the test, the accompanying lineup was very large: Chief Knight Carter and Militia Commander Iron Axe, all of the personal guards and knight apprentices went into battle, and 20 people from the militia were responsible for clearing the field and guarding it. In addition, he also brought Nightingale and Lightning for the first time. Thanks to Nana, the militia's prejudice against the witches was reduced to a minimum, and Nana herself became the only person in the team whose reputation was second only to the prince. Let's do it according to the process. First, clean the cannon's bore. Although Roland was very clear about the structure of the cannon, the specific operation was a blank. He racked his brain to recall all kinds of cannon firing scenes from medieval movies, trying to sort out a set of procedures. As for the actual effect, only God knew. Lightning excitedly pulled out a mop-like cleaning rod from the bottom of the gun carriage and inserted it into the muzzle. Unlike other witches' contracts, Lightning offered to work for Roland as long as she could personally operate all kinds of novel inventions. Moreover, she didn't need to pay for it. Faced with this kind of money-saving condition, Roland naturally agreed. Anyway, when it came to the confidential project, he could just research it secretly. There were still many ideas and inventions waiting to be realized in his mind. Just a few of them would be enough to keep her busy for a while. After fiddling with it for a while, the mop did not bring out any junk, but according to the procedure, she still had to clean it a second time. He switched to another mop and whipped it a few more times to clean the cannon chamber. Do you understand? Roland asked the knights and militias who were watching from the side. This test was also a drill. Now that the production of guns had greatly increased, the militia was bound to evolve into an official infantry, and the wooden guns would also be replaced by guns and cannons. This required a lot of shooting training to be able to skillfully operate these 2 types of firearms on the battlefield. Seeing everyone nod, he let Lightning carry out the next operation. The little girl took out a bag of gunpowder wrapped in a paper roll, stuffed it into the cannon's bore, and used an iron rod to pierce it. Then she put in the shell and stabbed it again. She took out a drill pipe and inserted it into the fuse hole at the back of the barrel, pierced the gunpowder bag, and then inserted the fuse. In this way, the firing preparation was complete. In order to prevent accidents, everyone retreated 15 steps. Lightning put the torch near the fuse, only to see sparks at the end, and in the blink of an eye, it drilled into the barrel. Then there was a loud rumbling sound. The high-speed jet of air from the muzzle brought up the snow, raising a layer of snow fog on the ground. The theoretical effective range of a 12-pound cannon could reach more than a kilometer. Even without rifling, the trajectory of the front shell was still a straight line. The armor target placed about 100 meters away made a dang sound as it was hit by the 12-pound iron ball, and the whole thing flew up. The iron ball's momentum did not decrease, and after falling on the snow, it continued to bounce, stirring up a column of snowflakes. When the smoke dissipated, Carter and Iron Axe ran to the target. They saw that the front of the armor was completely caved in, the front deck was stuck to the rear deck, and a palm-sized hole was located in the center of the armor. Obviously, after the shell pierced through the target, it flew forward about 100 meters. Even when it fell on the ground and rolled, it still contained an amazing power. What a terrible penetrating power! Carter sighed. He could already imagine the tragic scene when the enemy gathered together and was penetrated by several shells. 3 gods above, Iron Axe began to believe that Roland was the messenger of Mother Earth. Apart from God's messenger, who else could exert the power of the flame to such a degree? He had repeatedly studied the gunpowder particles, and as long as they were crushed into powder and ignited, they would become a common flammable substance. Fire was Mother Earth's surging anger, and it was also her most powerful weapon. When he thought of the never-ending orange fire that erupted from the cave in the southernmost land, he had the urge to worship the prince. Roland was not surprised by this result. The 12-pound field cannon could be said to be a classic, especially the Napoleon cannon that shone brilliantly in the American Civil War, which fully proved the truth that a large caliber was beautiful. Next, he used different charges to test the strength of the barrel. Although he knew that it might cause the cannon to be damaged, it was still a necessary test. Until the third charge was added, when the cannon was fired, the muzzle was raised, and the position of the mount was shifted, but the barrel still did not show any obvious deformation. It seemed that the steel barrel performed very well in terms of strength. In the end, Roland set the standard charge at 1.2 times the experimental charge, and all that was left was to select the gunners and practice repeatedly. Your Highness, this weapon is indeed powerful, but it is too heavy. As long as it encounters a mud pit, it will not be able to move. Carter immediately saw the shortcomings of the new weapon. Moreover, after each round of firing, the barrel needs to be cleaned and the charge reloaded. In addition, the gunpowder and shells are much heavier than the flintlock. I'm afraid that just one cannon will require 5 or 6 people to operate. Indeed, but everything is worth it, as long as we are equipped with 2 or 3 cannons. The Duke, no, I mean the demonic beasts, the giant tortoise kind, will not be able to break through the city wall. Roland coughed twice, thinking that it was a close call. As for the shortcoming of the 12-pound cannon, he intended to solve it through shipping. If a steam engine wanted to be transformed into a steamship, even the most primitive paddle steamer, it would still require a complex and huge mechanical system. What, you can't afford it? Roland sat in his office. The document requesting the expansion of administrative staff and the purchase of sailboats was placed on his desk. Berev cleared his throat. Your Highness, it is true. The price of a 2-masted sailboat is between 80 and 120 golden dragon, but this is only the cost of building the boat. Including the people on board, the total price is estimated to be more than 200 golden dragon. Didn't I say that I don't need a sailor or a helmsman? I don't need the captain, I just want the boat. Roland knocked on the table and asked. With Vendi there, he didn't need so many people to operate the sailboat. Most of the river boats had straight sails, so it was like raising and lowering a flag. The oarsmen and sailors were redundant, the helmsman just needed to pull someone up to try. Anyway, with the wind vector, why would the boat not move forward? Your Highness, there is no such deal, at least not in Willow Town. Berev carefully explained, you may not know much about this industry, but generally speaking, the owner of the boat is the captain. It may be a merchant, or it may be a noble. The former, after recruiting their own men, will travel back and forth between the major town docks, trading or transporting goods. If it was the latter, they would usually hire an acting captain to follow the ship for them. Employees are not paid monthly, but are paid once every 1 to 3 years. Most of the time, the boat and the people are tied together. If you intend to buy the boat from the captain instead of his hired men, then it is equivalent to a loss of employment pay. 80 golden dragon, even for a great noble, is not a number that can be easily given up. At the beginning of the month, including the raw gemstone transaction with Willow Town, City Hall now has a balance of 315 golden dragon. If you spend more than half of it to buy a boat, you will not be able to pay the militia next month. The assistant minister finished in one breath, raised his glass and drank a mouthful of ale. You said most of the time, yes, he nodded, there are 2 situations where there will be an empty boat. One is when the merchant is in urgent need of cash and sells his property. At this time, he will dismiss all the crew and sell the boat as soon as possible. The second is to replace the boat, which is understandable. But I have to say, both situations are very rare. Wait. Roland frowned. You said you want to buy new ships. Where did these ships come from? Port of Clearwater, Xianxia, North Cape. Only port cities have docks, and only they can build ships. Roland was silent for a moment. It was too far to buy a ship in the port city, and if he didn't hire a crew, who would drive the ship back for him? If that's the case, I'll think about it. After the assistant minister left, the prince fell into deep thought. In his strategic plan, shipping was an irreplaceable part of it. Without a fast and convenient ship, he would not be able to complete the encirclement with the cannons. The army of the Duke of Stronghold was generally made up of farmers, knight, and mercenaries, so their marching speed was not very fast. It was just that they were slower. Just as Carter had said, if they relied purely on land, a muddy pit would make it difficult for the cannons to advance. In this era, land transportation was not the same as asphalt roads, or even stone roads. It was just that there were a lot of people, so they were forced to make a path. It was fine when it was sunny, but when it rained, it would be muddy. In the end, do I still have to rely on myself to build it? Roland spread out a piece of paper and wrote down the specifications he needed. First of all, it was a ship that could carry 1 or 2 cannons, plus about 30 people. The ship could be propelled by sail. Second, the ship needed to be stable and reliable, not easy to overturn, and had a shallow draft. Third, it had to be easy to operate. After a short period of training, the militia could quickly get used to it. Combining these points, there was only one answer left: a flat-bottomed barge. Before Roland came to this world, this kind of extremely shallow draft, with a very low center of gravity, could be seen everywhere, almost all the major rivers. In the past, those that were piled up with sand or stones, and the side of the ship was almost level with the water, were flat-bottomed barges. As long as there was a tugboat, it could pull several barges like a train. After determining the type of ship, the next key point was to choose the material to build it with. Roland wrote down 3 options on the paper: wood, iron, and cement. Using wood to build a ship was the earliest navigation technology tree of mankind. From wooden rafts to sailing battleships, from rivers to oceans, wooden ships could be said to be everlasting. Unfortunately, Roland did not know how to use logs to put together a flat-bottomed boat, nor did he have any craftsmen. If he relied on a few carpenters, it was likely to be a large raft, or the kind that could fall apart at any time. For an iron ship, the structure was similar to building a house. The main and secondary beams crisscrossed to form the keel, and then covered with iron sheets. If there was Anna to do the welding, the overall rigidity was guaranteed. But this approach would exhaust the small iron reserves. Unless it was a last resort, it was obviously a more suitable choice to use the iron to produce steam engines and gun barrels. Then the cement ship became the last option. The city wall had been built, and there were still raw materials left. Anna only needed to calcine it once or twice to get enough cement powder. The construction process was also much easier than for an iron ship. He only needed to use a wooden template to piece together the shape, arrange the iron bars to act as steel bars, and then fill it with cement. Even in his hometown in the countryside, he could make several cement boats to fish. Compared to the iron ship, which needed to be regularly rusted and painted, it didn't even need to be maintained. It could be said that the cost was low, and it was strong and durable. Even if he had not learned how to build an ocean-going ship, building a low-tech inland river cement barge should not be a big problem, right? With the mentality of trying, Roland picked up a quill pen and quickly drew a sketch of the barge. A shed with a wall was built on the bank of the Redwater River. In order to facilitate the launching, Roland built the ship as close to the river bank as possible. The shed could shelter them from the wind and snow, and at the same time there were 2 charcoal fires in the room to prevent the temperature from being too low, which would affect the hardening effect of the cement. The carpenters had already pieced together the basic outline of the hull. The bow was curved to reduce forward resistance, and the stern was square to increase the load area. The width of the ship was about 24 feet, 8 meters, with a length-to-width ratio of 3:1, and a double mast in the middle. The mast was inserted into the bottom of the ship, and was connected to the iron beam that ran through the middle of the ship. There was also a wooden stake at the stern, which was reserved for the rudder. Other places were covered with crisscrossing iron bars. It didn't matter if there was no binding wire, all the iron bars were welded by Anna herself, forming an iron net all over the bottom of the ship. When the template and steel bar were ready, Roland ordered the workers to start pouring and tamping. The mixed cement was poured into the template in the basin, and the middle was flat, and the surrounding was about 1.5 meters high, which acted as the side wall of the cabin. At first glance, it looked like a unique large bathtub. Kara could feel the person under her breathing quicken. "Let's change people," she said in a low voice. "Yezi, you carry me." Walking through the impassable mountain range was very exhausting, especially in the winter when it was snowing heavily. 42 witches couldn't walk far at the end of the day, so they had to find a suitable campsite and recharge their badges in order to withstand the sudden drop in temperature at night. "Yes, mentor." A witch squatted down in front of her, and Kara summoned a snake to wrap around the witch's arm, pulling her over. At the same time, she noticed that the witch couldn't help but tremble slightly. Damn Nightingale, Kara thought bitterly. If she hadn't repeatedly refused my kindness, I wouldn't have been so heartless to hurt my sister. At the critical moment of finding the holy mountain, Kara couldn't allow any accidents to happen. And the result? After the traitor escaped, she didn't hesitate and directly tried to stab me to death. Look, this is the result of being kind. Kara's mind was boiling with anger. That stab had injured her spine. Although Leaf's improved herbs had quickly healed the wound, her lower body had been paralyzed, and she had completely lost feeling in her feet. Once they reached the holy mountain, they would gather more witches, and one day they would catch her and tear her to pieces. "Mentor, there are demonic beasts approaching," Scarlet, who was in charge of the investigation, reported. Her eyes could see through obstacles and cover, and any trap in front of her would have no place to hide. At the same time, she also had a very high ability to see moving objects. She had personally shot down the crossbow of the army of judges during the confrontation with the church. "Put me down, Leaf, you go and help them." The witch carrying her nodded, squatted down, and put Kara on a stone. Her hands, which were supporting her body, sank into the snow, and a cold feeling came through her palms. Kara thought with some displeasure, "Can't you first wipe off the snow and then put me down?" But she didn't say it out loud. Leaf was an irreplaceable figure in the team. If the Witch Cooperation Association relied on Vendy's good temper to bring the witches together, then Leaf was the one who gave everyone the courage to follow her. Without her ability, more than half of the witches would have died while being hunted by the church. Thinking of Vendy, Kara couldn't help but feel pain in her heart. She never expected that the person who had founded the Witch Cooperation Association with her would betray her because of Nightingale. Even when Vendy blew her away, she had never thought of killing her. The venom secreted by the snake of magic, pain, took effect slowly. The pain was unbearable, but it would not kill the person immediately. After being bitten by nothingness, the venom would be quickly removed. She just wanted to make Vendy suffer a little. However, if left alone, the poison would invade the head and there would be no cure. Nightingale had made the wrong decision to take her away. Without the antidote from nothingness, Vendy would not be able to survive a day. Could it be that she, who was once a nun of the church, was destined to not be able to walk to the end with her sisters? As for the other traitor, Lightning, Kara didn't care too much about her. She had only joined the Witch Cooperation Association for a short time. She seemed to have the ability to fly. She always put forward different opinions when searching for clues about the Holy Mountain, and even openly questioned the Holy Book. If it wasn't against the philosophy of the Witch Cooperation Association, she really wanted to petrify this talkative little girl and throw her into the snow. The demonic beasts emerged from behind the hillside. 2 wolf-like creatures. The witches of the Witch Cooperation Association had been able to deal with this situation easily. The sisters who didn't have the ability to fight moved closer to the rear. Leaf took the lead in activating her magic, causing the weeds under the feet of the demonic beasts to grow wildly. In the blink of an eye, the green leaves broke through the snow and wrapped around the feet of the enemies. The other witch, Windchaser, drained the air around the demonic beasts. The 2 monsters soon fell into a state of suffocation, foaming at the mouth, twitching and falling to the ground. This is the power of witches, Kara thought. When facing 2 demonic wolves with only a sword, a mortal would lose their life if they were not careful. Only witches with magical powers are the favored children of God. If it weren't for the God Stone of Retaliation, it should be called the Hell Stone, she spat on the ground. If it weren't for this abominable stone, how could the church dare to ride on their heads? Mentor, please come up. Leaf came to Kara's side and bowed. Choose another one, Kara sighed. You are also tired. The group continued on their way. At noon, the snow gradually weakened. Stone, who was in charge of the camp layout, found a leeward place. Everyone decided to take a short rest here and eat to replenish their strength. Stone quickly transformed the land. The snow was overturned by the soil and gravel, and the ground seemed to come alive. It intertwined and wriggled, and soon it became flat and hard. Everyone went about their duties, set up the pots on their backs, and started a fire to cook porridge. Snow water was poured into a cup and boiled, mixed with some herbs improved by Leaf, and immediately emitted a strong fragrance. "Everyone, give your badge to Snow," shouted a little girl. She had a rare red hair, like a dancing flame. Her ability was also related to fire. She could inject heat into an object, making it hot for a long time. The badge of the Witch Cooperation Association, the Holy Mountain Coin, was made by her. Although it seemed insignificant, it was a great help to the Witch Cooperation Association. Especially in the impassable mountain range, without a warm object, it was easy to lose heat in the cold wind and snow and lose consciousness. After eating the wheat porridge, everyone packed up and prepared to continue on their journey. According to Kara's speculation, the so-called Hell's Gate was actually the key to the Holy Mountain. But the church deliberately painted it as an evil place, hoping to prevent witches from reaching the Holy Mountain. According to the ancient book, they had to pass through 3 stone gates. The last one was in the barbarian land. It was usually hidden deep in the ground, and only when the bloody moon appeared in the sky would the stone gate rise to the surface. From the camp, they had been walking in the impassable mountain range for about half a month, and soon they would leave the mountain range and enter the barbarian land. In the past few days, the demonic beasts had appeared more and more frequently. "Quick, quick, look, what is that?" Someone suddenly shouted in horror. Kara raised her head, and her jaw dropped in surprise. A city appeared on the horizon. Snowflakes continued to fall from the gray sky, the clouds were very low, and the outline of the city was looming in the clouds. She had never seen these buildings before, they were like spires standing side by side. If the dense black dots on top of the spires were windows, then these spires were at least 100 feet high. This was definitely not something a human could do. Even the church's proud Hermes Cathedral, known as the Tower of Heaven, was only 15 feet high. Since it was not a human's creation, then there was only one answer: it was a city built by God. Kara was unable to restrain her excitement, and a voice kept shouting in her heart, "Sisters, that's the Holy Mountain. We found it." Kara screamed, expressing her joy. Many witches were stunned in place, shocked by the spectacle in front of them, but some also reacted and hugged their companions around them, crying. "Scarlet," I frowned, "is that really the Holy Mountain? What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Leaf came forward and asked in a low voice. She also had the same question in her heart. The city in the sky didn't look like the one described in the ancient book, which was golden and magnificent. Although the steeple was spectacular, it was gray and black. Even in the daytime it was dim. Not to mention the red mist that filled the sky above the city, which was as thick as blood. "There's something squeezed in those holes." Scarlet Eye's voice was a bit dry. "I can't see it clearly, but those things don't look like God." Leaf felt goosebumps all over her body. In the Witch Cooperation Association, Scarlet Eye was the one who could see the farthest. Her words made Leaf feel a little uneasy. Unfortunately, Lightning had already left with Nightingale, otherwise she could fly closer to take a look. "Sisters, the Holy Mountain is in front of us." The mentor raised her hands and shouted, "Let's work harder, we will soon find eternity." After saying that, she immediately urged the stone girl to carry her forward. Leaf wanted to step forward to dissuade her, but she took a step back. She remembered the fate of Vendi half a month ago. At this time, she was afraid that any dissuasion would be meaningless. If they didn't see it for themselves, the mentor would not give up. The group of people began to speed up. After leaving the foot of the mountain, the snow unexpectedly decreased, and the surrounding temperature also rose. This is the legendary Forbidden Area, an area that humans can't set foot in, Leaf thought, but now they are leaving their footprints on this uninhabited land. If Lightning was here, she would be very happy, right? Looking back, the towering mountains behind them rose and fell, like an insurmountable barrier. Leaf couldn't help but wonder if it was because of the impassable mountain range that the demonic beasts couldn't directly attack the hinterland of the mainland, so they had to detour to the extreme north. No matter what, if I can really find the Holy Mountain, I won't have to wander around anymore, and I'll be satisfied. She sighed softly. To tell the truth, When Nightingale had told her about what she had seen and heard in Border Town, she had been moved. When Vendi asked who wanted to leave with Nightingale, she couldn't help but want to take a step forward and announce her name. But in the end, she still couldn't cross the threshold in her heart and was defeated by the shadow of her past. Leaf shook her head and told herself not to think about these things that had already passed. She kept up with the pace of the team and rushed through the yellow and white fields. But something strange happened. No matter how fast they sped up, the city seemed to be moving at the same speed as them. After walking for an hour, the holy mountain was still suspended in the clouds, neither getting bigger nor smaller, as if they hadn't moved at all. "Mentor, please take a rest, the sisters are tired," Stone said. During this period, there had been several waves of people who had been carrying the mentor, but she was the one who had persisted the longest. "No, how can we stop now?" Kara refused her suggestion without hesitation. "This is a test from God, sisters, without a strong will, we will never reach the holy mountain. We can't stop, we must go on until the gate of the holy mountain appears in front of us." Seeing that persuasion was useless, the group had to continue moving forward. But the situation didn't change. On the way, the witches encountered 2 waves of demonic beasts, and the second wave had 2 deformed hybrid beasts. Leaf's weed binding didn't last long, and one of the witches was caught off guard and her neck was cut open by a sharp claw, blood spilling all over the ground. After dealing with these monsters with great difficulty, the witches found that the sky was gradually getting dark, and it was obviously dusk. The city was still in front of them, but its outline had become more blurred, as if it was about to disappear. According to their past experience, they had to find a suitable place to build a camp, but this place was completely different from the impassable mountain range. As far as they could see, it was almost flat, and with the possibility of demonic beasts appearing at any time, it was impossible for them to spend the night in such a place. "Mentor, let's retreat to the foot of the mountain. Let Scarlet lead the way, and let Red Pepper illuminate the way, maybe we can rush back before midnight." "No." Kara shouted, "It took us the whole afternoon to get here, and we almost didn't stop on the road. Now that most of our physical strength has been consumed, it's impossible to maintain our original speed. Sisters, hold on for a while, until we find the holy mountain, we can really rest in peace." "What about Shirley?" someone asked, pointing to the dead witch on the ground. "We don't have time to bury her," the mentor shook her head, "leave her here, the earth will receive her." Leaf sadly closed her eyes. Another sister had left. If only her strength was a little stronger, she wouldn't have to die in this desolate place, without even leaving a tombstone. Just as everyone was hesitating whether to go forward or retreat, Stone suddenly exclaimed, "Look at the sky, the city has disappeared." Leaf opened her eyes and looked up, only to see that the sky had turned gray, and the clouds were hidden in the night sky. The city had disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. Everyone stood in place, and for a moment there was a terrible silence. The city that could never be approached, the illusion that floated in the air, the disappearance of the sun at sunset. Leaf's mind suddenly remembered the adventure stories that Lightning had told her, the bizarre illusions that she had seen on the sea. She shivered and whispered, "We have been deceived." "Soon," she shouted, "we have been deceived, that is not the holy mountain. What we saw was a mirage." "Mirage?" Kara suddenly turned her head, her expression was a little frightening. "What is that?" Lightning said that this phenomenon is often encountered during long voyages, but it is much rarer on land. "What we saw was just an illusion, the real city may be far away from us, or even not in front of us." "That at least means that it really exists? And it hasn't disappeared?" "This?" Leaf was stunned, "I don't know." At this moment, Scarlet suddenly issued a warning, "Be careful. Something is coming." She stared at the left side of the group, her face looked very ugly. "Demonic beasts again?" Windchaser made a fighting posture, "How many?" "No." Scarlet took 2 steps back, "I don't know what it is." While speaking, a black shadow came from afar, and with lightning speed, it directly shot towards Scarlet. Although she saw the shadow coming towards her, she couldn't dodge it. Unlike a crossbow, it was too fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, the shadow pierced through Scarlet's chest and sent her flying, directly nailing her to the tree trunk behind her. Leaf felt as if all the blood in her body had frozen. On the left side of the night, 2 shadows slowly appeared. Their bodies were huge and strange, unlike the common demonic beasts. When they got closer, Leaf discovered that they were actually two humanoid creatures riding on the back of a hybrid. Their bodies were tall, twice the size of a normal person. They didn't wear any armor and wore clothes made of unknown materials. No, it was barely enough to call them clothes. They looked more like the swollen skin of an animal. They were tightly wrapped from head to toe, and many places were swollen. The most striking thing about them was the heads they wore, which were obviously transformed from the heads of demonic beasts. They looked ferocious and terrible. The eyes of their heads were dug out and sewn together with a piece of reddish-brown crystal. A leather tube full of patches extended from the lower edge of their heads and extended to the huge carapace pouch on their backs. One of them had several spears stuck on his mount, while the other wore strangely shaped iron gloves. Judging from their appearance, they only had 3 fingers. In Leaf's mind, there was only one word: devil. Fight the enemy. Kara was the first to react. Her ear-piercing scream drew everyone's attention back to the enemy. Stone pressed her hand on the ground, turning the large area of snow in front of her into a soft swamp. This could be regarded as a very correct response. The devil's mount was a hybrid with a wolf's head and wings. It was fast and could also fly short distances. But these two obviously couldn't. Their wings had been cut off, and the exposed bones were tied with hemp ropes and held in the devil's hands. If they couldn't fly through this swamp, they would have to go around it, which would give the other witches time to react. However, the enemy didn't act according to the witches' idea. They drove their mounts forward and threw themselves into the swamp. Then, with the momentum, they jumped from the demonic beast's back, crossed a distance of several feet, and landed behind Stone. And that was where the non-combat witches gathered. Quickly disperse. Before Leaf's voice had died away, the devil wearing a 3-fingered iron glove had already started a massacre in the crowd. His agility was completely incompatible with his size. A witch who was close to him didn't even have time to react before her head was smashed by his fist. Then, 2 more sisters had their necks broken by the sturdy iron hands. Only then did the others come to their senses and flee in panic. Only Senor stood where she was. Even though her ability wasn't suitable for combat, she didn't turn around to run away. Instead, she took out the crossbow from her back and aimed it at the enemy. The Iron Hand demon dodged to the side and kicked her away. The force was so great that it was like a muffled thunder. The little girl flew far away before rolling on the ground, blood clots gushing out of her mouth. The demon with the spear turned around and walked towards Stone, who was already scared out of her wits. Just as the spear was about to pierce the witch's chest, a ball of flame exploded in front of him. Red Pepper rolled past the enemy's crotch, grabbed Stone Maiden's hand, and turned to run. The other party wanted to chase after him, but he was blocked by a black wall of chi. Leaf injected all of her magic into the earth. All kinds of plants grew crazily, twisting into a thorny vine, crawling towards the Iron Hand demon. Kara's summoned Pain Snake also tightly bit the demon's arm. Just as he waved his hand to get rid of those annoying snakes, the vine that quietly approached him from behind suddenly wrapped around his feet and pulled him back. The demon's huge body crashed to the ground. "Run, sisters, run!" Leaf shouted. Fear made her voice tremble. "Run, get away from these terrible monsters. They are the source of evil recorded in the ancient books, the devils that came from the gates of hell." The snake's torture venom seemed to have no effect on them. The fallen Iron Hand demon arched his body as if he wanted to grab the vine that was pulling him around. Seeing that his companion was in trouble, the demon with the spear quickly turned his attention to Leaf, who was controlling the vine. He raised the spear and took a throwing posture. His arm quickly expanded. The originally swollen skin was stretched to a thin layer, through which one could even see the dark red blood vessels and bones. "Leaf, be careful." Stone once again turned the ground into a quagmire, this time directly under the opponent's feet. The demon fiercely sank down, instantly changing the direction of the spear and inserting it into the ground in front of Leaf. The spear, which was nearly as high as a person, was almost completely inserted into the ground, scaring Leaf into a cold sweat. After throwing the spear, the swollen arm quickly shrunk and became like dry wood. The spear demon couldn't throw continuously. She immediately realized that it was a good time to escape. The other witches also noticed this. Stone, Red Pepper and Windchaser ran past Iron Hand demon, who was still struggling on the ground, and ran towards Kara. wanting to take their mentor and escape together. Only Leaf saw that the demon, who was being pulled by the vine, stretched out his hands towards the three witches. What does he want to do? Wait. No, she didn't even have the time to open her mouth to warn them. A dazzling blue light burst out from the demon's iron hand, like a bolt of lightning piercing through the sky, twisting and hitting the three witches. The blue light jumped between the three witches, making a crackling sound. White smoke rose from their bodies, they twitched and fell down, their robes also burning. This attack seemed to have consumed a lot of the enemy's strength. He breathed heavily and no longer moved. At this time, Leaf's magic power also reached its limit. The vine disintegrated and soon turned into withered weeds. It's all over, she thought. The mentor's desperate cry seemed to become very far away. Her whole body's strength faded away like a tide. She powerlessly fell to the ground. After a short rest, Iron Hand slowly climbed up from the snow and walked in front of Kara, who had a frightened look on her face. At this time, no one could stop him. The demon reached out and grabbed the mentor's throat. The latter desperately tried to pry open the demon's fingers, but it was useless in the face of the great disparity in strength. While struggling, the magic snakes rushed out and bit the demon's arm and neck, but the demon remained unmoved and continued to tighten his iron hand. At this time, an accident happened. One of the magic snakes under the demon's indiscriminate attack bit off the leather tube under the demon's helmet. A thick red mist sprayed out from the cut, quickly enveloping Kara and the demon. The former screamed horribly, her skin quickly festered under the red mist, revealing tendons and white bones. The latter loosened his iron hand and hurriedly tried to block the tube, but as the mist quickly dissipated, his body began to tremble uncontrollably, and before long, he fell to the ground, never to move again. Half of the demon's body was buried in the swamp. Seeing this, Leaf shouted loudly. She had never heard such a sound. It was like a sharp hissing mixed with a low growl, piercing her ears. But the demon's roar didn't make Leaf flee. On the contrary, she saw her only chance to win. Biting her lip, she struggled to stand up, picked up the crossbow that Snow had dropped, reloaded the string, and walked in front of the spear-wielding demon. Obviously, the demon understood what she wanted to do, waving his arms desperately, but in the swamp, the more he struggled, the faster he sank. He tried to cover the tube, but the part that extended to the carapace bag on his back was exposed. For my lost sisters, Leaf thought, aiming at the tube and pulled the trigger. The crossbow accurately penetrated the leather tube, and the red mist sprayed out from the hole. When the mist stopped, the demon's head drooped down. She killed the demon. Wendy opened her eyes, and the unfamiliar rooftop came into view. There were wooden beams with cobwebs, gray brick ceilings, and a ring chandelier that had never been lit before. The scene went from vague to clear, until every detail was presented. It wasn't a cold rock roof or a narrow tent, she thought. Right, I'd been away from the Witch Cooperation Association for more than half a month. I don't know if the mentor has led the sisters to the Holy Mountain. She took a deep breath, although it wasn't as fresh and cold as in the cave, but the dull and warm atmosphere in the room made her feel very comfortable. Her body was wrapped in soft velvet, and there were several layers of cotton blankets under her body, so when she lay down, she would slightly sink. Even if she stretched her body completely, her toes would not be exposed. The feeling of wanting to stay in bed made her feel a little guilty. Obviously, she had only been here for half a month, but she felt a long-lost sense of peace. In the castle, no matter how late she got up, no one would disturb her. For example, now, Vendi turned her head and looked out of the window. The gray sky was even somewhat dazzling. It was probably past 10 o'clock. In the past few years of wandering, there were few times when she could sleep peacefully. The slightest noise would wake her up from her dreams, and she had to prepare for today's food before dawn. When she went out, she had to worry about being discovered by the church, and no one could guarantee that they would survive the next demonic bite. Even if she was hiding in the impassable mountain range, she should have been busy with chores, or helping to dry the food and herbs, drying the sisters' clothes that were wet from the snow, or cleaning the camp. It wasn't that Vendi was unwilling to do these things. Seeing everyone smile, she would feel very happy. But she found that, for such a lazy life, she couldn't resist it. Instead, she was somewhat immersed in it. No, I can't be lazy like this anymore. She patted her cheeks and gathered her strength to get up from the bed. After all, in the convent, the head nun often warned that lazy people would not be blessed by God. Later, I'll go to the back garden to practice controlling the wind, and while I'm at it, I'll blow away the snow. Thinking of His Royal Highness' requirements for practice, Dendi couldn't help but want to laugh. Those were some strange requirements. For example, after watching the demonstration, he wanted to be able to blow the wind more than 10 steps above his head. However, no witch had ever been able to spread her magic so far. When he was told that he couldn't do it, he didn't get angry. Instead, he came up with a strange idea: let himself stand on the stool and make a strong wind blow from both sides at the same time. Dendi gave it a try and found that it was a feasible method. The results of the test made His Royal Highness very satisfied. In addition to asking him to practice according to this method, he also asked him if he had acrophobia. Just as Nightingale had said, His Highness Roland Wimbledon was an unpredictable person, but he was also a prince who cared deeply for the witches. Thinking of this, Dendi sighed softly. A prince who doesn't hate witches really exists. Master, you're wrong. Putting on the new clothes, Dendi felt that her chest was slightly bloated. She was used to this kind of thing. Just when she was about to find a needle and thread to fix it, there was a knock on the door. Come in. It was Nightingale who pushed open the door and entered. Dendi was slightly startled, then smiled and said, Your Highness hasn't woken up yet? You actually have the time to come here. What are you talking about? I don't have the time to follow him every day. Nightingale raised the basket in her hand. I brought you breakfast. Breakfast was usually sent to the room by the maid. Except for Nightingale, who often came to chat with her after His Royal Highness went to bed, it was very difficult to see her at other times. Dendi smiled in her heart. She just woke up and ran over to bring food. She must have sneaked in to see me several times. Tell me, what's the matter? She took the basket, took out a piece of bread with cheese, and put it in her mouth. Well. Nightingale went to the bed and sat down. Nana will spend that day today. Dendi was silent. Although it was the first magic bite, it wouldn't be as violent and long-lasting as the day of adulthood, but it still couldn't be said to be absolutely safe. The younger one was, the lower their tolerance to pain. She put the basket on the low bedside table, walked in front of Nightingale, and patted the other's shoulder. Didn't His Royal Highness say that as long as you keep releasing your magic every day, you can minimize the pain? But that's just speculation. At least it sounds very reasonable. Dendi comforted her. Didn't Anna come through like this? Even on the most difficult day of adulthood, she didn't suffer any harm. This is what you saw with your own eyes. She paused, then asked, What about Nana? She is now in the hospital. Nightingale couldn't help but smile. I heard that her father, Baron Pine, bought a large group of wild rabbits from the hunters, and now they are all sent to the hospital. He said that she will continue to practice until tomorrow. It's good to have such a father. Dendi sighed. I don't remember anything about my childhood. It's very strange. It's like my memory is blank. I don't have a father. I don't have a mother. From the time I found out, I stayed in the monastery. It seems that I'm a little luckier than you. Well, a lot of luck. Dendi sat close to her. Are you nervous? Nightingale was silent for a moment, then gently nodded. Dendi, of course, knew what the other was nervous about. Today was not only a crucial day for Nana, but also a crucial turning point to change the fate of the witches. If Nana could safely survive this backlash, it meant that the witches could completely get rid of the shadow of the devil's minions, and Border Town would become a veritable holy mountain. One day, all the witches would gather here, living a life no different from ordinary people, no longer having to wander around to avoid the church's hunt. No matter how much we worry, it's useless. We might as well steal a day of laziness and accompany Nana. Steal, laziness? Nightingale stared at Dendi with wide eyes. Yes, who told you to tell me the news so early? It made me nervous. Dendi simply said, since you're not in the mood to practice, it's better to visit Nana. Isn't it written in the contract? It's called paid leave. After dinner, Nana's room was full of people: Anna, Lightning, Nightingale, Dendi, Mr. Pine, and Roland. Seeing this scene, the little girl's face was full of confusion. Will I die? Of course not. Everyone shook their heads. It's only the first time, the backlash won't be very strong. Dendi held Nana's right hand and said, Concentrate, you'll be able to persist. If it hurts, pinch Dad's hand. Mr. Pine shook his daughter's left hand and said, "You've become very strong in the hospital. Dad is proud of you." The little girl nodded, her line of sight crossed the crowd, and finally looked at Anna. Anna stepped forward and kissed her forehead. "Live, okay?" All the curtains were pulled down, and the fireplace was burning, keeping the room at a comfortable temperature. Unlike Anna, who had passed her day of adulthood, Nana was awake. In order to ensure that she could quickly gather her spirit before the pain came, everyone accompanied her to tell stories or play some simple games, so that she wouldn't fall asleep. Roland also performed a few coin magic tricks, which made everyone stunned, especially Nana. Her eyes were glued to Roland's hands. If it was a normal day, she would probably have already shouted that she wanted to learn. The magic in this era was still stuck at the stage of acrobatics. Roland had seen in the palace, such as playing flutes and dancing snakes, spitting flames, and breaking stone slabs on the chest. Compared to the small-scale magic in the future, which was more focused on camouflage and finger techniques, it was obviously inferior. Finally, Lightning told about her sailing experience. She and her father, Thunder, traveled between islands and fjords, crossed whirlpools and reefs, and hunted deep-water giant sharks and octopuses. Although they knew that most of it was fabricated, everyone listened with great interest. Even Roland was deeply immersed in it. In the picture he imagined, those sailing ships became ironclad battleships, galloping on the vast and boundless ocean, arriving at the new world. In fact, he didn't understand the historical process of this world. There were clear records of years ending more than 450 years ago. Recalling the knowledge the prince had learned from the palace tutor, he didn't mention the reason. Perhaps this guy didn't pay attention to the lessons, he thought. Border Town also didn't have any archives or library facilities. After taking over Longsong's stronghold, he would find a few knowledgeable people to ask. When Lightning finished her adventure story, Roland couldn't help but yawn. He looked at Nightingale, but the latter shook her head, indicating that there was still no change in the magic. It was so inconvenient to not have an accurate timekeeping tool, it was impossible to judge how long they had waited. Roland poured himself a cup of warm water and sat down to continue waiting. But gradually, everyone became aware that something was wrong. This period of time was too long. Nana yawned again and was about to fall asleep due to exhaustion. Nightingale also became anxious. She touched the little girl's forehead while staring at the movement of magic in her body. Roland picked up the cup and found that the water had been drained. He went to the fireplace and refilled the kettle. As he passed by the window, he could not help but lift the curtains to see if the snow had changed. As the heavy curtain was lifted a small gap, a ray of light shone in. He was pleasantly surprised to find that a hint of white had appeared on the dark horizon. "Look!" Roland pulled open the curtains. Everyone was startled by his shout and turned around. Looking at the faint light in the distance, everyone realized that a new day had arrived. Nana safely passed the day of the magic bite. Roland stretched his body and returned to his bedroom, only to find that there were two more people in the room. Nightingale and Vendi. There was no trace of sleepiness on their faces, only excitement. "Are you sure that Nana's date was today?" "No, it was last night?" Roland asked. "Yes, but the change at that time was very subtle. I didn't think it had reached the critical moment of the bite," Nightingale said with certainty. "Your Highness, what you said is correct. As long as we continue to release magic power, the total amount will continue to increase, but the body will bear less pain. If we can maintain a certain amount of training every day, all witches will have a great chance to live past the day of adulthood. In the entire Grey Castle Kingdom, only your territory can allow witches to freely display their abilities. In a sense, this is the witches' holy mountain," Vendi continued. "I want to beg you to let as many witches as possible know this news, so that the sisters can come to the holy place as soon as possible. I think they will be willing to serve you." "I originally planned to do so," Roland nodded. "Wait until the end of the months of the demons, the people will have a certain degree of understanding and contact with witches. At that time I will arrange for people to spread the news, in the form of rumors. You should know that I can't openly recruit witches, that would cause a great uproar in the country." He paused for a moment. "Unless the church perishes, or I ascend to the throne. Then I am willing to help you ascend to the throne." Vendi seemed to be waiting for these words. She did not hesitate to kneel on one knee and swear her allegiance. It could be seen that her movements were not skilled, it seemed that she was just learning and applying it. But Roland did not care about these details, he still treated Nightingale and accepted the other's allegiance. After getting up, Vendi smiled at Nightingale. How did I do? The latter curled her lips, barely. Roland helplessly shook his head. In that case, go to bed early, you haven't slept all night. Your Royal Highness, I have another request. Vendi, who had just stood up, knelt down again. Say it. Roland stopped smiling and asked seriously. The other side's attitude clearly showed that it was not easy to answer the question. I want to go back to the camp again. Vendi. Nightingale looked at the other side in surprise, the latter's eyes were full of determination. I don't know whether they found the holy mountain, maybe they did, maybe they didn't. I hope to go to the impassable mountain range after the end of the months of the demons. If Kara did not find the holy mountain, they should have returned to the mountain. This situation is the most dangerous. Roland frowned. Your respected mentor attacked you without any consideration for friendship. If she really wanted to kill me, I would have died, Vendi said. The snake she summoned was pain, not death sentence. I may not be able to bring back many people, I may not even be able to bring back a single person, but I can at least tell this news to my sisters. As long as they release their magic every day, they won't have to suffer that terrible pain. At this point, her voice became very soft. Your Royal Highness, as long as you treat the witch as well as always, my life belongs to you, and naturally I won't easily give it up. I will protect myself. Please promise me. Roland was silent. Out of safety considerations, he should refuse Vendi. But he also knew the meaning of this request for the other side. Once there was an opportunity to save more witches, she would be willing to take the risk. If he refused, she might obey his orders, but the sisters she would lose would leave an eternal scar in her heart. I promise you, Roland finally nodded, but you must wait until 2 months after the end of the months of the demons, and you must go together with lightning. I will give you guns to protect yourself, and a godstone of retaliation. Lightning will act as support from a distance, and you will wear a godstone of retaliation to negotiate with them. This way, Kara, or the other witches will not be able to use their ability to hurt you. Your Royal Highness, please let me accompany her. Nightingale said. End of chapter 79. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.